Before you start planning anything, you must ensure you understand your business. It doesn't matter if you're a freelancer, employee, or even a business owner doing ads for yourself. Many people don't think about it as they're in a hurry to provide a service or launch ads. But without this step, you're putting your campaigns at risk. It sounds like a common sense, but trust me. I have seen many accounts where campaigns were created without a clear understanding of how the business works. Who is your audience? How would people search for your services or products? What is the pricing? Is it a high-end product or an impulse buy? Is there a seasonality for the business? Do you have sales already or are you just starting out? These are just a few questions to ask before you start planning your campaigns. As always, there might be exceptions when you don't have to spend a lot of time understanding the product or the business. Then, all you need to do is set up your campaigns and just go with it. I will provide some guidelines to get you started. Later, when you get more experience, you might add more questions to help you understand the business. But one of the most important rules is always listen. Ask questions and then write it all down. Let's start with geography. So what country does the business operate in? Does it have a few languages? If it does, then campaigns have to be in both languages. The same goes for landing pages. Take the US, for example. In states like Florida, I would probably want to run campaigns in English and Spanish, depending on the product, of course. But I know that there is a large population of Spanish-speaking people, so I don't want to lose them as clients. If the countries have different currencies, the page must also reflect that. People need to see the price in the way they are used to. Demographics. Try to understand age, gender, social status, etc. This will inform you who the people looking for the product or service are and the language you can use in your ads. Younger people respond to a different language than older people. Sometimes we might use more straightforward language to connect with your audience, and sometimes a more sophisticated, maybe even technical. This is also important as you can use gender, age, and other demographic settings to adjust your campaign targeting in the account. Products or services, this part is very important when we talk about ROI and profitability. What is the business selling? Is it cheap or expensive? That informs who is looking for your products or services. With more affordable items, you usually concentrate on direct sales, using prices in the ads and targeting specific keywords. With more expensive items, you might want to avoid mentioning the price in the ad. You also have to understand why they need the product or service. What makes them choose your product? Is it the features or the price? How the company positions the product? This will help you choose better keywords and write better ads. Seasonality. Does seasonality impact the company or the product services they sell? If yes, you might structure campaigns differently and be prepared for upcoming holidays. You will learn how to check if seasonality impacts the search volume of your keywords later in the course. This is also a great insight for the business to know, and it should come from you as an expert. Even though keywords stay the same, ads must be changed during holidays. Also, bidding strategies change due to seasonality, and you must be prepared. Discounts and sales. Does the business offer sale promotions and significant discounts? Does it happen often? This impacts the strategy because conversions or revenue can spike or decrease depending on a discount. So you have to account for it. Make sure you understand why it went up or down. Suppose the strategy heavily relies on discount promotions. In that case, you should think about different structures, separating specific discount keywords into their campaigns and writing ads that support the discount and are direct. We'll talk in detail about campaign structure later, but the more you know, the easier it will be to create the best performing campaign structure. Landing pages. Landing pages are the first impression of the company and they are crucial for campaign success. Always ask what landing pages can be provided and constantly review them, as they might contain information that will or can help you. Ideally, you have to have dedicated landing pages for your Google Ads campaigns. If there are more products or services, they also have to have separate landing pages. This helps to improve campaign performance. The goal. What is the actual business goal? Is it profit, revenue, sales, leads, phone calls, clicks, whatever? You need to understand how the success of your campaigns will be measured. Therefore, you need to align the goals. And the next part is making sure you have good tracking in place to measure those goals. We will expand more in detail about tracking, but it needs to be established that a tracking setup might be required and additional developer resources might be needed. No matter what your role is, there might be different expectations. Even if it's just you might have unrealistic expectation when it comes to Google Ads campaigns. I've seen many times when people having a $500 budget want to expand their business in US. It's just not realistic. And what happens is after a few days, they give up with no results. Understanding what can you expect becomes an important part of Google Ads. First, there is no magic. No one-fits-all approach. All of this is hard work. It might be easier sometimes, but it still is the result of your work. We have keyword tool. We can get keyword search volume, an average CPC, check the competition column. High competition might signal higher spending. Get average click-through rates. You might Google your niche benchmark CTR. Conversion rate. You have conversions. If you have conversions, use that. If you don't, use 1 to 3% for purchases online and about 8 to 15% for leads. Yes, numbers can be higher. It depends a lot on factors. Keep it on the conservative side. Note, none of the tools you use are 100% accurate, and you should take them with a grain of salt. You don't need accurate data now, just some of it to understand what might happen. For that purpose, I have a very simple calculator, and you can do it in a spreadsheet. It's a simple formula. Now imagine you have $1,000 to spend on ads, or at least you want to spend on ads. You enter $1,000, you know from Keyword Tool or from any benchmarks that the average CPC of your keywords, of all your keywords or certain keywords, is about $1. Let's make it $3. The conversion rate, if you had conversions before, you can use that. That's great. If you haven't, for example, you're just starting out, maybe the conversion tracking didn't work, just use any benchmarks that you can find online for your business niche. If not, for online purchases is about from 1 to 3%, maybe 5% at some for some products or services. For leads or signups, it should be double-digit numbers, so it's 10, 15%, 20%. I should try to use lower numbers, being more conservative. So let's say our conversion rate is 1.5%, right? And the product sale cost, which is how much you charge for the product, is $150, and your margin is 60%, right? So with these numbers, we know that the daily budget will be around $30. This is how you spend about $1,000 a month. You probably receive about 300 or so clicks. You'll have 4 conversions based on your conversion rate. You will have a cost per conversion about $200, and you'll make $750 of revenue, and you'll be a negative $550. Now, obviously, these are not good numbers. So what you can take it from this is that if you can't afford $3 CPCs, you might look for keywords, if it is possible, that have a lower CPCs. Let's say $2. With $2, your revenue, of course, increases, and your profit or negative profit decreases. Now you only minus $325. Now, at some point, this might be okay because you're making some of your money back, and you might ignore the profit at the moment. And some of the companies do that, especially at the start of advertising. They're fine with getting their money back. So in this case, if we measure ROAS, or return on ad spend, it's 1.1 because you spent $1,000, you got $1,100 back. So just also keep in mind when you're setting targets for ROAS bidding. If you set 1, then you're achieving your goal because it's 1.1. But if you look at the profit, you're not making money with each conversion. You're losing money, which again, at the beginning might be fine for you, depending on the size of your wallet. I mean, if you have cash, you can afford to lose a little bit of profit just to get the conversions flowing, just to get the new sales coming in, or whatever your goal is. Now, if you're not fine with that, if you don't want to lose on each conversion, and you can't get cheaper CPCs than $2, the only way you can do better is to increase conversion rate. Let's say you can have a conversion rate of 2%. It's still minus $100 of profit, which is a bit better. If we go to 2.5, now you're making $125 on each sale or on each purchase. So the question is now, if you can't get cheaper CPCs, can you increase your conversion rate from 1.5% to 2.5%? It's almost twice as higher, and in my experience, it takes some time to do that. Now, sometimes you can tweak your landing page, you can adjust some things, and the conversion rate increases. It might be that when the time passes and more users find your brand and make searches, the conversion rate also increases slightly. The question is, can it increase by 1% from 1.5 to 2.5? Maybe it can. But now you're at least in the ballpark of understanding what can you expect from spending $1,000 with the keywords that have an average CPC of $2 and your conversion of 2.5 or the initial 1.5. You can't adjust your product sale cost, but if you increase the product's sale cost, the conversion rate usually decreases a little bit. Not always. If you can increase your margin, that's also a good thing to do because it increases your profit. But usually those are harder to change because the product cost is set, the margin is set, so it's really hard to play and adjust these numbers. So you're usually left with conversion rates, your average CPCs, or targeting different keywords. Again, this tool is based on averages. It's a simple formula, so it's not exactly 100% accurate, but it gives you some idea of what you can expect with the numbers given. As we said before, there is no magic. Nothing happens suddenly. I mean, you can't expect to increase your conversion rate 10 times, which would be nice because if your conversion rate was 10%, you'll be making profits, well, immediately with this budget. But that never happens. You can't expect increased conversion rate by 10, 20, 50%, maybe 100%, which most of the people will tell you it's still hard to do. But it is possible, especially if your landing page was not converted really bad, nothing was done to it. Maybe it's an old page, maybe no one actually looked at it, and you had initial conversion 1.5, then you did some things, you did adjustments, you updated your landing page, went through best practices of how to increase conversion rate, and you might increase it, you might even double it, because sometimes just having best practice already has a big impact. So if you do increase it by another 1.5% and 50%, then you're making profit on each sale, and you're getting about 15 conversions from your budget. Now, this is just to play around and just to align your expectations, because these things happen and people jump on Google Ads or any other platform. They think that I'll spend just a little bit of money and conversions start pouring in. And when it's not the case, they get discouraged and they just drop the platform, which could be a great source of additional traffic and sales. But you need to approach it the correct way. Keywords are the bread and butter of your search campaigns. You can't have successful campaigns without selecting the right keywords for your business. To do that, you have to spend some time researching the keywords. Search ads appear when someone searches for specific keywords. That is called a search query. It's a user's question in a way. Each time someone enters something into Google search, they're basically asking Google for help. They might not write it in the form of a question, but it is still a question. While researching keywords, you have to think about your business goals. You don't want just clicks. You want people who buy or sign up or whatever your goal is. So why you need a keyword research? You need to find keywords related to your business. You need to understand what might drive conversions. You don't just bid on any keywords. They have to be aligned with what you have to offer. You also have to create performing campaign structure. By researching keywords, you're laying the foundation for a good campaign structure that help not only get better results at the start, but is also optimized and scaled easier. Believe that not everyone does their homework. By spending more time with research, you have a better chance to get ahead of your competition. Quality is also important, and we will talk about it later. But with a good research and structure, you will start with a higher quality score. I created a simple Google Sheet to guide you through keyword research and creating a structure. You can download it below the video. The first step is your website, product, or service. No matter what you have on that website, it is something you want the user to get, right? Since you know your business better, it's always the best place to start. Even Google does not know more about the business than you do. Keep that in mind. Let's take a local gym, for example. We need to find keywords that people would search for. You can ask a business owner, and if you're the business owner, how would you search for your gym on Google? The goal here is to list keywords that reflect what you have to offer. You don't have to list all the keywords, and you don't have to be right at the start. Remember, it is always better to have less keywords, but highly relatable to your business than more vague ones. So with the gym, you most likely might have something like gym near me, gym price, gym in the city or neighborhood or street, affordable gym, cheap gym, gym with something like TRX or specific classes like yoga or meditation. You might not want to have a keyword like cheap gym because it's associated with cheap product. But the goal is to start listing keywords that you think the best reflect what you have to offer. So what I would do is I would concentrate on keywords like gym near me and gym in the specific area. I think that since it's a local gym, I would have more success with people around my area. I can highlight that in the ad as well. It becomes a benefit. Don't worry about getting all the keywords. This is just a start, and we'll add more keywords with additional research methods. So you pick the ones that align with your business and service and ignore the rest for now. Same thing with if you have a specific product like iPhone cases, you can list different iPhone cases that you have. It's either iPhone 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever. If you have these products on your website, you can list these as keywords. If you don't have cases for iPhone 12, obviously this is not your most specific, most relatable keyword because you don't have anything to offer to the user. This is the key thing to remember. You have to list the keywords, or you have to pick the keywords that only reflect what you have to offer. If someone searches for iPhone 12 case and clicks on your ad and goes to your website and doesn't find that product, well, you just wasted a click. The user will not buy a different case just because you have them. They search for something very specific, and that is what they wanted to find on your website. So be specific and focus only on the things, the products, the services, whatever that you actually have right now to offer, rather than something you may have or you had. This is a great way to waste budget and basically end up with campaigns that don't convert. If you are using my template I provided earlier, you can just copy paste the keywords right here where it says your business. We'll get the search volume later. We'll also move on to the different tools like Keyword Planner, AI, competitor research, and so on and so forth to fill out this table along with search volume for each keyword. So list as many keywords as you can right here, and then we'll move on to the Keyword Planner. You can find the Keyword Planner in your account. Just go to Tools and click on Keyword Planner. You have two options. The first one is to discover new keywords, and the second option is to get the search volumes. When you have keywords, then you can choose this option, enter your keywords, and it will show you the search volume of your keywords. Now, since we're discovering new keywords, we need this option. We'll start with two keywords that we had before. Let's imagine we have a gym in some city. So we can use all the keywords, so you can use one. It doesn't really matter at this point. If you use more keywords, you just have more suggestions from Google. Let's use all the keywords right here. The first one you can copy the keywords here, and you have to make sure you have selected the language. So in this case, it's English language and your area. Now, obviously, you wouldn't do the whole country because the gym is one place, right? It can be in several cities. Unless it's in every major city in your country, then maybe you can choose the whole country. Otherwise, you'll probably focus on a city. Let's choose LA, for example. That's a city. Let's use that. Let's remove Germany. So we have Los Angeles right here, and we'll click Save. So they have keywords, and we press Get Results. We don't need that. So at the beginning, you see the keywords that you have entered right here. It'll show you the average monthly searches, the change, the competition, and top of page bid, low and high range. So the first column, so the average monthly searches shows you how many searches on average this keyword has a month. Now, as you can see, the small graph shows how many keyword searches there are each month. So you can see seasonality here. For example, we see here that somewhere before the summer, the searches increase because, well, I guess people want to have their summer body. Then we see 3-month change, and we see year-over-year change. This is a good indication just to check if the keywords or the searches for specific keywords are dropping or they're increasing. So for these keywords, for most part, nothing happens within a year, which means that they most likely are searched equally with a little bit of seasonality, which also makes sense. But this keyword here, we have a huge spike in the summer, and we also see a year-over-year change as well in that particular area that we selected. Now, competition is low, medium, high. It's not a lot of information, but it kind of gives you a direction of how competitive the keyword might be. If you have low, like here, which is good, which means that you may not be paying a lot for clicks, and you can see the click cost right here. Now, this shows low range and high range. It's up to you to choose which one. If you want to be more conservative, you can choose the high range, or you can use the middle. Let's say add those two together and divide by 2. It depends on what you want to do, and if you're presenting the numbers, like if you don't want to overpromise, you can say that that someone can expect the cost per click of about this price. Now, if it will be lower, it's something good for you, right? I mean, then you're doing a good job, and the client will be happy because you said that the clicks will cost around $6 and it's less. So it's good for you, right? But sometimes you need to take these numbers just to be on a safer side when calculating ROI or profits or, the budget you would require for those keywords. So you see this keyword search. Obviously, gym near me has a lot of searches, which is the most popular keyword. And then below, you'll have keyword ideas. This is the place that we want. Again, the same statistics here. We have the change, the competition, and the cost per click. We need to find more keywords, based on these. At the same time, we might find keywords that we don't want to advertise on, we want to eliminate. So all you have to do is just go through the keywords. There'll be a lot of them, but you don't have to go through all of them because, as you can see, some keywords will have a lot of searches. Some people will have, low searches. So you might ignore those. It depends on a niche and a product or service. So you might tend to focus on the keywords that have more than 1,000 average monthly impressions. You can also add a filter if you want to remove the keywords. For example, we can have average monthly searches that are more than 1,000, and we'll have a lot less keywords. So we can focus only on those. Now, in general, the search volume only indicates how much you might spend. That depends on click-through rate, but in general, the more searches they have, the more budget you can allocate, the more you spend. With lower search volume keywords, for example, we selected here about 1,000. If you select keywords that have 100, 200 impressions, that's not bad. Most likely they're specific keywords, and it could be a good idea to focus on them as well, because each search can be a click, a potential click, and any potential click can be a potential customer. But we can focus on these, and we just just go through all the keywords, just checking if it makes sense to add, Planet Fitness near me. And this is the brand keyword. We might ignore this. Boxing classes. If you do have boxing classes in your gym, this might be something interesting to sort of bid as well, because people searching boxing classes, they find your gym and they might join as well. Workout classes. This is a better one because that's in this area. So we might use this keyword. Fitness near me, again, boxing, and then we have Equinox membership. It's a brand, I assume. Then we have 24-hour fitness near me. Now, this is an interesting keyword because this is also a benefit. Not all gyms are open, 24 hours for 7, and it actually has a quite large search volume. So this is something you can think about. Maybe you don't have 24/7 open gym, but maybe you could have that as a benefit and bid on that keyword. If not, I would probably remove that keyword or add as negative. Negative keywords is something we're going to talk a bit later. But you go through all the keywords and pick the ones that are directly related. Okay, this depends on your budget. If you have large budget, most likely you might be one to bid on as many as possible. Now with lower budget, you want to stick with those keywords that actually directly relate to what you have to offer. So first of all, that reflects the keywords. So you have gym near me, gym in LA, low price gym or cheap gym or whatever. So you focus on those keywords. So you have gym and fitness near me. That's a good keyword. This might be good if it's not far away from Culver City. This is the same. This is area. You might be focused if it's not far away as well. And then you go through all the keywords and just pick the ones you like to add to your list. Now, you don't have to bid on them. You can just have them in the list and then decide if you want to bid on them later. So you have to do is just select the keywords, right? So you don't have to copy one, just selecting randomly keywords, but you can do this. And then once selected, you can just press copy here and add them to your plan right here. So this is easy to keep track. So you have the keywords you wrote down, looking at your business, at your product, at your service. You may have more keywords. You may have keywords that you found in the keyword planner as well. So you don't have to add the same ones here. Just add new keywords. You don't have to repeat them because it'd be just harder later to sort of go through them. So imagine this. This is the keywords we chose to bid on. We have the pool, Crunch Fitness, Gold, let's say remove those, Equinox, we don't have boxing, right, and Planet Fitness not good. So we have these keywords that we see, that we deem good for our business. So we'll stick with those keywords, right? It could be 2 keywords, it could be, 200, doesn't matter at this point. We have this, you can also have search volume right here. You can add search volume later, you can add it now. It doesn't matter at this point because if you selected keywords from Keyword Planner, you already saw their search volume. So you'll not be adding the keywords that don't have any searches or, low volume search keywords that barely have any searches and most likely will not have any clicks, so you don't have to add them. Now, with your keywords, you've also seen your search volume. Now, as we selected, these are the keywords, right? Keywords you provided. So since we selected the filter of having more than 1,000 searches, then none of the keywords are shown. So let's remove the filter. So these are the keywords that you picked looking at your business. And you see that some of them have, or most of them, except this one, has a low search volume, lower than 1,000. Now, a filter is up to you. For me, I focus on the keywords first. The only filter I use is that if the keyword has 0 searches or maybe lower than, let's say, 30, 50, again, depending on a budget, that depends on the clients and the business. I tend to keep them because, as I said, each search is a possible impression, each possible impression is a possible click, and each possible click is a possible conversion. So you look at these keywords. Sometimes you might have written keywords that don't have searches, so you don't have to include them in the list. So what might happen, you might just remove some of the keywords, and then only 3 are left. You can copy paste search volume here as well if you want to, but this is optional because, as I said, you're looking at the keyword planner and you know that the keywords you copied here have some search volume, and these are the keywords you want to focus. Now, you can also have just one keyword. For example, let's leave gym with pool. I haven't noticed anything here under recommended keywords in the keyword idea. So we have 110 searches in general. And then we have different variations. We have gym with pools near me. So this is a good keyword as well because it has this near me additional phrase. Sauna might be a good idea if you maybe you haven't thought about it. With swimming pool, this is also a good keyword if the pool is large enough to swim in. So you see those are the keywords just based on the gym with a pool. So then you can go through the keywords as well. And you can see here you have low search volume here keywords. You might ignore them at the start and then come back to them later if for some reason you find you still have budget and you need more keywords. Gym with jacuzzi, you might have that as well. If you have a pool, you may have a jacuzzi. If not, then obviously you need to ignore that. So this is a simple and probably the best place to look for keywords because it shows you volume, it shows you seasonality when the keywords drop, search volume, and when it goes up. So you can prepare your marketing. For example, if we look at this keyword, we immediately see that it spikes in the start of the summer, and then it more or less is equal throughout the year. So you can decide either to not advertise in the summer, so don't change anything, don't increase the bids and the budgets, because the competition probably will increase as well with the spike, or you can prepare for it and just take advantage of it and increase your bids, increase your budget, and take that uptick and take the people who search for a specific product, service, or whatever during that time. So it's holiday season, the same thing. Any other keywords that depend on holidays and seasons, they're the same thing. So you either compete with the rest of the advertisers and increase the budget, or you just leave it alone and keep it as it is for the whole year. One thing you need to remember that the keyword tool here shows these numbers only when you spend a little bit. Now the spend is I think a couple of dollars, but Google limits monthly searches numbers, and if you have a new account, you will see ranges like from 0 to 10, or from like a 0, I think it's from 0 to 100 searches, from 100 to 500. So you'll see ranges, which is not exactly accurate, but as soon as you have some campaigns running, you'll see more exact monthly searches. So this is a filter by Google introduced years ago. If your account is new, the only way to see exact numbers is to launch a campaign and spend it. If you don't have that, like if you don't have any campaigns and you don't just want to launch a campaign right off the bat, the ranges are fine. It's harder to detect keywords from 0 to 100 searches, so these ones will be piled under one range. It's fine. You can still add them to your list. You can still bid on them, and then you'll see if they have enough search volume, how people click on them, and if they convert. So the search volume is fine. I mean, if no one's searching for that keyword, there's no impression and there's no click and you don't pay. So the only thing you sort of sacrifice is the work you've done adding them to structure and creating ads for them. But I think it's worthwhile. Another thing, the bid prices. Don't get too attached to them because this is just sort of the averages, right? They might be a lot higher. Now it says high range, but it doesn't mean that this is the highest amount you would pay. Once you start advertising, there'll be other advertisers, your competition, and they're also bidding. So as soon as more people start bidding on keywords, it's still an auction. The prices increase slowly. At the same time, you want to get maybe more impressions, be in a higher position, and a bunch of other factors, which will mean that you might be paying more than this. This is not the maximum amount, or this is not a minimum amount. It always depends on your performance as well. So your good structure, your ads, your click-through rates, your quality score, a lot of factors still impact how much you will pay at the end of the day. So don't get attached too much. It's just for you to understand, okay, so for example, if we take this keyword right here, it says like $1 to $3.50. Now what it would tell me is that probably I can expect to pay $2, $3, $2, $4, maybe dollars per click. I don't expect it to be lower than that, especially when your account is new and at the beginning, because you have quality score calculated, takes some time, and so on and so forth. So I'll usually take the more conservative, which is the higher range. So if I'm freelancing, I'm working with a client or a business, I would say, based on all the keywords, I would expect to pay around $3, maybe $4, maybe $5 per click, and I expect to get this amount of clicks, which means your budget has to be in the thousands, for example. At the same time, if you have $100 a month, well, you can also take the high range and then calculate that you'll probably get 30 clicks per month with that amount. But you can also see that as soon as you enter the keywords here, one or several, you'll get these recommendations from Google. Now, these are just that, recommendations. You don't have to add them. Sometimes you will see some keywords that you haven't thought about. They probably will be here as well on the list, but sometimes you just want to add them from here. Just have a glance and see if there's something worth adding to your list. So once you're happy with the keywords you selected from Keyword Planner, you can add them here. Now, one thing is to base the keyword on your initial find. The other thing is also look out for what else people search, because the keyword ideas provided in the keyword tool are based on what else people search or how they search. Now, obviously, if you're just starting out Google Ads, it might be confusing, but it's not necessarily the keywords you provide have searches, and not necessarily people search like that because you just looked at your website, right? So, for example, you have workout classes near me. Workout classes is somewhat the same as gym. I mean, if you don't have classes, then it's not a good fit. If you do, this is something you need to focus on as well. Now, fitness. Fitness is another keyword. It's gym or fitness club or fitness. It's the set of keywords that you also might look at it, because as we saw, it's not a lot of searches based on these keywords, but a lot more on fitness and gyms with something. So this is where you need to see if there are keywords you need to expand on. And that's why we have this column. And that's why we check in the keyword planner. Since keywords have been a part of SEO and Google Ads strategy for a long time, of course, there are tools to help you with keyword research. You can analyze your competitors and check if there are keywords you can ethically steal. There are a lot of tools that help you with this. Some of them focus more on SEO, but in the keyword research phase, this doesn't matter. As long as you get the keywords that might work for you, that's fine. Some of the tools I used in the past are these. Most of them are paid, but they do have a free trial or allow you some limited access, like spyfoo.com, for example. Let's use it and check what information we can get out of that tool. When you have one of the tools, you need a competitor. For this purpose, I just chose something that we all might know. It's gymshark.com. You have to choose the country as well before doing that. So not all countries are available, so have that in mind. Also, the competitor has to be big enough and has to be on Google Ads as well, because otherwise you will not get any information from it at all. So this is a limited version. This is a free access. You don't have to sign up to use that, so you can just try it even right now. For a paid version, you'll get access to a lot more data. But even here, we see a bunch of information that might help us. Obviously, as I said, this tool is also used for SEO as well, but we need the paid keywords. So one of the things you might notice at the beginning is competition. This is something that you might find interesting because if you have never run Google Ads accounts, you will not know who is bidding on your keywords. Now, of course, you might Google your keywords or your products and see what kind of companies run ads. But this tool is also can give you information on what kind of competitors there are. For example, here we see these websites, these brands also bidding on similar keywords that relate to Gymshark. So you can check them out. You can see the landing pages. You can also check each separately as we did with Gymshark. What we need to find is paid traffic, and we click here on PPC research, and now we're just looking at paid keyword. Now, I would take any number any of the tools provide with a grain of salt because they are not getting this directly from the competitor, obviously. So they have their own technology, their own ways to scrape the internet, scrape information, and sort of combine everything into one report. But it doesn't matter at this point because you're researching keywords. Now it shows that they have about 1,400 paid keywords, estimated monthly clicks, and the budget, which I'm sure is a bit off. I don't think they spend only 7,000 on ads, but hey, we need to scroll down and see what kind of keywords they bid on. Obviously, a lot of at the beginning will be all the brand names as well, Gymshark sale, leggings, student discount, and so on and so forth. So you can skip that. Now, we can't access all the keywords in the free version, but if you pay it, you'll have a huge list of keywords they're bidding on. Again, this is the information they have, but it's not necessarily means that you need to bid on those keywords as well. So this is just additional source of getting the keywords you've skipped with Keyword Tool and AI and any other sources, just to see if there's anything else you might be bid on and if the competitor is bidding as well. You can also see some ads they are showing for some of the keywords. For example, here we see some histories, workout flows. They're bidding on that as well. And this is the ad they're showing. There are a couple of more ads you can see, and you can learn, how they create the ads. And sometimes it's useful just to see what kind of ads they do and what kind of text they choose and how they structure the ad. At the same time, additionally, you can also Google. It's a good exercise to do. You just basically go in and start Googling your keywords, Googling the keywords they already have in the spreadsheets as well. Just spend a couple hours Googling and see how many competitors there are, what kind of ads they show. It's really good to understand what you're up against. So these tools are, recommending you keywords as well. You might find something that is not maybe worth bidding on. So these all are free recommendations, but as I said, this is a limited data and you'll need a paid account. But the prices are not that high, considering that you're not gonna be using that all year. So if we check the basic plan, which gives you a lot of data, it's only $39 a month. And upon finishing your research, which obviously you won't do every month, well, unless you're freelancing, then maybe. But if you work for the company or for your own business, you most likely do the keyword research once, and you can just pay for the plan for 1 month and then cancel it afterwards because you will not find it useful afterwards. So you can use the tool to get additional list of keywords. You can check on how they're performing, and again, you should take any number with a grain of salt. Yes, you can use AI to help you with your keyword research. In fact, you have to use it. It's a new source and might add insights you would have never considered. It was great if you have already a list, the one we started with, right? But you can try starting with AI first and then use other ways. It's up to you. The goal is to have a complete list of keywords that can bring your traffic and sales. Let's use ChatGPT and the keywords we already have about the gym. We must submit a prompt for AI so it knows what we want and how to present the keywords. Here's what you can start with. It's a simple prompt, right? You are the best Google Ads expert and you need to develop keyword ideas based on the keywords I already have. The keywords are from the gym I own, which is located in the Manhattan area of New York. The keywords I have are divided into 3 categories. The gym near me, gym in the city neighborhood, fitness near me. Well, you get the point, right? So I need to expand the list for each category with at least 50 keywords. You can exclude any keywords related to classes or personal training. Now you can adopt the prompt as you wish. So this is what it offered me. Now I will not add all the keywords because there were 3 categories, so these are 2 categories. But you can see a lot of keywords that you might not thought of before. You might not seen them in the keyword tool or might not notice them. Now this does not mean that these keywords have any searches. What we can do is we can check those keywords in the keyword tool. You won't be able to paste all 20, 50 keywords because there's a limit of 10 keywords only. We can take those keywords from the list that AI proposed, and enter them into the keyword tool. Remember, you can only enter 10 keywords at a time, so you'll have to work in a batch of 10 keywords, but it's fine. When you click on get results, you'll get some searches. Now, as you can see, most of these don't have a lot of search volume. We can only consider fitness center near me or fitness gym near me. Those are the 2 keywords that have search volume. This one has lower, this one has higher. But this is something you can add back to the list if you think that these are the keywords that you might consider bidding on. This way you work through all the keywords, check if they have search volume, because not all keywords that AI suggested will have enough search volume, so you don't need them in your account. Once you checked all the keywords, add them here. Again, you can add the search volume next to each keyword as well. But as I said before, this is optional because you checked them already in the keyword tool. And if you selected to add them here, which means they have enough search volume for you to try and bid on them. Just make sure you don't have any keywords that have 0 volume because, well, there's no point of having them in the account. And now we have 3 columns filled with the keyword. Remember one thing, if the keywords from here are similar or the same with keywords in the keyword planner or the keywords that you enter yourself, remove them. We don't need duplicate keywords in these columns, just the distinct keywords that you can consider bidding on. Search term support can be found in your account and only works if you have traffic. So if you're just starting out, you can skip this part. Otherwise, keep watching. The search term report shows all the keywords exactly how people entered them when your ad showed up. As you know, your ad might show up when user search matches your keywords, but that match does not have to be exact. For example, if you have the keyword as a phrase match, gym near me, your ad might be shown for the search fitness near me. In your account, you will see data next to your original keyword that you have in your account, but you get insights into other terms, other keywords that match the ad. And this is where you use the search term report. All you have to do is go to your keywords, campaign ad group keywords, select the keyword and click on searched term report right here. It will appear. As you can see, even though I am bidding on the keyword AI ads as a phrase match, in my ad group, I get traffic from other related keywords as well. And the more traffic you have, the bigger this list will be. So I would recommend going through the list and see what keywords there are. Pick the keywords that show potential, but maybe you're not bidding on them. You can see all the data near it. You can add additional columns and you can compare them. Do some keywords have better CTR or better conversion rates? Should I add them or should I exclude them? In general, you can select the keywords you want to add to your ad group and just add as keywords. You can also exclude those keywords and add them as a negative keyword. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, if you do find keywords that you want to bid on, as I said, you can add them to the same ad group, but you can also just add them to the list and just run the whole list through Keyword Planner and see if there are additional keywords that be suggested for you that could be added to the whole list, to your campaign or to your ad group. Just looking at these keywords, I see that I may exclude some of them because maybe I don't want the word free in it, because this sort of says that people would want to use the the service for free, the service or the product for free, and they most likely will not either be able to pay or they will not want to pay. So this is something you can exclude immediately. Now, looking at all these keywords, it might give you a totally different perspective on how people search for it. And once you find the keywords you would like to bid on, take that list and run it through Keyword Planner to get even more insights into related terms. You may find additional keywords that your competitors aren't bidding, and you can add them to our table right here to complete the whole keyword research. Now, obviously, you don't have to do that, and once you have campaigns running, you don't have to add the keywords into the table each time. You can have, in a separate spreadsheet or just add them within the account. This table is just for learning purposes. Now, if you're creating a new campaign where you have more keywords, even though you have running campaigns, but maybe you're creating a campaign for a new product or service, then you may go still through the same setup. You can go through your business, keyword planner, AI, competitor research, and search term report if you have already traffic. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the search term report will not work. So once you have those keywords, add them to the list or add them immediately to your account. The search term tool is a great tool you'll be using a lot when you start working with keywords, because it's just a treasure trove of new keywords to be eliminated, and in general to understand how the whole search works. So we'll talk about in the optimization part of the course, but we'll definitely get back to it. Now I will show you how you can get quickly search volume for keywords that you have in this table. You can do this after each stage as we talked about it, or you can do it later. It's up to you. But remember that if your account is new, you don't have any spend on it, then you will see ranges for search volume. Now select the keywords you want to get the search volume and go to your keyword planner. Then select Get Search Volume, paste all your keywords, get started. Don't forget to change the area or languages. In this case, this is Los Angeles, and we see some of the search volume. Now, just click here and download planned historical metrics as CSV or Google Sheets, up to you. Now open the sheet that you have just downloaded. You see a lot of metrics. These are monthly search volume for each of the keywords. We need the first column. This is what we have, and we can just delete this. We don't need it. All we need is search volumes. This is average monthly searches. These are your keywords. All I need is this information, and just copy paste right here, values only. And now I have my keyword, and now I also have search volume. So you can do this for the keywords from the keyword planner, for the keywords that you thought of just looking at your business or your products, same for a competitor or search term report. So now you have the table full of keywords and the search volume next to them. Now that we have a list of keywords you want to bid on, we need to group them. But before we do that, let's discuss how your Google Ads account is structured to help you understand why you need to group the keywords in the first place. This is how your account looks. You have your account. In the account, you create campaigns. You can have a lot of campaigns. Search campaigns is one type of campaigns. There could be many search campaigns. Then you have display, YouTube, remarketing, and whatever. These are also campaigns, just different type. In the search campaign, you create ad groups. Now, the campaign can have just one ad group. It's a must, but it can have several ad groups. So it's nothing bad to have one ad group in one campaign, or have many, even 50 ad groups in one campaign. That depends on the structure, your business, and other factors that we'll get into later. But in the ad groups, we have ads and keywords. And ads and keywords go into an ad group, not in the campaign. On a campaign level, you set budget, you have the locations, languages, and other settings. The ad group contains ads and keywords. Here's the basic structure that you can use as an example. Now imagine we sell iPhone cases. So I can structure my account like this. I can have, let's imagine just one campaign, iPhone cases, and I can have additional campaign, which is usually recommended, is to have a brand campaign, which contains only one ad group that contains my brand keywords that either are my websites or my brand name. But let's get back to iPhone cases. In the iPhone cases campaign, I can have several ad groups. So I can have iPhone 14 cases, 15, 16, and the rest of the products in the ad groups. And then the keywords are sort of ad group specific, which means that in this ad group, I try to put keywords that relate to the name of the ad group. The name of the ad group usually comes from the keywords, not other way around. So if you have a group of keywords that relate to specifically iPhone 14 cases, then you put them in one group, and that becomes the ad group and, the ad group name. Same thing for iPhone 15 cases and closely related keywords, and so on and so forth. Now on the ad group level, Google usually control either there's a default CPC bid for all the keywords or a CPA bid. On the keywords level, obviously there's a match type. We'll talk about it a bit later. And you have manual CPC bids if you're on manual CPC bidding strategy. And then in the ad group as well, you have one responsive search ads, which is usually enough for small to medium accounts. For larger accounts and for testing, you may have more than one ad. This is a basic structure just so you have an image in your head. You know how this basically becomes this. You can have many keywords and you can have many ad groups and many campaigns. We'll talk a lot more about different campaign structures. I'll give you more examples on different business model and how I would structure that account. But this is so they have mental image why we need to group. And when we do group and we'll talk about it in a minute, this is what you can imagine. We talked a lot that Google is based on search, but there is a lot of information we can get from that search. Well, except maybe in this case. If someone enters just the word gym in Google Ads, it's quite broad. It's generic. It's hard to understand what exactly user wants entering gym. It could be anything related to gym, right? Now, compared to this keyword or a phrase, 24/7 fitness club with showers near me. Now, that's a lot more information than before. So it's pretty specific. It's narrow. It has features. So it has 24/7. So obviously a person wants 24/7 open club, fitness club. It has to have showers and it has to be near his or her location. So this is a lot more information. And we can agree that if someone entering this phrase into Google is a lot more willing to convert than this one. Obviously, it is based on hypothesis that specific searches usually have higher intent, and have higher intent usually means more conversions or better converting users. Now, it does not necessarily mean that gym keyword is bad. It's just broad. You still might bid on it, and it still might drive conversion. But since it's broad, it's really hard to write an ad for, and it's really hard to compete because it'd be a lot more gyms competing for that keyword. It's a lot easier to compete and bid and create ads and landing pages based on this keyword because it reveals information. And someone who's actually writing this search has already in their mind something that they actually want, right? So it's 24/7 showers near me. So you kind of know what to write in the ad, what kind of landing page to use, etc. So this, at least from looking at comparing the two keywords, this is a possibly more converting keyword. To easily understand these keywords and how broad they are and specific, I'd like to imagine a pyramid. Let's look at the specific example with shirts. They run from specific to broad. The broader the keywords, the more the search volume they have, which means more clicks. That's why they resemble a pyramid. As the bottom is the widest, it has the most volume, the same as with keywords. It also goes broader with search intent, not only volume. The broader the keyword, the lower the user's intent. Well, let's break this down. If you sell only women's shirts, you can exclude the bottom two keywords as they will not be relevant to you. You don't know if someone searching for shirt or white shirt actually has women's shirts in mind. They could be looking for men's shirts or children's shirts. So you're only left with the top three keywords. Now, if you don't have Dolce & Gabbana shirts or any of the brand shirts, this keyword is no good for you as well because, well, if someone searches for that keyword, where do you direct the user? On your page, right? If you don't have that specific brand. Now, if you do have white women's shirts, then it's fine. You can use the keywords as well as the woman's shirt. But those keywords are quite broad. Women's white shirts or women's shirts, it's pretty broad keywords now. So you probably end up spending a lot more. So you can use additional qualifiers like color, brands that you do have, sizes, styles, and the rest of additional information in the keyword to bid on instead of bidding on those two. This is a generic example of just one keyword and, to get the point across. Obviously, we have a lot more keywords, but you will need to decide which one to use. This is one of the concepts you can use. Identify, the broader ones, the specific ones, and which ones you need to eliminate, on which ones you need to focus, depending on, of course, your offering. If you have a limited budget, you start at the top, focusing on more specific keywords. If you want to capture more traffic, more different people, and cover more volume, you start at the bottom. What does that mean? With a limited budget, I'd instead bid on specific keywords to capture those more willing to buy rather than waste it on broader keywords. Broad keywords are not bad and might attract people who buy from you, but it might take longer and there might be more considerable competition, translating into larger spend. On the other hand, if you have bigger budgets and your goal is to start strong, advertise all product categories, you can start from the bottom of the pyramid. pyramid. With bigger budgets, it matters less how you start because you will eventually have many different keywords in your account, perhaps even all the keywords, all the relevant keywords to your specific business. With smaller budgets, you want to get that ROI fast. You want to return the money as soon as possible. And you want to know what keywords convert without spending a fortune. That's why you need to focus on specific ones with higher intent and with higher chance of purchase. Let's look at one of the examples for iPhone cases. In my research, I had focus on gym, but I also mentioned examples of iPhone cases. So let's say we are bidding or we have products or different iPhone cases. So I have several keywords here. Obviously, this is just an example. I would probably have a lot more keywords, but just to illustrate how we work later on with keywords, how we group them, rearrange them, and so forth, these keywords will be enough. So I have keywords, I have search volume. Now I have to rearrange according to how specific they are, how narrow, and how broad in order to understand on which keywords I need to focus. So this is what happens later, right? I know that these keywords are pretty specific, right? I know that the people searching for iPhone, I know that they're searching for cases, obviously, and I know that they're searching for a specific model. So I know that these keywords are good. Obviously, if I have iPhone cases for all of these models, if I don't have iPhone cases for iPhone 11, obviously this keyword should not be here. Let's assume I have cases for all the phones. So these are the keywords and these are the search volumes. Then we go into these keywords. So it gets broader, like the pyramid. So then we have iPhone cases. So this keyword is broad because we don't have a model. So we're not sure what the person is searching about. The person might have in mind a specific model, and I think they do, because you search for your own iPhone model, not just phone case in general, unless you're doing some research. But most people do have in mind a specific model, their model, but they just don't specify in the search. Obviously, they'll probably either look what the results will be after the search, and they will probably research it specifying the iPhone model. But nonetheless, this has 90,000 searches, as you can see. So even if this keyword is broader in its sense, this keyword's iPhone 14 Pro Max case or iPhone 15 cases have, like for example, iPhone 14 cases have the same amount of volume, and this keyword has a lot more search volume. Why this could be the case? Because this keyword or this phrase is searched by people looking for the newest models phone case. This is my guess, obviously, but since it's matching to iPhone 14, I would assume that someone searching for iPhone cases, they have in mind the current one. So they assume that whatever is in Google is based on their, what they have, on the model that they have, or the model that actually is new this year. So if we take now, today, at the time of recording, iPhone 16 is out. So people searching for iPhone cases most likely have in mind the newest iPhone 16, but we don't know that for sure. And then we go into cheap phone cases, and this is even broader because this does not specify iPhone at all. So we don't know what kind of phone they have. Same for plastic phone cases, leather phone cases, and phone cases in general, right? So this has the biggest search volume because it's just phone cases, right? Like any phone cases. So this is quite big. Like if I don't have all the phone cases, obviously this is not a keyword for me, including these ones. Now, I would assume they have in mind what kind of model they want. Obviously, they have some kind of model. So I would assume they're probably searching for like Samsung Galaxy plastic phone cases, or, if they had like leather cases, they don't assume that they have to enter the model. So they would just do like leather phone cases and assume that the search results will show a bunch of companies or shops or websites, and they can just click on the one they see that is most relevant. But these keywords, I would not bid on them if I only have iPhone cases. I only want to select what I have, right? We focus on the business because we want the fastest return. Obviously, if you have a big budget, then you can focus on these keywords as well. So obviously some of the traffic will not convert, but you'll get the rest of the traffic, which even though does not enter specifically iPhone cases or iPhone 14 cases, they do have in mind that specific phone, and you convert some of the traffic. So now we only focus on these keywords, and we can see that it's a sort of emerging theme of how we can group them and how we can create account structure. So obviously we have iPhone and the model. So we go next tab and we start thinking about the campaign name, which basically usually comes from the combination of products, right? So I have iPhone cases, cool. I have iPhone cases, and I can name the campaign iPhone cases, and I have ad groups based on the iPhone model. So I have iPhone 14, 15, and I'll add here all the keywords that relate to this specific model, right? So I can name iPhone 14 cases. Like the name doesn't matter, right? It's the keywords and the ads. The campaign name, the ad group doesn't have any impact on the performance. So I'll add here keywords that relate to this iPhone model because I know that ad specifically is targeted towards iPhone 14 cases. It can be a different variation of the keywords. So we have iPhone 14 cases, we have have, price, we have leather, it could be plastic iPhone 14 cases. I mean, it's basically the keywords you did the research before. So imagine we had a lot of keywords, we sort them, we understand that we want only keywords that reference specific iPhone model because we assume that the intent is a lot higher. So we group them into several ad groups. Obviously could be more. This is just an example. I can have a sort of generic, as it's called sometimes, generic ad group or even campaign. It depends on the budget and how much searches have these generic keywords. But generic keywords usually refer to something like this, right? You have iPhone cases. If you have ad groups, depending on the model, then you have generic ad group, which doesn't refer to a specific model, but may refer to iPhone cases in general, or, like custom iPhone cases, designer, plastic iPhone cases, leather iPhone cases, like basically any cases that relate to specifically iPhone. In some cases, you would want that to have as a separate campaign. The reason for this is that it has so much search volume. It has it's not a lot now, a lot less than this, but sometimes these generic keywords have a lot more volume. What happens is that if this ad group or generic keywords with large amounts of volume is in the same campaign as more specific ones, this ad group will eat all the budget, all the daily campaign budget from these keywords and these ad groups, meaning that most of the searches will go to here, most of the budget will go to here, then what's left will sort of go to different ad groups. And what you might see is that there's not enough search volume, or not search volume, there's not enough traffic for those specific models that have higher intent to convert. So in that case, you separate this ad group into a different campaign that maybe have just one ad group, and you have a separate budget, and sort of leave these ad groups with this campaign with these specific ad groups untouched so they can utilize the needed budget. So it depends. Sometimes you at the start already that you want to have it in a separate campaign with separate budget. You may not create it at all because you have limited budget and you want to focus on, as we talked before, you want to focus on what products you have and you want to get that ROI faster. You want your money back faster. And if you just had to bet, you obviously probably bet that, for example, someone searching for iPhone 14 cases price or online or sale or whatever has a lot more chances to convert than someone just entering iPhone cases. Just because of this reason, you may choose to start just with these 2 or 4 or whatever ad groups you have, depending on how many iPhone models you have. And you have to do it for all the keywords. If you're using my template, it might not be as convenient to have all the campaigns here. So all you can do is just clone, duplicate the sheet itself, and then use it for a different campaign. But for now, for learning purposes, imagine you have one campaign and you have to group the keywords into each ad group. And you'll see later why this is so important. You don't have to go through this process each time we create. Once you get the hang of it, once you do it several times, it will be just in your head. It's like the movie Matrix. The main guy starts seeing, the world around him like the Matrix. So this is the same thing what might happen to you when you look at keywords, and you immediately will be able to identify the ad groups, the campaign, the structure, and everything. But for the beginning, for the first few times, you just use the template. Either you use mine or you create your own and sort of go through that process to get the hang of it, and it will make things easier in the future. After you're done, you'll have one campaign, maybe even several campaigns if you're up for the task, with ad groups containing themed keywords, closely related keywords in the ad group. We talked about how keywords can be broad or specific. For example, the keyword shoes is very broad, as we have no idea what user wants. It can be anything. But the keyword men's brown leather winter shoes is quite specific. Someone searching for that keyword knows precisely what they want. The first keyword will have a lot of searches, and the second will have less. I hope by now you understand how keywords work and the role in Google search campaigns. Everything starts with a search on Google, and the essence is in how you select your keywords, bid on them, and structure your account. This brings me to another critical part about keywords, match types. Before we talked about the length of the keywords and their specificity. A keyword could be just one word or several words. We also used the pyramid technique to sort through the keywords. Now, a while back, Google mostly used syntax matching, which means that it matched specific words in users' search queries. With new technology, especially AI, Google started to better understand how people search, and they added an additional layer of semantic matching, basically looking at what those searches mean. This gives Google a broader understanding of each search, and that means means that the keyword you bid on can match a broader spectrum of searches. It has a downside, but I will talk about that later. Even though Google understands your keywords, it does allow you to specify how broad or narrow they can be. For that purpose, Google has keyword match types. In other words, you tell Google how its algorithm should perceive each keyword. There are three match types: broad, phrase, and exact. We'll start with exact match. This is the most specific match type. So in this example, if we have the keyword furniture store, your ads can match to that keyword furniture store or home furnishing shop. That is because Google might show your ad on the keywords that mean the same thing. So in this case, in Google's eyes, the furniture store and home furnishing shop is basically the same. Now the next match type is phrase match. It's a bit broader than that. So in this case, your ads will match to the keywords that has the same meaning or similar meaning, right? So now Google looks at a little bit broader understanding of the keyword. So if we have furniture store, then your ad might show up for keywords like cheap furniture stores, right? You have additional words. It might show up for a search like living room furniture deals, or what store is the best place to find a bedroom dresser. This is based on the meaning of the keywords. Furniture store, and these are all furnitures. Kind of makes sense. Do you really want to bid on those keywords? Well, that's another deal. And then we have a broad match type, which basically is the broadest. And in this case, Google just can match anything that relates to your keyword. In this case, Google goes pretty wild. So if you have furniture store, it can match you to searches like home decor or, cream colored leather sectional. Now, are these keywords the ones that are good for your business? I mean, home decor and furniture store, you kind of understand that they relate, but home decor is a bit different than furniture. And if you take cream colored leather sectional, you might not have that furniture. You might have something different. So it becomes quite broad, and this is where you might spend a lot of money if you're not really careful. The biggest question usually is what match type to use when you're starting out. There is no one golden rule, but best practice is to think about this. If you have a smaller budget, you'll usually be better off starting with exact match keywords because there's a lot more control when your ads show up. And this, you sort of secure yourself from these broad match keywords that may not relate to what you have. Now with bigger budget, and especially with conversion tracking in place, and if you have a lot of conversions, you can start with broad match keywords. But this is only good if you're using automated bidding strategies, because bidding strategies combined with conversions, then the algorithm learns from those conversions and then it sort of adjusts and matches broader spectrum of keywords, but only those keywords that have higher chance of converting. So this is what needed to start broad match. Otherwise, use exact match. If you want to go a little broader, at some time you can use phrase match, but now it's sort of more like either use exact match or use a broad match with automated bidding strategies and conversions. Now, how the matching works. So this is where the match comes into play. But first of all, Google checks if you have an exact match keyword in your account. So exact match keyword that matches the search. So this is the first step. If you don't have exact match keyword in the account that matches the search, then Google looks for all the match types and chooses the most relevant keyword to match to users' search. And then we have ad rank that didn't change. You have an ad rank based on quality score and your bid, and then you enter the auction. So that's why sometimes it's better to start with exact match, because it checks the search query, and if it finds the exact match keyword in your ad group, then it matches your ad, and then the whole thing begins. So with a smaller budget, it's easier to control things. So if we go back to our structure, it's just a small example of it. We had keywords, you have an ad group, you have keywords, and you can use the match type, either specify the match type in the table or do it later in the account. It doesn't really matter. I'll show you later when creating an account how to change the match type in the account. It's pretty easy. I usually go without match types in my spreadsheets, in my drafts, and then sort of adjust the match type once on the account. But you know that the match type has specific symbols, how it's marked. You can spot a notation here. So if a keyword doesn't have anything like here and no notations, then it's a broad match. Otherwise, it's either phrase or exact. So you can go into your spreadsheets and select all the keywords turn them into phrase or exact. It's up to you. As I said, I do it in the account, and I'll show you later how to do it as well. Now, this is a test that I did a little bit a while back, maybe less than a year ago. This account had not a lot of exact match keywords, but as you can see here, phrase match has the better ROAS, right? Return on ad spend. It has the most conversions, then followed by broad match and then exact match. So in this case, most of the keywords were broad or phrase match. Now, if I had all the broad match, maybe my ROAS would be even lower or at least similar, but not as high as phrase match. So it also depends on the business, on the account, the budget, the country. So there is no one golden rule. And the only thing that if you have a small budget, I definitely insist to start with only exact match because you have better control. Otherwise, test it. If you have a lot of conversions like here, you can test the bidding strategies all the time depending on a bunch of things. There's a lot of text in this slide, but you can stop the video and read it through. But I'll repeat some of the things. With a limited budget, use exact or phrase match keywords sometimes, although phrase match is sort of in the middle, but most experts and people use either exact or broad match. So phrase kind of becomes irrelevant at this point, and I would not be surprised if Google will phase out the phrase match, leaving just exact or broad. Some say even just broad, but hopefully it will not come to that. Don't use broad match keywords without an automated bidding strategy, so that's TCPA or ROAS, without Google knowing what keywords convert. I mean, it's easy to spend on a lot of searches that are irrelevant to your business. With bigger budgets from $5,000 or euros a month, you can use broad match plus automated bidding strategy and also test it against, let's say, your previous strategy. And as I said, and I'll repeat it again, no match type is the best. You don't have to pick one. If someone tells you that one is a lot better than the other, take it with a grain of salt. It depends on a lot of factors. Match types are here to control the traffic, and a combination of match types gets you better insights. It helps you steer the machine learning. There's a bunch of different strategies, and if it works for your account, don't touch it and don't change it because it's trending or other people are saying it's better. A few additional notes on the match types. Now, you don't have to use an exact match or a phrase match keyword in the same ad group. You don't have to do that. It's used to work a while back, not so much anymore. Phrase match will do the job capturing, all other searches. So you don't have to do that. You can try, but it's not necessary to do that. However, you can have an ad group with all exact matches, or even campaign with all ad groups using just exact match time. That's fine if you want to really control when the ad is shown and control your spend. So this is the best match type to start with. The most common mistake is that don't leave the same keyword with different match types in different ad groups or campaigns. It's an old strategy and it's not really working anymore. At this point, just look at the budget, and if you have less than 2,000 euros or dollars per month and you're in a pretty much competitive niche, I would start with exact match keywords, and then once I get more conversions, you can try testing one or two campaigns using broad match keywords and automated bidding strategy. Otherwise, you might not get a good results if you just right off the bat start with broad match, and you might not get enough conversions for the AI tools and AI learning and the whole machine learning to kick in to optimize your keywords and your campaigns for you. So I guess this is the only sort of rule that you can use: budget and your niche and your competitiveness to start with. Negative keywords are words that you don't want your ad to appear with. You might wonder why we talked so much about targeting the right keywords and selecting them. The reason, as I mentioned when we talked about match type, is that Google might match more searches with your ad even though you have an exact match type. Negative keywords can help you control what searches your ad matches to even further. No matter what match type you use, you might get your ad shown for related semantic searches. Sometimes it's great because someone who searched for you found your business. Other times it is not, as your ad was shown with a search for something you don't have. Google thought it's the right call, but you have nothing to offer for that person who clicked the ad and you just wasted a click. In this case, you want Google to know that particular search is not relevant, and you don't want your ad to be shown with that keyword anymore. For example, if you have a keyword as a phrase match or even exact match in your account, your ad might show if someone searches blue women's shoes. If you have blue shoes, that's great. But what if you don't and still want to keep your phrase match keyword? You want the ad not to show up when someone searches for anything with the word blue. And in this case, use a negative keyword blue in your ad group or even campaign. You can add keywords before starting a campaign. When we work with keywords, when we try to find all the keywords that are suitable for your business, you might also notice that some of the keywords don't relate to the business. So you can pick those keywords and sort of add them to another column as a main negative list. We'll talk a lot more in depth about keywords and how to optimize your campaigns with negative keywords. But at this point, I just want to remember that you can collect find or think of some keywords before starting a campaign, which means that you can just have them somewhere on hand and then you will be able to apply them to the campaign before starting. At the same time, you can do that after the campaign started because you have a tool such as Search Time Report, which shows how exactly someone searched and when the ad was shown. So you can use that as well along with the keyword planner. So it's both ways, both strategies work. It's not even strategies, both ways work. And we'll get into that a bit later. You can add the keywords on the account level, on the campaign level, or the ad group level. On which level to add, we'll talk in the next videos when we talk about how to optimize campaigns. So now just remember one thing. There are keywords that you can add that will signal Google to not trigger your ad. Those keywords are called negative keywords or negative. There's a bunch of strategies how to use them and we'll talk about them later. But now if you do encounter some of the words that you don't want your business to relate, just note them down somewhere, either in my template that if you use one, then in a separate column, or just note it down anywhere you like, and we'll get to that a bit later. We talked about the structure before while filling out my template. Now let's go through some of the structure examples for different businesses. But before we do that, let's get over some of the basics for the campaign structure. Remember that these are just the guidelines. They're not set in stone, so small deviations are okay as long as your campaigns are performing. So you don't have to adhere to all the basics, just have these in mind while creating campaign structure. Example, you should go for about 15-20 keywords per ad group. Now, there could be less and could be more, but if you go with a lot of keywords, it'd be hard to manage and your results can be suboptimal. So try to keep within that number. Separate ad groups for different services or products. Remember, keep a tightly theme for each ad group, so the keywords in the ad group has to be tightly related. 1 RSA per ad group, 1 responsive search ads per ad group. Well, this is the minimum. You can have an ad group without any ads. If you have bigger accounts, bigger budgets, and a lot of impressions, you can have 2 responsive search ads in 1 ad group. If you're running automated bidding strategies like target CPA or maximize conversions, Google recommends a minimum of 30 conversions, but that's a minimum and it does not always work for all the businesses. So have that in mind, and most likely you might need a lot more conversions. Don't make more campaigns than are necessary. When we go to keywords, the usual question is how many keywords should I have? Well, as many as needed to promote your product or service. It's not about the quantity of the keywords, it's the quality. If you have low budget, start with the high intent keywords. If you have big budget, you can start with a lot more keywords if they're producing results. It is recommended to keep account or campaigns more or less consolidated. There are times that you would like to separate campaigns or ad groups. Now, it has to be a good reason to do that. And one of the reasons is that, for example, one of your ad groups in your campaign is eating up all the budget and there's not a lot left for other ad groups. Then you can separate that ad group into a different campaign with its own budget. And that's a pretty good reason. You want to control the spend or the budget for specific keywords or ad groups, then you separate them in a different campaign. At the same time, maybe you want to control the bidding strategy or change the bidding strategy for some of the keywords. So some of the keywords you want to run on manual CPC, for example, and then you want to try different keywords with, let's say, a maximize conversions strategy. This is 2 separate campaigns. You would like to add different locations, or there's a big differences in performance by location. In this case, you may separate campaigns by location. Now, I usually advise to have different campaigns for different locations. For example, different countries. If you're running, for example, a campaign in the United States where there's a lot of states, you can have a campaign for the whole United States. On the other hand, with lower spend or lower budget, you may want to target specific states instead of that. Should you have separate campaigns for each state? That depends on your performance. Usually, you would not start with that unless, as I mentioned here, you have really different performance metrics based on state. For example, if one state performs really well and the other is lagging, you may separate the performing one to a different campaign and then, for example, increase the budget or the bids because it does perform a lot better. Similarly, you can do that with keywords. If you start with one campaign, let's say even one ad group, there might be keywords that perform really well and the ones that don't perform at all. So you can separate those into different campaigns with a different budget. The goal here, or of separation into different campaigns, is that you want to control the spend and maybe allocate a bigger spend, a bigger budget for the keywords that are performing well, and maybe reduce the spend for the keywords that don't perform that well, but still give them a chance to perform. So in this case, you again control the spend. You allocate most of the spend to the best keywords, and you still keep the worst performing keywords keywords, but then you lower the spend, for example. There's also a question as whether you should have a different campaigns for different devices. And the answer is usually you don't. This does not make any sense. For that, you can use bid adjustments in your campaign. On a campaign level, you can reduce or increase bids for specific devices. Now, there is an exception, however, similar to the countries or the states or the keywords. Now, if you see a huge difference in performance for those devices, you can, again, for a better spend control and better performance and better ROI, separate campaigns by device. For example, you can separate a mobile-only campaign from a desktop and assign different budgets, maybe even different bidding strategies. That's up to you, but that has to be based on performance and not on anything else at all. So our first example is a simple e-commerce, and I used it a little while ago. Let's imagine we have a small e-commerce store that sells iPhone cases. We have limited models. For this example, let's say we have iPhone 14, 15, and 16 cases, and that's about it. And we have a small budget up to, let's say, $3,000. Now, in this case, this is how I'd probably structure this campaign or this account. You have iPhone cases campaign. I'll probably start with just one campaign. Now, obviously, this is just search campaigns, and the course focuses on search ads. Now, if you would have an e-commerce store, you'd probably try shopping campaigns, performance max, remarketing. So this is only focuses on search campaigns because running search campaigns as an e-commerce store is also good. So then I have two campaigns. One is iPhone cases and the other is brand campaign. Always separate brand keywords, do a different campaign, and then usually do the manual CPC, which is enough. I know some people suggest impression share bidding, but I would start with manual CPC and see how it goes and then test if necessary. So we have one brand campaign that contains my brand keywords, which is basically either my website or a brand name itself. We have negative keywords on the campaign level, exact keywords from other campaigns. We have one responsive search ad, and driving people to homepage usually is fine because it's a brand campaign. Now, a small hack or a tip or a trick, if you will, is sometimes you can use, let's say, a sales page in the brand campaign, and that goes for any structure or any business, especially during the holidays such as Cyber Monday and Black Friday. You might use your landing page and direct people to discounts and sales and whatnot in your brand campaign instead of directing to a homepage. A small trick people use to promote current discounts that they have on the website. Other times it's fine to use the homepage because people do expect to land on a generic page because they use brand keywords. As for other campaign, we have, as I mentioned, one campaign, and then I would have ad groups for each of the model because these are different things, right? First of all, it's a different keyword. They talk about different iPhone models. Second of all, I want to mention these specific models in the ad. And third of all, I want to direct them to a specific model-specific landing page. This is why I have three separate ad groups. So the keywords, again, resonate the ad group or the main theme. So here I would have exact match keywords. You can start with different matchups. I'd have exact match keywords for iPhone 14 cases or iPhone cases, durable iPhone 14 cases, iPhone 14 cases price online, and the rest of the variations of the same keyword. The same goes for other ad groups. It's just instead of 14, you have 15 and 16. Now, as for location, I assume you'd probably start in one country. Again, if you have a big country, we're starting in a big country such as US, you might try just a few states if you have information that those states convert better. If no, you can try, advertising for the whole country. Bidding strategies, I'm not gonna advise for specific bidding strategy. I did on the brand campaign, which is equally the same for in the business niche. I mean, you start with manual CPC. As for other campaigns, whether it's products or services, it mostly depends on budget and the impressions you get and how much search volume your keywords have. The reason is that the automated bidding strategies need conversions. If you have conversions, then you can test the bidding strategy. So that's why I'm not recommending a specific strategy. If you have conversions right off the bat or had previously before, then you can just start with maximize conversions or target CPA because you already have the data and Google will learn faster. If the account is new and the budget is small or there's a niche area, then I'll probably start with manual CPC and exact match keywords, get those conversions in, and then test the bidding strategy. I always recommend test. Like, don't listen to the best practices. You have to find what's working for your business specifically and not in general, right? So first start with whatever makes more sense to you and then test the other things, right? So I'm not going to recommend any bidding strategies. For smaller budgets, niche areas, it's probably better to start with exact match because you control better. You'll get the same conversions. I mean, either way you're bidding for the same keywords, you'll get conversions if everything else is set up correctly, and then you can test it. So exact match keywords as a negative keywords on a campaign level, you might add older iPhone models such as 12, 13 because you don't have them. So exclude them not to get those search queries, and you had to be shown, and some people accidentally clicking your ad to find out that you don't have the product. We'll probably try accessory keywords such as chargers, and then maybe think of other keywords. Again, as we talked before, while doing keyword research, you can run search query report if you have historical performance in the account. If you don't, you can use keyword planner to find keywords that are not related. Again, so while doing the keyword research for the ones you want to bid on, you usually will find some negative keywords you want to exclude. So this can be done on the campaign level. Then we have ads, and in this case, I'd probably recommend to have one ad. It's fine. Again, if you have more impressions on the larger volume keywords, you can have two responsive search ads if you write a different ad, right? So you don't have to have two ads that are quite similar. There's no reason for that. They will just share impressions and will take longer to learn. So just have one ad. There's a bunch of headlines you can enter and descriptions, so it's fine, unless you have a really good idea about the second ad and it's quite different from the first one. The landing page, of course, is a category-specific landing page. Obviously, you want direct users from this keywords to the category page, which contains iPhone 14 cases. And same goes for 15 and 6. You're not recommended to direct them to a home page or any other page. Now, exceptions sometimes can be, again, similarly to brand campaign, a sales or a discount page. This works sometimes, but it can backfire as well. Now, people look for a specific iPhone case. They might buy something that is on sale, but again, only if iPhone 15 case is on sale as well. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sell to someone a different case for a different model, right? If I have iPhone 15, I'm not going to buy an iPhone 14 case just because it's on sale. So if you do have a sales page that contains all the models on sale, you might use that as a landing page for any of these just to see if, you can sell the people different discounted cases. Otherwise, it's just specific e-commerce product category. Now let's talk about local gym. I mentioned it before, I think, where we're doing keyword research, but imagine we have a local gym. Of course, it has some of the features, not all of the features that maybe a huge gym has, but let's imagine it has some of it. It's obviously limited in some area, right? It's a local gym located in some neighborhood. And again, a similar budget, maybe even smaller, because local gyms most likely will have a lower budget. So we have gym, again, similar structure. I have brand campaign separate into a different campaign. Everything else seems the same. You have the website, you have the exact match keywords from here excluded in the brand campaign. And then I would probably start with a gym plus location keywords, such as gym in Manhattan or gym in specific neighborhood. Then I would have gym plus features. So in this ad group, I will list my features. So gym with pool or 24-hour gym, or gym with sauna, or whatever the features you have. And then I would probably see if fitness is a good fit, right? Because I know that people do search fitness club instead of gym. So I probably try to separate that into a different ad group because it's a different keyword. Although it kind of means the same. In general, people want the same thing, right? They want to go in and do fitness, go to the gym and work out, but it's still a different word. So the intent might be different and the click-through rate might be a little bit different. So I want to see if those keywords related to fitness in general have, different metrics basically. If not, I'll probably maybe combine them into the same ad group as like other keywords. But for me, a fitness club is something different than, let's say, gym in Manhattan or gym with pool. So I want to see them in a different ad group, write specific ads that mention fitness in the ad, right? So I'll start probably with this. Let's imagine that's all we have. So gym plus location, obviously going to be more locations, all the keywords exact match. Again, with the gym campaign targeting, as we mentioned here, it's a limited area. So I would not do the whole country, right? No matter in what country you are, there's no reason to advertise in the whole country. You probably start with a city, an area, or state. Let's say US. State is probably even state is too big for US for a local gym. So you use a city, the zip code, and there's a radius targeting as well. So you do a kilometer or mile radius around your location. So it covers a specific area around your gym. So you can try either of this depending on what is better. As for negative keywords, this is a bit different. So on a campaign level, for the whole campaign, I'll probably exclude some of the big gym brands, not to get the traffic from the people who are looking for, these huge chain gyms that are in every city. I'd probably exclude features that I don't have. For example, if I don't have sauna, I would exclude that. If I don't have like TRX training or specific equipment, I would probably add that as negative keywords for the whole campaign. On the ad group level, I would probably exclude fitness from this ad group and this ad group, because in Google's eyes, if you use even if you use exact match, I'm not talking even about phrase or broad match, but even if you use exact match, the fitness, club, and gym in Google's eyes is quite similar. And we know that exact match is not like specifically exact, right? 100% exact. It will still match some of the queries that are very closely related to your exact keyword. So in this case, I want to see a totally separate ad groups, right? I don't want to mix in fitness with gym. So here I will add the keyword gym as a negative, just to get the traffic that is just focused on fitness. And for this ad group, I'll add fitness as a negative keyword, just to focus on the gym keywords. You can exclude the keywords from each ad group to sort of even better separate them and tell Google that, okay, so if someone searches gym, I want to show these ads. If someone searches for fitness, I want to show these ads. For the ads, it's quite similar as well. It's not a big account, it's not a big spend, so I'll probably have one ad for each of the ad group. And for the landing page, now smaller gyms or smaller companies usually have one website. There's not a lot of landing pages or like pages that you can use on a landing page. I'd probably use a homepage at the beginning, unless I see that it's either not really suitable for paid ads. But usually using homepage is fine because, well, there's not a lot of expectations for people to go into specific things. Now, if you have like a features page, some gyms do like separate what they have in the gym, like what the equipment is and the pictures. You may direct, let's say from these keywords for this ad group, you can use the landing page that goes directly to features, or as I said, equipment, or things about the gym, because it might be more suitable. But the only thing is that you have to make sure that that page also contains the call to action, or CTA, or the CTA is like above is visible, so the users are not confused where to apply to the gym. Otherwise, using homepage is fine at the beginning. If you see that no one's signing up or calling or whatever, then you can think about creating a dedicated landing page specifically for paid campaigns, which is usually recommended. But again, we're talking about the start, right? So you don't know for sure whether you would need the landing page. So starting with what you have and getting that information is better than thinking about, oh, I need to create a landing page, creating one, and then finding out that maybe it's not as necessary as you thought. And the last example is a small to medium sized business, and it does accounting for small and medium businesses. It has two services, basically it does accounting, and let's say it does payroll, for example. So we separate that as like a separate service. Again, a smaller budgets, somewhere below 3,000, maybe 2,000 euros or dollars. And similar structure. Again, I'm just showing that it's usually a small account structure. If you do have bigger budget, obviously you have like more campaigns, but again, separated if you have a specific reason to separate them. It's either if for example this accounting company will be international, then you probably have more campaigns and they would be directed to each of the countries, right? So they have ads for United States, maybe UK, Germany, France, Italy, because they would be most likely in different language, would use local keywords, Italian or German, and they have different landing pages. So you'd have more campaigns if you have an international business. Now, this is a local small company. And I'm giving an example of a small business because it's usually a little bit harder in the sense to do structure for accounts with a smaller budget. I find it's a lot easier when you have like 100,000 a month or 1 million a month, then most likely you want to advertise everything. And what changes is basically you do campaigns depending on, it's either a country or a big product group or a big service group. Otherwise, it kind of is the same. If you have an e-commerce store, you may have one or two campaigns. Let's say, for example, women clothing and men clothing. The ad groups will be still different based on the product. Similarly, what we talked before in the first example with iPhone cases. It's still an ad group per product category, if you will. Now, getting back to our accounting. So again, brand campaign, nothing changes here. And then we have the location for a campaign for the accounting services, right? So I guess in this case, it depends. Now, you might start locally. So it might be a state or a city, depending on the size of it, or it might be a country. So it depends on the service. Both are okay. Now, ad groups, I would do 3 ad groups at this point. So I have accounting in general, right? Like small business accounting keywords. So I'll try to focus, since the service is focusing on the accounting for small to medium businesses, I want my keywords to contain that as well. So the qualifier here is small businesses, right? Or medium businesses. So I would find the keywords that have obviously accounting, but they also are about small business. So small business accounting, I'll call accounting. And then I know that some people call bookkeeping. So I have small business bookkeeping in a separate ad group because it's a different word. And I want to use that in the ad as well. So the landing page might be the same, right? Because it's the same service. But for the keywords, they're different. So I want to show in the ad a small business bookkeeping or bookkeeping for small businesses. So I want to emphasize that in the ad because I believe, at least at the start, that it will get more clicks because it resonates better with the search query. And then we have, let's say, a payroll, like a specific service they provide. So I can focus on that. Maybe there are other more, so it'll be another ad group. But again, this is, even though it's accounting in general, right, it's still a specific keyword and people look for that keyword. Like if there are search volume for a keyword payroll for small business, and there is, I checked, I want to keep it in separate ad group because it's a specific service that they need. So maybe they don't need anything else. Maybe they just need that. And, showing this ad for accounting, it's as if you're saying that, oh, we do all the accounting, but what person is asking, hey, cool that you do all accounting, but I need the payroll. So it kind of answers the question a little bit better. And I want to keep that in a separate ad group. And of course, target keywords that relate to payroll and small businesses. Now, as the for negative, on a campaign level, I would probably exclude, again, similarly, big names in the industry because people would probably look for that a lot more. So you may get clicks. And obviously, the people who searching for the big names are probably not your clients or not your target audience. And services I don't provide. Now, accounting is, I'm not sure, but accounting is probably a big area. There's a lot of services you can provide, but small to medium business most likely don't need the whole package. It's not a corporate company. So I'll probably remove everything that I don't do just to make sure that there are no searches, because if you don't provide it and people search, they end up on your website, they may call or email, and then you're just wasting time explaining them that, oh, we don't provide that. So just wasted click and wasted time. On the ad group level, I'll probably, again, similarly exclude each keywords from each other ad group because I don't want to mix payroll with accounting. And as we know, Google matches what seems like the same keywords or are similar keywords, even if you use exact match. In this case, I will just exclude the keywords. I want to keep small business accounting in one ad group, and then bookkeeping in the other ad group, and payroll in the third ad group. And I want to show specific ads. As for the landing page and ads, I'll have, again, one ad, unless, as I mentioned before, you have an idea for a totally different ad and you want to see how it goes, then you can have two. It's fine. If you have a service-specific landing page, for example, you may have a page on the website that talks about, like a payroll service, right? So what is the payroll and what it includes, and maybe even the price. Then I would use that page as a landing page because someone searching payroll for small businesses, they are considering that service specifically, and most likely will be more happier if you direct them into the payroll page where, you explain more about the service, and then there's a contact form or a phone number or whatever you need, right? Accounting and bookkeeping are kind of the same, so you might use the same landing page for both. If the company is small, most likely your whole website will be about accounting. So in this case, a homepage, similarly to Gym, is also fine because it does relate to the keywords, it does relate to the ads, and the user will be fine with it because it kind of answers what they were looking for. Later, if you see that it's not converting, or get a feedback or something else, like you see data that shows that it's not good to have a homepage, then you can create a dedicated landing page for just paid ads. It could be a page that combines all of the services together, sort of like a generic paid landing page with like a CTA and the form, all the benefits and the features and etc. Or you can create 3 pages. Page dedicated to payroll, to bookkeeping, to accounting, maybe there's like a startup accounting or any other services that you provide. So a different page for each of the service. That's also good because it might increase quality score, it might reduce your price, and the user might be more happy and convert a lot better. But that's only later if you know that whatever you have right now does not convert. We're talking about starting faster, easier, and to get that ROI as fast as possible, because you want that when you start Google Ads. You don't want to just experiment stuff, right? You want your ads to produce ROI as soon as possible, as fast as possible. So you start with whatever you have, test that, see if it works. And if it does, then maybe there's no need to change things. And only later through experiments, change things carefully, understanding what works and what not. So don't overcomplicate things where it's not necessary to do so. Making sure a potential customer sees your ad is just the beginning of an effective campaign. You must also capture that person's attention and make them click. This is a search ad or a screenshot of it, and you can see that by the word sponsored just above the ad. So you're competing with these ads as well as with the organic search results, because people tend to click on whatever that might give them the answers to what they're looking for. Now here's another ad. Tell me, these ads are good. At first glance, it might seem okay. We have a search Mercedes summer tires, and we have Mercedes-Benz here, Mercedes-Benz. So they look okay. But are they really? I looked for Mercedes summer tires, and none of the ads have summer tires in them. There is one qualifier, summer tires. None of the ads mention that. Is it important? It's hard to tell, but it should be. If I mentioned summer in the ads as well, it would most likely get more clicks, as it answers my query better. To write a good answer, you have to match it to the question or keywords. And you can do it only if the keywords in the ad group are closely matching together, or if there's just one keyword. That's why we worked on grouping keywords and creating a structure. So your ads has to ace it. This is the real job. Attract users' attention, get a click, set expectations. Attention, click, expectations. If you remember this, you won't have a problem creating a great ad. This is also important because you don't have a lot of space when writing search ads. You can create up to 16 headlines and 4 descriptions. The maximum headline length is 30 symbols and 90 symbols for description. You have to be short and precise. You don't have a lot of space to convince the user to click. As you can see, you will have 3 headlines at a time and 2 descriptions showing. So this makes it even more challenging to meet the user's expectation. In the Excel template you downloaded, you might have noticed numbers near each line, near each headline. Those numbers measure length. It's a simple Excel formula that helps you stay on point and not exceed the limit. Before we worked on grouping keywords into specific ad groups. We know what user wants. We grouped keywords so that the ad group only contains the ones that are closely related to one another. With these keywords in separate ad groups, it is easier to write specific ads that answer specific search query. We have to write an ad that is around those keywords in the ad group. Notice how a good structure makes it a lot easier and effortless to create a great ad that matches user search and intent. You see the keywords, you can write the ads that are directed to those keywords. Now in my template, I'm not using the maximum amount of headlines because there's 16 possible, so just take a lot of space. But it's recommended that you write more. I mean, the minimum amount of headlines is 3 and 2 descriptions. You don't have to write 16, but it's usually recommended to write more just to have different text rotate and let Google decide what texts work better. What I like about the template is that you can see the keywords right here, and then you have to write ads for these keywords. So it's easy to stay on point and to write the ads that answer those keywords specifically, which means that increases the chance of a click. Of course, after a while, you don't need to put all the campaigns here or work on the ads here and use this template. This is just at the beginning, so you understand the process and how it works. It will be in your head later on, and you won't have to do that for all the campaigns and all the ad groups. There's one last part which is often overlooked. It's the landing page. It's the page where you will direct the users after they click the ad. So it's kind of important because if you direct them to a wrong place, a chance of conversion drops significantly. Usually, if you have keywords, for example, in our case, if this is an e-commerce site, I would probably direct users to a category of the specific products. In this instance, it's iPhone 14 cases. So if this was my store, I would probably have category for iPhone 14 cases, a different category, a different page for this ad group or the ad, and so on and so forth. So the rule is to direct users to the most specific place on the website, depending on the keywords. So you group the keywords in the ad group, you write ads specific to those keywords to select the page that corresponds to the ad and the keywords. That's the key here, for the user not to be confused when they land somewhere else on the page, right? So usually you would have a page or a category or a subcategory on your website to direct users to that specific part. But don't worry if you don't have a page for each of your ad groups, right? Just pick the one that resonates the most with that keyword theme in your ad. Your goal is to keep users heading on the right path and not to confuse them by selecting a landing page that has nothing to do with what the people wanted. And by that, I mean what they searched for. Writing ads can be a tedious task, especially if you haven't done it before. And the text limit does not help either. But trust me, it will get a lot easier over time once you write a lot more ads. If you haven't written search ads, it might be hard and confusing. To get you started, I will share some tips on creating great ads. I tried most of them and all of them work. Obviously, not for all the businesses. I hope in the short term it will help you to get started, but later, with more experience, you will develop your own tips, tricks, and secrets. But whatever you do, don't lie in the ad. Don't exaggerate too much. Firstly, users will form wrong expectations and be disappointed when they click through. Secondly, Google might not like it, either disapprove the ad or worse, you might get banned. So let's dive in. Be unique. Use anything you have that others don't. Emphasize that in your ad. If anything is handmade, use that. If you have better prices, better quality, shorter shipping times, whatever you have that is different, unique, or others don't, use that in the ad. Use the word free. It's really a great word. It still works. I mean, it's probably the best word in the marketing as well. People like to get stuff for free. So if you have anything that you can give out for free, obviously use it. It could be free shipping, it could be free guides, free case studies, anything that obviously is not a trick or a lie, but these ads, the words in the ads definitely works. Now, in this case, we have a free trial. This is common to a SaaS businesses, but trust me, it definitely works. The numbers also are commonly used in the ad. So if you can always use that, whether it's a price, a percentage, or a quantity, whatever you can think of, use that. I mean, usually you would see price discounts being used as numbers because this is the most common thing to show the discount. But if, for example, other competitors don't specify the price, then you can use that and see if that actually helps to get more sales. Now, repeating the main keywords is sort of a older strategy a little bit, but it still works. Now, you don't have to overdo it. Don't use keywords in each headline, in each description, but repeating it here and there still has an impact, or at least you can test it. Also, don't forget that you can use a synonym of that specific keyword. For example, that could be a mobile phone or a cell phone. That of course might depend whether you're in UK or in US, but in general, it can help as well to put a different spin on this basically the same keyword. Time-based words like now, today, soon also are able to increase click-through rates. It relates to the sense of urgency in one way. So if you can use the words, then definitely try to incorporate them into your headlines or descriptions. I tested some of them; they actually work. Of course, they work better if you combine with the discount or that you're giving out something for free, right? So sign up now to get a free shipping or something similar. The word download might not be applicable to all the businesses, but if you do have something similar with the word free, then you can include that in your headlines or descriptions and let the people download whatever you have. It could be, again, the guide, it could be a brochure, it can be anything else like a cheat sheet or a template. These work great because people love to download stuff, especially if the downloads are for free. The question mark and exclamation point, these are great because they kind of evoke curiosity as well. So like one of the common things is to sort of repeat the keyword or the search with the question mark, sort of re-asking the person, are you looking for an email template, shopping for leather jackets, question mark. So this is an interesting strategy. I usually try to include one or two question marks in the ads in general in the account just to see how it performs. You can't use a lot of them in the ad, so it's basically one question mark per ad or exclamation point. But just try it out and see if it actually applicable is to your products or service and if it actually works. The word buy, I would be careful with that. It's applicable for a bottom of the funnel keywords where the person is searching for something and includes the word buy as well, like for example, iPhone 16 buy or iPhone 16 sale or iPhone 16 price or iPhone 16 near me. The keywords that indicate that they are more or less ready to make a commitment, make a purchase or sign up, then you might use the word buy, and that works sort of as a filter and sort of enforces the person's need to get the item. So you can use it, just use it carefully, because if you use it with the more broader keywords where the person is just researching some of the stuff, it might scare the person away. I love the word get. I mean, it's probably the second best thing after buy that indicates an action. So instead of using buy, for example, if your keywords are a little bit broader and the person is researching some of the stuff or just like browsing, the word get is ideal. Get started, get template, get cheat sheet, get guide, get a brochure, and everything that can be get. Then you can use that in your ad and see how it works. Trademark symbol. Usually there's a shortcut on your keyword that actually has the symbol. Ideally, you would probably use on the brand campaigns. It doesn't matter whether you actually have a trademark term name or whatever. It's just a symbol you can use. There's no police for that. If you might in the ads, obviously you can't claim it elsewhere and say that it's illegally binding. But it just it's a trick that works sometimes. Usually, as I said, on the brand campaigns, but you can try using with different other words as well. Similar to the above, the registered icon or symbol that also is a shortcut on your keyboard also works. It's not applicable widely because you're not going to put it on some random words, usually some kind of products. But if you do resell stuff, for example, if you sell iPhone cases or MacBooks or whatever, or Samsung phones, you might use that as well to like specify that it's a registered trademark or a registered brand or trademark brand, and see if that symbol alone sort of differentiates your ad from the rest of the group. And last one is, well, I would say exclusively for brand campaigns, it's the word official. So if you are using a lot of brand campaigns, the word official is quite common. I would use, like mywebsite.com, an official website or an official website of something. And that is just sounds, well, more official, but honestly, it works. It just works. It sounds common sense, sounds logical. It's an official web, and it kind of differentiates from other competitors that might be bidding on your brand as well. So it's a cool sort of two-in-one strategy. And if you do use brand campaigns that are bid as well, definitely try using official, registered, or trademark symbols along with it as well. So here you have 12 tips. Obviously, there are more things to consider and more trips, but these will help you to get started with ad creation quite easily. Use one of the things that work, either it's numbers or free or download or get. It just will make you a little bit easier to understand how the ads are created. Obviously, make sure your ads are around your common keyword theme in your ad group. Ad assets are small content pieces in your ads that make your ads more informative and more attractive to users. To maximize the performance of your responsive search ads, Google Ads selects which additional assets to show in response to each individual search on Google. For that reason, it's a good idea to use all the assets relevant to your business goals. What you have to know is that not assets are shown every time. Google sort of mixes and matches them, sometimes showing site links and images, sometimes just phone number, and so on and so forth. You also can't control that. Google decides which assets at which time to show. As I mentioned, they do increase CTR. They don't have additional costs, so add as many as you can to benefit from added value. Now let's go through all the site links available in your account and how to add them. Let's start with site links. Site links are just links in general that you see near each ad. I highlighted that they can be displayed in different ways. At the bottom you see in one row, above you see in sort of one column. Google changes and experiments and tests how in general all assets look, so don't be surprised. But these are links that you can find in your ad. So obviously this is very convenient for the user. So if the user is not attracted by your headlines or descriptions, there are site links that might pique their interest. What you need to remember, usually you add 4 or 5 site links per campaign. Now you can add them on the ad group level or account. On the account level, I would only recommend when you have just one simple small campaign and your site links don't change. So you can have it on the account level and all your campaigns will have site links. For the ad group level, I recommend only if you need to show different site links for each ad group theme. For example, if your ad groups have men's clothing and women's clothing and children's clothing, you could add site links specifically designed for that particular group, men, women, and children. Otherwise, on a campaign level, is more than enough. Business name. Well, it's a pretty simple one. You add a business name to your account and it is displayed like here in the ad, above your link. It's a pretty simple asset. You just add it and forget. This one could be added on the account level, so you don't need to add it each time you create a new campaign. Same goes for business logo. It's an image. Try to use a sort of a square image, no text if possible, because there's a limited amount of space and Google will not approve if the image is blurry, it's hard to read, or it doesn't fit correctly. So use a square image, just add it also on the account level because the business logo doesn't change depending on the campaign. Now the image asset is something different. Here you can add as many images as you want. An image asset appears on your right, as you can see in the picture. It can be basically anything you want. Obviously, it has to relate either to the ad, to a service or products. Like here we see a freelance services. So I'm assuming this guy is some sort of a freelancer. As I mentioned, don't be shy with images. Upload different sizes and different images as much as you can, so Google can work with it and sort of rotate the images and show the best performing ones. Try different formats, the different backgrounds. Don't add text on images similar to logo because Google will not approve them. And obviously cater to the campaign theme if possible. You can add them to an ad group level as well, but usually campaign levels is more than enough, unless, as I mentioned, the ad groups are very different and you need to cater those images to the ad group theme or campaign theme. On a lead form, I tried to find a screenshot for lead form. Is not that simple. Not a lot of companies use that, although it is used. As you can see, you have a small form, like a link with an icon beneath the ad. So this is how it will look. On Google search results, there'll be a name of the form, a call to action, and sort of a description. The biggest benefit of the lead form in the ad is that you can fill it, or people can fill it in the ad. So not leaving the Google search results, which sort of increases or theoretically increases the chance of someone submitting a lead. On the other hand, the form doesn't have a lot of customization. So this could be a big downside for some of the companies. You do have to export the leads from CSV or integrate with your CRM, which again can be hard because you don't necessarily have CRM, and importing and exporting all the CSV files and leads can be a daunting task. So again, people use just a landing page in the form, but you're welcome to test it if it's applicable to your business goals. Callout is a pretty easy asset. It's basically a small, short marketing messages. Like you see here, you have automated system, extensive features, flexible pricing, 30-day trial, free shipping, warranties, money back guarantees, and the likes. They appear with description, so it sometimes seems it's a part of description. I guess that's the point of the call out. But these are short 2-3 word marketing messages that enrich your ad. I would recommend having 2 to 6 call outs per campaign. Again, you can have on the ad group, but I would recommend just per campaign. Call outs can also be on account level because for most stores or websites, the call outs are pretty much the same. For an e-commerce, it could be like free shipping, money back guarantee, outstanding service, knowledgeable employees, and whatnot. So this doesn't change based on a campaign, so you can have callouts on account level as well, especially for like a small store or a small website. They're shorter than headlines, so that's why I call them short marketing messages. Structured snippets. This is somewhat similar to callout, but Google has a category. So for example, here you can see a structured snippet in style. So Google has like a limited amount of categories, and you select the category and then you enter your structured snippet. So here we see, 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece. It could be brands, it could be services, it could be styles. So this is how they look in the ad. And this is example of how many structured snippets there are, degree program, courses, featured hotels, shows, service catalog. So this is a small downside because you do have to select a category and you do have to have at least 3 values. So this is a small downside, but it does enrich your ad similar to callouts or any other assets. So I do recommend having them if they are applicable. Call assets is something that is definitely not for everyone. Not everyone's for people to call them from the ad, but this is what the call asset does. You add your phone number and a small button appears near your ad indicating people can press, especially on a mobile phones, they can press that button and instantly call your company. So obviously this is very good for like local shops, local flower deliveries, or pizzerias, or any restaurants in general, maybe even gyms or like service-based businesses, because people can call from the ad. You can have several phone numbers. You can assign different phone number to a different campaign. For example, if you have different locations, so for one campaign you can have one phone number, and then if the other campaign is a different location, you can have a different phone number as well. Usually, if you do want people to call on you, you have one phone number and you can have it on account level as well. Location settings, similar to phone, you can have your address shown. Obviously, you have to sign up for my business accounts and to enter the whole details there and connect the business account to your Google Ads account. And then you'll be able to select the location. Again, like phone numbers, you can have several locations, and depending on a campaign, you can assign different locations per campaign. But like the call asset, it's not applicable to many online businesses. It is shown only if Google knows your location. So obviously you're on the website and you're sharing your location to the browser, or you're on your mobile phone and again you're sharing your location. As I mentioned, you need Google My Business account and link to Google Ads, and you can have several locations. The price assets is really great for like subscription businesses where there are plans where people can select different plans and purchase them. Like here in the ad, you have a free plan and then you have like a basic and a pro, and people can click through and see immediately the price. And this is pretty convenient to the user, and it also enriches your ad because there's additional interaction on the ad by clicking more. Price asset can have up to 8 cards with prices. You can specify prices from 2 or an exact price, and it is advisable to link directly to the offer or the product. App asset, it's like a lead form asset. I haven't seen them. I googled a lot. Trust me, I haven't seen the example, but it's really a simple asset. You can see the install button on the ad, like a call asset as well, and people can install the app now. Obviously, you need an app for that, and not many companies have apps, so it's only applicable to a limited amount of people. Promotion assets, no, this is great. I love the asset. It allows you to add a promotion and specify discount and also the occasion why the discount is there. For example, like Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, Halloween, and whatnot. So you can specify different variations, either the percentage or the exact amount, and you can add additional text. So it does make your ads more appealing by having this small extension that says deal, and immediately you see 25 or 50% off or whatever. Google has a long list of occasions, so that's pretty cool. As I mentioned, you can have a percentage of or a monetary value, and you can specify the date range when this promotion asset is live. So this is really convenient. If you have like a Valentine's Day, which is like what, 3-4 days for promotions, you can have that set to expire at a certain period and the promotion will disappear. So you're not worried about your ads having Valentine's Day offer for like 3 months. So these are the promotions you can set up in your account. Now let's go to account and see how we can actually create them. In the account, click on the campaign you want to add assets to. Then select assets right here, and you will see all the available assets right here. So you can either click to create an asset from the huge drop down, or you can click on the specific asset, see if it's actually added, and then click a plus to create an image asset or whatever. Honestly, it's quite easy to create any asset. You don't have to create assets each time. For example, if I want to add a structured snippet to this campaign, I can click existing and I can select from already created assets. So once you create an asset, no matter it's an image or business logo or business name or call out or whatever, it's already in the account. So you don't have to recreate it for each of the campaigns. All you have to do is click on existing and select the one you want to. Now, I haven't mentioned 2 assets previously. It's the headline and description. First of all, these assets are in beta still, and they're dedicated to replace your headlines. Now, the use case for that could be, for example, even Black Friday. You can have a certain headlines replace your original headlines for a set period of time and then sort of go back to normal. So this could be a great combination with promotion assets where you have a promotion for a specific period. You can also change the headlines without actually changing or editing the whole ad. This is why it's cool to have it there. I think it gives more flexibility in changing your ads without going into review and sort of waiting until the ad is approved and then start serving. It saves your time and users just see the new headlines, and the only use cases I can think of, as I mentioned, is probably some kind of promotion or a deal or something limited where you want to change the ads. It's not for testing. If you want to test your ads, headlines and descriptions, use the experiments feature in the account, not this specific asset. The lead form is the one that is a bit different because you also have to create a form, which again, if you have created a form anywhere on the website, it should be pretty familiar. You have your fields or your questions you want to take, and then you have your submission message, and then you have a call to action. It is basically a form that you create within the account, and this is how you collect users' information from the ad. When you create the image assets, you'll have to upload your images. You can upload all the images you can. You can use your website to sort of scan for the images you want to use, but the key thing here is to understand that the images will be resized. So for example, you can click edit on the image you uploaded and you can select to format, square and widescreen. Make sure they have either already selected by Google, or if you're cropping them, make sure they are cropped correctly, right? So like here, I can use either this sort of side or this side of this image. So up to you. Then I selected your ratios and they appear here and they will be added as an image asset. Once you start your campaigns, you will see statistics near each of your assets. Now, these are clicks, not specifically, or impressions of the asset. This is clicks on the ads that had the asset while it was shown and clicked. So this is key because this is not, you don't have to sum up these clicks and the clicks on the ads. So these are the same clicks. It's just you see that, for example, 122 clicks were made on the ad that had this extension, and you can see the CTR. And if you have more assets, then you can compare performance on which images perform better as an asset and increase CTR. For example, I see that when this image appeared within the ad, the CTR was higher, twice as higher compared to this one. I might pause this image and just leave this image. Same goes for any other asset. Now I have here site links, and I can see that the CTR is slightly better when I have this asset in the image. So I can either remake the other ones or just keep them because the difference is not that big. This is how you check the asset performance. You just see which assets perform better when they were showed with the ads, and you can usually draw some conclusions, and if there's a big difference, then you can pause the asset or replace the asset with a better one. Beyond that, your main job is to make sure that all assets that are applicable for your business are created for each campaign. Now, you can do that while you create a campaign. Google will offer to create assets or add assets when you create your ad. You can do it there, but you can also just create a campaign, publish it, and then go here to assets and then create each asset separately. I prefer doing it later. Some people prefer adding assets or creating assets while they create the campaign. So it's up to you, but make sure that all campaigns have assets. Keyword insertion is probably one of my favorite hacks, if you can call it a hack. Basically, it allows you to insert a keyword from your ad group into your ad. This helps a lot if you want to increase your ad relevancy. Let me show you how it's done. This is how you create or add keyword insertion while creating your ads. As you can see here, I have an ad which has a few headlines, and I have several keywords, and I could write a headline or a few headlines that sort of match the theme of those keywords, and it should be fine. However, if I want to have a specific keyword in the headline, I'd have to add all the keywords you see here as headlines, which could create a really weird ad. But I can use a keyword insertion to insert one of those keywords into the headline when it matches my ad. All I do is press this, and you can see a menu appears. So I select keyword insertion, and now I have to write a default text. Now, default text is something for Google to fall back when it can't insert the keyword. For example, the keyword is way too long. I mean, it still has to adhere the 30 symbols length in the headline. So if your keyword for some reason is too long, then it can't be inserted at all. So Google has to fall back to a default keyword, which usually is or can be one of the headlines, or just basically anything that, of course, makes sense with the rest of the keywords and the ad. In my case, it could be like Google Courses Online or something like that. So I choose the sentence case. You can choose lowercase or title case, it's up to you, but I choose the sentence case and I'll click apply. So it adds this syntax where it shows that this is the place where the keyword will be inserted when it matches. So as soon as someone searches, for example, Google PPC course, the ad matches that keyword in the search query, and Google knows that this specific keyword triggered the ad, so this specific keyword will be inserted into this headline. So you can use it in the headline in any position, or you can use it in the description as well. So this is really cool because it kind of allows you to match all the keywords you have, even though they are closely themed. Sometimes the keywords are a little bit different and you want to maybe have the ad more relevant to them. Also, if you want to increase your ad strength quickly, this works amazing. So as soon as you add keyword insertion, Google thinks that you match all the keywords and your ad strength from poor becomes, well, at least average. If it was average, it might go a level up. This is a really cool feature to use. However, don't overuse it. I would recommend testing it. So for example, you create your normal ads and then you have a keyword insertion in the other ad and use the experiments feature in the account to test which works better. You don't necessarily have to test it. Obviously, you can just use it. As I said, if you had a poor ad strength, you can increase it immediately with keyword insertion. But there are sometimes keywords like, like part numbers or TV models or computer models, you have them as keywords. There's just a lot of them, and you want the model to be inserted in the ad when someone searches for it. So this is, again, a sort of a cool workaround to have a specific keyword in the ad to sort of increase the relevancy for the user. Some people do create two ads, so they would create one ad without keyword insertion in the ad group and then immediately copy that ad and, let's say, add a headline with the keyword insertion. So they would have two ads in one ad group. But this is good if you have a lot of volume. Otherwise, both of your ads will receive a small amount of volume because it will be shared between the two of them. As you can see, it's a simple feature. I encourage you to try it out and see what happens with your performance. Since you can use AI to write ads and do a bunch of things, I thought I would try to create a GPT that tackles the grouping problem along with the writing the ads. Now, writing the ads is done quite good. I kind of like how it sort of creates the ads, and it could be a great source for your headlines and descriptions. However, I'm not really satisfied how it groups the keywords. I'll share the link of this specific GPT that I created. It's called Keyword Grouping and RSAs. The link will be under the video, so you can play around. I will try to improve it as much as I can to improve the grouping of the keywords and see how that goes. So it might change time over time. For now, let's take random keywords that I just found. It relates to winter tires in general. It's just a random keywords. For your purpose, you just enter here the ones that you actually want to bid on. So when you've done your homework, when you've done your keyword research, you'll have a list of keywords that you want to bid on, and you know that they have search volume. Otherwise, just go back and check if they actually have search volume. Now, if you have the list of keywords, you usually go on into grouping them into specific ad groups and writing ads for them according to the structure. Before doing that, you can come here and see what the AI would do if you provide that list keywords to it. As we can see here, it's trying to group under general winter tires, which is winter tires, snow. It's fine. Buy. This is where it gets interesting because it kind of is the generic keyword. On the other hand, it has buy, so it has a higher intent. So I wouldn't have it in the sort of generic ad group. I would have it in a different ad group, maybe like high intent keywords that have the word buy or price. It's best, cheap. In general, this is fine as far as the AI grouping goes, but I would definitely do buy in a different ad group. However, the headlines, as you can see here, it has the length of the headline. This is good because sometimes it gets over the limit. So you know that that's over the limit. Same goes for description, so you can just copy paste. As for the headlines and descriptions, I think they're pretty good. Winter tires for any road, by safety, by winter, grip stability. You know that this is a pretty good ad. I worked on the prompt. I included some of the tips from the previous videos. I've also added some additional things. I'll probably try to improve it even further, but as far as this goes, it's pretty good. So you can definitely copy some of the headlines from here. If not for the grouping, just at least paste the keywords that you have, and then you can use at least the responsive search ads that you don't have to create yourself. And this is, again, saves your time. Let's move on to a different ad group, studded and performance winter tires. Studded, Pirelli Scorpion winter. So again, this is an ad group that's supposed to be studded, and it kind of begins okay, but then it has like Pirelli Scorpion winter tires, which may be studded or performance, but then also has a brand name. So I'll probably go with different ad group because I want to mention that in the ad. Also, I want to direct that search or the person who clicked to a specific tire brand in my website. Nokia and Michelin. See, it's really like it's halfway there. There's half the job of grouping. So again, review it. If it's fine, then you can use that grouping. If it's not, then definitely don't do it and group the way it's supposed to be grouped. But again, for the headlines and descriptions, they seem pretty good. So you can copy some of them or maybe all of them. So all weather, all season, all weather tires, best all weather. This looks better. Of course, it's 3 keywords, but again, does some of the job for you. Have brand specific winter. Again, brand specific, yes, Blizzag, Goodyear, but on the other hand, it missed the keywords from Pirelli and Nokia. So it's kind of weird how it groups. I will try, as I mentioned, I will try to sort of improve the prompt to make it understand, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Then we have like a size specific and price focused. This could be just inspiration for the ad group in general, if you will. You can have a size specific ad group. That's cool because some of the tires will have size in it, and it's good maybe to use that as well. Winter tires Costco. This is weird to buy, probably price focused. I don't know. So it's kind of weird, but it might work in some instances. Again, for the headlines, I kind of like it. So at least it's just inspiration for more headlines and descriptions for your ads. So it kind of gets half the job done. So at least you can use the ads or the headlines and descriptions either for inspiration or just copy paste some of them. I mean, I'm just looking now and order online, fast delivery. That's a pretty good one. Upgrade your winter drive. Good one. Trusted brands, best prices, enhanced traction and safety. These are good headlines that you may or may not come up on your own. So this is just at least a good source of additional headlines, if not the whole ad. So you need to have keywords anyway. So if you're not going to use the grouping, and I definitely advise you to just recheck if the grouping is okay. So you might not use that at all. So you can use your own grouping. But for the search ads, it could be a good source. So I'll provide the link. Definitely try it out. Let me know what you think. Maybe we can both improve it. If you have any suggestions or ideas, I'm all ears. So just let me know. And for now, just hit the link, try to use it, and see what kind of results you get. Now we know that responsive search ads can have up to 14 headlines. And when you create them, when you add all 14 or basically more than 3, Google rotates the headlines and descriptions to show the best performing ones. At least that's what it claims. But you can pin a specific headline to a specific position. This is where pinning comes in handy. Now what it does, it's basically allow you to pin one of your headlines into the first position, second, and the third. So basically you can control which headline can be your first all the time without Google rotating it and sort of changing in between other headlines. You can specify just the second position, just the third, or all 3 together. If you want to pin your headlines, you have to edit your ad or do it while creating a new ad. If you scroll down and you hover on your headline, you'll see this small pin. If you click on it, you'll be able to choose which position you want to pin your specific headline. So in my case, since it's my Search Ads Masterclass, I may want to keep it in the first position in a headline. So the rest of the headlines, the second and the third, will be randomly assigned, right? So I have more than that. I have 5 headlines. So obviously not all will fit. So some of them will be rotated by Google to get the maximum amount of clicks. However, the first one will stay the same. I can do that for the second and for the third if I want to. Also, I can pin whichever headline I want. So now if I pin, for example, 2 headlines in the second position, only those 2 will be rotating with each other, nothing else. So this is if you want to really control how your headlines appear, in what order they appear, and how they rotate. This is the feature for you. You can pin your headlines. Same goes for descriptions, although there are only 2 positions, so you can only pick 1 or 2. We can play around and pick the headlines and descriptions that match better and so on and so forth. Ideally, this is done by Google and it's doing a pretty good job, but if you feel that you want to have a different order or like different headlines in the first, second position, obviously use the pin. What you might notice that now I have my ad strength on average, and although the ad strength is not directly affecting the ad performance, or at least from my test, I haven't noticed that, and from all of my tests, I see that it barely has any impact. However, there might be impact, and I also didn't read it on the internet or talk to other experts. There's no correlation, although some people do suggest having less of poor ad strength ads. So, average is okay, good, or whatever, but sort of limit the poor performance or poor ad strength ads. So if I do pin some of the headlines, as you can see, my ad strength drops to poor, and this is because Google doesn't like, us meddling in the way ads are shown, right? It wants to keep the ability to rotate the headlines and, sort of judge the performance themselves or leave it to the algorithm. So it kind of limits your ad strength. I wouldn't worry too much about it. However, I always recommend testing if the pinning actually works for you or there's any impact at all. So for example, you have your ads that are not pinned, right? So you have some traffic and then you create experiments or use experiments feature in the account to launch the experiment, then pin some of the headlines in the positions you want to. I mean, it could be just random stuff if you just want for the test, and then run the test. It will show you whether that has any impact on your impressions, on your CTR, and maybe even on your conversions. So that is up to you. I would definitely recommend, if you have enough search volume, enough traffic, only do it through testing. Same goes if you have pinned headlines, and then if you want to unpin them and test that as well. But definitely don't do it blindly unless you really, really, really want to have a specific headline as a first position, like you really want to control the ad because, that's how your manager wants or your client wants or the brand or whatever. Like if there's a really good reason to pin the headlines or to have them in specific positions, then of course you can do it without the testing, and I doubt it will impact your performance that much. Let's talk about a very important part of Google Ads and probably ads in general, conversions. What is a conversion? It's an action on the website performed by a visitor that is valuable for your business. That is the main thing. It has to have some value to your business. Otherwise, the action, is useless, right? Some of the conversion types include a purchase, which is probably an easier one to grasp. If you have an online store, you sell something, every purchase is a conversion and it actually brings value, right? You get money after each purchase. Then there's registration, sign up, free trial. Those are quite similar. Click on a button can be a conversion as well. If there's nothing else on the website, you don't sell anything else, but there's some kind of contact button or fill out the form or something else, or just in general, any action that is more valuable than just a visit, it can be a conversion because you're assuming it kind of brings value to your business at some point in time. A download, an email subscriber, even a page visit. The page visits are rarely used unless the page visit is a thank you page where a person visits after he completes a specific action, for example, signups, registers, or even purchase. A thank you page can be a page where user goes into after he completed the whole purchase and actually transferred money to you. So this could be a conversion, although usually it is called a purchase rather than a page visit. A page visit is something like a contact us page where nothing happened. A person landed on the homepage and then went to contact us page or contacts, and then this visit on that page specifically is a page visit and can be counted as a conversion, although it is not as accurate because even though the person did land or did go into that page that you deem as a conversion, does not mean that anything valuable happened to your business. This is last resort. Usually you do have to have conversion on the website because that's how you measure the impact of ads. And not only ads, your traffic to the store in general. You have to know if the people who are coming into your website performing any action that is valuable to you as a business, from buying something to maybe becoming a newsletter subscriber or to downloading a book or brochure or whatever. Let's look at some data, right? So imagine these are campaigns, right? We see clicks, we see impressions, we see click-through rate and cost. But these are all fine. I want to see how many people clicked. I want to know how much money I spend on each campaign. I don't want to understand how many impressions they got and how the click-through rate differs per campaign. So it's easy for me to understand which keywords or campaigns have higher click-through rates, meaning people like them more. So these metrics are good, but do they bring value to your business? And the answer is no. The click itself does not bring any value. I mean, if you do want some exposure, in some cases, clicks can be valuable in the sense because users are coming to a website, they're seeing at least one page for however short or long it is. They do see a page. And if that's enough for you and you assume that it brings value, then it can be a good metric. Although getting clicks is pretty easy and not clicks are created equal. So you need additional action that tells you that these clicks turn into something else. An engaged user, for example. Maybe if you don't have anything on the website, you just have content, maybe a person viewing 3 pages or spending 3 minutes on your site is that value that you're looking for. So in this case, it can be an engagement conversion, but you do have to have something beyond clicks, impressions, or CTR. So this does not tell us a lot, and this will not help you to optimize campaigns. If we add conversions near this data, it becomes a lot easier to determine which campaigns perform better. So we use the number of conversions and the cost of conversions to determine which campaigns in general bring value. So if people are converting as soon as they come to the website, and how much that costs us. So you see some of the conversions are pretty low. It's €1, and then some of them are very expensive. For example, like this one, it's almost €10, which begs the question whether these conversions are not too expensive for our business. So you always have an amount of money you're willing to pay for that particular action. In our instance, a conversion, right? If you have a purchase, you have costs related to that purchase of the product. So there is a minimum amount, or rather the maximum amount you can spend to acquire a person purchasing your products. Same thing for any conversion. There is a limited amount of money you would like to pay. Similar to click, there isn't an unlimited amount. There's always a limited amount you can spend. There's a limited amount you want to pay per click, and there's a limited amount you want to pay per conversion. So this helps us to determine which campaigns, which keywords drive conversions that are too expensive for the business. And maybe we should eliminate, for example, this campaign, save €20,000 or dollars, and allocate that money to different campaigns. So that's how you optimize, and that's how you get the campaigns or the account performance up to a level where it actually brings profit or value or anything else to your business. We can go even one step further and we add value, which means that each conversion has a value. So before we're talking about the event of the conversion, so someone did something and we know how much it cost. We can also see how much value, in this case it could be money, or it could be dollars, it could be euros, it could be something else. But we see how much of that it brought. So now we see campaigns that bring even more value. So at this point, this conversion, for example, is expensive, but it brings a lot of value. So this one, if we compare just these two, costs a lot lower, 20 times lower, and this is the same amount of conversions, right? So this one costs 20 times lower. So if you wouldn't look at this, then this conversion or this campaign is really good. It performs really well. But if we add value, then it seems that this campaign only brings 3,000 euros, whereas this brings 160,000. So the question is, which one to leave now that we know how much value each campaign generates for us. So this, of course, depends the margin and other costs as well, because the ROI is probably better this one. But if you want to get more sales, more value, in that sense, like getting more money attracted, maybe this campaign is not as bad. Initially, you would have maybe thought about pausing it altogether because these conversions are up to 1, 2, 3 euros, and this is almost 10. So it doesn't make any sense because it's 3, 4, sometimes 10 or 20 times more expensive, but with value, it generates a lot of it. So then begs the question, should we pause it? Maybe we should reduce the budget for it, or maybe reduce the CPC or CPA for it and keep the campaign because it still drives value, not as much as other campaigns. So having additional value around the conversions help you optimize campaigns even further. So first layer is just having conversions and understanding how many conversions I get. The second layer is having the cost per conversion. And then the third, having the value of those conversions so you can estimate your ROI or your ROAS. And then the next level, which you don't have, but you can have profit. You can send profit right here. You can have not only how much value or much revenue generates, but how much profit it generates each campaign. And then the metrics differ even further. So not all campaigns that drive the most conversions drive the most profit. And this is quite common. Some of the items in e-commerce stores are getting bought frequently, but they may be cheaper with lower margins. And the other types or the other campaigns can drive less conversions, a bit more expensive conversions, but the margins are better and it generates more profit at the end of the month or the year. So having value, having profit calculated makes it even better to analyze and improve your campaigns. So this is why having conversions is really important in the account. Conversions is the goal why you actually have Google Ads. You don't have it because you want to do what everyone else does. You don't want to just get clicks or impressions. You don't want to be your ads on top positions or whatever. It's all irrelevant unless these ads are making you money. That's the key of Google Ads or any ad platform in general. Your goal is to have conversions or to have revenue or to have profit or to have all of it. It depends how you optimize your accounts and how you optimize the business. And we'll talk about it in more detail later on. But having an action that indicates that users bring value from ads is key to optimizing and having a good performing campaigns. In order to track conversions, you need to create one in your account. Now, once you're logged in, click on Goals, and you'll be taken into Conversions. You might have several conversions already created, but if you have 0, just click on Create a Conversion. Here you can choose what conversions do you want to measure. You have your website conversions, application, conversions from phone calls, and conversions offline. So we need conversions on the website. So you select that, you input your URL and click Scan. Most likely your Google tag will be identified if it is installed on your website. If it's not, then you have to install it through Google Tag Manager or directly. Consult your web developer, or if you can do it yourself, you can add the tag yourself, but it has to be on the website. Once you see this and you click Done, you'll get back to the screen and you have to press Continue. Here you will have to select what kind of categories your conversions fall into. So you have like purchase, sign up, or subscribe. And if you press See All, then you have another categories. Now these categories don't really matter because how they named or where the conversion belongs doesn't really affect your campaign performance. But these categories are for you so that it makes it easier to categorize if you have many conversions. If you have one conversion, which is purchase, then everything is quite easy. So imagine we want to track a subscribe. For example, an email subscribe. So you select that and you have to set up the whole conversion. So you click here and you have to do either codeless event, which you specify yourself depending on either form submission or page load. So if your website is tagged with Google tag, then you'll be able to use URL to set up a conversion. but this only works if there is, for example, a thank you page. If someone subscribes and goes to the thank you page after subscription or after a purchase or after registration, then you can use that page as a goal, as a conversion. So you specify here your page, and then you can create conversions. So use that page as a goal or conversion. Or you can create the whole thing manually. So you name your event or conversion, email subscriber. What happens then, you see the settings appear here. So you need to click on the settings because we need to go through some of the settings. So the conversion in your account can be primary or secondary. Primary conversion, or all the primary conversions, are used in campaign optimization. So if you select your conversion one or many conversions, all of these conversions will or can be used in campaign optimization. So if it's an account goal, or if you have one primary conversion, it will be used in your campaigns. If you use, for example, CPA bidding or ROAS bidding or any automated bidding strategies, this conversion will be used by Google to learn what actually converts. So have in mind that it is advisable to have only one or a few primary conversions. The reason is that if you have many conversions set as primary, for example, a phone call, a registration, a sale, then Google will optimize towards all of them, and you're not sure exactly for which conversion are you paying. So it becomes confusing for Google algorithm and for you as well. So keep in mind that usually you have to set one primary conversion, and then the rest of the conversions can be secondary. They are not used in campaign optimization, but you can see them in accounts. So you'll be able to see the whole statistics in the account. So let's imagine this is a primary conversion name, and I can set a value. Usually, if you have an e-commerce site, the value is the product cost or the product sale, so you can pass those values dynamically into your account. So in this case, you can select this and you'll be able to pass the values dynamically, or you can use the same value if, for example, it's an action that has the same value no matter what, right? For example, an email subscriber most likely will have the same value. So the conversion will have the same value, and that value can be anything. Obviously, you had to calculate how much value, how much money each email subscriber on average brings to your business. So I imagine, let's say it's $10. Now, how the conversion is accounted? So you can specify to count every conversion or just one. The difference is, as you can see here, every conversion is usually used for purchases or sales, meaning that a customer can purchase many things or many times during one session and during several sessions. Now, in our case, subscriber can happen only once. Well, you can use another email, but in general, you as a person tend to subscribe once to a newsletter or a brand, or you register or sign up only once. So in this case, I would use this count because I don't need to count every time someone signs up, even if they use different emails. I don't need that. It will just increase the conversion numbers, and it can throw me off understanding my CPA or understanding what actually performs. Now, these metrics are a little bit more advanced, but we can go through them, and these are adjusted based on your business. Now, the conversion window is usually, or defaults, 30 days, which means that how much days is passed from the first initial click to a conversion. If someone clicked on the ad today and converted within the 30 days, so that conversion will be counted in your account. If more days have passed, that conversion will not be counted. So this number, if you're not sure, just leave the default one. Otherwise, you need to look at your sales cycles and understand how long, usually or on average, a person takes from the click to a conversion. So in some B2B cases, it might take 2 months or 6 months or even 12 months. So your conversion window can be a lot longer. This is similar. It's just for mostly display campaigns and video campaigns. So it's just in this case, you use a engagement on a video. So again, I would recommend leaving a default because an engagement on a video is not as strong signal as a visit on the web page. So usually I leave it 3 days unless you definitely have the data that shows different dates. Then you can come here and select a different amount of days. The full conversion window is the same. It's the time when people saw the banner, did not click, but then converted. So how long does it take? I would leave only 1 day here. Attribution, leave it at data driven. It is recommended for now. The only thing you have to be aware of, if you have attribution set to data driven, you might see like 1.5 conversions from that keyword or campaign, or 1.2, whatever. You might see decimal numbers in the conversion, because that's how Google attributes credit to specific keywords. So if you see like 1.5 conversions, let's say one keyword drove 1.5 conversions, so it drove one full conversion and then half of the other conversion. So it doesn't say that actually drove 1 or 2 conversions, but it did drive additional half of conversion. So this additional signal for you to evaluate some of the keywords. So they might not drive full conversion, but they're still impacting the user to convert at some stage. So you might maybe consider lowering the bid or the CPA, or maybe, keeping it longer instead of pausing it right now. So if you go through the settings, click done, then click save and continue. And now we have to implement that conversion. I would recommend using Google Tag Manager, obviously. Although you can use a developer or implement the tag yourself. This is if you know how to do it, obviously. If you don't, I would definitely recommend having Google Tag Manager installed. I will go through how to install or add conversion to Google Tag Manager in the other video, but this is probably the easiest way to do it. And Google Tag Manager is just a really good free tool used not only for Google Ads, in general for setting different tags from Facebook to remarketing to conversions, whatever you want it. You can set it without developer if you know how to do it, and it's pretty easy to learn, at least the basics. What you will need in a Google Tag Manager is your conversion ID and your conversion label. This is how it's created in Google Tag Manager, and you can just either copy them somewhere or just keep the screen and go to Google Tag Manager. Once you press finish, conversion is created in the Google Ads account, but it's not actually working because you need to set it up on a website. You need to tell Google when this conversion happened. It means, again, either using Google Tag Manager or asking a developer to do it. GTM or Google Tag Manager is free to use. You will only need your Gmail account. The link is below the video. Once you sign up, you will be given a snippet of code to add to your website. I know I said you don't need a developer, but this is the only snippet you will have to add on your site. And there are plugins for that as well. For example, if you use WordPress, there's a link to a plugin below the video. You can try that one or find any plugin you like. For other content management systems, there should be plugins as well. Just go to Plugin Store and do a search on GTM or Google Tag Manager. After you create your account, you will be asked to name the container and select the platform. Most likely, it will be a website. Your account can have many containers, which are usually just different websites. So if you have several websites, you only need one Google Tag Manager account. You can add all the websites under one account. After that, you will be prompted with the snippet of code you have to place on your site. If you do have a developer, send them the snippet. If you don't, you can use a plugin I mentioned earlier or add the tag yourself. Obviously, you need to know how to do it. Some plugins won't require the whole snippet, just your Google Tag Manager or GTM ID. And just so you know, all snippets look the same except for the highlighted part, which is the ID. You can copy that if, for example, a plugin requires just to enter the Tag Manager ID. Once you finish, just hit submit in the right-hand corner and then publish. You'll be asked to name each version when you publish each time. Ideally, you should enter something that will help you understand what have you published. For example, if I just added Google Ads conversion tag, I would name this version Google Ads tag or something similar. It is optional, but helps you if you publish quite often. One other benefit of GTM is that you can revert to any previous version. Sometimes when you add something, you might break the website and it stops working. Then you can revert it quickly, and trust me, it will happen to you sooner or later. You now have GTM live, and you can install the Google Ads conversion you created earlier. Once you have a conversion created in your Google Ads account, you only need conversion ID and label. Then we can go into Google Tag Manager and create a tag for that specific conversion. I will give you two examples. One will be creating a conversion based on a click on a button, and the other example will be creating a conversion based on URL, the page a person has visited. As you will learn, there's a lot of ways you can create conversion, and there's a lot of actions that can be used as a trigger to pass that conversion to Google Ads. So first, you will need to create a conversion link. This is required by Google. It's easy to set up. All you do is press new tag, click to add conversion linker, and to fire on all pages. Now I have already created one, so I don't want to create another one, but it's basically just name it, obviously, but you need that. Well, basically Google needs that. So just create it and leave it at that. Once you have done that, you can create a tag, right? So we have the page and we need to track the click. Go to variables, and if you're new to Google Tag Manager, you might not have enabled built-in variables. So click on configure and just select all these forms and clicks. At this point, it's important to select these variables. Once you do that, just go back and click on preview. Now we need to see what information Google Tag Manager sees when the button is clicked. So there we have Tag Assistant enabled. This is how it looks, right? So this is all the tags that fired. Now I scroll down to the place and click Get It Today and go back to Tag Manager. I see that it recorded a link click, right? Or click as well. Then I click on variables and just check what kind of information it sees. So you will use that information in setting up a tag or a trigger, to be specific. So here there's a bunch of information that I don't understand, but you don't need that as well. So we need to look at click ID. Sometimes you'll see this ID. You just have to make sure it's unique. But in my case, it's a WordPress site. It's not as good as defining these variables. But if you have a developer, you can ask them to define. But if you don't see that, you can always use click text or click URL, which is the link that the user went to after clicking the button. So in my case, this is Stripe payment link. So I can use that. It even has an ID, like a specific ID. So I know it's unique to the specific product. So you can use a text ID. No matter what variable you use, you have to make sure that it's unique to this specific button. Now let's imagine you just want to track a click on this specific button. So I can use the text get it today because I know that on my website, I don't use that text on a button anywhere else. Click text, get it today. Going back to Tag Manager, we'll create a new tag. Now we need to find Google Ads and then Google Ads conversion tracking. So here, this is where you have to fill in. We'll go back to the Google Ads account. This is the conversion ID. We just copy it here and then do the same with conversion label. That's it. You don't have to input conversion value here because the conversion value is in the conversion, nor the transaction ID. Of course, it's an e-commerce product, but in general, just to track the clicks, you don't need additional information. Now you need to create a trigger, which means that when Tag Manager will send that information to Google Ads. And the trigger is a click. So we select click, all elements, and then some clicks. Now we have to find click text and equals to, get it today. Make sure it's spelled correctly. Get it today. I think it's this. And yeah, it's the same as on the page, right? So it's equals. Of course, name the trigger. In this case, you can use any naming conventions. Just make sure you understand what exactly the trigger does. So in my case, it's a click trigger. I will say, book page and CTA. I can say even get it today. Something I know what it does, right? So I save that. So I have the trigger, right? So as soon as there's a click and as soon as the click text on a button says get it today, it will trigger this conversion. I have to name the conversion. I usually do this conversion, Google Ads, the platform, and then, click on CTA. You can be even more precise than that, but for me, it's enough. Then I hit save. Now again, I can preview the change before actually submitting it. So I can see here it's loaded. I'm getting back to just reload the page, going back to this click, and I click it and go back here. I see tags. There's a click because there's also a link click. There's a different variable. For us is a click. Then I had a conversion already, but it says buy button, but this is the one we created recently. Conversion, let's click on CTA. So we know that it's firing and we know it's firing on the click. So that is good for us. All we have to do now is submit the changes, CTA or Google Ads conversion. So you can name the version name. It's easier again to understand what changes were made in each submission. So you can just leave it empty, but then hit publish and your conversion tracking is live. Ideally, you would need to test the conversion as well. So all you need to do is Google your ads, find your text, click on it, and then go to a page or a landing page and click on that button. And then you will see a conversion once you go back into account. Let's click done here. So conversion is created. We see the click on the CTA right here, begin checkout category, and we have buy button, the earlier one, and click on the CTA. So as soon, it says inactive, but as soon as you test it, it will says active and it will see a conversion. And you can select that conversion for your campaigns. You can also track URLs. For example, I have a thank you page here after subscribing to my newsletter. Now in this case, it's a lot easier because there's a thank you page, meaning that the user after subscribing went to this page. Everything is the same. Let's find our Google Ads conversion CTA. This is our tag, and then now it tracks the click on a button. So I can change it. Obviously, I would need to go into Google Ads, create a new conversion, and name it email subscriber. So I need to create a new conversion action. Again, websites, scan, the same thing. I'll get the conversion label and conversion ID, and then I'll go to the tag manager and then obviously enter the values here. But as a trigger, I'll have to select a different trigger, which means it's not clicks, it's page view. So you select some page views, then find page path, for example, or page URL, page path. And I know that in my case, it contains this specific page path. I copy it to the tag manager, obviously name the trigger, but in this case, it will fire as soon as the person visits that page and my conversion will be triggered. So this is, I will discard because I have that conversion already. But to create a page URL based trigger or tag in general conversion is a lot easier because you know exactly when the conversion happened, and this is when someone visited that page. So you can just add it as a trigger. You can use a lot of different variables on the page to create a conversion upon, right? So you can have clicks, obviously on many different elements. Just you have to make sure that it's actually unique. So this is key because I've seen sometimes that people do create a click on something, but it's not common to a specific page or specific action. Then it tracks conversion on all the buttons in the website. So make sure that when you're looking at a click or anything else, go to variables and make sure that it's unique. So it could be the text, like it could be just renaming the button to a specific name and then using that as a click text. Sometimes the clicks are on the buttons, depending on your content management system or how the developers build the websites, it might have a unique ID. Sometimes these IDs are the same for all the buttons. So you have to double check. Even if it does contain something right here, it might be just the same for all of the buttons. So you have to double check. Sometimes you can use the form ID as well to capture the form fill, to capture users filling out the form. So there's a lot of variables that are tracked or listened by Google Tag Manager, and you can use them to create a tag. Use those variables as a trigger to create a tag, and then obviously to create a conversion. So it's pretty simple to create a conversion Google Tag Manager, and now you don't have a reason why not to do it. To use Google Analytics, you'll have to have your account created. You have to enter your account name. Under your account, you'll have your properties, which is basically your websites. Under one account, you can have many websites. You don't have to create a new account each time you have a new website. As long as you have an account, your email under which you created account can be added to another property or another account, and you'll have access to that website's analytics. So you enter your name. It could be anything. If it's your personal account, you can name it as your website. If it's a business account, then you name it as your business name. Once you have an account, you have to create a property, which is your website. Then you have to select the time zone where you operate in and the currency. This you can skip or select anything you want. It doesn't really matter that much. This is where you select what is the objective, but this also can be changed later on. This is basically a pack of default reports which will be available as soon as you create an account, so you can select all of them or few. As I said, this can be changed later on. Here you'll have to select what is the main platform. You might have the apps or the website. If you have an apps, you select one of these and then you have to connect the app. If it's a website, which it usually is, you'll have to select this one, enter your URL, stream name. This is the website, this is the stream name, which is also usually your site name. You can leave these settings as it is. You can change them later as well, but for now, just click create and continue. Now, of course, the analytics won't work if you won't add the tracking script to your site. So this is the main script and it has to be added to all pages, and you can use it. You can add it directly to the source code if you know what you're doing, or if you have a developer, you can send them that. In some instances, you might have a plugin or a third-party tool of some sort of, and it might require just the ID. So this is the ID of the script. So the script itself is the same for all the websites except for this part. So sometimes the only thing you need is this ID. You can also use Tag Manager to do that as well. There is a default tag that's called Google Analytics, and all you will need is a stream ID. And I will show that a bit later. So basically, what you definitely need to do is to add this script or this code into your website. If you click here, you will be able to choose some of the content management systems that are available. As you can see here, WordPress, Wix, Shopify, and a bunch of others, which I don't know, but probably if you use them. You just select this and you'll be able to install them through your content management system. Once you've installed it, you can press test and you'll see if it's working or not. So we'll skip that for now because this is a fake site, obviously. Once you added the script or install the analytics code into your website, you'll start seeing some traffic. So let's go over some of the settings you need to change before you can use this. I mean, it will work out of the box, but there are some settings you should know about. Well, these, of course, are your main setting, account settings, where you can add users. But we need data collection, so we'll need data streams. So if you ever need a measurement ID, this one is required for your Google Tag Manager. So if you have Google Tag Manager and you want to install Google Analytics through Tag Manager, you will need this measurement ID. You'll go to your tag, you'll select Google Tag, as this is called. It will be under Google Analytics. So this is for events, and this is for like the main tag. You'll select this, and then you'll paste in your stream ID right here, and then trigger on all pages. So this is how you add GA4 tag through Google Tag Manager. Now let's go to data collection. You'll have to turn on signals. You'll have to turn on user provided data collection, agree with a bunch of stuff. So just go through all of them, see if you're acknowledged everything and turn everything on. And then let's go to data retention and select 14 months right here and 14 months right here. We'll click save, and that's it. Your account is ready to use. As you can see here, you have some pre-built reports, so you can explore them later. If you added it through Tag Manager, don't forget to publish it live. If you sent it to developer, ask them when they add it to the site so you can refresh and see if it's working. If you've done everything, just come here and check the next day. You should see some of the traffic, especially if you already have a lot of traffic. It will be easier to see. It will take some time. It might be during the same day. If you added it in the morning, you might see traffic coming in the evening or in the afternoon. Otherwise, it might be the next day, so it might take 12 or 24 hours to process the data. So now you have the account, and now you have the property. If you want to add a user to your property, which means to your website, you use the property access management. If you want to add user to your account who will see all the properties, meaning all the websites you have under that account, you can add the user through here. You can have the account on your own email, let's say a personal email. Then you have some websites there. However, in some cases, if you work for someone, and especially if you have a business email, companies tend to give access only to their business email. So in this case, you might have two accounts, meaning that if you do have your personal account, like I do have, my own websites that I manage that are my own, I have them under my personal email. But if I work for companies, some of them create my personal email and then add that email. So I kind of switch between two accounts because of security reasons and etc. You might have two accounts and jump between them. Otherwise, if it's fine, you can just ask them to add your main email that you have your account on, and then you have access through here to all the properties you have been added to. There is another way to import conversions into your Google Ads account, and that's using Google Analytics. Of course, you have to have a conversion in Google Analytics before you can import it. And of course, your account has to be connected or linked. So your Google Ads account has to be linked to your Google Analytics account. Once you've done that, the conversion import is basically the same. You click on New Conversion, then click here Edit, because you most likely will have your Google tag selected as the main. Click Edit, click Scan, and then click right here, More Ways to Connect, and then switch to your Google Analytics property. Once you selected the property, click Done and click Continue. Now, as before, you'll have to select a category. You can select any category that corresponds with your specific conversion. Once you selected your property, click Setup here, and you'll be given your events or key events from Google Analytics. Now remember, conversions in Google Analytics are called key events. So you can either go to Google Analytics, look at what key events you have. If you don't, you can assign a key event just going into events and then clicking right here to mark it as a key event. Or you just have to select any of the events and then, for example, this one, and then save it and set up as import as a conversion. So in this case, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to go to Tag Manager. All you have to do is basically click Finish, and your conversions are imported from your Google Analytics account to your Google Ads. So this is way easier if you have conversions or key events in your Google Analytics account. Otherwise, all you have to set them up as you did with Google Ads conversions in the previous videos. UTM parameters. This sounds like a complicated thing to understand, but it's actually not. When it is used, originally those parameters were created to track traffic sources in Google Analytics, because Google would be able to identify some of the traffic sources but not the others. So UTM parameters were created to give flexibility to people to add their own parameters to tracking to identify the source. Now, it became pretty huge in the tracking, so everyone used it in email campaigns and Facebook ads, basically anywhere where user can click a link. Behind it were UTM parameters, which helped identify the source of the traffic and which helped analyzing campaigns or analyzing traffic in general a lot easier. However, some of the third-party tools or in general custom tracking systems that developers develop for their own businesses also started using the same parameters. This is how it looks. You basically have your link that you want to use anywhere else on the website where people can click on it. It can be, as I mentioned, a Facebook ad, a Facebook post, Instagram profile, basically anywhere. And what you do is add these additional parameters. As you can see, I highlighted the first one is UTM source, which identifies the source, then the medium and the campaign. The inputs are done by you. So you have to input what is the source, in this case it's email, and what is the medium, in this case it's a newsletter, and what is the campaign, or in this case it's some kind of pre-sale. These definitions are up to you. You can name whatever they want. And obviously, since it's a tracking parameter, you would identify the source because it will help you easier to analyze it in Google Analytics. So instead of source, you wouldn't put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or any random word. You put the actual source where this link is or where the people clicking on the link. So in this case, it's an email campaign, so the source is email. The medium is newsletter because, well, it's just a weekly newsletter. So obviously I want to identify that it's not a one-off campaign or something else. This is actually a weekly newsletter. And a campaign is a pre-sale. Again, I want to identify that people clicking on the specific link from that specific newsletter actually clicked on a pre-sale. And the reason for that, because you can see this information in your Google Analytics. As you notice up top, you have session source / medium, and then you have session campaign. So this is where these parameters actually are visible. So if you notice, the first one is direct none, where people directly came to your website. The second one is Facebook and it's referral. There's not a lot of information to go by. It's traffic from Facebook, but did they click my post? Did they go into my page, my profile? Did they click on my ad? It's unknown. And this is where these UTM parameters come in. They help you identify the source and the subsequent information you want to add to that link or to that click. So then the third one is actually an email campaign. This is where I used UTM parameters. So as soon as people clicked on the main link, Google Analytics tracks it as a traffic coming from email, weekly email, and then the campaign is just the article that I wrote. And in this case, it's Performance Max mistakes. Lower you see a different. In number 5, you have the same source. You have email weekly, but then you have a different campaign, which is a different article. So this is how you identify all the sources coming to your website, and this is why you tag the URLs. You attach the parameters to your links. Otherwise, it would be just a general source email, and it would be hard for me to understand from which exact articles or from which exact campaigns or emails the traffic is coming from and how they engage, further down the line. Now, luckily, Google also developed a tool that helps you add those parameters to your URL, any of your links. I'll share the link below the video. But this is what you have to do. You have your website link. This is any link you want people to go to after they click. It can be in the ad, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, right? And then you have to enter the source, medium, and campaign name. So these are the 3 main ones, and I do recommend adding those as well. So you decide whatever the source is. It depends where you're actually putting this URL. If it's in the email campaign, then obviously the source is email. And then it depends on whether this is a transactional email, is it a newsletter, is it a monthly campaign, what is it? And you can define it here even further. So it's like a 1 level down, and then a campaign, which is again 1 level down from the medium. And this could be a sale, this could be New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, or whatever, right? So this is for you to decide, because this information will be available in Google Analytics or any other platform that will use these UTMs. So it's up to you to define as thoroughly as you want. So below you'll have this link. It's a ready-made link to use. Obviously always test it, but what happens if I click it, then this information will go to Google Analytics. You can use this tool, or you can just update the links manually. As you can see, there's nothing complicated. Don't forget the question mark always. And then you have the source equals something, medium, and campaign. Don't change anything right here. Only anything that goes after equal. And my advice is to avoid spaces. So for example, if you have this link on Valentine's Day, I would avoid spaces. I wouldn't do like this. I would either do this or the underscore. It's up to you how do you define. I would recommend having the same naming for the same sources, because these are case sensitive, meaning that if you enter sometimes email and sometimes email, those will be two different sources. You'll be able to see them either way, but it will be different rows. So it might complicate your analysis or just the view of the dashboard or whatever. Now you can take the link and add it to your Google Ads campaigns, which is going into your ad group and then into your ads right here, editing your ad. And instead of your old final URL, you just use the one you got it. You either the one you got it from tool, or maybe you just updated it manually. It doesn't really matter. Both ways work. This is maybe more convenient to someone who is just starting to use UTMs. In either case, you have to add the URL here and then save the ad. Now, the downside of this is that you have to edit all of the ads to add new UTM parameters or new URLs with the UTM parameters. So this could be time consuming, well, unless you have just a few ads, but you can also do that on a campaign level. So for example, go into campaign settings, expand additional settings, and then go to campaign URL options, and then you see a tracking parameter. You can paste the whole thing there, but there is a small thing you have to do. Always include this landing page URL. So it's LP URL. Include this, then you'll have the question mark, and then you list whatever. So in this case, it'll probably not be email because it's Google Ads, so it's probably Google. Medium usually is CPC because it's sort of cost per click, or paid marketing. So people do usually keep the same UTMs, and as I said, it's mostly Google and then CPC. So you don't have to change them all the time, but the campaign will be different because you might have different campaigns. So you have to edit that part. In this case, it's course, so I'll probably stick with course. And then additionally, I can add a keyword to be sent to the tracking platform as well, or if it is needed, of course, it's up to you. But in this case, you don't have to update the keyword because, well, first of all, you don't know all the search keywords. So all you have to do, if you do want to send the keyword that has triggered the ad, all you have to do is enter this keyword in exactly like it is, no spaces, no nothing. Now, along with the static ones, so it's Google, CPC, and campaign course, it will have a dynamic parameter, which is keyword. And this is optional, of course, if you don't want to just delete it. If you save, this will be applied to all the ads in this campaign. If you will go to a different campaign, then you can leave everything and change. Just go here where it says campaign and change the name to whatever the campaign is, whatever the campaign name is. So this is the easiest way to add it manually. It is optional because Google Ads already is connected to Google Analytics. These are two products from Google, and they don't need additional tracking because as soon as you connect the accounts, the information from Google Ads will go into Google Analytics and it will be available there for you to analyze. So you don't need to add UTMs. However, as I said, some companies ask or require to add additional tracking because they use their own system along with analytics, or maybe instead of that. So for this purpose, you may be asked to add UTM tracking. So this is what it means. You know how to create it, you know what it means and how it works. Or just don't forget this in front of the question mark and then just enter this. Go through all the campaigns, go into settings, change the tracking templates, and you should be fine. Now the information will be passed to any tracking platform you as a business use. In this video, I will show you how you can track offline conversions that have happened off your website. And we have conversions on the side, which is for example, we have a form submission that happens on the website. So that user submits a form and you can track it as a conversion, and you can use it to measure your campaigns and measure your results, and that is good. That is one of the ways to see if your campaigns had any impact, right? But this is the first step. If you have a form submission or registration, this is the first step. Although it's important, but it's not your money in the bank metric or money in the bank action, right? Those people usually convert down the line, and sometimes they convert either, offline in general, or maybe they do convert online, but there's no way of sort of connecting the two. You can use that email or initial form submission and sort of connect the two later on and pass that information to Google Ads. So this is a more advanced thing to do. So obviously you don't have to do it. It's not mandatory. It just enhances your conversion, enhances your value, enhances your measurement in general. So you know exactly who from people who submitted a form or registered actually converted to a paying customer, a paying client, or bought something. So this is valuable in that sense. We will also use additional third-party tools. One of them is Zapier. You might be familiar with it. We'll also need Google Sheets and a bit of other advanced stuff. So first of all, we need to understand what Google Tag Manager sees when we fill out the form, right? So I have the form. Let's click on send and check Google Tag Manager. As you can see here, I see 2 events that have form submit. I don't know why there are 2, but it is what it is, right? So I can check what we see in the variables. I can see that there's an email that is captured in the variable, so I can use it in my tags. Sometimes you might see this, sometimes you'll have to check the data layer tab and see if there is information in the data layer itself. There are a bunch of forms, there are a bunch of plugins for WordPress and whatnot. Sometimes the information will be in the data layer. So for example, we have form ID, which is missing, but then we have form name, which is new form. Sometimes you will see in this sort of code, you will see, like name, email, the form fields that you have, and they will be populated with the information the user submitted. In this case, it makes it easier. However, as I said, there will be many forms that don't have this, and you have to make it. There's no other way around it. You'll have to ask a developer or, to actually create a data layer with those fields, or you'll have to, change the form. If you use a plugin, maybe find another plugin. So I see that I have it, but also I had to make that this email would appear in my variables. So what I did, I think I used ChatGPT. I'm not exactly sure. Any developer could make it. It just extracts email from the form or from URL. Sometimes the email might be in your URL after someone submits it. Sometimes it is on the websites or in the form. So this, what it does is just extracts the email. So I named it email extractor, right? So all it does is just extracts the email. And as you can see here, if I go to variables right here, you see the name variable email extractor, and I see that it did capture my email. Then I'll create a different variable, which I named just email enhanced conversions. And this is user provided data. So you'll select it here. There's a user provided data. And what you have to do is just click on manual configuration and select that variable that we created before, which is email extractor in my case. You just select it here, save, and that's it. So you have both of these. Now what you'll have to do is to either create a conversion for form submit if you had done it before. If you had done it before, then you use the same conversion that tracks your form submit. But now we will use enhanced conversions. We go into and find the conversion that I use for the form submit. It's this email subscriber, but it's basically the same. I'll edit that conversion. So you see your conversion ID from Google Ads, your label, right? And what you have to do now is to click on include user provided data from your website. So this is where you're including that email that was collected on the form submit. So this is the variable that we named email enhanced conversions before, and this is user provided data. So now with the conversion, Google will include the email as well. So that's why it's called enhanced conversions. So you select that, you save the tag if you have created conversion. If you haven't done it before, you have to create conversion in your Google Ads, the same as you would do for any conversion. Just make sure to go into settings, in your goals and settings, and agree to customer data terms that you can manage. You have to select turn enhanced conversions for leads, because this is what we're doing, and then select Google Tag Manager, because this is how we implemented those enhanced conversions. And actually we did it, just by selecting this, as I mentioned before. So once you did that, you click save, you go through everything else. If there's anything I need you to acknowledge or accept and so on and so forth. Now this is ready. And once we test it again, once you submit, you'll have to spot this email enhanced conversions, user provided data, and you see email and then the same email. So this variable just extracts the email. It doesn't do anything with it, just extracts. But this one, user provided data, actually ties your email or not your email, the person's email who submitted the form, ties to a Google Ads conversion. So now they are sort of connected. So this is where it gets a bit more trickier. We'll use Zapier to put all this information from your web form submits into Google Sheets. So this is simple sheets. This is what we need to do. Form ID, date, name, and email, right? So if you have phone number, you can enter phone number. I don't have, so I'm not using that. So either of these are fine. You can have both or just one of those. So these are the fields. I'll share the document under the video so you can use that as well. And then we'll use Zapier as the third-party tool that actually sends the data from the form to the Google Sheets. What you need is the webhooks trigger. You'll need to upgrade to Pro because this is available only on paid plans. And what will you need to do is you'll have the webhook URL that will be provided to you. You'll just copy it and you will have to enter it in your form. Now on my page I use Elementor. This is a drag and drop builder, so it has a form and I use that to sort of pass the information. As I said before, there might be different plugins and different forms, and they might have ability to use webhooks or not. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. You'll have to ask the developer to implement it, give that the webhook link, or maybe find a form that has. But I can use the webhooks. I add it here, and then I can just click here and enter that, copy paste that URL I was given by Zapier right here. So once I do that, if I test, I'll get the records or requests, and I can select basically which information I can pass to Google Sheets. As you can see here, I have the Google Sheet connected to this form submissions. Pretty easy to do. You just specify the link, you'll select the drive, the name, and then you can specify the fields by just clicking on a plus and then selecting from the information the webhook actually got from your form. So it has the time, it has the IP, you have form ID. So I selected only what I need based on this. So I have form ID, date, name, and email. So this is what I actually select, right? You have form ID, date, name, and email. That's it. That's all I need to do. I press continue. As you can see here, this is the test that was done, and I just hit publish, and the Zap, as it call it, works, right? So now it will look at the form submit events and push all the form submissions into this file. And why do we need this? As I mentioned before, you will have form submissions and people will submit forms, but how do you know if they converted? Well, someone will have to go in and actually select or fill out these. So we have to, input the value, because since conversion is not happening on the website, Google Ads doesn't know this, and someone has to actually fill out this sheet. It's manual work, but it's one of the, easiest way to do it. If you don't have hundreds of conversions, it won't take a lot of time. Besides, you don't have to do it every day. You can do it once or twice a week. So, but then you have, as soon as someone converted, you check the email in your CRM and you come to this sheet and fill out the value, you fill out the conversion time in this specified format exactly as it is, right? So it's month, day, and a year. And then you click on this checkbox. That means a person has converted, right? So what it does, I have a script that actually checks if this was clicked. As if we scroll down, we see this new test that I've just did it, February 8th, right? So we have this, and then someone has to fill the rest of it. You'll need that information because once this is filled out, you'll need to copy it to another sheet, which you will upload to Google Ads. Now, you can't upload this one because the sheet that you will upload to Google Ads has to be formatted in specific format. Also, the emails have to be hashed. So these are the two requirements. Also, there's additional column that is the conversion name that you would create, conversion time, and again, a specified format, conversion value, and conversion currency. So this is not obviously formatted in the same way as this because this is just the data, but this sheet has to be formatted specifically with the parameters time zone specified as well. So you have to change the time zone to according to whatever you reside. So this has to be specified exactly how it is. Again, you can copy the sheet I use, so you don't have to create one. What I have here as well is the script, which also you can copy, that actually looks if the person filled out the date and if someone selected converted. So it actually just listens if this checkbox was selected. So let's say we have two clients. I'll click on converted and I copy some values. Let's say it's this. I'm gonna change the value to 500, let's say, right? And I select convert, right? So if I go to this, it appeared, right? It appeared right here. So you don't have to copy manual, or someone just selects it. You don't have to do that. And it immediately was hashed. Again, it uses the app script that hashes automatically. It will be included when you copy. You won't have to do anything else. It will be included in the sheet. So it just hashes the email. Basically, you don't have to do anything. This information comes from your web form. This is filled out by sales team or maybe you when someone has converted, and as soon as this checkbox is checked, it actually automatically is moved to this sheet and automatically hashed. And hash is just to protect the privacy, and otherwise Google will not accept that conversion. So this is what you have, the two sheets. Now you have to go back to your account and you have to create a goal. So the first goal was your form submit, right, which you may have before, and it measures how many people submitted the form. Now we have the people who actually converted out of those submissions. So what you have to do is to create a new conversion that will use an import. So you click on create conversion. Now you select import, CRMs, files, and whatnot, and track conversions from clicks. Skip for now. We'll come back to this later, right? So this is the conversion category. I guess it could be convert lead, for example, I have, and the conversion name is converted, let's say become client, right? So it's done, save and continue, click done. Right, so now you have a conversion that is named become a client. So what you have to do is to rename this column. That's quite important because it will look if the conversion name matches whatever you have created here. So what I have to do is rename, and it will be the same basically all the time. So you just copy paste, and it is you have to make sure that this name matches whatever you have created right here. So now the file is ready to be imported. So we'll go to upload under your goals, and then you have to select new upload, select the source. You'll have Google Sheets. You'll have to add this user or this email to your Google Sheets to allow permissions, right? Because it probably is, closed without permissions. You can't access it, but you have to allow it to access the sheet. So I have done it already. I select my Google Sheets, click apply, and it's actually importing. When you have your form submissions, you will see all the form submissions, not only those who came from Google Ads, but also people that came from other sources. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is just, as soon as you collect all form submissions right here, someone actually inputs the conversion value and conversion date, and you select converted. They will go to this file as well. You don't have to differentiate who is who. You just upload all the emails, all the submissions, or in this case, all the people who became a client or bought something. You just put them here and you upload it without worrying whether they came from Google Ads or not. What will happen is you will see something like this. You might see some errors. Don't worry about it. Just click on them. And if you see something like this email address or phone number for this event can be matched, this means that this specific email did not came from Google Ads. If the email will come from Google Ads, you will see successful. So convert leads, we'll see 09, we see this information, and it's fine. So if you see only this error, this is fine. If you see any other errors, just read it and correct. It might be the time zone, it might be your time format or something else, but don't worry about if there are errors, especially if the ones that say that email cannot be matched. Which just basically means that this form submission did not came from Google Ads. Once you've done this, you will see, if you scroll down to your converted lead, new conversion action, and see that it is working and you see value. So you can add it as a primary column, you can add it as a secondary column, it's up to you. But now you see people who actually converted from the ones who submitted your form. And this is very valuable information because now you can judge the keywords and campaigns differently than you did before, and you can assign a better value, and you can see a more precise ROI from your campaigns. Let's get familiar with how Google Ads account looks inside. So when you log in, you will see something like this, and on the left you'll see sort of like a main menu where you have your campaigns, goals, tools, billing, and admin. Now campaigns is the sort of the main screen that you'll probably spend most of the time, and you have this sort of middle menu that helps you navigating campaign related pages. Here you'll have goals. So this is where you create your conversions. So you have your main conversion window where you create conversions. And then you have settings and some additional things that you might do, like upload conversions and set custom variables or values. And then you have your attribution here as well. So this is not necessarily you will use it, but this is where it is located. Then you have tools. This is everything from keyword planner to bulk uploads or budgeting rules and so on and so forth. So obviously first, if you click, you'll get to your keyword planner, which again is probably the most used tool out of all the tools. Then you have shared library. We'll find your brand list and exclusion list, like negative exclusion lists, audience manager, and so on and so forth. Then you have content suitability, where you select what content should be excluded or what pages should be excluded from your ads. Then you have data manager, where you can connect your different products like Google Analytics and Google Business Profile or Merchant Center account. Then you have your consent settings, where you manage your consent settings, obviously. Then you have your all bulk actions like uploads, rules, and scripts, budgets, and bidding, where you can set your shared budgets, bid strategies, and then you have your business data. So these are all the tools, all the things you would need to create, optimize campaigns, add additional data, and so on and so forth. Then you have billing, which is probably used quite rarely, as you would add, your credit, your payment method. Then you will see your invoices here, your charges by day, by month. You have your documents, you have your advertiser verifications and other settings. So this is all related to billing. And then you have like main admin settings, is where you have your account settings, preferences, and of course, your access and security. This is where you add your users or your manager. So this is where you find all the people who have access to your account. Let's get back to campaigns. When you log into campaign, you'll be directed to this sort of overview screen. Now, I'm not using it a lot, but it kind of shows what was happening in the account. You see like a summary of clicks or impressions, or you can select average CPC or whatever. Then you have some recommendations, your ads that are performing or not, like date and time and audiences, and some of the keywords and searches. So this is like a snapshot of or overview of all of the campaigns that are running. You can explore it on your own. It's simple. There's nothing to it. I'm not using it a lot because it's a bit confusing. Like this information, for example, here, ad performances across devices, right? So mobile phones have a lot of them. I can select different metrics here. I can do conversions, but it's really hard for me to focus on a small screen. So I usually go into a specific campaign and do the analysis right there rather than just looking at this. But if you like these kind of small screenshots, or maybe you need them for your presentation, you're welcome to use it. Then you have this recommendation window. This is where Google recommends stuff to do in the account. This is obviously are not mandatory and usually are not recommended, even though they do increase your optimization score, which is basically a percentage for Google that says that your campaigns are optimized, but it actually doesn't mean anything. In some cases, it even hurts your campaign performance if you apply all the recommendations. However, there are some things that you might miss and you might find them here. For example, sometimes you'll have like keywords targeting or assets or whatever. Just review them, and if it's something that you might think is good, then you can add it or implement it. Otherwise, just ignore it. Then you have insights and reports. It's kind of similar to overview, with just a little bit more tools to analyze it. This insights and reports is basically used by search campaigns for when the ads were showed, device distribution, and match locations. If you use Performance Max campaigns, this is where you will see insights for Performance Max campaign. This is where you see like the search categories and other audiences and so on and so forth. But some insights are here on a campaign level and some are here, which is kind of interesting. I don't know why they decided to separate these things, but they also introduced this report editor where you can create like different reports in the account. Again, I rarely use it. I either use Looker Studio if I need to present the report, because these are not shareable. Like you cannot share it with someone else. It is just for you in the account. And also I use campaigns to analyze within the campaign. Like I use campaign view to analyze that. I'll show later. But if you like creating different dashboards and reports, this might be something useful to you. So you have dashboards here. This is where you create the reports, and then you have this new dashboard where you place these reports from the report editor. It might be fun. It might be useful. It's up to you. I almost never use it. So I assume that's why they added insights and reports, because they have this report editor and dashboard right here. And of course, that Performance Max insights right here as well. This is the campaign after that. So you have all your campaigns right here. So if you want to access, you'll start right here. If you want access to your campaigns, you have to click right here and then make sure that all campaigns are selected right here. So this is like a double navigation, which is kind of confusing, especially if you used the old one, but you never use the old one, then most likely it'll be a lot easier for you to get used to this one. But you can select campaign types from here. You can also select campaigns from here, and you can also click campaigns here and then go into specific campaigns just by clicking on them. So this is where you probably spend most of your times. So these are your campaigns. If you click on a campaign, you'll have your ad groups. If you click on the ad group, you'll see your keywords. And then if you want to see ads, you have to switch right here, and then we'll show your ads. If you want to access your campaign settings, just hover on a campaign, click the settings icon, and you will be directed to main campaign settings, where you set your budgets, your goals, your targeting, country, language, choose the bidding strategy, and also there's additional settings for more advanced setup. So this is campaign settings. If you have a lot of campaigns, don't forget to show more rows. This is an interesting thing, but people do forget it's only 10 campaigns are shown, and sometimes get confused when they ask me like why is only 10 campaigns running or something like that. So have in mind that you can change how many rows are displayed at a time. So if you do have a campaign running, well, this is dynamic campaign, but you have into ad group, then you go into ad group and you can see your search keywords. In this case, it's negative. So this is how you browse your campaigns. You have your campaigns, your ad groups, ads. So you can edit or create your ads, and then you have your experiments under campaigns as well. Now, below the campaigns, you'll have assets. Now, assets can be on account level, on the campaign level, on the ad group level, but this is where you'll find all your assets and you'll be able to edit them, create them, remove them, and so on and so forth. And then you have your keywords, which again is maybe a little bit weird because, keywords are in the campaign, in the ad group and the ads, and then they sort of separate right here. I guess it made more sense to group them under audience, keywords, and content, but this is where you find your campaign keywords. Obviously, you have to select the campaign from here. We have the keywords, and then you can edit the keywords, the match type, the bids, and whatever. You have search audiences, obviously here. If you have display campaigns for audiences here, you have your locations, dynamic targets, ad schedule, and other settings. If you do select ad group like this, for example, if I do go to ad groups, if I click on the ad group, I don't see all the settings right here, so don't be confused right now. So if I want to see location settings right here, I have to go on a campaign and then I see location. If I do click on specific ad group, obviously I don't see it because locations are set at the campaign level. So navigating from campaign to ad group or from ads, both the column changes and then some of the settings change as well because not all settings are available on the ad group level or campaign level or ads level. And then at the end you have change history, which basically shows what kind of changes were made, when, and who made them. This is very useful if you have many people editing the account. Then you can look at who edited the account and what was edited or what was added or deleted. Like here, for example, we see it on October 5th. It's me. I added 17 broad match keywords. I can look at the keywords. I can also undo the changes. Some of the changes can be undone. Some of them can't. This is really good to notice that if there was a drop and if there are a lot of people in the account making changes, I always go into change history, see the date where something happened, some anomaly or whatever, and then see if there any changes were made before that time. So this is pretty useful. This blue plus button, it's throughout the account. So as you can see here, is a bit more fancier. This is where you can create campaign, but also you can create anything being within a specific view. For example, here I am in the campaign view, so I can create a new campaign. I can also load campaign settings, which basically is that I can choose a campaign and it will preload that campaign setting, so I don't have to choose some of the settings. So it makes creating campaigns faster. If you are in the ad group, it will create an ad group. If you are in the keywords, it will add new keywords right here. If you are in the ads view, it will allow you to create ads. So this is like a common general create or add thing button. Right here, if you're in either view, campaign, ads, keywords, whatever, you'll see this graph. Here you can change it by selecting any metric. Obviously you can type conversions and you can select anything you want if you know the name of the metric. You can also add, let's leave clicks. And you can add additional metric, for example, impressions. So you can compare two metrics and how they correlate, if the impressions drop and clicks drops and vice versa. You can also compare performance over time. This is where you can adjust what is displayed. So this is daily. If you click weekly, obviously you'll see only weekly performance, and if you choose monthly, it will be monthly. Although this is more convenient when you are analyzing longer periods of time, for example, the whole year or 6 months, and it's easier to see by month or by week, because if you make it daily, it will be really small and detailed graph, and it's hard to gain any insights. For example, let's check a longer period of time. See, this is daily and it's really hard to analyze, although my campaigns did not perform throughout the whole period. But even with the small, it's pretty hard. Then I can change to weekly and it kind of becomes more manageable. So I can see, okay, so this is where it dropped. And if I do monthly, it's even better, right? I can see a better visualized graph. You can also use the search above. So billing, you can just enter keyword and it will give you some of the pages. All settings are found. I had trouble looking for some of the settings, but most of the settings will be found in search. You'll have your campaigns preview. So you can do search. If you know how it's called, you can do a search and it will give you a result, so you can use the search. I've seen some of the people use that quite often. I never got used to that, so it's up to you how you prefer to navigate. In general, I use this navigation. I go through campaign to campaign. I like to click on a campaign, go into campaign and sort of be in that campaign while analyzing, looking at the metrics. And you can find your columns right here, so it's easier for me. I can do the segment. I can add additional columns. We'll be going through some of the settings and some of the things later on as well in the different videos. For example, like setting up conversions. We'll be talking about how to set up conversions. So we'll talk in more detail about the whole goals menu and how to do it. At the same time, we'll be talking about assets and how to create them, and the rest of the settings and columns and optimizations. So there will be plenty of time to learn how to use it. In the meantime, I do encourage you just to log in if you have an account, browse around, see how it looks, get used to some of the settings, try to remember where things are and what is done. There's no harm in browsing unless you enable some settings or disable something. Other than that, there's just no harm. You can't do anything to your campaign just by browsing and getting familiar yourself with the account. We talked a lot about bidding strategies in the previous videos. In the previous videos where I explained how they work and what they are. But I do want to emphasize a couple of things, because the bidding strategies can be used to optimize campaigns or increase conversions or decrease conversions, but they have to be done in the correct way. First of all, there is no best conversion. There is no best bidding strategy. Contrary to what you may hear contrary to what you might hear online, people stating one or the other facts, the problem is that there is no best bidding strategies. There's only the one that works for your specific business or even for one specific campaign, because there might be campaigns that work better on target CPA and the others might be better off on manual CPC. So you don't have to stick to one bidding strategy, you have to test. This brings me to a second point. Always test. Use experiments feature that is built in, and we'll talk about experiments and A/B testing in general later on, but you have to use this built-in experiment tool to test bidding strategies. You have no idea how many times I've read the post on Reddit or Facebook, people complaining that they just changed the bidding strategy and campaign performance dropped. And this happens when you just switch it on a live campaign, which is not recommended at all. You just use the experiment feature to show you if that bidding strategy gets better results. That's the only thing you can do, and that's the proper thing to do. No matter what bidding strategy you start with, you can always change it. Again, just change it with the experiment feature, testing it. So you might find just a couple of bidding strategies right here, but if you click here, a lot more bidding strategies will be available, including manual CPC. So have that in mind. There are some exceptions where you can change the bidding strategy on a live campaign. Now, on the new campaigns, I have noticed recently that sometimes, especially if you start on any bidding strategy, but more likely on manual CPC, you're not seeing any impressions, although you know that the keywords have impressions and everything is correct and there's no warnings or notifications or whatsoever, but the keywords are not receiving any impressions. So I switched to maximize clicks, and the next day I started to see clicks coming in, and then I switched to manual CPC or whatever strategy you want to. So sometimes, I don't know why, maybe it's how Google works, but maybe the automated bidding strategy, because they like it so much, maybe it helps to kickstart the campaign. So it is fine for like a short period to kickstart things, to do the switch on a live campaign and not use the experiment feature, but this is only where we have basically problems. If you have a live campaign, if you have conversions running, don't ruin the campaign by just switching it. If you have 30, 50, or 30 probably be too few, but I would go like 50, 100 conversions per month, then you can use experiments feature, switch the bidding strategy, and then see if the results are to your satisfaction. On the bidding strategy, you don't change that often. You start with one, you test the other one, it either works or you don't, so you stay with that. However, there might be time, if conversions are growing, if more or less everything is the same, then the target CPA or ROAS bidding usually works fine. You get the conversions, the price is fine, everything is okay. And there might come a time when you do have to optimize. Now, with bidding strategies, the problem is that if you reduce if, for example, you try to set the CPA or reduce it or increase or reduce your target ROAS, your campaign might not work as well. This is where you have to probably switch to manual CPC to have more control over it. So this is the only time you probably switch back from the working, because the automated bidding strategies are a bit harder to control when you want to have really, really precise control. This becomes a bit more complicated, and then you probably have to switch, maybe sometimes even without testing, because you need results fast, or if you can't afford, you have to run the test with manual CPC and then you use those controls. Otherwise, just don't touch the bidding strategy if it works, if you're seeing the results, if if you're seeing the results, if they're satisfactory. Don't touch, don't make any new changes. If you are making changes, make the small changes, like adjust the bids or the budget by 10%, 15%, every few days, every few other days, and then see how the performance impacts. Don't make the changes too often, because this will ruin the algorithm and the whole thing will reset, and you might lose your performance. Now we have everything we need to create our first campaign. I will explain each step along the way so you don't have to worry about anything. Let's dive in. So we have our account, we have Google Ads, we've been talking a lot about keywords, campaign structure, and everything else. It's time to create your first campaign. So when your account, if you have campaigns created already, I don't think there will be anything new for you, but I do recommend following the video just so that but I do recommend watching this video, because there might be something, a setting or whatever, that you might have not known about, or you missed during you might have missed creating campaigns on your own. So to create a campaign, you click here on a plus button. So if you have campaigns already, you can load campaign settings. Even if you do load campaign settings, I would recommend reviewing them anyway. But this helps a lot, or speed things faster, if you have to create many campaigns. If you create one campaign, and if the rest of the campaigns have similar settings, let's say bidding, location, and the rest of it, then you can load the campaign settings and then adjust those settings to your liking. In our case, this is our new campaign. I also have my sample structures. We have one campaign, few ad groups, keywords, and some ads. So I'll use this to show you how I create campaigns while using this or similar structure. Like if you don't have this, or you haven't been using my template to create ad group structure and enter keywords and write ads, that's okay. You can use whatever you want. Everything is fine. There's no one rule to create campaigns. So I do have campaigns here. Go back to campaign creation. You'll be given to select objective. Now, usually you don't select any, so you create campaign without any guidance. Here you have to select campaign type. So we'll be talking about only search campaigns, but this is where you select your performance max, demand gen, display, video, or whatever. So in our case, this is search campaigns. Scroll down. This is your main goal. Like you can assign a goal later, so you don't have to worry about this right now. So for me, it says account default goal is add to cart. It's fine for now. I can add another goal if I need to, but I can also do it that later. Website visits, you can select it or you don't have to. It's okay. And then campaign name, you can use whatever names you prefer. The only sort of, not a requirement, suggestion is to use names that represent that tells you what's in the campaign. So for example, if I have women's clothing category, I would name it women's clothing, and then the ad groups will be something like t-shirts and shoes or whatever. So in this case, we have our iPhone cases, right? So this campaign will contain only iPhone cases. So in this case, I'll just name them iPhone cases. Now you can add additional parameters. This varies based on different experts, different users. Some like to add a bidding strategy here. Some like to add a country. I usually have this as a search campaign. The key to have this, because it is also visible in other platforms like Google Analytics, and it's easier to immediately see which the campaign type it is. But you can use whatever you want. Some people use this. It can be whatever you want, as long as you yourself understand what the campaign is about. And some people specify the country here. They specify the bidding, or basically whatever you want, right? So these are additional. You can use more variations. You can do this like this. So this is for you to know what the campaign is all about. And if you need more parameters in the name, you can add them. It's up to you. Press to continue. We'll start new. So when you start the campaign, Google only gives you a limited amount of bidding strategies. Now, we talked about bidding strategies and what's the difference, and it's up to you to pick the one that is more aligned with your business, but you can change the bidding strategy later. So if you just want to create a campaign and see how it goes, just leave whatever you want. You can set a cost per target, whatever. It doesn't really matter. You can change things afterwards. You can skip this because this is a different approach on bidding, sort of an upgrade or an extra, where you can specify Google to focus only or more on acquiring new customers. But for that to happen, you need to pass information to Google because it needs to know what are the returning customers and what are new customers and how to differentiate them. So this is a little bit more advanced, but I don't think you'll need them at this point. We'll click continue. As for networks, it is recommended to exclude both. So display network is something totally different, and although your text ads or responsive searches can be shown on a display network, because text ads in some placements can be shown, it is not recommended to have them in the search campaign. The search partners is okay for most parts. It's just expands your reach to the websites that contain Google search. It's sort of a legacy thing. I don't think a lot of websites do have this Google search field that where you can Google it and then see the results on their website instead of Google search, like google.com. It depends. The results vary per business, per country. Sometimes you see the same results, meaning that you just get a little bit more clicks, so a little bit more conversions at the same price. Sometimes the traffic from search partners is worse, so you see a larger CPA. If your budget allows it, you can leave this on and then see how it performs. Now, if you're in a limited budget and you know that you're not going to cover all the volume, all the searches, and you need that money to focus on your most important keywords, I would recommend not including it. Then we have the country. Let's say United States. Obviously, you can include more countries. We talked about it, how to include or not include the countries. So this is your location targeting. It's either country, city, state, neighborhood, or whatever. Now, another option that I want to talk about is the location option. So this is similar to the above. It kind of expands your reach. So the first default setting, it will target the people who search for location, are regularly in the location, or search something about that location. So show an interest in that location, which means that it can go broader than that specific targeting location. Now, the second setting focuses only on people that are in or regularly in the specific location you're targeting. So the difference is that the first one is maybe a bit broader, not necessarily. So it's not like a 100% deal. So they might be broader. So it might be your ads, depending on the business, your ad might be shown to people who are not in the United States. But let's say Googling something, for example, of bus tickets in New York or something like that, right? So if this is your keyword and someone is in UK and they're Googling that, they might see your ad because they show specific interest in that location in New York or United States in our case. So this is for you to decide whether you want traffic where people are from different locations seeing your ads, because sometimes it's about payment options or delivery options, or in general time differences and cultural differences. So there's a lot of things to think about, but it's at the end of the day, it's you who decides whether you want to sell or able to sell to someone outside of your target country. If not, then choose the second one, which is a more narrower targeting, and Google will show ads for people in your location, or at least regularly in your location. Languages. This is a simple one. The language should be based basically on your keywords and your ads and your landing page. If you have everything in English, obviously you can do English. However, you can also try to remove language at all. So this is, again, a little bit broader targeting, if you will. The reason is that how Google decides whether you or the searcher speaks a particular language. Obviously, there's the keyword that the person enters. There is the Chrome settings, the computer settings, the Google website you use, whether you use like google.com or google.co.uk or whatever the domain name. So there are some of the signals Google sees or interprets and decides that this person speaks English. So if you do have a targeted language specified, then if Google thinks that this person does not speak English for many reasons, then the person might not see the ad, even though they search that keyword that you're bidding on. So again, it's sort of up to you. You can leave all the languages. For example, if you're in US, there might be a lot of Spanish speaking people, or in general, tourists visiting, and people will use their phones or their computers, but they're not from US originally, but they might search for something like, hotels in New York, or bus tickets in Los Angeles, or something like that, something local. So they might not see your ad, but they can be your clients, right? So this is for you to decide. If you can serve that audience, you can remove the language, you can remove the English language, and target all languages. And your target will be based on keywords. So if someone enters, you'll be assuming that you can target all languages, and let the keyword and the ad do the filtering, and the website as well. So if someone enters a keyword in English, they see English ads, and they click on them and they go to the website. So it's kind of safe to assume that they do speak English language, but you broaden your reach. However, if you have a specific language, you have a limited budget, you don't want to spread too much, then you can focus on only one language. And of course, this goes without saying, if you do have other countries targeting, you can choose language based on a country. We can skip the audience segments for now. We'll talk about search for audience specifically, and then you can decide whether that makes sense to you. Broad match keywords. Now, this is where you have to decide how your campaign will go. What I mean is that if you decide to use broad match keywords, then you better have conversions, and you better use automated bidding strategies such as CPA bidding or ROAS bidding. So this is where the difference comes. Of course, you can remove that later. You can turn off the setting, but this is where if you use broad match keywords, leave this setting on. Make sure you have conversions obviously before, and make sure you're using automated bidding strategies, because Google might bring you a lot of different traffic, which may not convert, and you'll be wasting your budget. However, if you're having mixed ad groups, you have phrase match, you have your exact match, you have limited budget, you want more control, then you turn this off, and then you proceed. I never use this automatically created assets. I want to be in control of what I create, not Google, so leave this off. Let's click on more settings. Ad rotation, you can keep it for now as prefer best performing ads. Start date if you need one. Ad schedule, again, if the business doesn't work or operate on Saturdays or on Sundays, maybe there is no reason to advertise on the weekends as well. So this is depending on the business. This is it for now. Let's click next. We can skip this because this is ad generation. You can try later on with different campaigns what Google will suggest to you, but we have our ad groups, we have our keywords, we have our structure. So let's move on to ad groups. So this is where you go to the our structure. I'll just copy the name. I have the name of the ad group. It's iPhone 14 cases. I have my 3 keywords in this case, but it doesn't really matter. I paste them here. They're exact match keywords, and I scroll down to see the ads. We don't need this to see the ads, right? So again, we have the ads as well. We have our landing page. It probably won't work because I don't think if this store exists, obviously. And then we have headlines, and I can just copy it one by one. You'll see some suggestions from Google. You can review them. It doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, but just review them before blindly applying. We need a minimum 3 headlines. We can stop here, but since we do have more written already, we can add a little bit more. Okay, let's stop here. It's enough. Then we have descriptions. I'll add just a couple of descriptions. There has to be a minimum of 2, as you can see from the notification. That's it. This is how your ad looks. You can scroll through to see how it looks on the desktop and on the mobile phone. Then we have images and we have assets, right? We have images, we have business name, business logo, and site links. And callouts, these are ad assets, or formerly known as ad extensions. You can add them here, but if you have only a few campaigns, you have a small account, then it's better to have it on a campaign level, and it's better to add them through the assets menu, and we talked about it, where to add assets. So it's better to have them there rather than going through adding them each time you create an ad. So I'd rather recommend just leaving it there and going into assets later on, just creating assets and assigning them on a campaign level. Or some assets can be assigned on account level, such as call outs. If if small business, then most likely there won't be a lot of call outs. Your phone number, your location will be all on the account level. So for now, we're okay. We click next and we see the budget. Now there will be recommendations for you. And now we're in the budget. So this will be a recommendation from Google. It recommends to have an average daily budget of 5, but you can set a custom budget, the one you calculated. If nothing else, start with 10 a day. Small businesses increase 20, and see how the results are coming in. And let's do 20. It doesn't really matter at this point because you can change daily budget at any time. Although have in mind that changing the budget, if you're on automated bidding strategies, it does require some time to learn. Again, because you inputted additional information from Google and it resets the learning and it learns again, and so on and so forth. For manual, it's easy. Come on. And now we can publish our campaign. So there you have it. I have a campaign for my blog posts, but this is the campaign we created recently. And that's it. You have your campaign running. Well, not running, but it needs to go through the review. So if there's nothing, all campaigns go through a review process. So it might take an hour, it might be immediately, it might be a few days. For the search campaigns, it doesn't take long, so it should be running quite quickly. Obviously, I don't want it to run because, well, first of all, the website is not working at all because there's probably no such website. So I'll just pause the keywords. But the campaign is running, and but the campaign is created and running as soon as the ads will be approved. So if you have more ad groups, all you do is go back to your template, your structure, and go into campaign. Make sure you see ad groups, and then create another ad group and just basically repeat the steps. Right? We have iPhone 15 cases. These are phrase match. So basically the same thing. You save and continue. You create ads, and you're done, right? So I'm not gonna do it. But this is how you create your campaign and create your ad groups, ads, and etc. I also mentioned that you can create assets right here. So this is where you create them. I recommend creating them there. I would recommend creating all of them here because it's just easier to create everything in one place and then assign on a campaign level, and then you don't have to do it each time you create an ad group or an ad. So this is a bit easier. If you need to add more keywords, again, this is pretty easy. Just click on the big plus button, enter the keywords in the ad group if they are from the same theme, if they relate to the ads and to the landing page. Same goes for the ads. You just have to click right here, find your ads, and add a new responsive search ad. Or edit this one if you like. I'm going to pause that campaign, but this is basically it. This is all you need to know how to create a search campaign. The rest of the steps is basically copy pasting things from your campaign structure, from your template, or anywhere else. The process is a bit different for other campaign types, but this course focuses only on search campaigns, and we're gonna talk about how to optimize campaigns a bit later and go through some of the settings as well. So this is for you just to create a campaign. So my advice is go in the account and try to create a campaign. Don't worry about messing it up. You can always pause the campaign. You can always create new campaign. There is a limit on campaigns, but trust me, most of the businesses don't hit that limit. So don't be afraid to just get in there and get your hands dirty, just to understand where things are, how to navigate the accounts, and go through the process several times just to feel more comfortable and confident when creating campaigns. Landing pages are an essential part of Google Ads campaigns, but are often overlooked. Each of your ads must have a link. You have to direct users somewhere after the click, and the page you choose is your landing page. But why should you care about landing pages when running Google Ads campaigns? Because Google Ads is just a tool to get traffic to your website, period. What kind of traffic you get is up to you, because you choose the keywords. But once the ad is clicked and the user is on your website, the Google Ads part is done. Your landing page or your website takes over and has to guide the user until the end, the conversion. You can target various users, get them to see your ad, and even click on it. You can have the best ads and the biggest budgets. But if your landing page sucks, you will fail with your marketing campaigns. And that is why it is so important to understand what is a good landing page and how to create one for your Google Ads campaigns. Landing pages can be very different, created for various products and services. There is no one golden rule what should be included in the landing page, but there are some elements that help make it a lot more effective. If I had to summarize a landing page into one question that you can ask yourself, it would be, what information do users need to see on that page in order to buy or to proceed to another stage? So this is the mindset, this is the question you should have or ask yourself every time you look at your landing page. Does it contain all the information needed to proceed further? And now let's talk about some of the elements. Clear and compelling headline. Well, headlines are the first thing users read when they land on your page. If a headline is too vague or not compelling enough, people might just leave the site. You can't afford that since you just paid a few dollars for a click. Now, this is not a place to be creative. Just tell people what you have or confirm that they landed in the right place. Take a look at these two landing pages. These are tax-provided services. Now, in both cases, the headlines are clear, right? You have America's #1 tax provider and then Ultimate Tax Online 1040. But on the second landing page, they are even more to the point. The 1040 is a tax form in the United States, so they include that in the headline. As a visitor, I know instantly what the page is about and what will I get. There is no question. It's more precise. Now, can you imagine if we went with a more creative headline, something like, would make your life easier? In a way, it's true, right? Helping me fill in the tax form does make my life easier, but the headline would be too vague. You would have to read further to understand if this is what you're looking for. And what would you get? You would end up with something like this. Unclear headline, where innovations drives exceptional experiences. It's unclear what they do. You have to either know the brand to get it or read the subtitle, which a lot fewer people will decide to do. No one has time to read, and there are plenty of competitors to choose from. Understanding your target audience. Now, this is important in marketing in general. You're running ads, creating images, posts, text, you should know who is your target audience. Same goes for the landing page. Visuals, your copy has to be centered around the audience you want to attract. If your audience are people working in big companies, then your copy has to be formal, your image is clean and office-like. First impressions count. If you're targeting the same audience as your competitors, check them out, check their landing pages. If you know they are succeeding, you can copy their landing page and then you can optimize later. There is no reason to reinvent the wheel every single time. Here are two pages that sell clothing. Can you guess which one sells more expensive brands? I'm sure you guessed it right? It's the page on the right. The images tell a lot, and when people land on a page, they can see if the page matches their expectation. They can even see if they can afford the products on the page, or if the products are right for them without even looking further. High quality images. Now, I don't know if I had to include that at all, but unfortunately, I still see some landing pages with poorly cropped stock images or low quality videos. I know that everything costs money, but this is where you can't afford to save it. As I mentioned above, first impressions count. There are plenty of sites where you can get premium quality videos and images or create them with AI. We can even look at the pages before. You can tell that images are quite important. Engaging and concise copy. I know how much you love your brand, your product, or your service, and we all want to brag about it. We think that others like to read about it as well. Well, not so much. There is one sort of rule about the length of text or content in general on the landing page. The more expensive the product or service, the more convincing has to be done. So if you sell a regular car oil, which costs about $30, how much convincing do you have to do? Probably not that much, right? People know what car oil is, they know they need it, and they just need to know, why should they buy it from you? Usually in this case, you use marketing tricks like free shipping, discounts, and bundles. But if you sell a more expensive oil, let's say it costs $150, you need to tell people why it's so expensive. This means laying out everything about it, how it's made, why it's so special, how it helps your car engine, and so on. Look at this page. The copy is laid out in a simple yet understandable manner. Imagine if I had all this text in one single paragraph. It would be a nightmare to read. Now they have a headline, then they have a bold, larger text, then a simple but larger font text. They have things underlined and enhanced. They have the quote. So everything is laid out pretty simple, but it's easy to read. And there's plenty of text here. Be short and to the point if there's no need for long texts. Otherwise, use simple language that anyone can understand. Bonus points if you can make long text more engaging in the way we see in this image. It's made in a more engaging way. Also, there's a lot of information that has to be presented. Maybe think about the video or images. Images and sound can help you communicate your message a lot easier and faster. Write and rewrite many times until the landing page contains just the right amount of information, which is useful for the visitor but not overwhelming. If the text is too long, use bullet points, use graphs, use separate paragraphs, leave a lot of space, use icons and other design elements as we've seen before. Strong call to action or strong CTA. It's probably one of the most important elements on the page. A CTA or call to action is how you direct users to take an action that is important to your business. Whether it's buying, downloading, or signing up, people need to know and see what to do next. You can revisit some of the screenshots above to see if they had a good CTA, especially the landing page about taxes. Here's a simple, straight to the point page with one single call to action, which is start a free trial. And then it's repeated right here. Not too much, not too little. Simple as possible. Try to keep the CTA above the fold, meaning that it is visible without scrolling down. As with your copy and headlines, don't be too creative here either. Use simple, understandable, short phrases. I would avoid names for the CTA like start your journey, unless it's a service where you plan your journey, or even more creative ones like fulfill your dreams. It's hard to understand what is being directed to do. It sounds like a good emotional CTA, but what happens when I click it? This is a good rule of thumb to follow. The CTA has to reveal what will happen next. With fill the form, get your book, or sign up, you know what will happen next, so you are less hesitant. Remember, the CTAs are important, hence are tested a lot. If you see a creative CTA, there is a chance it has been tested and works for that business particularly. You can copy it, of course, but there's a risk that it won't work for you. That's why I would start with simple, clear, and direct call to action, and then, if there's a possibility, test different versions. Layout and the use of white space. I was hesitant to include this one as it's more for designers, so I'll keep it simple. Don't try to cram everything into small space. White space is needed between images and text and paragraphs and even sentences for better comprehension. As I say, give it some space, let it breathe. Make it easy for the eyes to view and read your content. Look at this page. They leave spaces everywhere. They have images to separate the text. They have titles. They have a space between a title and what it seems like a feature. The feature is also bolded. They have spaces here, the spaces between images. Everything seems quite easy to read and follow. Using social proof. This is an optional element, but became a big part of any landing page. Now, if your product is new, you probably won't have user reviews or ratings, but at least you can try to get some of your friends to write a review. Testimonials make it easier on visitors to trust your product or service and convince them to buy. If your business is unknown, there has to be something people can rely on. Comments, star ratings, testimonials, especially video ones, are a great way to show that your service or product is used and liked. Now, obviously, we've seen a lot of ratings and name dropping, like the brands. We've also seen many times that the business uses maybe a celebrity or someone from sports. You have again logo here, you have the name, you have the testimonial, you have the company that the person is working for. Now, this increases trust with the brand. Now, let's look at a few good landing page examples. The first one is philo.com. It's a streaming service, apparently an alternative to cable TV. I haven't heard about them before I Googled it, but I like how simple, clear, and visual the landing page is, right? It's really simple, it's minimalistic. minimalistic, and I really like it. The headline is a quote, but it accurately describes the service. So again, a quote, it's like social proof, but then also describes the brand. It also communicates the benefit, most affordable. It's only 6 words, but definitely want to continue reading to find out what it is. The CTA clearly stands out, right? And although the text on the bottom is a classic start your free trial, it tells me what will happen next. Images take a big part of the page to show the selection of shows and movies, which is natural because this is their product. It's easier for the streaming service as the images are created by the show itself, so they did not have to think about it too much. If you scroll down a bit, I won't visit the website, but if you do and scroll down a bit, you will see a price comparison table which shows to you that they indeed are the most affordable. And I love the clever line here, don't break the bank, break up with cable. It's a nice play on words, but still clearly communicated. The next one is Gavi. I love new product design, especially when it's something that has been around for ages, right? We have toothbrush, then electric ones popped out. What else can you do to sell something like this? How much more innovative can it get? Now, I assume most of these products rely on good marketing and obviously good pictures and good videos and good content, and of course product design. That's why you see product displayed a lot on this page. Why do I like this landing page? The product images are very cool. I'm sure it is as good for brushing as it looks, but the colors, the looks are nice. You instantly get the idea of what it is and you either like it or you don't. Right below you see social proof, you see star reviews and statements from various publications. I assume this shows that it has been reviewed not only by users, regular people, but also by experts. The headline is a bit more creative. This is because, as I mentioned, you know what the product does. You don't need an explanation of what the toothbrush does or what the result is. We know it. So here you can be a bit more creative and put a twist on it. And the last one is Squarespace. Squarespace is a platform to create a website, and it's quite popular, so they should have a good understanding of a landing page, and they do. First of all, they have a dedicated landing page specifically for the ad. Having a dedicated page is a lot better as you can test it, you can change whatever you want, and adapt it to your target audience. Now, headline is simple and direct. There's no marketing fluff. Create a website for your business. Even though the subtitle under the headline is a bit long, it does contain all the information I need. Call to action, get started, clear. I like to get started. There's no guessing, no anxiety about this phrase. I also like the image. It's really hard to pick an image for something like a website platform, but it kind of makes sense if you think about it, because I guess coffee place is a business, is a small business. So I wonder if they did test several images and this image won. But to me, it kind of makes sense. Don't be overwhelmed with all this information. It takes time, I know. If you can't create a landing page, just pick the one that makes most sense for a specific campaign. It can be just a category page or even a search results page or any page that you think fits your campaign. It's better to start with something than not to start at all. Here are some common mistakes you should avoid when creating landing pages. Overloading with information. This is basically for all content. If it does not add additional value to the user, it does not belong on the landing page. The only information that belongs on the landing page is the one that helps the user make a decision to click your call to action. Neglecting mobile users. I've mentioned that you need to test your landing page, you need to maybe give it to your friends, but at least test your landing page on your phone. Don't forget that users' behavior on a mobile phone is a bit different. If your site works fine on mobile, that's great. But how does it look? Is everything visible clearly on a smaller screen? Does your CTA move below the fold or not? It's important not only to make it work, but also to make it convenient for mobile users to convert. Weak call to actions. I have this exercise that is sometimes used to define the text on my CTA button. I use the sentence, I want to, and then insert the CTA phrase. For example, I want to sign up, or I want to download the ebook. This helps you see it from the user's perspective and avoid vague call to action names. Ignoring analytics and feedback. Now, having a separate landing page allows you to track it and get users' feedback. Not only you can see all the clicks, statistics, and heat maps, you can also ask survey questions right on the page. There's no way you can create a great landing page on your first try. You will have to improve and optimize, and you need data to do that. Page speed. This is very important for users as no one likes slow loading pages, but Google hates that as well. If you have a slow page, you can impact your Google Ads quality score, and that could increase your CPC and overall cost. Google has a free tool called Page Speed Insights. I definitely encourage you to use it and test your page. And finally, don't use your homepage as a landing page. Usually you don't do that, and the biggest reason is that it is not designed for a specific action, audience, or purpose. It is usually generic. Also, you can't really test it and make any changes as this is your homepage, this is your main page. It might hurt other teams or products or services. An exception can be if you have one product or service and this is your homepage, because it kind of is your landing page as well. There's nothing more on the page. In other cases, I would definitely advise to use a dedicated landing page for your paid campaigns. There are a lot of tools that would help you create your landing page. You can just Google landing page or similar phrase and you'll get a lot of results. I thought I'll share a few of the tools that I used in the past or use right now, and I think it could be something that you might like as well. The first one is unbounce.com. It's been around for a while now and it's a really robust landing page platform. It's not cheap, however. It starts about 89 euros or $90 per month, but it has a lot of great features. What I like is that you can add your own domain, so the users still see your main domain and have as many custom landing pages as you want. They even have a dedicated page for PPC landing pages. It has some templates and a drag and drop editor for people like me who don't know how to code. The next one is Lead Pages. This one is similar to Unbounce, but a bit cheaper. Also has a pre-built templates and a drag and drop editor. The differences are minor and will probably become visible once you start using one or the other. Fry Themes, it's a WordPress plugin. If you use WordPress, it might be an option for you. I have been using this solution for a while. The biggest difference is that the pricing is not based on usage. You just pay a yearly fee, which is kind of cool. And there is no limit on traffic. You also get things like pop-ups and quizzes and a bunch of other stuff for the same price. The next one is Landingi. I'm not sure if it's pronounced correctly, but if you have an even smaller budget, this one might be for you. I haven't tried this one myself. It seems very similar with pre-built templates, editor, and etc. So you're welcome to try. Last one is if you don't have money at all. Here's a simple one-page builder, which is free. There aren't a lot of features, but you get the most important one, your landing page, which works. As I said, there are many tools. Each tool has its upsides and downsides, and it mainly depends on what you need and what is your budget. But here are the most important points to keep in mind. The first one is quite important. You have to make sure that you can use your main domain as a landing page. There's a setting and you can adjust so it shows your main domain. This is quite important. The next one, integration with other tools. Obviously, you'll be using more tools, like forms, emails, and payments. So you have to make sure that the software has apps or plugins or whatever. Basically, it easily integrates with the landing page builder. Trust me, it is a lifesaver. Drag and drop editor. I don't code. If you're like me, it's a cool feature to have. The easier to use, the faster you'll make landing pages. For me, it's really good feature to have. I always look for that feature in any page builder. Page speed. Now make sure that the tool provides fast landing pages, and they usually have it somewhere on their page that you can read about it. They actually brag about the speed of their pages. So you make sure that you either ask support or find on the website that their pages are quite fast. Pre-built templates. Those can be optional, but templates are great if you want to start fast. You can start with one and then customize it to your needs, and this saves a lot of time. And more advanced features like A/B testing and pop-ups. This is a great feature to have, but it will be probably available with more expensive solutions. It's great to have a built-in testing tool because if you're serious about your business, you will be testing a lot of landing pages. And pop-ups are great for collecting emails or promoting special deals on the website. Again, if they are available in the tool, that is very convenient and saves you money from opting to another tool to get the pop-ups working or to setting up A/B tests. And the last one is how the price scales. So this is important because some tools have a limit on the visitors. If you're sure that in the next 6 or 12 months you'll be scaling your campaigns, you'll be driving more traffic, then you can calculate, and you need to calculate how much money you'll be paying for those landing pages, because you don't want to end up in a situation where it starts to cost a lot and you already wasted more money and your hours to build a landing page. Switch switching the landing page builder is not complicated, but it's pain in the ass. So you would like to avoid that, especially at the start. So make sure to check how the price scales. Do you pay per landing page, per visitor, per user added, or something? Just make sure you checked it. That's about it. I think there's way too many tools anyway, so I'm sure you picked the right tool. If you're not sure about the tool, you can always ping me, write me an email, and I'll help you to choose. We know that once your keywords trigger your ads and a person clicks on the ads, they go to a specific URL or a specific link that you provided in the ad. However, you can specify a different link for all of your keywords or just one of your keywords. Now, this is done through final URL. Final URL allows you to enter a link or URL for any of your keywords. Now, obviously, you wouldn't do it for all of the keywords because it would make any sense. Why then you have them in one ad group? However, sometimes you want to specify a different URL for a one or two keywords in the ad group for reasons known to you. For example, say you have an ad group that mostly is about winter tires, sort of a broader sense of it, right? We don't know what people searched. We know that they search for winter tires. Now, of course, there will be searches that contain specific measurements. If there are a lot of searches, I would probably go with creating a different ad group because then you can sort of mention the dimensions and sizes and brands and whatnot in the ads and direct to a specific link or category of those tires. However, sometimes those keywords don't have a lot of search volume, meaning that you don't have to create ad groups, or it will just take a lot of time and they will have low search volume and it just becomes messy and your structure becomes bloated. So in this instance, when there are keywords, your main keywords have additional, serial numbers, part numbers, or like dimensions or whatnot, you can use final URL for those specific keywords to direct to a specific product or maybe category or like filtered search results. In our case, if we have winter tires and there are specific measurements, you could use your search filter on your website to just filter winter tires that has the specific measurement and use that URL for the final keyword URL. Now, you do have to remember that our ads or the ads in the ad group have to match our keywords in a general sense of it, but if user enters a keyword, they expect to see something similar in the ad, otherwise it will be a mismatch and people most likely won't click. Now, with having final URL, that this doesn't solve the problem of the specific keyword appearing in the headline. Now, the headline can say, winter tire or something generic, as this we have like minus 30% of all winter tires, something that is more generic, although you want the size or the dimensions to be specified in the ad as well. Now, in this case, we can pair the final URL with the keyword insertion. Now, as you all remember, keyword insertion allows you to insert the keywords when they match the search term into the headline or description. The good part is that now the ad reflects better the search term that was entered by the user. So now you have the search term, tires with some dimensions, then they are inserted into the headline or description, and then they are going to the final URL that is near the keyword or specified specifically for that keyword. However, usually these keywords are quite long and they are too long to be inserted into the headlines. Remember, the maximum number of allowed characters is 30 for the headline. So you could use description to insert, but not all people read descriptions. So you might end up with still a generic ad for the search term that has dimensions or something specific, and they will land on a specific search result category or whatever, right? So it still works and you still can apply the final URL. However, obviously you don't have to. This is only for bigger accounts or accounts that have a lot of like part numbers, as I mentioned, like serial numbers, part numbers, like TVs and maybe laptops with like a bunch of specifications attached to a keyword laptop. So you don't want to write each ad or have each ad group for each of those specifications, then you can use final URL. To add a final URL, you have to go to your keywords, which means you're going to your ad group and campaign and find your keywords. Now, you might see the column right here. If you don't see the column, you just search for it and add it. Now you see the column and you can edit the final URL for each keyword. This is where you paste your URL. Of course, make sure it's working. I also recommend not removing this column because if you add final URLs for some keywords throughout your several ad groups or several campaigns, if you remove the column, you might not be able to see whether that keyword has a final URL. So if you're analyzing data and your ads has one URL and some of the keywords have different URL, that changes the statistics and that changes how you look at your keywords. If it's performing, then it might be performing because of that final URL, because it's going to a different, more specific page or part of the page or product page. If it's not performing, it could be the reason as well that is going to a too specific page maybe, and it needs to go to a, I don't know, product category, for example, or a broader search results. So don't forget that you do have, if you use the final URL for keywords, don't forget that it's there and you have to look at it when you're analyzing keywords. When you have the final URL, you'll see the full URL right here, so you know that it has been added. Otherwise, you'll see this. And now if a search term that the user searches matches this keyword, instead of going to the URL that I have in my ads, it will go to this specific URL. As I mentioned, you don't have to do that. Of course, this is just to make things easier when you have some keywords where they can use a better URL than, let's say, your ad has. This does not mean that you can forgo the structure or structuring campaigns or grouping keywords into ad groups. This still remains the main thing, because if you just have one ad group with like 100 or 50 keywords using final URLs, you'll mess up something else. If you won't do the structure, if you won't do the grouping of the keywords and creating ad groups for specific combinations of keywords and writing ads for them, if you just use the URL, at some point you will get into trouble analyzing that, because now you have only one ad group with like 50 or 100 keywords, and this is bad because you only rely on keyword insertion to show the keywords in the ads, and you rely only on final URLs. It becomes a bit complicated to analyze and optimize down the line. You can start with it, which I do not recommend. I still recommend going and creating proper account structure, and then for some keywords, if you think then you can direct them better than your ad campaign and you don't want to create a separate ad group, maybe there's a reason to create a separate ad group, then you use a final URL. Goals and KPIs. There is a lot of information on this topic and it can be a separate course, so we'll try to be as brief as possible. The reason for this topic is that I want to understand which metrics are important and which are not so much. When you decide to do Google Ads, you probably had an outcome in mind. That is your goal. It can be sales, leads, registration, email, subscribers, whatever it is, it's the reason why you do Google Ads. We can call it your business goal. When you achieve it, your business grows. For example, increase sales. This could be your high-level business goals. High-level business goals don't have numbers. They're just high-level business goals. But how do you know when you achieve your goal? And this is where the target comes into play. Target is a number. It is usually expressed in numbers, or at least more often than not. And your target is, or could be, reached 10,000 per month. So your goal, your business goal, your overall high-level goal is just increase sales. And the reason it's high level and there's no numbers because there's many ways of doing it. One of the ways of doing it is you do Google Ads. The other way of increasing sales can be Facebook ads. It can be conversion rate optimization. It can be sell more products. It can be, upsell strategies, cross-sell strategies. It could be various things that can help you achieve that goal of increasing sales. The target tells you if you achieved your goal. These work together. Without a target, you can't say whether you reached your goal, because you can increase the sales by $100 and it is a definition of increased sales. But obviously this is not enough for your business, so that's why I have a specific target that is expressed in numbers, so you know definitely for sure 100% that you hit your target and that increased your sales, and that's why your business grows. Now your target dictates your main metric or your KPI. Now, KPI stands for key performance indicator, but this is basically a metric that you deem very important, or the metric that helps you or shows you how you are doing against your target. And the target is $10,000 per month. And how you're going to measure that, you're going to use revenue most likely, because it's a metric that shows exactly the revenue, and your target is $10,000 per month. You can also use conversions. Now, the reason you can use conversions, if your product is, well, the pricing is more or less the same or equal, or maybe you have just a few products that again are priced similarly. So in this case, if your product costs around $100, then all you need to do is sell 100 products and that's your 10,000. So you can use a conversion as your KPI. So in this case, you need to sell 100 products, and 100 can be a number, it is a conversion, and it can be a KPI. Other than that, if there is differently priced products, you can't use conversions because the number of conversions will not reflect sales or revenue. So your metric, your main metric, will be revenue in this case. Metrics metrics you see in your account, whether it's Google Ads or Facebook Ads or any other platform, you see a lot of metrics like their clicks, impressions, conversions, revenue. All of these numbers, all of the things you see are metrics. And it's tempting to look at all of them and make a sense of them or use them one way or the other. And you can, however, your main metric that helps you see how you're doing against the goal should be 1, 2 at the most, right? This is your main KPI. You can have as many metrics as you want. You can look at as many metrics as you want, but the one that you optimize towards should be your KPI, should be one main metric that helps you measure how you are doing against your target and how that helps increase your business goals. That's the structure you should be following, whether it's before launching campaigns, during, or after. This is how you keep focus on what really matters, and you can ignore the rest of the metrics because, trust me, there'll be a lot of them, and if you're just standing out, all of them will seem very important. This brings me to another thing. They're so-called vanity metrics. Now, the metrics that just make you feel good but are, well, unhelpful. I also added the word useless. Maybe it is a bit too strong, but unhelpful is probably the correct word. And they don't do anything for you when it comes to your business goals. And for example, one of the metrics people like to use is the cost per click, or CPC. People say, hey, cheaper clicks are better, or they like to compare performance, saying, clicks are cheaper on that campaign or clicks are cheaper here. It is good to have cheap clicks, but they don't mean anything because clicks are not your end goal. So it doesn't matter whether it's cheap or expensive. Sure, if they convert, it's better to have cheaper clicks, but not all clicks are created equally. The same goes for CPA, or cost per conversion, cost per acquisition, and I'll explain you why. Now, imagine you have 2 campaigns, or there are 2 people or 2 businesses, right? And in one, the CPC is $1, and in the other is $100, right? It's 100 times more. So it's expensive, right? So CPC of $100 is expensive in any business niche. So in one scenario, you get CPC $1, you get 10 conversions, you get $500 in revenue. That's cool, I guess. On the other hand, you have $100 CPCs, you get 5 conversions, and you get 5,000 in revenue. So which one is better? The CPC in this context doesn't really matter because you would pay $100 per click if that click converts, and that conversion brings a lot of money to your business, right? Then the click doesn't really matter, right? So the same goes for low CPC. So you have $1, you pay, you have 10 conversions, your revenue is low. It doesn't really help your business in any way. I mean, $500 is okay, I guess. Maybe you're making profit on it, but it's not enough. So you'd rather pay more to get more. So this is where the CPC becomes an interesting metric because it doesn't show you anything. Sure, in the second instance, I would probably have a lower CPC than $100 if my revenue doesn't change, but comparing them without a context doesn't mean anything. The CPC, whether it's cheap or expensive, it has to be compared in some context. So maybe you're getting cheap clicks, but they don't convert. Is that a good thing? And if you're getting expensive clicks, or your CPC is high, but people are buying your expensive products or expensive services, then it's good. Then in this case, the cost per click is good. That's the reason why you shouldn't compare CPC, cost, or cost per click, without additional context, without knowing the conversion, price per conversion, how many conversions, and in general, the revenue and also profit. Then you can compare and say that, hey, yeah, my CPCs can be lower because there's another business that's doing really well. They sell the same product or similar product, similar margin, similar profit. Everything is similar, but the CPCs are lower. Then you can compare yourself and then say, hey, how can I lower my CPC? Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Same goes for CPA. The conversions are also not built equally. When people compare online or whatever, you see a lot of posts like my conversion rate is 5, 10, whatever, $100 or lower or higher. It doesn't really matter. Sure, conversion is a good metric and price per conversion is a good metric to have because it is the amount that you pay per conversion. So per action or per sale, that is really important, right? But it also depends on like what people buy. Now you can't compare the CPA out of context as well. If everything's being equally, of course, it's better to have a lower CPA because you're just paying less for conversion. But things are not equal. Things are different. Business niche is different, and countries are different, and the profit from each conversion is different. So that's the key. You may have lower CPA, but maybe it brings people who spend less on your store or maybe buy cheaper services or something like that. That is important because that's how you make money from ads. You focus on what matters, and that It brings me to the business goal, your target, and your KPI. What is the main metric that drives your business forward and makes your Google Ads profitable, or at least worth the while or worth the money? So at the end of the day, what is your level? Are you measuring just clicks and impressions, which are great, right? I mean, you need clicks, you need impressions to get the people on your site, but it's not the metric you want to focus on, or I don't know, you want to compare or brag about it. I mean, if you are getting clicks or if you are getting impressions, people going to the website, then you need to focus on whether they convert. And if they don't, you have a problem. It doesn't matter how many clicks you get. If they don't convert, your campaigns suck. It's plain and honest. So you need to focus on conversions and revenue. That is sort of an advanced level, if you will. You measure what matters. You measure if the people convert, how much the conversion costs, and how much revenue they drive. And that's how you know whether the keywords or campaigns bring about your business. Again, hitting that business goal. If you go even further, you can measure profit. Profit is a bit better, right? So you can pass the value of revenue into Google Ads accounts, and you can see, conversion value as a column. It's a metric. And you can see how much value each conversion brings and how much value in total each campaign brings, and you can see the cost, and you can measure whether that makes sense. Now, instead of value, just revenue, you can push or send just profit. For example, if you have a product on an e-commerce site that costs $100, well, your profit is not $100. Your profit is probably, I don't know, like a $30, right? So you can't push the whole $100 when the sale happens, and with the conversion, you push the value, or you send the value to your Google Ads account, and that number is $100. So someone made a purchase, the product costs $100, the dates in the account is $100. But this is revenue. So instead of pushing $100 or sending $100 into the account, you can send just a profit. You can send $30. So what you'll see in your conversion value column, you'll see profit now, not revenue. Now it's a lot easier to calculate the value that your campaigns bring, each of the campaign and keyword. You look at the conversion value column, this is your profit, and then you can compare which campaigns, keywords bring in more profit. You can go even further, deducting the returned items, deducting everything else, and sending just the pure profit after a certain time, sort of adjusted profit. People do return the items, people not getting the items, or there's a bunch of reasons why, that sale might not end up as a sale afterwards. So you might just push or adjust the numbers after, let's say, 3 months, when you know that it's definitely your profit. So you can do the adjustments and your numbers will be even more accurate. This is how you know the exact value your campaigns deliver to your business. And this is how you measure where you are at the moment. So definitely don't be a beginner. Don't measure clicks, don't measure impressions. Sure, they matter, but it's not why you do Google Ads. You do Google Ads to get to your business goal, which is most likely getting revenue or profit for that matter. Campaign statistics and metrics. You need to understand what each metric means. And for that reason, I prepared a small sort of definition table, like a cheat sheet. You can find all of the definitions in the account, just hover on the column, so you don't have to learn them by heart. Also, the more you work with Google Ads, the more metrics or the definitions you remember. But there are things I want to explain, so I'll leave the link to this table below the video so you can examine it. When you create new campaign, most likely you will see several default columns, and it will be an interaction column. Now, in search ads, these are just clicks, but in other campaigns, these can also be video views. So it is best to add clicks column instead of interactions. And later I will show you how to do that, how to customize your columns and how to create new ones. So for now, just remember that you need to exchange interactions into clicks column. As for conversions, you will have columns with conversions and all conversions. Now, as you know, conversions can be primary and secondary. All primary conversions will be shown under conversions column, and all the secondary conversions will be shown under all conversions column. So if you have primary and secondary conversions, add all conversion column along with other related columns. So you see conversions and then all conversions, so you see the whole picture. Other than that, all the metrics are pretty simple. You have your sort of main metrics, clicks, impressions, average CPC, how much on average you pay per click. You have the cost, click-through rates. You have your interactions and along with the metrics. But as I said, just focus on clicks in the search campaigns. When I have video campaigns or display campaigns, you can have interactions as a column. Then you have sort of competitive metrics, search impression share, and then it has top impression share and absolute top impression share. So search impression share is basically how much of all the searches your keywords can get you are getting, right? So it's like what is the piece of the whole pie you are getting. So each keyword has a limited amount of impressions. So each keyword has a share of certain impressions. This can be added as a column, and you can see that, for example, one of the keywords gets 50% of impression share, which means that it does appear 50% of the time when it is searched or when Google thinks that there is a good match for that specific search term. Top impression share is basically the top ads above organic for most part, and the absolute top is, well, it's basically number one. You can think about it this way. So these percentages help you understand how much of share you're getting, how much impressions you're getting. Can you increase the bid? Can you increase the rank to get even more impressions? Now, additional columns such as rank in the brackets and budget show you why you're not getting those impressions. Is it either because of the budget, so your budget is limited, and that's why there's limited amount of impressions you are getting, or it's because of rank. And rank, it's something that is expressed by quality score, which we'll talk about later. But basically, it is definition of how good your ads are in general, how good it matches the search term, how good are the ads, how they match the keywords and landing page, and a bunch of other factors. But that's how Google determines, and bid, of course, so that's how Google determines your ad rank and where to put your ad in the search results and whether to show it at all. So ad rank is important, and if you see that a lot of impressions you lose it because of ad rank, you need to increase your quality score, increase your CTR, maybe increase the bid, improve landing page ads and whatnot, right? So we'll talk about it a bit later, but this is sort of to understand like if you're doing okay in Google's ads. Then we have conversions. These are simple ones. You have conversions, conversion rate, and cost, and conversion values. So you can add those columns and you can see those metrics. For me, these are usually the ones I add all the time to understand how my campaigns are doing. As mentioned before, you can create custom columns, you can create more columns, but as a start, these are more than enough to understand how your ads are doing. I know that metrics can be overwhelming, but that's okay. In time, it will all fall into place. We will be talking about them throughout other videos as well. We talked about metrics, and now it's time to talk about columns, which is where your metrics are displayed. You can customize your column view any way you want, and I will show you how. When you're in your account, you will see some default columns which you can change. Now, your columns are basically your metrics. This is where your numbers are displayed. Now, in your rows, you will see either campaigns, ad groups, keywords, or ads, depending where you're at in the account. Now, your columns can be customized, and I would definitely advise you to do so. Now, we talked about metrics before, and you know what kind of metrics you want to add to your campaigns or keywords. That depends a lot on what your campaign goals are, but in general, these metrics or these columns I would recommend to have either way. So in order to add columns, remove columns, click on columns right here. Different columns are available on campaign level, on ad group, on ads level, on keyword level. At the same time, different columns can be available for YouTube campaigns, demand gen campaigns, and so on and so forth. So we need to modify columns. You'll see here some of the recommended columns, or you can click on all columns. Now, the columns will be grouped into these groups like performance, setup, results, viewability, conversions, and on and so forth. You can review them all if you want to. These I would recommend. So I have performance, and performance I would recommend having clicks and cost, impressions, and click-through rate, including average cost per click. As you can see, some other columns involve watch time and CPM and video play too. These columns are applicable, as I mentioned, for different campaigns. Now we'll select these, then we'll go to conversions and we'll add your conversions. Remember, I told you that these are primary conversions. So this column or this metric conversions will contain only conversions that are marked as primary. At the same time, this will be, primary cost per conversion, conversion rates, and so on and so forth. If you have more conversions, you can add all conversions column, and it will display all conversions that are marked as secondary. So you can add that as well if you have any other conversions. So we have conversion rate, and cost per conversion. You can have, value per conversion or additional metrics. Then we go into other columns. I like to have competitive metrics, which is impression share, search impression absolute top, and search impression top. Right, so I like to have these three, and that is more or less enough. So now we have the columns right here, and you can drag and drop them to arrange the procedure. So I like to have conversions and cost per conversion and conversion rate my first three columns, because this is important to me, and I like look at the keyword and see if for a campaign and see if it drives conversions and how much does it cost. Then I'll have impressions or clicks and impressions. So it's like a secondary level. I see if the impressions are coming or the clicks are coming, what kind of CTR is, how much I spend on this particular campaign or keyword. Then the average CPC, which is as well as important to me. And then I'll have the competitive metrics such as impression share. So I'll have the overall impression share, so understand like how the keyword is doing overall. And then I have to, which is top and absolute top, just to see if I have more impression share but less of a top impression share, and so on and so forth. So these are competitive comparison metrics. And then at the end I will have all conversions. So once I have my columns, I can actually save them. Save the columns, whatever you like to name them, and apply. So now you see I have conversions. These are locked columns, so these are sort of default ones. How my campaign, conversions, clicks, impressions, cost, average CPC, and then all conversions. So I don't have main conversions, but I do have all conversions. So what I do here, if I need to see what kind of conversion is, I usually segment by conversion action, and then I can see what kind of conversion it is. In this case, it's a email subscriber from the exit pop-up. Now, if you have more conversions, of course, you will see more, and then it makes sense to add additional columns like cost per all conversions, so on and so forth. But for me, since these are secondary, I don't really want to dig in deeper into conversion rate and cost per conversion because these don't matter to me as much as the main ones. If you go into ad group, the columns might be different. For initial setup, again, you have to click on modify columns and then, for example, remove ad group type, maybe leave less columns than you had on the campaign level and have different ones, different setup. And if I go into keywords, obviously I see again different columns. I can rearrange them for the keyword level as well. So instead of having this, I can maybe have, as for campaign, conversions are the top one, then the cost per conversion and conversion rate. You have clicks, impressions, the competitive metrics, and all conversions. So again, similar. Now you can see the cost per click that I can set up. Then I see conversions, cost per conversion, clicks, and the rest of the metrics, including all conversions. The columns are mostly the same for all the campaign types, except with, the YouTube might have additional columns, or display campaign might have additional columns like, CPM, which search doesn't have. So you have to customize, or you don't have to, but I advise you to customize columns for your specific campaign type or business goal or account goal, whatever you wish. And remember that each view, you might call it, like ads view or ad group view or campaign view, can have different set of columns. And if you set it on the campaign level, the ad group level might have different, so don't forget to do that. You might also notice that in some places, the amount of columns or metrics are limited. For example, if you go into campaign and locations, you do have several columns available here and you can customize, but it's definitely a lot less. As you can see here, you have only like conversion columns, and then you have performance columns, which is very limited to the location. The same thing happens where you go into devices or any other place. It might not have the same setup or the same amount of columns that you have on your for example, main campaign. So these are my recommended columns to have. Obviously, I encourage you to explore more columns, just add them, especially when you have more traffic coming in after you launch the campaign, or if you had traffic already. So add different columns. You can read what each column means, as I told you in the previous videos. You don't have to know it by heart, just explore, just get the feeling of the account, get accustomed to changing the columns, because if you are going to work with different accounts, there will be different setups, so you have to get used to changing the columns or adapting the columns to the way you like to work. When you're in a Google Ads account, click on columns and then modify. Then you need to find custom columns, expand it, and click on create custom column. The first column is easy, is cost per add to cart. Instead of add to cart, you can use any of the conversion. You have to name the conversion, keep it short and simple, and then just start typing. We need cost, then divided by conversions. And from here, we need to select what kind of conversions is this, because this is all conversions and you need specific one, which is add to cart. Don't forget to select the data format, which is in this case a percentage. You won't be able to edit this once you create the column. You can delete the column and recreate it if you want to change it. Click save. And now we have add to cart column along with your other columns. The next column I use is for new keyword opportunities. You can adjust numbers to your liking. I use more than 3 conversions, and then I use less than 50 clicks. This column will return yes or basically nothing. So this helps you to see what kind of keywords had more than 3 conversions and less than 50 clicks. It's easy to identify quickly which keywords have opportunities if you want to bid on them or increase the bids or whatever. Click save. Keyword opportunities is in your column and you can see the data. Next we have conversion per impression. As they say, every impression counts. I know that there's an ad and a landing page in between the conversion and the impression. This helps you understand which ad has the highest chance of conversion. A great metric to have if you do a lot of ad testing. And yes, you also look at the total conversions and cost, but if some ads have higher CPI, what was that made them convert more often than the others? Well, that's your job to figure out. But here's the formula. All you have to do is just take the conversions and divide them by impressions. Name the column CPI, which is cost per impression, and you're done. Just select percentage here. Once you do now, you can view your keywords and ads and campaigns and check what ads had high conversion per impression and see what you can do about it. A simple but a cool column to have, which shows you what percentage of daily budget was spent. I call it the daily spend. It helps you to understand which campaigns spend a lot during the day and which are not hitting their limit. Maybe you can move the budget around for better performance. Here's the formula. You take the cost, you divide by a report days count, and then by the daily budget. Name the column, just make sure you select percentage and then click save. Now you can see near each your campaign how much of the daily budget they have spent. Spend on search partners. Usually you would not want to have this enabled, but if you do, you can have a column that quickly shows you how much you spend on search partners. Here's the formula. I will provide the formula below the videos for all of the columns, but all you have to do is just copy paste it right here when it says text, not visual. Copy it right here, click on visual, and there you go. Just name the column, and now you'll be able to see a percentage of spend on search partners quite easily. The next one is target KPI. I use this to see if any of the campaigns or keywords ad groups are reaching my specific goal for the campaign. It could be your CPA, it could be anything else, clicks, impressions, whatever you want. I'll use the CPA, so I'll use cost. I need to get my CPA, so I need cost divided by the number of conversions, right? Then have them below, let's say $100 or euros or whatever you want. So replace this number with your own, but what the column will show you, it will return true or false whether the campaign ad or keyword is below your set CPA. Now this gives you a quick information on whether it's hitting the target or not. So if it doesn't, you can go in the campaign and check what's happening. If you want to know how much of your maximum set CPC you have available left, you can use this column and this formula. So we have max CPC minus your average CPC and then divided by your average CPC, and you have to select a percent. So this will give you the information. You need to decide whether you have some headroom left, whether you can increase the CPC or maybe decrease. If you have more custom conversions, this is a column for you. This is similar to what you get with your conversions column. But for this to work, you need to have extra conversions in the account. We're talking about qualified leads or contract signed or whatever. These are offline conversions sent to the account. The column setup is easy. It's the conversions and getting them to account that is the tricky part. Just use the conversions and then filter out qualified leads or whatever you want. Once you have those conversions in, all you can do is just filter them out. So we have all conversions, and then you have a filter right here. So once you have your additional conversions in the account, qualified leads, a contract signed, something purchased, usually it's offline conversions that are important. All you have to do is select right here, and then you'll have your, well, this is not qualified lead, but let's leads, for example, email subscription. I can have the custom conversion column, just named just for email subscriptions. All you have to do is filter them out, leave the number here, and click save. If you're on manual bidding and you don't know what CPC to set, this column might help you. Now I'll name it a target CPC. All you have to do is just take your CPA, which let's say at this point is 500. You'll have to replace with your own, then divide it by cost per conversion, and then multiplied by average CPC. Usually you know what CPC to set. You have your, you have Google telling you that your bid is below first page bid. You have your daily budget, you have your monthly budget. So you can calculate how much you can bid. But if you need something simple, you can use this column. This column will show you how much to bid or what your max CPC should be to reach your target CPA. And target CPA is specified right here. So make sure to change that according to your own count. And last but not least, combine conversions. This column will combine your conversions with view-through conversions. Now, usually it's you don't combine them. These are two different metrics and should be analyzed separately. But there are times when you want to sort of see the full impact on conversions and view-through conversions. Obviously, it will work only on display campaigns. Have that in mind. But all you have to do is just take conversions and add them with your view-through conversions. So now you have a column that will show combined conversions, and you can draw any conclusions, or if you need just for reporting, you have that easily available. Last few tips before we go. I mentioned the name. Keep it short, usually 1 or 2 words. Sometimes you need more, but keep it short because you don't want columns taking up a lot of space in your Google Ads account. Description: if you're not the only one working on your account, you better describe what the column does and why you need it. Even if it's just you, after a while you might forget why you created the column or what it does. I did not add any descriptions, but this is for the purpose of the video. And of course, the date format, don't forget to choose the correct format. As I mentioned before, even if you do make mistake, just delete the custom column and then recreate it with the correct data format. The quality score does not directly impact the ad rank, but it is important nonetheless. The quality score is a tool, a diagnostic tool, that shows you how your ad quality stacks up against others. It is rated from 1 to 10 and can be seen at the keyword level. A higher quality score means that your ad and landing page are more relevant and useful to people searching for your keyword. What the quality score is not. It is not a key performance indicator and you should not optimize specifically for it. It is also not an input in the ad auction. Now, the ad rank impacts the ad auction, but the quality score shows how you compare. It's like when you run a marathon and your position is 6. The position itself does not impact your results, but your stamina, your running speed does, maybe your shoes. So quality score is just a score, but the factors that contribute to it does impact your performance. Now, how the score is calculated. Google uses expected click-through rate. It is the likelihood that your ad will be clicked when the ads are shown. It also takes the ad relevance, how closely the ad matches the intent behind the user search, usually the keywords, and the landing page experience, which is basically how relevant and useful a landing page is to people who click your ads, and of course to the keywords. So everything aligns. We have to keep in mind that each component is evaluated with a status above average, average, or below average. You can see that in an account, and I'll explain how to add the columns and see the whole thing about the quality score. But the quality score is based on historical impressions for exact searches of your keyword. So changing keyword match types will not impact your quality score. And there are many factors that relate to ad quality that might not be captured by the quality score, but they are important, such as device used in search, location of the user, time of day, and assets available. The quality score, it is important, and you have to know how to increase it. The first thing is to make your ad relevant to your keywords, and at the same time, your landing page should be relevant to the ad and the keywords. That's why having a good campaign structure is important, but it seems like a forgotten art. And you do watch the video about campaign structure, and your structure is good. Now, ad relevance is making sure you get help for exactly what you ask for. If someone searches for cool sneakers and your ad talks about cool sneakers, that is super relevant. Your ads have to use the right words that match what folks are searching for. Using words that are closely tied to what you're selling and what people want is key. Then you have to increase click-through rate, or CTR. In the previous videos, I shared some tips on how to make your ads stand out. Honestly, you have to test them all. Of course, if they're applicable to your business. If you want to find out what works for the audience, you have to test a lot, creating different ads and using different techniques. You can even use psychology to help you out. I have a post about it, and I will leave the link below the video. Of course, the most important part is how you structure a campaign, and that's why we talked a lot about it before. With the proper structure, you can expect pretty high CTR as your ads are already relevant to your keywords because of the grouping keywords, of rearranging them, and so on and so forth. Then you have to go through negative keywords. Removing words that don't work increases your overall click-through rate, as there are less impressions and your budget goes to the right keywords. So make sure you're constantly using search term reports to fish out those negative keywords and help you increase click-through rate. And you have to work on your landing page. If your page loads quickly, looks nice, is easy to read and use, and it gives people what they were promised in the ad, they'll probably like it and you'll probably be okay. Google checks if your landing page is friendly for computers and phones, has a clear information structure, and helps people do what they came to do. If you do all this well, your landing page experience score can make both visitors and Google very happy. The most important part is the first impression. People have to understand that they landed on the correct page, which matches the keywords, which matches the ad, and so on. Make sure that the title relates to your ad and to your keywords. A small hack is to use similar keywords on the landing page. It's a bit similar to SEO, but a bit less complicated. Use Google Page Speed Insights to fix anything that can slow the page. The link is below the video as well, so check if your page is in the green. Now, don't overthink quality score. Only work on keywords that show potential, are very important, and have low quality score. Your time is better spent elsewhere. If there isn't a problem with the quality score, for example, if it's above 6, then there are other things you can focus on and forget the quality score, at least for now. You can always increase it little by little, but this is not your main metric. And this is where some people make the biggest mistake, focusing on the quality score way too much. To view quality score in your account, you have to add additional columns. So if you go into your campaign, in keywords, you can add a column that is just named quality score. Additionally, you can add a few more columns that will show your landing page experience, expected click-through rate, and ad relevance. So you can see some of the keywords have a pretty low quality score, others have higher quality score. This is a small campaign running, as you can see, just a week or so, but I can look at these three columns to identify if I need to work on the keyword and where I might work on. So for example, if I take ad relevance, this is all above average. So I know that my ads are quite relevant to the keywords, so there's nothing I can do about that. I can see that my CTR is below average, which is not good, but on the other hand, I know that I'm not bidding enough. I don't get a lot of impressions in the top positions where CTR is higher. So what I can do is just bid higher, see if my ads go into the higher positions and my CTR improves. Also, I can work on the ads, although the relevancy of the ads are fine, but I can spice it up a little bit to increase that CTR, and that will increase quality score as well. And I see my landing page, which is below average. So with the landing page experience, you have to watch out. Now, it doesn't say that if it's below, it's bad in some ways. You have to take other metrics into account. For example, your conversion rate. If your landing page converts and you have a below average score, then it's fine. Again, the quality score is not the main metric, your conversions or revenue or whatever it is. So if your landing page is below average and your quality score even 3, but you get traffic and it does convert, like for example, even though the expected CTR is below average and landing page experience is below average, the CTR is 8%, this is 20%, this is 14%. It can be higher as well. It depends on a lot of factors. This is running in the United States and UK, so I can work on my ads to increase the CTR. I can also improve my landing page a little bit. Maybe it doesn't match some of the keywords, and I know that I'm using the course keyword on the landing page more and even a master class more than I use training. So that's why the training keywords might have lower quality score. Although you can see here Google AdWords training, which again, this is weird because I don't use the word AdWords on the landing page at all, and the experience is average. So these metrics are not as accurate as you would like them to be. So take everything with a grain of salt. This is just to understand how are you doing against all other your competitors or advertisers, and something to guide you in way or the other direction. But at the end of the day, what matters is that are you receiving conversions from the keywords you're advertising? And if the quality score is low and if everything here is below average, maybe you can do some quick fixes to improve that quality score. Now let's talk about ad rank. Ad rank is a set of values that are used to determine whether your ads are eligible to show, and if eligible, where on the page your ads are shown relative to other advertisers' ads. In each auction, your ad rank is calculated first to determine whether your ad is eligible to show, and a second time to determine where your ads ranked relative to other eligible advertisers' ads. What factors impact ad rank? Now, first of all is your bid. When you set your bid, you're telling Google Ads the maximum amount you're willing to pay for a click on your ad. How much you actually end up paying is often less, and you can change your bid at any time. The quality of your ads and landing page. Now, Google aims to provide users with the high quality results by assessing several factors, including the usefulness and relevance of your ad and landing page, the expectations users have about your landing page based on the clicked ad creative, ease of that landing page navigation, as well as other search quality signals. The assessment of the quality of your ad is summarized in the quality score, which you can monitor in Google Ads Count, as we talked in the previous video. Then there is the thing called the ad rank thresholds. This is to help ensure the high quality ads. Google sets the minimum thresholds that an ad must achieve to show. This is why you might see expensive CPCs even though there isn't much competition. The competitiveness of an ad auction. If two ads competing for the same position have similar ad ranks, each will have similar opportunity to win that position. As the gap in ad rank between those two advertisers grows, the higher ranking ad will be more likely to win, but also may pay a higher cost per click for the benefit of the increased certainty of winning. The context of the search. With the ad auction, context matters a lot. When calculating ad rank, Google checks the search terms the person has entered entered the person's location at the time of the search, the type of device they're using, the time of the search, the nature of the search terms, and other ads and search results that show on the page, so the context, and other user signals and attributes. The expected impact of your ad assets and other ad formats. When you create your ad, you have the option to add additional information to your ad, such as phone number, site links, locations, and so on and so forth. That's why it is important to have as many ad assets as possible. Now, with the quality score and ad rank, it might be confusing, but just remember that ad rank is not visible in the account. The quality score is. If you want to increase your ad rank, you have to work on your quality score. If that increases, so does the ad rank. You can't see ad rank in the account as I mentioned, but you can check if you're losing impressions due to low ad rank. For that, we'll enable a few extra columns. Now hit columns, modify, and find impression share. Ad rank, and let's say top impression share, and we'll stop. Okay, absolute top due to ad rank. So let's add these two columns. So these columns, search impression lost and search lost impression absolute top. So these are like the total impression share lost due to low ad rank. And this column is the absolute top impression share loss due to ad rank. You can have both of those for the budget, but most likely if your budget is not limited, then you might not see anything. But for the ad rank, or to find out that your ad rank is limiting your impression, you can add those two columns for each keyword and you can check if the ad rank is the problem. So for example, here we have low quality score and we have some searches or some impressions missing due to that low quality score, which means that the ad rank is low as well. If you scroll down, the percentage changes for this specific keyword. Even though the quality score is 3, the lost impression share due to ad rank is higher than compared to this one, for example, even though the quality score is the same. So it is again not an exact science, but this helps you understand if you're losing impressions due to low ad rank. If you are, then you look at your quality score of the keywords. If it's low, then you look at your landing page experience, your expected click-through rates, or ad relevance. And if all of them are below average, then you can start with what is possible to fix the easiest, which is make ads more relevant to your keywords, make a landing page more relevant to your ad and your keywords, and try to increase the click-through rate. You can also increase the bids that might increase your position, because bid is also one of the factors that impacts ad rank, and the higher bid is higher ad rank. So if you're willing to pay more for higher ad rank or higher position, you might get a higher CTR, which in turn impacts the expected CTR and the quality score and so on and so forth. So even though the bid can help you, but it's not the only factor that influences your ad rank or your quality score. So check these metrics out. If you're losing an impressions to ad rank or low quality score, try to increase them. But as I mentioned before, this is not your main concern. If your keywords are getting impressions, getting clicks, and if you're not getting conversions, this is your primary focus and your primary problem to solve. Get conversions from the clicks you are receiving. If everything is okay, then you can look at the quality score and see if there's anything can be done on your landing page or ads to increase that quality score, to get more impressions and to get more conversions because of that. Dynamic search ads probably have not changed a lot since the day they were introduced. Given that it was at least 10 years ago, it is the most stable campaign type and usually has great performance results. Well, it's an ad group type more than it is a campaign type, but people do prefer it as sort of a separate thing. Let's look at how you can use dynamic search ads to maximize your conversions. This is how Google describes dynamic search ads. They're ideal for advertisers with a well-developed website or a large inventory. Dynamic search ads use your website content to target your ads and can help fill in the gaps of your keyword-based campaigns. Dynamic search ad headlines and landing pages are also generated using the content from your website, which keeps your ads relevant and saves you time. Well, in this description, you might notice two downsides of dynamic search ads. Well, first, you would need a well-developed website. What does this mean? This means that in order for the ads to work well, Google needs to understand your website. You have to have a well-indexed website, friendly URLs, no dynamic ones, image, alt descriptions, etc. Basically, you need to do an SEO for the site because everything that Google generates is from your website. The second thing, a large inventory or a lot of content. for example, a blog with a lot of posts. Dynamic search ads work best for e-commerce sites. The reason is simple: a lot of products, a lot of pages, a lot of product pages. Each product page becomes a keyword and a landing page as well. Google has a lot of content to work with. Having said that, I had success using dynamic search ads with content websites such as blogs, but you still have to have a lot of content. Dynamic search ads won't work on, say, a B2B website with just several pages. Also, if you have a website that changes frequently, DSA or dynamic search ads might not be a great type for you as well. Google crawls your website to create ads, and if your URLs change or the content changes, then it's hard to do it and the results might be suboptimal, or your DSA ads won't work at all. Now, what are the benefits of dynamic search ads? First of all, improved ad relevance. One of the coolest things is that you don't have to write headlines, since they are generated based on your content and search query. This makes the ad highly relevant to users, thus increasing the chance to get a click. In turn, this also increases conversion probability and higher ROI, or return on investment. The second thing is time savings. Creating ads usually takes some time. You have to write at least 5-6 headlines, if not more, and at least 2 descriptions. Even for a small campaign, that might take hours. Not only that, but you don't have to think about the keywords either. DSA takes care of it for you. This allows you to focus on other aspects of your marketing campaign, such as crafting compelling ad descriptions and optimize targeting, or maybe even focus on another channels altogether. It is also usually increases your ROI or sales in general. By improving ad relevance and reducing the time spent on keyword management, DSA can significantly increase your return on investment. Additionally, the use of automated bidding strategies can help you optimize your bids and maximize your campaign performance. DSA also helps you fill in that gap in keyword coverage, as it focuses a lot on the long tail keywords. And this is one of the best things I like about it. It helps identify search queries that may not have been covered by a traditional search ads. This additional coverage can drive more traffic to your website and potentially lead to increased conversions. Most of the keywords are long tail and convert a lot better than maybe some keywords you have in your regular search campaigns. And scaling search campaigns is no joke, right? It's pretty hard. However, with DSA, campaigns can quickly adapt to changes in your website content, ensuring that your ads remain relevant and up to date. This scalability makes DSA particularly useful for businesses with large or frequently changing product catalogs. So in order to create dynamic search ads in the account, you have to first go to campaign settings. So I mentioned that the dynamic search ads are more of an ad group than it is a campaign. However, some people do separate all dynamic search ads under different campaigns. Some people have just dynamic search ad group. In the same campaign, they have regular search campaign. So it depends on manufacturers. If you have large inventory, I would probably recommend having a different campaign, especially if you're going to use automated bidding strategies or bidding strategies different from your regular search campaigns. Then you just have to exclude all your regular search terms from the dynamic search ads campaign. But you have to go into the account, click on additional settings, and you'll find here dynamic search ad setting. So obviously you have to enter your website, and then you'll have 2 options. So the first one, we'll talk about this a bit later, but this one is when the Google uses your entire website. So you have to select this and save. Then if you're using the same campaign for dynamic search ads, you have to create a new ad group. When you create a new ad group, there will be a selection right here at the top, standard or dynamic. When to select dynamic, you'll have again your website, have your ad group name and default bid for that ad group. So it's kind of similar, but this is where the things change. So there are a couple targeting rules right here. So first of all, you can target all website pages. I mentioned that sometimes it does work depending on, honestly, manufacturers. It can be maybe a smaller e-commerce site. So you don't have, let's say, 10,000s of products. You maybe have a couple of hundred, especially if they're all sort of similar. Then you can target all web pages. You can exclude your, for example, maybe homepage or your like contact us page or whatever. But in general, this setting will target all your pages, and you can try it. Sometimes it works and you can sort of take it from there. So for example, you start with all pages, then you come back, you see which categories, which pages, which search terms perform, and you sort of take it from there and then create different ad groups for, different categories, different products, or maybe exclude some. So you can go this way of targeting all web pages. However, with large sites, it is not maybe recommended that much because you're better off targeting specific categories or pages. So this is where you target the pages. Let's start with this one. So this is where you can create a rule. Right? You can take a page title, URL, or page content, and then say it contains something, right? Like men's clothing. So this URL, so you have to adhere to the URL syntax. But if I add this, then I can add another URL, maybe men's clothing, men's shoes, and I can create a category, sort of like customized targeting for general men's clothing on my website. So Google will just take the URLs which contain what I specified here, and we'll use that. If we want to target just specifically pages, then you have to enter the whole URL here, and then you can add several URLs. But this has to be exact. So this is more of a rule where you can be more flexible. This is the exact URLs you want to target. Neither of those options are better or worse, it just works it differently. Usually I try to create rules depending on how the website is structured. And let's say if I see a common theme, this might not be like exact URLs, but like some words that URL contains. So I'll probably start with creating a rule using URL. It is more flexible. Other times, again, depending on how the website is structured, how many products or categories, I might use exact URLs. After a while, Google will identify your website, so you can choose some of the categories Google itself identified while crawling the website. So when you added the website to these settings, after some time, Google will crawl your website and sort of divide or categorize your content into different categories, which you can use as well. This is even more flexible, even more broader. So I would definitely try it after I try the first few. I usually like to control what I targeted, so I use the URLs because I know that these exist. Now, the categories are something different. You can try targeting them as well. For the blog, it's a bit difficult to understand the categories, but for e-commerce, those categories that Google makes or creates make more sense to you, so you can try targeting them and see how it works. That's what I meant by like experimenting with dynamic search. You just have to create different ad groups, try different targeting settings, and see which works better for you. Let's just add all pages and continue, and then you have your ads. Now, as I remember, I said that most of the things are generated automatically. So you have your final URL or your landing page. That is your content. Then you have your headline and display URL. All you have to do is write several descriptions. And this is how this is not how it looks to the user, but as you can see, you don't see the headlines because they're not generated yet. But all you will see is your descriptions that you add here. Once you press save, the ads will be created. I usually recommend having 2 dynamic search ads per ad group for medium to large inventory websites. For smaller websites, 1 ad should be enough. The rest of the settings, including assets, are the same as for search campaigns, so don't forget to add those as well. The only difference is that the website is used to target the keywords and create some part of the ads and pick the landing page. Now, after a while, if you do have traffic, come into the ad group and click on negative dynamic ad targets. So this is where you can add, again, URLs or rules that would exclude. So you can do that upon creation. For example, your contact us page, about us page, maybe even home page, and just pages like terms and conditions and the rest of the content that does not relate to your product. You can exclude those pages. Probably use exact URLs in this case. Just exclude the pages that you don't want to be used in dynamic search ads campaigns. So you can do that at the start. Just look at the website and exclude basically everything that you don't want to advertise. Or you can do that afterwards if you notice that you're getting traffic from products even maybe that don't convert, so you can exclude specific categories or maybe specific products, for example, that generate a lot of traffic but don't convert. So this is where you do it, adding dynamic negative ad targets. Also, you won't see search keywords, but you'll see negative keywords. So usually on a regular search campaign, if you click here, you see your, not positive, but like search keywords, and then you can see your negative, but this is your negative search keywords, and this is where you add your negative keywords. And ideally, you should do that before starting. If you run regular search campaigns, I would encourage excluding exact matches of the keywords in your regular search campaigns. So they are separate. And of course, exclude every negative list that you're excluding for search campaigns as well. I'm sure there are keywords that would be common to both. So exclude ads, you can exclude your brand keywords as well. Most likely have a separate campaign for brand keywords. Anyway, you can see search sum report is located right here. So you can see searches that trigger your ads, even if you don't have keywords, because at the end of the day, dynamic search ads is still based on the keywords. It's just they are selected from Google. So you can look at the keywords and do the same thing as you do for search campaigns. You can exclude them as negative keywords. If you do notice keywords that you may be not bidding in your regular search campaigns and perform quite well, you can add them to your regular search campaigns and exclude them here. So it depends on a lot of things, but maybe you want to control the bid for that keyword, or maybe control the ads better, or select a different landing page than Google selects dynamically. So there could be a bunch of reasons why, but if you notice the keyword is converting, has a lot of volume, then you can focus on that keyword specifically. Otherwise, you can leave it here. If it's converting well, great. If it not, add to negative keyword list. So the things that you do to dynamic search ads are quite similar to what you do to your regular search ad campaigns. Dynamic search ads best practices. Now, DSA can be a lifesaver, especially for e-commerce owners with limited time on their hands. These ads don't require a lot of attention, and if done right, can be a huge source of sales. However, I've seen a lot of people make mistakes when using DSA. So let's make sure you're on the right path from the get-go. Now, first of all, ensure your website content is well structured, as I mentioned, right, and up to date. DSAs rely on Google's ability to crawl and index your website. Make sure your website has a clear structure with relevant and updated content, as well as meta tags, titles, and headers to improve indexing. In other words, if you're doing your SEO correctly, you shouldn't have problems with DSA campaigns as well. Use negative keywords in DSA as well. You don't have to select the keywords you bid on as regular search, as this is done for you by Google using your content on the website. However, you can exclude irrelevant search queries and avoid targeting low converting or off-brand keywords. Review your negative keywords list and optimize your DSA campaign performance. Usually do exclude the brand, you exclude all the keywords that you target in your regular search ads. Again, similar to search ads, you have to create ad group themes. I mentioned that before, but structure is quite important. I would recommend using a similar structure for search as you use for search campaigns. Segment your DSA campaigns into ad groups based on common themes. Right? This allows for better control over targeting and budget allocation, as well as more specific ad copy and landing page. And you need to optimize your landing page. I know I said the landing pages are generated by Google automatically. That is correct, but they are pages on your site, like product pages. So good product page will convert better no matter the campaign. And of course, test different targeting options, experiment with different targeting settings, such as using categories or URLs or just page content. Regularly review and adjust your targeting settings to refine campaigns performance. Sometimes targeting all pages work, and sometimes it does not, so it's up for you to find out. DSA has the same bidding strategies as regular search campaigns, so you have to leverage automated bidding strategies. So you can start with manual CPC and then test automated strategies such as target CPA or target ROAS, whatever you want, right? This can save time and improve campaign performance even further. Of course, regularly analyzing and optimizing campaigns is common to all campaigns, so you do have to monitor DSA campaigns as well, even though it does require less time than the regular search campaigns, but you can't just set it and forget, right? You have to visit the campaign, see the performance, and do updates either way. I've used DSA campaigns mostly for e-commerce businesses as they make more sense since, the product pages and a lot of inventory. And in this case, each product becomes a keyword on a landing page, so it works great. However, I did have some success with content websites. For most part, it was blogs. It is harder maybe to optimize because you don't sell on a blog anything, but for example, a newsletter subscriber can be your primary goal. In this case, you have a lot of content for Google to work with, and it does optimize long tail keywords and bring subscribers on a pretty good price. What are audiences? Audiences are mainly associated with display campaigns, YouTube, or retargeting. Then there are Facebook ads, where audiences are a key element. Everything there evolves around creating a good audience. Perhaps that's why people rarely think about the audience when creating or optimizing search campaigns. As with any display campaign, audiences can be applied to your search campaigns as well. You might wonder how this works if search campaigns are based on keywords and if people search those keywords. True, but Google collects a lot of information about people who search and neatly categorizes it. This doesn't mean it's 100% accurate, but it helps you get much more from search campaigns. So the audiences in Google Ads are groups of people with specific interests, intents, and demographic information. Google estimates this information and uses various methods to group people into certain audiences, such as their activity using Google products and third-party websites, or even the content certain groups are more likely to be interested in. So basically, Google tracks a lot of information about its users and uses it to group them into different audience categories. You can use these audiences. Affinity segments, what are their interests and habits, detailed demographics such as married, homeowners, parents, etc. In-market audiences, what are they actively searching for or planning, your data segments, basically whatever you upload to Google or choose to share with Google, and custom segments. And these are basically segments that you can create based on your website, like your URLs, your apps, your YouTube users, your uploaded data, well, everything you want, and even combine different audiences into the big ones. Affinity, in-market, and demographic audiences are available by default in your account. At any time, you can choose to add any of these audiences to your campaigns. But let's break it down. Detailed demographic targeting allows you to target users with specific status like parental status, marital, education, homeownership status, employment, income, gender, age. But you have to remember that not all targeting is available in all countries, so there might be some restrictions or limitations. Affinity audiences are based on what users like. This is broader than the in-market audience we're going to talk about next, and I will explain why shortly. This audience is based on user behavior, what websites they visit, what content they consume, and so on and so forth. Based on that, Google groups them into specific segments or categories. Of course, users can overlap, as one user can be into many things. So this is similar to Facebook audiences, as they are also based on similar factors. The in-market audiences I mentioned, on the other hand, are a bit narrower than affinity audiences because they are based on what people are currently searching for or planning. These users are also grouped into specific segments like autos and vehicles or apparel and accessories. These people are not into these interests. They want something that falls into these categories. Maybe someone is searching for a car to buy or a repair shop. That's the difference between affinity and in-market audiences. Affinity is what they like. In-market is what they need. And then we have custom audiences. You can create basically your own audience based on any data you have, be it analytics, your app, YouTube, your uploaded stuff. The best way to do is obviously use your data, similar to what you do in GA4, and create segments of people around your product or your website. The more powerful way is to upload your data to Google Ads. This can be as simple as just emails of your past purchasers, or a more sophisticated approach where you pass all users' journeys from your CRM to Google Ads and create campaigns on that. Not only emails, but like the whole journey from them becoming a customer to becoming a client. Now, the most common approach is to have just all emails in Google Ads account and then sort of either target them or exclude them. For example, exclude all users who made a purchase on your website, or maybe target them with the specific upsell. The key here is to remember that you can create your audience based on any data that you have. Now, before we go into how to create an audience, there are two settings about targeting options, and the audiences can be applied on a campaign level or on the ad group level. It's your choice, but I would start with campaign level audience. It's just easier to manage, especially if you don't have enough experience or just enough traffic to add on an ad group level. But a more important targeting setting is whether you choose targeting or observation. If you select targeting when adding an audience, your ads will be shown only to that specific audience. This means that you will be limiting traffic. Now, if you select observation only, you will not limit the targeting, but you will see how your clicks and conversions are distributed between different audiences. This is what you might look. These audiences are added as observation, so I can see how my data is distributed along different audiences, and it gives me insight into how it performs compared to other audiences. And I can see maybe the audiences that don't perform well or perform extremely well. And you might notice that some audiences have higher conversion rate or lower CPA or higher spend, and you can use that information to optimize your campaign, but we will get to that later. Obviously, I recommend using only observation as your campaigns and traffic are not impacted. You can use targeting only if you're absolutely sure that you want to target only that particular audience. One reason could be retargeting, and we will talk about a bit later. To add an audience to your search campaign, just select any of the search campaigns and leave it on the campaign level. Click here and than on audiences. You'll see these insights. You will see distribution by age and gender sort of by default. So these are audiences, but they are added to everyone by default. And as you can see here, you can adjust a bit to remove traffic for a specific age. For example, here I have minus 90% at bid adjustment for specific age groups. I can do the same for gender. Of course, you might notice that, well, depending on the country or the product, you might see that unknown gender or unknown age group might have the majority of clicks. So this becomes a bit harder to work with audiences. But in some countries like here, the distribution is more or less even. But at the same time, there are some of traffic is coming from unknown gender. So if you exclude that, you might lose a lot of clicks because, well, you don't know what you're excluding. So I'd be careful with excluding unknown group. Then you have household income, and I just left the top 10%. Again, this data is not 100% accurate. You have to take it with a grain of salt and just make sure you know what you're excluding, and you have to exclude it. Otherwise, just leave the all income brackets untouched. So these are sort of default ones. They are enabled for all search campaigns, and you don't have to touch it unless there is a good reason for that. But you can check the data, and if you do notice, like for example here, I can see that unknown income group has the majority of clicks. So whatever I do here, it basically doesn't matter because there's not a lot of clicks. However, we can add our own audience segments, as they call it, like audiences or audience segments. You might hear two different names. Now I have here added a bunch of different audiences, and I can see their performance as well. I can see how the cost is different, the CPC is different. Sometimes it will be similar across all the audiences, which means that there's not much of a difference between the audiences. Other times you might see different audiences. For example, we have here lifestyle and hobbies. The CTR is 5%, although SEO and SEM services, which are closer to what I sell, is 33%. Of course, the number of clicks is small, doesn't mean anything. But again, lifestyle and hobbies is a bit further from my search ad scores compared to web design development or SEO and SEM services. So sometimes after a decent amount of clicks, you can see these differences, and maybe you can draw a conclusion that it is not worth having this audience, and you can just adjust the bid and decrease it by 90% or whatever. So in this case, it will limit the bid when the Google thinks that this click is coming from that audience, and you will save additional money that you can redirect to different audience. You can also edit the audience right here, and you can choose whatever to add. So we talked about demographics, right? You can choose more stuff. You can choose education, employment, and other stuff. I don't care about that for now. And then I have affinity and in-market audiences. So you can choose whichever you want, and you can expand and select everything, because then you'll see performance on a deeper level and you can make a better informed decision. Same goes for marketing. You will also find your created segments or combined audiences. I don't have any right here, but you'll see them as soon as you create. You will see here your audiences. You will see the audiences from your Google Analytics. If you connected the accounts and you have audiences created there or segments created there, you will see them here. So I see like all converters, Google Ads traffic, GA, and other stuff. And I can see our custom combinations as well. So basically right here, you will see all the audiences that are available for you to add on a campaign level. You can easily remove them as well. Once you click save, if it's added on observation level, just note this, not targeting. So targeting is basically remarketing, or you really want to limit your search traffic to specific audiences. Now, this usually works for like high volume campaigns, because then you have a lot to work with still, even if you do limit or use targeting option on your audiences, because it definitely will limit significantly your reach in terms of search campaigns. So choose observation, and then you can change it anytime you want. For the exclusions, now when you notice that you don't want this audience to be a part of that or part of your campaign, or you don't want people coming in from that audience, you see that it's been a while, it's been 6 months, there's a lot of clicks, and that audience performs really badly. So you can not only exclude from observation, because excluding it from observation does not change anything. The traffic from that audience is still coming. Remember, observation just for you to observe the data. It doesn't affect your campaign in that way. Unless you use bid adjustment, then it does affect your campaigns, because you're telling Google that if people are coming from that audience, reduce the bid or increase the bid. Otherwise, if nothing is happening, like if you're not using bid adjustment, this audience is still there. If you remove it from observation, the audience is still there, right? So you're not excluding it from a campaign. If you want to really exclude it, you have to use exclusions, and basically the same thing. You select campaign level, and then you select the audience you want to exclude. So this is only when you're absolutely sure that one or the other audience does not perform. You get a lot of traffic from it, but you see that maybe it somehow mismatches what they search and your product. Like, could be many reasons, but just know that this is where you exclude when you actually don't want to get any traffic from that specific audience. Now, to create a custom audience, right, you have to go into Tools, Shared Library, and Audience Manager. This is where you create your audience. But this audience can be based on, as I said, like your website visitors. You can create it in GA and then import it. You can create it here. You can use app users if you have an app, YouTube users, your customer list, you upload your emails, Google Analytics, and custom combinations. So you can create any audience you want, right? So you have your detailed demographics targeting. It was there before. You have your affinity and market segments that's going to pre-build categories in Google Ads. You can also add sort of additional custom segments. Now, custom segment is sort of a custom audience, if you will, but it's a bit broader. So for example, here you can have people with any of these interests or purchase intentions. And I can enter here men's sport shoes, for example. I can also have selection of people who search for any of these terms on Google. So for example, let's say I'm selling my search course, right? So I can have people who search for, I think it's search engine. I can have what is SEO in digital marketing. I can do search engine journal. So I can enter keywords that people search on Google and sort of use that audience as well. Now, I know that I can also bid on those keywords, but bidding on those keywords might be expensive. So I just want to have the audience of people who search for those keywords, but I use my own keywords to bid on. It may sound confusing, but it's just an audience. Like here, you're not bidding on a keyword, you're specifying the audience or behavior of one, right? Just saying that I need the audience who search for these keywords. It could be your competitors as well. Then of course, you name the segment. So you can also use the people who browse the website. So you can have Moz.com, I think. I can have businessinsider.com. So I can have a bunch of websites. They can be my competitors as well. It could be similar websites. It could be just in general websites that my target audience would go to. And I can create this audience and then add it as an observation to my search campaigns. Again, this gives me another level of adjusting the bid. And of course I can add apps as well. So I would definitely recommend exploring the sort of creating custom segment or custom audience right here. There's a bunch of options you can use, but before I would recommend just writing down the audience first. For example, one audience could be competitors, so people who visited specific sites. Now the other audience is visiting a similar websites or searching for something. So these audiences can be different. You can combine them. If their audiences are big, I do recommend having a separate ones. For example, a separate audience for people who visit specific websites and then a separate audience who search for specific terms. But write it down first. Think about what might be beneficial for your search keywords and then sort of create different audiences. It can be a lot of audiences, like you're not limited. And then add those audiences to your search campaigns and see how they perform. And then you will know which audience performs better. And you can use that audience in your display campaigns. It's either display campaign, YouTube, Performance Max, or whatever. So this can create a good insight from search campaigns. Now let's talk about how we can use audience to optimize your campaigns. Now that we know what audiences are and how they work, let's look at a few ways you can optimize your search campaigns. So the first one is quite easy, and I already mentioned that. It's retargeting or marketing with search ads. As with audiences, retargeting is usually associated with a display campaign, but you can do search retargeting campaigns also. However, you would need a larger minimum audience compared to display. For search remarketing to work, you need at least 1,000 active users in the last 30 days. That's the minimum for your campaign just to start working. But I can tell you that it is not enough to gain a good result. Usually for search campaigns, to have an impact, your audience has to reach at least 20, 50,000 users in your audience. I'm not saying 10,000 won't work. It will just be a small volume. Now, if you have a lot of traffic, then remarketing with search ads can be useful. The approach can be similar to display campaigns. You can create audiences and apply them to your search campaign. For example, people who performed a search on your site, or people who purchased, or people who added stuff into their shopping cart. Now, it's not enough to perform a Google search that matches your keyword. The person has to be in that audience as well. Since you know what audience this user belongs to, you can adjust your strategy by writing different ads or even increasing bids, knowing that users already engaged with your brand previously, right? You remarket them. This usually lowers your CPA as people are familiar with your website, your brand, and what you have. This can also lower your CPC, increase your CTR, and reduce costs. When applying this audience, you must select targeting, not observation. This strategy can be useful in a very competitive niche. It can also help you optimize your spend by including or excluding your existing clients, adjusting bids to increase conversions. When you add an audience with observation, you see how it performs. The key is to add as many relevant audiences as possible, and don't just add the top level audience. Expand it and add sub audiences, like here in the image. I could add just consumer electronics, but I expanded it and added all these sub audiences as well. I will explain why shortly. After you add audiences, leave that campaign to run. How long it takes depends on how much traffic you get. You can't make decisions with just a few clicks, right? Once you receive enough traffic, you can increase or decrease bids for a specific audience if it performs better or worse. It works similar to device bid adjustments. Now, you have to know that the adjustment works only on manual CPC. If you use automated bidding strategies, you won't be able to adjust your bidding per audience because it's done by Google automatically. After a while, you should notice more conversions because you have reduced CPC for the audience that converts poorly and increased bids for the one that brings in better conversions or conversions for a better price. Your budget is now allocated a lot better. Combining audiences with broad match keywords. Now, you can use automated bidding strategies, broad match keywords, and Google sort of uses audiences as well in their data to make decision, but you can also use it on manual CPC if you want to. You can combine audiences with broad match keyword in two ways, either use remarketing or use Google's audiences or your own audiences. Now, in the first instance, you're adding broad match keywords and use remarketing, which means that you're still eliminating the audience because it's remarketing audience is the audience that has been on your website, but now you're expanding the keywords. Before you had maybe phrase match, maybe exact match, but now you're using broad match with remarketing audience. So it's a small layer that limits the reach, at the same time expanding it a little bit. So you might capture some of the keywords that you weren't able to capture before using, exact match keywords, for example. On the other hand, you can just use observation to add a lot of audiences with your broad match keywords and control it with bid adjustments. In this case, you don't start with high CPC because you might spend a lot. You layer in audience, wait for the traffic and results, and then make bid adjustments. Now, however, as I mentioned before, if you use broad match keywords with automated bidding strategies, Google uses a lot more signals compared to phrase or exact. Now, in this case, you don't need to layer in audiences, but you can to see how they perform. But in general, or at least according to Google, they do things automatically. They use a lot of signals and try to adjust your bidding for those broad match keywords, along with other keywords that fall into your broad match keywords. You can use different bidding strategies, and if you use manual CPC, the second strategy is the one you could try. But it depends on a lot of factors. If, for example, you have tried broad match keywords and automated bidding strategies and it didn't work for one or the other reason, and it does happen, then you might still use broad match keywords and then use the audience layer to still try the manual CPC bidding strategy and see how that performs. Maybe you reduce the amount of keywords, maybe you're just left with 10 broad match keywords and then layer in the audiences, manual CPC, and then see how that performs. So Google Ads is a lot about testing, and this is one of the things that you could try as well. You can also exclude an audience to reduce your spend. Now, this strategy works great if you want to reduce your spend without removing the keywords or reducing CPC. Remember before I said to add as many audiences as possible and also add sub-audiences, not just the top level ones. The reason is that after you see that it does not perform, you can exclude it. The exclusions are added in the same place, but in a different section. But you can exclude the audience that does not perform. And once you know that the audience wastes your budget, you can remove it from targeting and add it as an exclusion. Remember, you can't target and exclude an audience at the same time. So you have to remove it from the targeting and add it to the exclusion list. This approach takes time and usually wastes some budget, as you need to make sure that the audience does not perform. You don't want to exclude an audience too soon and lose possible conversions. In a way, this is similar to working with search term report where you hunt for negative keywords. So you need some time to pass to see if the keywords that you want to exclude actually does not perform. But it adds up, and in a longer period of time, you can relocate additional budget that you saved to other campaigns or channels. Sooner or later, after your campaigns are live, you will have to come back and check the results. There is no way that you won't have to come back. This is not a set and forget thing. You'll have to log in and review keywords, add settings, etc. to get the results you want. I would say the videos you already watched were the easy part. The hard part comes next. It is difficult to say how much time you need to spend on your Google Ads account. For a very niche business, you might only need to come back once a week. For others, maybe even every day. Now, even though you can optimize ads and keywords separately, and this is what you will do for sure, don't forget that everything works together. Sometimes you need to rewrite just ads, and sometimes you will need to separate keywords into other ad groups and create new ads altogether. When optimizing, always have in mind that everything has to work together. Don't look at them as isolated things to improve. And always have a goal towards which you optimize. We covered KPIs and goals. Is it a cost per conversion, revenue, number of clicks, or whatever? Make sure you know what is happening in the account. If you're not changing anything, just log in at least once a week to see how things are. Clicks, impressions, budgets, conversions, any other trends. Google does send you emails about certain events like ads stop running or something, but when you are learning, it is more useful to see things for yourself. Notice patterns, understand trends, understand your keyword search volume, how the weekend impacts your results, and so on and so forth. Now we talk about now let's talk about the ads. Now, as I mentioned before, this is the only part from the whole account that is visible to a user because the ads get triggered by a search performed by someone else on Google search. So the ads, or to be precise, few headlines and few descriptions, are the only one thing visible from the whole account. So they are quite important as they're basically the first step to introducing your business or your product to the users. Now, have to keep in mind that CTR or click-through rate shows how much people like your ad. It's a great metric to understand if your ad matches the search queries and is attractive for people to click. There's no golden rule of how high it should be. Basically, the higher the better. However, in search campaigns, I would say that if you have a CTR lower than 5%, there is something wrong with ads or keywords or both. Now, before judging your ads, make sure you get enough clicks. I try to wait at least 50 clicks, but it also depends on many factors. For niche keywords, it might take a while to get 50 clicks. And if I see that even with 20 clicks my CTR is so low, I might start thinking on how to improve it or start checking if everything is set up the way it should be. And of course, don't forget that you're in here for the revenue or sales or conversions or whatever your main goal of why you started Google Ads. Check that and focus on that as well. High CTR is nice. It's a great metric to brag about, but it does not pay your salary. You need ads that convert, not only have high CTR. Now, when you're looking at ads in the account, obviously go into your ad group and then you switch to ads right here. I have a small campaign promoting my courses, just really small amount of budget spend and just a few clicks. But I still can draw some of the conclusions. Now, first of all, I look at the CTR, right? I mentioned that the CTR lower than 5% means something is wrong, and something might be wrong here because it's just above 5%. I can look at the keywords and see maybe there are keywords that dragging the CTR down, and I can maybe pause the keyword to just look at the keyword and the ad, and maybe that keyword with that particular ad does not really work. So I may have to separate that keyword into a different ad group and write a better ad for that keyword. Since this is quite limited campaign, the reason for the low CTR might be just because it's just below or at the bottom of the page. I'm not getting a lot of good clicks. Just always look at not only CTR as I mentioned, and if I get enough clicks, but also the conversions. So this ad does not got any conversions, so I need to run it more, obviously, just to see if I can find the keywords that convert. So this is a challenge, obviously, for basically any new account or even existing one. We know that there can be more headlines, right? They can be up to 14 headlines, so maybe I need to add more headlines as well, although the ad strength is average, so I could include more headlines. But I also can see which of the combinations of the headlines and descriptions work better. So for that, I need to click View Asset Details and then click on Combinations. And this is where it shows me the different combinations of headline and description, which sort of triggered the ad and got the most impressions. It doesn't show other metrics, which is, well, sad. I would like to know more statistics about for the combinations of each specific headline and description, but this is what you get. But I would assume that the combination that gets more impressions kind of works better, or at least that's my assumption. And I know that this works better. I see that there's a keyword insertion here, which is fine, and there's this description, and it kind of you can see the pattern of the headline being the keyword insertion, and then you have this additional headline here, and then I see some side links as well. So it kind of gives me this pattern of like what works, or at least what gets more impressions. And I can try to write additional headlines or maybe additional ads looking at the first 3 or 6 combinations and trying to write similar, just better headlines and descriptions and see if that works in the long term. Of course, this needs to be tested, which means that you need to use experiments feature to do that. And we're going to talk about it later on, but whatever you do, you have to use experiment. Whenever you're testing things, ads, bidding strategies, whatever, you have to do experiments in the experiments feature, because then you know what is the uplift of that experiment. But for the ads, basically, you need to understand if the ad is working with your specific keywords. And this is where you go into keyword statistics and see if there are keywords that have low CTR, and then if the ad works. If not, you separate into different ad group. I've mentioned some tips in creating ads in the previous video, so you can use that just to add additional headlines and descriptions and see if that changes anything. But ads are something that you basically test all the time. Of course, if you have a limited traffic, it becomes harder, so you test less often, but I recommend having a test. I still recommend running a test at least monthly, or at least once or twice during the quarter. Now, if experiments sounds too complicated for you, you don't want to get involved in that, you could create 2 responsive search ads for each of the ad group, like I did here, and just let them run. The problem with that approach is that you might not get a lot of clicks for the second ad. So it might take a while for it to accumulate enough data for you to understand. Now I see that the CTR is better, but at the same time I only see 3 clicks. Now I can leave it for a while and it can get more clicks, and maybe I'll see that, oh, it's gaining clicks and the CTR is better and better and better. Then I can leave this ad and sort of create another one and go through that, like a rapid sort of testing approach. But this is not like a scientific approach to testing, so it has its drawbacks, that you're not exactly sure whether that change or that increase is statistically significant, which you would get if you use experiments feature, and that is quite important. If you don't have conversions, the CTR is I would say, the main metric, because you do get impressions on your keywords, and if no one's clicking, that is a problem, because in order to convert people, you need them to click on the ad. If you have conversions, then you look at both. You look if there are enough people clicking on your ads, so CTR is high enough, and if they convert. If you increase CTR, your clicks increase as well, and that should increase your conversions. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, the increasing clicks and increasing conversions does not necessarily correlate at the same level, but it has to have impact on the conversions as well. Otherwise, you're just increasing CTR, maybe you're writing ads that people really love, maybe using some techniques that just, well, not lies in general, but like you're encouraging them to click like too much, and when they land, it's not what they expected. You know what I mean? So it's you're marketing too heavy or too much, and they click, your CTR is high, but they end up on your landing page and it's not what they expected from your ad. So always keep that in mind as well. The number of clicks does not matter if they don't convert. Devices are not something you change or optimize often, but it is a place where you can visit sometimes to check if all the devices perform equally, or maybe you need to exclude one to optimize performance and to reduce the spend. Now, what you have to have in mind, or at least what I do, is I usually know that tablets don't perform as good as desktop devices, mobile devices. That is based on my experience. Of course, there might be niches in products and services that tablets are okay. But if I have a limited budget, I usually exclude tablets immediately when starting a new campaign because I know they don't convert well and I probably have more conversions focusing on the other two devices. Now, on display campaigns, you also might have connected TVs. It's kind of similar to tablets. They don't convert that often. They usually serve as like a branding and top of the funnel device, which again does not necessarily translate into conversions or sales. So I try to exclude that as well if my campaign budget is limited. I have specific goals or specific CPA and other things that I need to really control. You don't have to separate devices into separate campaigns. For example, it used to be a practice of having a mobile-only campaign or a desktop-only campaign. It still can work, but it has to be a good reason why you separate the campaigns. Now, sometimes, again, in certain countries for certain services or products, there might be a case where you do have to just exclude, not separate necessarily, but just, for example, exclude even mobile devices because you know that from maybe historical data, your business for the last 5 years, no one buys, or maybe if it's hard to buy a mobile phone. So if you have a limited budget and you want to control costs, then maybe exclude a mobile device even at the start is a good thing. Or maybe separate campaigns if you want to control the budgets. For example, you start with desktop devices, the campaign performs great, and then you think about, hey, what if I start or experiment with the same campaign, the same keyword, just on mobile devices? And in this case, you create a separate campaign, you target only mobile devices there, and you run with a small controlled budget just to see if there is something changed, for example. Maybe people do convert, but a smaller amount, and so on and so forth. So it can still be work, but there has to be a really good reason to separate. Otherwise, bid adjustments in the campaign are fine to include or exclude device, so you don't have to, separate campaign just by device type. I know that the data is needed for basically any decision that you make in Google Ads, right? You can't make decision on a small amount of data, but devices are a really high level of targeting option. So you have only 3 devices basically, right? So you have to really make sure that one or the other device doesn't perform well. And for that to happen, you have to have a lot of data. Not only the amount of conversions to sales, but also time passed, which means that even if you do have, let's say, even 1,000 conversions in 2 weeks, that is not enough. So I would wait and at least a month or maybe even 2 months to make sure that there aren't any other factors that might have impacted those conversions. So you have to be absolutely sure that that device does not convert before, for example, excluding it or reducing the bid significantly. So these require a lot of data before you make a decision. And of course, I mentioned that sometimes a product or service can override everything. Like you don't need data if you know, as I mentioned, that no one converts on mobile. So if you know that, if for any reason business doesn't want you to advertise on desktop even, right? They maybe want mobile traffic for some reason. Maybe the product requires just mobile traffic. It can override anything I told you before. And you don't have to wait for conversions. You don't have to wait. It's just, hey, we need only mobile. And you start with just mobile devices and that's it. So it can be overridden. When looking at device performance, you have to go into insights and reports, click when ads were shown and select devices. When viewing device categories, look for differences between all devices. Now, I mentioned that tablets usually convert the worst out of 3, but it also depends on a lot of factors, including your product, service, the business niche, and so on and so forth. If you see big differences in conversions by device, for example, this is 5 times, but let's imagine this is 100 conversions and this is 500 or 1,000 and 5,000. If there's a big difference, then it means that mobile traffic does not convert well, right? Obviously. Is it the reason the keywords or the ads or the channel? You have to find the reason. Most often than that, this is the landing page. The landing page has to be mobile friendly and adopted to easy purchase or use or conversion on mobile phone. This could be the culprit of low conversions or that big of a difference because it is a lot easier to convert on a computer. Now, it also might depend on your product or service. Sometimes people do browse and find the product or find the service on the phone, and then they just purchase on their computers. Or in general, product or service is not designed to be purchased or used on mobile. So these are the questions you have to answer before you go in and say that the device is not convert, because it might be a significant amount of clicks you're receiving. So you have to eliminate all other reasons before doing drastic changes like excluding device altogether. Like if you don't have conversions, then use a combination of a bunch of other metrics. You can look at how much you spend on mobile. What is the CTR? Is it really worse than the computer? If people are clicking, they're searching on mobile, they're clicking, and the keywords are directly connected to your business, and these keywords convert on the computer, then there has to be definitely something worked with how the user behaves on mobile page. So usually it's landing page. However, if you can't find the reason, which might happen, then you can reduce the spend, just adjusting the bid and reducing even altogether. See if that impacts. Just exclude minus 100% and exclude the mobile traffic altogether and see if that affects your bottom line. Devices are very high level targeting option, so you shouldn't be visiting this quite often and sort of making adjustments. It's something that needs a lot of conversions, and you need to make sure that you actually know that they don't convert. So even if you do receive a lot of conversions within first few weeks, I would recommend waiting a month, maybe even 2 months, just to make sure that yes, the mobile device did not convert, or they convert a lot worse than other devices. Then you can make adjustment, because you might lose on a lot of potential conversions if the increase or decrease in conversions is something due to other factors, not specifically to your landing page product or how your campaigns are set up. Usually you don't get really big differences. You get a slightly more expensive conversions, for example, on mobile, then you can make a 20% bid adjustments, decrease the bids, and then the CPA will be more or less equal. But in your case, most likely it will be just smaller differences, and you can solve that by just adjusting the bids. We talked a lot about bidding strategies in the previous videos where I explained how they work and what they are, but I do want to emphasize a couple of things, because the bidding strategies can be used to optimize campaigns or increase conversions or decrease conversions, but they have to be done in the correct way. First of all, there's no best bidding strategy. Contrary to what you might hear online, people stating one or the other facts, the problem is that there is no best bidding strategy. There's only the one that works for your specific business or even for one specific campaign, because there might be campaigns that work better on target CPA and the others might be better off on manual CPC. So you don't have to stick to one bidding strategy, you have to test. This brings me to a second point. Always test. Use experiments feature that is built in, and we'll talk about experiments and A/B testing in general later on, but you have to use this built-in experiment tool to test bidding strategies. You have no idea how many times I've read the post on Reddit or Facebook, people complaining that they just changed the bidding strategy and campaign performance dropped. And this happens when you just switch it on a live campaign, which is not recommended at all. You just use the experiment feature to show you if that bidding strategy gets better results. That's the only thing you can do, and that's the proper thing to do. No matter what bidding strategy you start with, you can always change it. Again, just change it with the experiment feature, testing it. So you might find just a couple of bidding strategies right here, but if you click here, a lot more bidding strategies will be available, including manual CPC. So have that in mind. There are some exceptions where you can change the bidding strategy on a live campaign. Now, on the new campaigns, I have noticed recently that sometimes, especially if you start on any bidding strategy, but more likely on manual CPC, you're not seeing any impressions. Although you know that the keywords have impressions and everything is correct and there's no warnings or notifications or whatsoever, but the keywords are not receiving any impressions. So I switched to maximize clicks, and the next day I started to see clicks coming in, and then I switched to manual CPC or whatever strategy you want to. So sometimes, I don't know why, maybe it's how Google works, but maybe the automated bidding strategy, because they like it so much, maybe it helps to kickstart the campaign. So it is fine for like a short period to kickstart things, to do the switch on a live campaign and not use the experiment feature, but this is only where we have basically problems. If you have a live campaign, if you have conversions running, don't ruin the campaign by just switching it. If you have 30, 50, well 30 probably be too few, but I would go like 50, 100 conversions per month, then you can use experiments feature, switch the bidding strategy, and then see if the results are to your satisfaction. On the bidding strategy, you don't change that often. You start with one, you test the other one, it either works or you don't, so you stay with that. However, there might be time, if conversions are growing, if more or less everything is the same, then the target CPA or ROAS bidding usually works fine. You get a conversions, the price is fine, everything everything is okay. There might come a time when you do have to optimize. Now, with bidding strategies, the problem is that if, for example, you try to set the CPA and or reduce it or increase or reduce your target ROAS, your campaign might not work as well. This is where you have to probably switch to manual CPC to have more control over it. So this is the only time you probably switch back from the working, because the automated bidding strategies are a bit harder to control when you want to have really, really precise control. This becomes a bit more complicated, and then you probably have to switch, maybe sometimes even without testing, because you need results fast, or if you can afford, you have to run the test with manual CPC and then you use those controls. Otherwise, just don't touch the bidding strategy if it works. If you're seeing the results, if they're satisfactory, don't make any new changes. If you are making changes, make the small changes like adjust the bids or the budget by 10%, 15% every few days, and then see how the performance impacts. Don't make the changes too often, because this will ruin the algorithm and the whole thing will reset and you might lose your performance. Scheduling allows you to control when your ads are shown. By default, your ads are shown all the time, on all days of the week, and during all hours. However, you can change that. The only time I would recommend doing this is when you need to control your costs even further, or your business does not operate on certain days or hours and you might save a penny or two. Otherwise, there's no reason to adjust this. Let's look at some campaigns and how the metrics differ by weekday. Not all the time the metrics will be different depending on the day of the week. On this instance, we see that bid adjustment was changed on Monday to increase it by 300%. But if you look at conversions, they're not that different from Wednesdays, which is the same amount of conversions at a lot cheaper cost per conversion. So what happened was the assumption that Mondays are a good day, the bids were increased, but nothing happened. There weren't more conversions. So this is what you might see as well. It's not necessarily the days might be different, but sometimes they are. And if you look at the last day, Saturday, it has only 8 conversions, and the price per conversion is at $210 compared to Wednesday, when there are almost three times more conversions, and the price is, well, not twice as low, but quite low. So the question is, why the difference? It might be that it's just a coincidence, therefore you need to wait a longer period. And with locations, especially when you go into day of the week or hour of the day, you need a lot of data to eliminate all random factors. So you don't go in and make adjustments to day of the week after first week. Wait at least 3 months, maybe even 6 months, to just completely understand and thoroughly analyze the behavior of your users, of the people who click on your ads during the week. You might see that there's not much of a difference, so you don't change anything. However, if you do see the difference after a lot of clicks, a lot of conversions, and a lot of money spent, you might try to reduce the bids for specific days, because during the last 6 months, for example, I don't know, Wednesdays or Thursdays are really bad days. Now, why it is? No one knows. And sometimes you might figure it out and you might find an external factor influencing that performance on a specific day. For example, weekends sometimes are slower because people are resting, so they might not buy as much. On the other hand, it might be the opposite. They might buy even more because they're at home and they're resting and they're not at work. So it depends on the product, the niche, and many other factors. But if you do see this trend that one day or the other day is worse or better, you can make bid adjustments to either increase the bids, decrease the bids, or maybe even exclude that day altogether. The other reason, of course, if you don't operate on certain days. Now again, usually it's the weekend. It might be other day as well, depending on your business, obviously. But if during the weekend people search for your products or services and you're not at work to fulfill the demand and you're still running ads, then you're basically wasting money. There's no point of running ads during the weekends if you can't make money. So in this case, you just exclude the weekends and focus on the 5 weekdays. You take that budget that you save on the weekends and you use it for other 5 days. This is how you optimize your cost, and ideally you get either the same amount of conversions or your price per conversion is different, but you get better return on your investment because you're not wasting money on the days that are not convert. In this case, the weekend. Now you can go even further and look at time of day. This is a bit more complicated because same with days, you need a lot more data. Conversion per hour or clicks per hours, or depending on specific time of day, might be different to many reasons. Obviously, the nights might be slower. On the other hand, depending on the product, they might be just better or have less conversions, but at a better price. This does not mean that you need to focus on nights specifically, but it may be something that you could test. However, again, you need a lot of data to understand that this is not due to random factors, but this is actually how your customers behave. For example, you might see an uptick in sales during evening hours from, let's say, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. because this is when your target audience comes from work and sort of relaxes at home and maybe purchases or order something from you because they have time. It might also be the opposite. Like if you're working in the B2B, it might be the business hours that you see the most success. So you can't focus only on these hours, but in order to do that, you need to have a good reason because you're eliminated traffic from the rest of the hours, and you need to understand that, okay, this traffic does not convert for sure, and I don't want it there. So if you dedicate yourself working on business hours, it's fine. However, you have to make sure that there's no money or business loss during other hours because not everyone specifically Googles at business hours because busy people might Google in the evening or on the weekends as well. And I've seen cases that there are conversions from B2B niches during the weekend because it's the only time they have time to actually search for something they need or search for something they want, even for the business. Especially this goes for small to medium businesses. So my advice is just to make sure that you're not excluding any possible conversions. You're absolutely sure that this time of day or this day of the week does not convert. Then you can go in and adjust the bids for specific hours. Don't forget to include all hours and then adjust the bids, or just leave the hours you want your ads to run on. If you're on automated bidding strategy, this is done by Google for most part. It sort of tries to find the best time that has the highest likelihood of converting, so you don't have to do that, especially if you have a lot of conversions. So the Google algorithm had a lot of time to learn. Then you don't have to go in and change days or time of the day. Again, if you were definitely sure that you don't work on the weekends, you don't want conversions, there's no way to buy it, then of course you exclude it no matter on what bidding strategy you are. If you are on an automated bidding strategy, Google does this for you, so you don't need to do that. Unless, even on automated bidding strategy, the price per conversion is too high and your budget is limited, then you need a small level of control. Then you can add this day of the week limit and maybe exclude the weekends if that fits your business. Otherwise, I recommend not touching it and have Google work on it and see how it goes. If you're a manual CPC, of course, you have to do things that I mentioned yourself, which means looking at the time of day, looking day of the week, and see if there are any possibilities, reducing a budget here and there, and directing the budget to a better performing days or hours. Locations. You can target any country or several in your campaign. The only thing you need to know is that locations are added at the campaign level. You can add them to ad groups. This means that if you want to target 2 different countries, you can either add both of them to one campaign or create 2 same campaigns for these 2 locations. And this is where it gets more interesting. Before we go into analyzing campaigns, I want to mention a couple of things. Now, there might be a lot of reasons why you want to separate campaigns or separate locations to different campaigns, or you might consolidate all of the locations in one campaign. That depends a lot of business goals, your niche, your target audience, your product, and so on and so forth. But there are a couple of sort of rules that you need to know before thinking of separating campaigns or keeping all locations under one. First of all, you would probably want to separate locations in different campaigns if you have different keywords, different language, different ads for each country. Mostly based on language. You have, for example, French keywords and English keywords. You need to have French ads, obviously, and then you have to have a French landing page or a page where you can select the French language. Same for English keywords. You can add them into one campaign with 2 locations, France and England, and then have ad groups for these specific keywords. Then you'll have one ad group for English keywords and English ads and English landing page, and then the other ad group for French keywords, French ads, and French landing page. And that is fine because if someone searches in French, they would see French ads because the French location is in the campaign. And the same goes for English keywords. However, it becomes more complicated if you have a lot more keywords, a lot more ad groups, or even a lot more locations. So having one campaign with just so many keywords, it might get a little bit complicated to optimize them and to understand what works and what not. Now, the downside, or probably the only downsides of separating locations in different keywords, is the conversions, or the amount of conversions you splitting between 2 campaigns or more. As you know, automated bidding strategies, target CPA or ROAS learns on a campaign level. So whatever the optimizations it is doing on a campaign level. So it needs a campaign level conversions, or the amount of conversions on a campaign level. So if you have 50 conversions, the target CPA might work great on that campaign. However, if you split the campaigns into 2 different based on location. For example, England and France, you might be splitting the number of conversions, and now it's only 25 conversions per campaign, and the automated strategy might pick up and still work great, but depending on many factors, it might not be enough, and your cost per conversion might increase, or the ads stop running, or any other bad things. So this is because there are not a lot of conversions for the algorithm to learn, and in this case, that's the only downside of splitting. But sometimes there are other reasons why you need to split. For example, a second point is you have different budgets for each country. In this case, you can't have 2 countries or more countries on the same campaign because there's no way of sort of assigning a budget. So you have to have 2 different campaigns because the budget is assigned on the campaign level. So if you want to spend $100 per month in England and $50 per month on France, you have to have 2 campaigns. Of course, there is another reason, different products or offers, then also it might have to be different campaigns. Now, you can have at certain points same campaign, similar as I mentioned before, but it might get too complicated. And also, as the fourth point, is different ROAS, profit margins, and other things from revenue per product, revenue per country. It also might limit you in having one campaign with many countries because the revenue or profit that you're getting from France might be higher than you're getting from England for many reasons, even if it's the same product or service. And you might think, okay, I might have more budget spent on France than England. And this again requires 2 separate campaigns. So you see, there might be reasons that are, well, in a way beyond your control and kind of based on data, and you would need to separate. And that is fine. I mean, this is how it goes. You always weigh the pros and cons, and sometimes there isn't even a choice. There's one downside that I mentioned. It's the number of conversions that you're splitting between 2 or 3 or more campaigns. But again, it also depends on the business you're in. So if you do have several locations under one campaign, the only lever you would have to control that is the bid adjustment on the country level, which allows you to increase or decrease the cost per click. You can't do that on automated bidding strategies, but you can control that on manual CPC. So you have at least some control, but this is also a limited control. So that's why I'm saying that on automated bidding strategies, it is more complicated if you have many countries in one campaign. What you can do is split that location into smaller location groups. In the United States, these are states, they might be regions, they might be other names specifically to each country. But let's take the US for example, and even here you can see that some of the states have more conversions, some have less conversions, and the cost per conversion is also different. And if you look at, for example, Georgia, we have 2 conversions at 600 euros, and then you have California, which has 9 conversions at 500 euros, and in Florida, 8 conversions at 350. So you see the prices differentiate quite a lot, and then I can decide if I want to reduce the spend and the bid for Georgia and sort of allocate that budget to different states, or maybe I want to exclude Georgia. And at the same time, I can increase the bid for California or Florida in hopes to get more conversions. So if I add 50 states, and usually I do want to do campaigns in the United States, and if they target the whole country, I add not just the United States, I just add all the states, just for me to see, how the data looks on a state level, and maybe I'll see some patterns or trends, and I can use that. Even in automated bidding strategy, I can use that information to maybe separate campaigns and have, one campaign running for high performing states and then the other for low performing states with different budgets. So there's many options how you can use that information to split up campaigns. I know sometimes it is not advisable, again, as I mentioned. However, your goal is not to implement best practices for the sake of implementing them or listening to whoever says what is advisable and what is not advisable, because these advice are general. They may be based on, 100,000 accounts, but does not mean that it will work for your account. So you need to do whatever works for your business. If you want to go another level, you can go down into cities or villages. In this case, we have Chicago, Illinois, we have Oak Park, Glenview, Schaumburg, and you can see conversions different by a lot as well here. You see that Glenview, the second one, is at $60 per conversion, 8 conversions, although the Oak Park is 2 conversions at $340. Same with states. I can go through all locations and see if I can either exclude the location, maybe reduce the bid significantly to still have that location with lower bids and maybe get some conversions for a lower price per conversion, but then allocate the money to a different location, right? So for example, in this case, it'd probably be Glenview, or Schaumburg has a good price per conversion, Elmhurst as well, and then you have Skokie that has 3 conversions and 140. So I can make those decisions, I can adjust, and this gives me more bang for my buck, and I can either save the budget in general, so I don't spend more, or I can take the money and spend it on different locations with the hopes of increasing conversions and obviously revenue. Now you don't have to, but you can take it another level further and target zip codes. And this client, that's what we did because it's a local business and they know the area they work in. And since they talk to the clients, they know more or less in what areas they live and what area sort of converts and are good business or good clients and the ones that are not. So instead of targeting the whole city, they chose specific zip codes, the areas to target, and you can see that the conversions differ by a lot as well, right? You see the second zip code is 9 conversions, almost $500. The first one is 3 times cheaper with 7 times more conversions. So why is that? You might never know. Might be too many reasons outside of Google Ads accounts and also happens quite often. But what you can do for sure is that if you see a trend that this location does not convert after 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 months, because you need a lot of data to understand that this is a trend, not a random factor, right? So after a long period of time, many conversions, you see that the numbers basically stay the same. This location does not convert well. You spend a lot of money. So in this case, we on the second zip code, we spent $4,300 and we spend basically the same amount on the third location, but we get twice as more conversions. So it makes sense just to either pause the second location or reduce the budget significantly, or the bid in this case, and allocate that money to the first and the third location, or disperse along other locations and see how that affects my campaign performance. Now, when you drill down, you usually see your spend going down, obviously your clicks and impression going down as well, but these are not the main metrics. Your cost going down, so the amount of conversions you might get is the same. Maybe slightly lower because you removed some of the conversions that are way too expensive. But again, this is not the point. You see the conversion number drops slightly, but the cost might drop a lot. So your return on ad spend is a lot better. Maybe after removing locations, you have this money and allocate different locations, and now you get more conversions at a cheaper price. So again, so in business, and only go into drilling down into location, cities, regions, or zip codes only if either you need to save money, like optimize the price per conversions, you have a limited budget, you need to spend it only where it really, really matters, or there's a business requirement. For example, a flower shop on a street most likely will target an area around it, right? It will not target the whole city unless it's a small city. So you have to take the business itself into consideration as well. So sometimes it's just optimizing the account part, right? The spend, the cost per conversion. Sometimes it's just the business, and it does make sense to go broader. This helped me save quite a few dollars on just removing relevant traffic and focusing on what works. Of course, again, if you're automated bidding strategy, this is done for you. You don't have to do it. But at the same time, that's why a lot of people don't see success, because they might target too broad. They target the state when they can target the city. They target the city when they can target a radius or a specific, zip codes or specific area. So sometimes you need to be more creative and sort of hack the tool, or in this case, the platform, Google Ads, and not go on after automated bidding strategies on these algorithms and AI. Just select a small part of it and make it work for your business. And then you can, think about scaling and expanding and increasing the spend and increasing the area. When you know something small works, then you can move on to the bigger thing. When we talk about optimizing keywords, one of the most important part is using search term reports and also negative keywords. However, I want it to be a separate video focusing only on search term reports and a separate video focusing only on negative keywords and creating negative keyword lists. So in this video, I will review what you can do without the search term reports or negative keywords. But remember that you have to do both, or everything works together. Use search term report to find the keywords that you add as negatives, or add to your ad group to target and change the bids and whatnot. Everything is used together. But just for this video, I want to talk on what you can do with the keywords without the two. After some time, you'll start getting impressions, clicks, and hopefully conversions. You'll start seeing, a table like this with all the metrics, the click-through rates, the cost per conversion, and a bunch of other stuff. So you can just look at this and make some adjustments as well without using search term report, which is critical, and negative keywords. So when you launch, after a while, the first things you have to do is either keywords getting impressions and clicks. If you are sure that your keywords have search volume, you know that there has to be impressions. And if there are impressions, there has to be clicks, right? So you check that first. Keyword getting impressions, cool. Are they getting clicks? Now, if they are getting clicks, are they getting a conversion? If they are getting conversions, what's the price per conversion or cost per conversion? Is the revenue? What's the return on ad spend? And so on and so forth, right? You check these important important metrics. And if you have that, you also check the search impression to understand if you can increase the budget, the cost per click, or CPA to get more impressions for those keywords that already convert, which makes sense, right? At lower impression share, you know that there's still a big piece of pie that you can take by increasing CPC, CPA, or budgets or whatever, right? So you know that there's space for improvement for getting more of these conversions and clicks. However, if you're not getting clicks, you look at the account several days or a week past, you're not getting clicks, then there is a problem. Like, you're getting impressions, the ad is shown, but there are no clicks. First of all, check the bids. Maybe they're too low, so your ad is shown way below the search results second page, or scrolling below, so it's way down below and people not seeing it, so it's getting impression but not clicks. If you haven't checked the search volume and you just added the keywords, so you're not sure whether it has a lot of searches, so you have to check them now just to make sure that it's worth actually spending time on that specific keywords or keywords to, get some clicks. Then check the ad. Ads have to be eligible without any limitations, or actually approved as well. So check if there aren't any notifications from Google, if their ads are not limited in any way, and if they're okay, then it's fine. You can leave it at that for now. Then you can add the quality score column and check if the quality score is not too low. If it's too low, you might be getting a limited amount of impressions. Your ad might be showed lower. You might pay more, and so on and so forth. So it's a good indicator of the quality of your keywords and ads and landing page. So if it's too low, like 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4, there is a reason for that, and you should need to check your bids, your CTR, your landing page, what is on landing page, how ads relate to keywords and landing page, and fix that part. And also, especially at the start, if you're just starting out with Google Ads, recheck your campaign settings. Make sure that it targets the right language, location, the right bidding strategies there, the budget, the cost, any other settings that you might have forgotten. Just recheck everything that is supposed to be the way you want it to be. Now, if there are no conversions, right? So first of all, check if it's enough clicks, right? We talked about how to calculate how many clicks you need to get a conversion. So you might not reach that amount of clicks just to yield a conversion, right? And that depends on the conversion rate. So for example, if your conversion rate is 1%, so you need 100 clicks from one keyword to get one conversion. So if you're looking at the keyword and it's 50 clicks and you're thinking, well, there's no conversions. Well, yeah, sure, because at that conversion rate you need twice as more clicks. There might be conversions at 50 clicks for some reason, right? So maybe that keyword converts better than the rest of them, and there might be conversion, but you also have to keep in mind that it might require more traffic, more clicks to yield that first conversions. You give it more time. If there's a lot of clicks from that keyword or keywords, just rethink or reevaluate if that keyword is actually your target keyword for your business. Now, at the start, especially due to many reasons, people tend to maybe go broader than they're supposed to, misunderstanding the keyword, the intent behind it. So they add a little bit more keywords that are more of out of the area that the business serves, and they get a lot of clicks and there are no conversions because, well, the intent of those keywords or people searching for those keywords not necessarily want what the business has to offer, and that creates a problem. You spend, you get clicks, there are no conversions. So actually rethink, sit down, and again reevaluate if the keyword is actually highly related to what you have to offer. Then look at the ads. Now, if everything is fine up till now, look at the ads. Now, the ads is the only thing that is seen from the account, so they're sort of a decision maker in that case if they get a click. Now, if they're great ads, they get the click, but also they might be too great. And by that, I mean that they might be, I'm not saying over-promising, but they're written in such a way that attracts clicks. But when people click on a landing page or go through the ad to a landing page, there's mismatch in expectations. Maybe the ad overpromises something. Maybe it entices in using various techniques that we covered as well. And it seems like a really attractive offer, but when you land on a page, it's not exactly that. So you might get a lot of clicks, and kudos if you wrote an ad that is getting a lot of clicks, but if no one converts, you have to rethink if you're actually not exaggerating or overpromising things, right? So you just get clicks, but there's mismatch on the landing page. And this brings me to the last point, which is the landing page itself. Now, it's not only whether the landing page works with the ads, but also like what is the offer and the landing page. Now, the landing page is responsible for conversion. As I said before, you can have a great ad that attracts clicks, but if they land on the landing page and it's, let's say messy or not organized or bad at converting people, small text, small images, low quality images, no social proof, and all of the things that make a good landing page good, then people will not convert. Obviously, it doesn't matter whether you have great keywords, or the bidding strategy or ads, they will just not convert. So make sure rethink the landing page, revisit every section, make sure that they have covering all the information that is needed to make a purchase, and of course make sure if everything works as it's supposed to work. A good scenario to have: if you get impressions, you get clicks, everything is fine, you get conversions as well, but they're too expensive. Now the easiest part is to reduce CPC, and if you're on manual CPC, if you're on CPA, you can reduce CPA as well. However, if you are on automated bidding strategy, ROAS, or target CPA, you need to have data. You need to wait until the campaign accumulates enough data for the algorithm to learn and understand what exactly converts in your specific case. So this means that you need to get a certain amount of conversions per ad group or per campaign. So if you have 10 conversions and if you're on target CPA, it might Google take 2 weeks until it understands with that low amount of conversions. Like if you get 300 conversions, it might take a day, even hours sometimes, because the amount of volume allows Google algorithm to train quicker compared to the low volume of conversion. And you have to keep in mind, because if after 4 days you go into account, you see 5 conversions, they're too expensive, and you're using target CPA bidding strategy, then of course it will be too expensive, because Google just searches what works. It uses various signals and techniques and whatnot and placements and hours and days to get the traffic and understand what works, but it needs more time. So you have to leave it until it accumulates enough conversions for it to learn. And then you can say, okay, you know what, this doesn't work. We had 50 conversions or 100 conversions. The price still seems too expensive. We need to reduce the CPA and see what happens. So be careful with making changes in automated strategies too quickly, too often before getting a certain amount of conversions. Either bidding strategy manual or not, you can also reduce number of keywords. I mentioned before, sometimes you go in, too broad or use too many keywords. Like if you have 20 keywords, go down to 10. Just leave the most specific with directly relatable keywords to your business and see what happens. Now, on manual CPC is quite easy. You pause the keywords, reduce the bid significantly, and then you lose traffic and then see if the other converts with a limited amount of budget. With automated, again, it's a bit more complicated because it also involves getting data. If you have 20 keywords and only 10 conversions, of course, there's no way of saying whether the other keywords or all the keywords convert well, because there's just not enough data. So you have to keep it running longer. However, if you have 100 conversions and 10 keywords more or less convert and the other 10 have traffic but they don't, maybe just pause them for a while until you optimize the 10 or 5 or whatever that convert, and then you slowly add new keywords. I mentioned landing page, but it's in the broader sense: landing page pricing, competitors, the product market fits, the niche, the market conditions in general. These all things might impact as well. So for example, if you started campaigns in January, if you have an e-commerce site and you have started campaigns in January and you had never run campaigns before, January is usually the worst month for e-commerce because of the Black Friday and Cyber Monday and the holidays. So people don't buy in January. So if you launch, no matter how good your campaigns are, you might not see any results at all, or the conversions will be way too expensive. So you have to take that into consideration as well, the whole thing. Now, also, if your ads are great, everything is amazing in the account, but the price is more expensive than your competitors have, this also might create a problem for you, because you might get more expensive conversions because people click thinking that will be around a specific price that is in the market, and then they end up seeing a higher price. So unless there's something else on a landing page, some tricks, some marketing, some psychology or whatever to entice them to buy a higher price product that they can get cheaper somewhere else, then they won't buy. You accumulate the cost, but there are less conversions, so your price per conversion is expensive. Makes sense. Of course, when you do have conversion and you can try different bidding strategies, you should, right? So if you have 100 conversions, 200 conversions, they're too expensive, then you can try going from target CPA to ROAS bidding, from ROAS to target CPA, maybe into annual and back and forth. But you need to test it using experiments feature. You can also go back to manual CPC. Now, this is where you need to control, and if nothing works, and if especially you don't have a lot of conversions, let's say you launched a campaign, you got 30 conversions, they're too expensive, you don't know what to do, there's not a lot of conversions for the algorithm to learn. At the same time, you can't keep spending that money for another 2 weeks or a month. Then you need to rethink the strategy, maybe go to manual CPC, look at the keywords that may be converted, look at those 20 conversions, look at the keywords, where they came from, switch to manual, and focus on those 3, 2, 1 keyword, 5 keywords, whatever that drove conversions. Pause the rest and sort of go all in on those keywords, optimize them, add new keywords in manual CPC, then sort of go through that, and maybe then you test the target CPA bidding again later. Same goes for match types. No matter how you started, you might have started with broad match and automated bid strategies or maximize clicks and broad match or whatever. You can go with exact match, so the opposite way, and say, okay, so maybe this is way too broad. I'm not getting enough conversions, so maybe the automated strategy is not good. So I'll switch to manual, but I can't leave the broad match, so I have to go probably to exact match, because phrase match is sort of in between and it does not work in most cases, but also depends on the business. So I would usually try to go on like the opposite side of it, not just sort of one step and go to phrase match from broad. I would just go opposite and use exact match and make that work because there's more control, and then maybe go into phrase or back to broad match with automated bidding strategy. So I usually do that because it gives me more control, right? So going the totally opposite side. However, in some cases, and even now, people say phrase match doesn't work well, blah, 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 but it does. In some countries, in some areas, for some keywords, for some business, it still does work. So it's not as maybe limited as exact match and it's not as broad as broad match. It still works because it's a really niche area and it's fine. So you need to experiment because you never know, and you haven't found performance in one match type. You use the other one, test it, and see how it works. And if it does, great. So the key point is whatever works for you and not the best practices or whatever people preaching online. Google search ads are based on auction, meaning several advertisers might be bidding for the same keywords. As a result, some keywords have less competition as they might be too niche or have low traffic, but for popular keywords, the competition is fierce. If you're an advertiser using Google Ads to promote your business, it's essential to understand what your competitors are doing. The Auction Insights tool gives you valuable insights into how other advertisers bid for keywords that match yours. How this can help you? Well, first of all, it's competitive analysis. Auction Insights allows you to see who else is bidding on the same keywords as you. This can help you identify your main competitors and understand their advertising strategies. This also goes beyond Google Ads. You can look at their landing pages, their pricing, products, pictures, videos, basically anything that you need to beat your competitors. Performance benchmarking. By comparing your performance to your competitors, you can identify areas where you're excelling and where there's room for improvement. And strategic planning. The insights gained from this tool can inform your advertising strategy altogether. For example, by tracking impression share, you might see where your competitors are out of budget and you can jump in. Now let's talk about the metrics you'll find in the Auction Insights report. Impression share. This is the percentage of impressions your ads received compared to the total number of impressions your ads could get. Overlap rate. This metric shows how often another advertiser's ad received an impression in the same auction that your ad also received an impression. Position above rate. This shows how often another advertiser's ad in the same auction shows in a higher position than your own when both ads are shown simultaneously. Top of page rate. Now, this is the percentage of your ad impressions that are shown anywhere above the organic search results. And absolute top of page rate is the percentage of your ad impressions shown as the first ad above the organic search results. And the last one, outranking share. This shows how often your ad ranked higher in the auction than another advertiser's ad, or if your ad showed when theirs did not. The auction insights can be found in your keywords. If you select one keyword, you can select all the keywords, but I advise go with one keyword, especially if there is a high volume. Well, I don't have high volume here, but let's see what happens. I click auction insights and I'll see my closest competitors. Obviously, it's Google. Then we have Coursera, MailChimp, Udemy. There's a bunch of companies, a lot of them, to be honest. I'm not spending a lot, so obviously I'm not going to be on top. But this is where you find auction insights report, and you can go through the report and get familiar yourself with it. The downside of this report that you probably will have to go keyword by keyword. I don't recommend looking into keywords with low click volume because it will not tell you a lot. Like this example in my case is just 5 clicks, so I don't think I'll get any good insights. I mean, I can check what the competitors are, and in this case these are LinkedIn. These are pretty big companies, so obviously I'm competing against them. There's no chance at all I can beat them in this game because they have a lot more money. The only thing you can find out with low search volume is probably this, like how many people are bidding and what kind of companies are there, and maybe that will help somehow to make a decision whether to continue or pause the campaign or keyword. But the greatest insights come from keywords that have high volume, the keywords that have been in the account for a while, so you have been running them for a longer period of time. Then you know that these competitors or these other advertisers are definitely in for that keyword. So there are more insights when you have more clicks and you have been advertising that keyword for a while. Let's look closely at how we can use this report to our advantage. First, it's clear that I'm against big players. In this instance, Shopify, Adobe, Wix, and Fiverr are bidding on this keyword. These companies have big budgets and it would be hard to go against them head on. I do get the most impression share out of the bunch. Well, that's good, but it comes at a price. Besides, I know that this particular keyword that I'm bidding on is mostly my target audience. Other businesses with low impression share are not as aggressive, probably because this is not their main keyword. If you see big players bidding for the best keywords and you're winning in impression share, that means they're not considering this keyword important or something has been overlooked, and you can benefit from both. Second, from a position above rate, I see that I mostly compete with Shopify. Now I can find their ad and see where they are directing those who click. A landing page is an important part, and sometimes you can learn a thing or two by looking at competitors' landing pages. Also, Shopify is the only one that is more often shown in the absolute top position. This tells me that they bid higher, but most likely their quality score and ad rank are lower because I get a higher impression share. If the competitor is getting high absolute top of page rate and lower than your impression share, you can catch them by increasing your bid. It can actually be that easy. Just watch out for the increased costs. Also, just by looking at this table, I see that my main competitor is Shopify. And only because they bid more, and that's because of the higher budgets they have. I can't beat them at this game, so I have to make sure that my CTR is high so I can utilize higher impression share, get more clicks. My ads are shown more often, so I should work on ad copy. At the same time, I need to improve my landing page as much as possible. And when you look at the keywords in the keyword report, next to each of your keywords, you can see your landing page experience we talked about in the quality score. If it's slow, try to increase it. This should also help with conversions, and that's a double win. You can also get more detailed, more advanced, and track their impression share over time. This is a bit more advanced and requires a bit more manual work, but you can check if your competitor's spending decreases at some point, for example, towards the end of the month. Most companies have fixed budgets and sometimes they spend it faster and then they have to reduce it towards the end. This is where you come in. You can increase your bids or budget to jump over your competitors. As you can see here, Google's impression share increased significantly in the first week of December. However, both Udemy and Domestika dropped. Sometimes comparing weeks over a longer period of time, you might spot patterns and use them to your advantage. You do not always have to go head to head with big names. Play it smarter. Although auction insights can be a useful tool, it's important to remember that it is just one piece of the puzzle to improve your Google Ads performance. A comprehensive strategy that considers various factors including ad copy, landing pages, and bidding strategies is necessary for successful campaigns. You can make your ads more clickable, and you will get more clicks with the same amount of impressions. Well, that's good. You can optimize your landing page to get more conversions from the clicks you're already getting. This is way better than competing for impression share. You can improve your product or pricing. This will get you more revenue that you can spend on ads. Remember, don't set the goal of beating the competition. Set the goal to earn more revenue. Negative keywords stop your ads from showing for specific search terms. This ensures ads only appear for relevant searches. Picking the right negative keywords fine-tunes your targeting. It avoids showing ads to people not interested in the product or service that you have. Even if you have exact match keywords in the ad group, Google will still try to squeeze in some closely related terms. You can use negative keywords at the ad group level, campaign, or even account level. The reason you have this choice is that sometimes you just want to exclude specific keywords from the campaign or ad group alone. However, be careful adding keywords on the account level. First of all, there is a limit of 1,000 negative keywords at the account level. Secondly, these keywords also apply to YouTube and the display network. So that's another reason not to use them on the account level, or be very careful of doing this. Now, negative keywords also have match types. Which match type to use depends on many factors. Usually you go with exact match as you don't want to exclude too much traffic. It's kind of similar with your target keywords, only here you select what searches will be excluded. So if you go with broad match, you will exclude all searches containing that word or phrase. For example, you can use a broad match for the word used as you only sell new items. If you're not sure, in general, use phrase or exact match negative keywords. And you also can create negative keyword lists that you can assign to a campaign or many campaigns. This makes managing keywords a lot easier, and we will talk more about it later on. Benefits of negative keywords. The first one, it's probably the most important one, it's cutting down the costs. By filtering out irrelevant traffic, you save the money that would have been spent on the clicks that are not relevant to your business. And especially in a very expensive niche where the one click can cost, $3, $4, $5, even $10, you are saving a lot of money. Now, by removing the negative keywords, you increase your CTR because your ad stops showing for searches that are not relevant and you get higher click-through rate in general. People don't click the ad if it's not relevant to what they search for. A higher CTR also increases your quality score, which has an impact on your ad rank, and a good quality score may reduce your CPC and increase your ad position. It can also help you allocate your budget better. Now that you have removed the irrelevant traffic, you may have additional money to spare. You might increase the bids for the existing keywords to get more clicks, more impressions for higher position, or you might add additional keywords expanding your reach. Adding negative keywords increases your conversion rates as well, similar to CTR. Now the people who click on the ad are more likely to convert since they are more targeted audience. And it also helps to reduce your CPA, cost per action. With all the irrelevant traffic gone, filter out, your target audience becomes better. You spend less and the chance of conversion is higher. This in turn reduces your CPA and increases your ROI. How you can find negative keywords? Well, first of all, when you did your research, when we talked about your target keywords, you went to look at your business, your product, your services, your websites, and this is also the place you can find negative keywords because you might know immediately that there are some words or phrases you don't want to be associated with, like my mentioned example with the word used. If you sell only new items on your e-commerce store, then the word used or repair is not your keyword and you don't want to be associated with it at all. Now the second step is keyword planner. Again, when we check the search volume, we checked other keywords, you might have noticed that there are some phrases or searches that are not relevant, although Google thinks there might be relevant according to your other keywords. Now this is another source where you can find negative keywords just by using the keyword planner and seeing what kind of searches they are based on your inputs and adding them to a separate column either when you do a keyword research or later on when you launch your campaigns. And the third one, most popular probably, is the search term report. We'll have a separate video on the search term reports. I'm not going to get into this right now, but this is a really good place to find negative keywords for your ad groups or campaigns. When you have many campaigns or many ad groups, it's always the question where to add the keyword. Should I add it at a campaign level or ad group level? Now, first of all, if you add a negative keyword at a campaign level, it will apply to all the ad groups within that campaign. If you have a campaign with ad groups of different products, such as iPhone 14 or iPhone 15 or iPhone covers or any other product categories, then you can add the keywords like use, repair, how to a campaign level because you don't have any used product categories, you don't do repairs, and you don't want informational queries like how. So in this case, having them on a campaign level is totally fine. However, if you have more products and, for example, in that campaign you have an ad group that is focused on used iPhones, then you can't use the keyword used on the campaign level. You have to add it at the ad group level. So in this case, you add some keywords to two of the ad groups, and then the rest of the keywords you can add into the used iPhone ad group. So this is why you have the flexibility, because sometimes in one campaign you'll have different ad groups, and adding that keyword to a campaign level just doesn't work for all of the ad groups. So in this case, you use ad group level negative keywords. Otherwise, if you know that this negative keyword on a campaign level will not hurt or limit the impressions or limit the keywords or searches in all of the ad groups, then it's fine to add them on the campaign level. Your goal is to make sure that you're not wasting your money on irrelevant keywords. If you're not sure if a negative keyword will affect other ad groups, then don't exclude it on the campaign level or account. Use ad group level. Sure, it might be more work, as you might exclude the same keywords for several ad groups, but at least you will be certain that it does not affect anything else. When you have keywords that you want want to add before starting a campaign, it's quite easy. All you have to do is go to your ad group, click on add keywords, and if you add a minus in front of the keyword, it will be added as a negative keyword. You can use a different match type if you want to. Same goes for exact. So this is how you mark the negative keywords. So you won't see them here because they are negative, but you will see the negative keywords right here. You can also just add them through this tab, or in this case you don't need to add the minus, you just write used and you just click save, and you'll see your negative keyword right here as a broad match. So adding keywords one by one, or just copying the list of keywords that you have in your spreadsheets or somewhere else, especially if you found the negative keywords while doing keyword research, then you would add them right here. However, you can also create negative keyword lists. So in order to do that, click on Tools, Exclusion List, and you'll have your negative keyword list right here. All you have to do is just click on a big plus, name your list, for example, negative connotation, and I'll add keywords like cheap, broken, scam, ripoff, or whatever. So I don't want people searching for my product and one of those keywords. I don't want my ad to show up when someone searches for, let's say, my product name or my business name or whatever, along with this keyword. So I don't want to pay for someone who clicks on my ad having found me like this. So I create a list, I click save, I have my list right here. So when the list is created, it's not being used right now. So you have to click on the negative keyword list and then apply to campaigns. I can select several or all campaigns and just click done. And now the keywords are applied. So when you have a list, the cool thing about it, so you don't have to add the list to campaigns each time. All you have to do is just add some keywords to a list. For example, if I think of another word that can be used, I can just add it to a list and it automatically is applied to all the campaigns that the list was assigned to. The other way to add a list is going to a campaign or an ad group, if you will, and then going to search keywords, clicking on this tab, clicking the plus button, and then switching to negative keyword list, and you'll see all your lists right here. All you have to do is select and click save. So these are the two ways you can add the keyword list. I definitely recommend using the keyword list because it's just a lot easier to manage the keywords, especially on a bigger account. Now, these are the lists I would recommend having in your account. Now, obviously, these are not mandatory, but this is something I usually create. So first of all is brand keywords. Yes, you should have a negative keyword list with your brand name and its variations. More often than not, brand terms should be excluded from search campaigns. Usually you would have a separate campaign focusing only on your brand keywords. Since you will be excluding it from all other campaigns, it is easier to have them in a list. Next is competitor keywords. A less often used, but still a good list to have. Usually it does not affect your campaigns that much, but it depends on the industry. If you don't want your ads to show up when people enter competitor name plus your product, have a negative keyword list of your competitors. The next one is the informational queries. I mentioned some of them above, like a word how, but similar words who, why, when, or what, along with news, updates, pictures, etc. Most of the time, they are not great converters. Of course, depends on your industry strategy, budget, and so on, but I would recommend having that list for sure and just testing if it's worth excluding it. Negative connotation keywords, and this is something to think about for sure. Keywords like cheap, broken, scam, ripoff, fraudulent, inferior, faulty, substandard, deceptive, worthless, poor, defective, misleading, counterfeit, sham, dodgy, unreliable, mediocre, dishonest, junk. Ooh, that was a lot. You get the point, right? There are some keywords maybe you don't want to associate at all. So you don't have to add the whole dictionary, but most popular should be on the list for sure. And of course, now we have the main negative keywords of your niche, right? So this is the list specifically catered to your product or service. And this will be unique to all the businesses, right? As I mentioned, it might contain the words like used, or it might contain the keywords like repair. However, you should have a list that contains all of the keywords that are not relevant to your business. The above lists are more or less common to many businesses, but this list will be specifically yours. Search Term Report is the go-to place for most advertisers as it shows what actual queries were matched against your keywords. If you work with broad or phrase match keywords or even exact, you know that your keyword can trigger various search terms. Some searches are good, but some need to be excluded. First of all, 2 don'ts for the Search Term Report. Don't add keywords from search report just for the sake of it. It will make your account unnecessarily big and hard to manage. Second, don't add low volume search keywords. If you have phrase or broad match keywords, they can handle those search terms. Focus on the ones with volume. Now, there are many reasons why you would want to add a search term as your keyword, but usually if you want to write a better ad for that specific search query, which means adding it to a different or a new ad group. Second, you want to control the CPC or CPA, increase bids, impressions, whatever, or see better reporting. And the last one, assign a different budget, which means adding it to a different campaign. When you already have campaigns and ad groups, it might be confusing where to add that keyword. You would not always add the search term report to the same ad group. Without a proper process, you could end up having a chaotic structure. Now, this is what I use to decide if the keyword goes into the same ad group or a new one. It may look complicated, but when you go through it, it's actually quite easy. You ask yourself, does it match other keywords in the ad group? If it does it match the ad? And if it does match the ad, does it match the landing page? And if yes, then that keyword or that search query from the report belongs in the same ad group. However, if one of the answers is no, you have to create a different ad group. And of course, search term reports is one of the best places to find keywords that you want to exclude, and we'll cover that in a minute. It doesn't matter whether you have exact match, broad match, or phrase match keywords, Google will try to squeeze in some of the similar search terms that match your keywords. So for example, here I have a broad match keyword, so I definitely need to check my negative keywords or search term reports to see if there are negative keywords. So let's go with this keyword, ebook Google Ads. So let's see what kind of terms Google matched. So we see ebook Google Ads, so that's my keyword that is added. I see it had 3 clicks and 9 impressions. The volume is not big here because it was just a test to have something to show during the course. So when you run your campaigns, obviously there'll be more volume, or at least you wait for it to have more volume, because otherwise it's really hard to make a decision where it's just one impression or one click. But for the purpose of this video, we have the keyword that I have added into ad group, but then I have Google Ads ebook PDF. Makes sense because it's a broad match. Then I have a Spanish, I think, keyword that I also excluded, obviously. It also had impression. I had different variations of the same keyword. I have a year. So there's also different languages and different variations of basically the same keyword. I also have a keyword for the Google Tag Manager ebook, which is obviously not my keyword because it's about Google Ads, but Google sort of thinks that it's related to what I might have. So that's why you need to check your search term reports, because what Google thinks might be good keywords for you, it's not necessarily true. So you have to check search term reports. As I said, this is your main report to check for negative keywords and the keywords you want to add. So I would probably go include all the Spanish ones. I include here. I don't know what this is. This might be Spanish as well. I'm not sure, but I'll probably exclude that because I don't have ebook in Spanish. So I could keep that keyword, assuming that people might speak English and they might be fine in downloading or buying it. But there's a chance, or a bigger chance actually, that they don't speak English. That's why they search in Spanish. So that's an assumption, obviously, but maybe I don't want to bet my money on that assumption. So I'd probably exclude all the different languages, also the keywords that don't relate, as the Tag Manager book. But here you see all the statistics. You can adjust the columns same as you would do in your campaigns for looking at keywords or ads or whatever. So you can adjust the columns to see conversions, conversion rates. So Google will tell you if any of the keywords that matched additionally or were close variants of the keyword you have, or if you have broad match keywords, Google sort of expanded your reach. And if they do convert, well, that's great. In some cases, you might want to separate keywords in different campaigns. So the search term report is not only for the campaign or ad group you're currently viewing. It might be the source of keywords that are going or will be going or should be going into different campaigns, depending on various reasons. For example, as you saw here, there are a bunch of Spanish keywords. I might create a new campaign which would target only Spanish-speaking countries and maybe run a test campaign with a smaller budget to see if they convert. This is how you must think about it. It's not only for the ad group that you're viewing, it might be for future campaigns or ad groups. Usually, this is the place you find negative keywords, especially if you're broad match. Doesn't matter the bidding strategy, manual CPC or CPA bidding. This is the place where you filter out all irrelevant keywords. First of all, you have all the statistics needed to evaluate the keyword, whether it belongs in the negative keyword list or not. Right. So first of all, you check the conversions. If the keyword you don't have in the ad group, especially in the broad match and phrase match, if there are conversions, if the price per conversion is fine, or your ROI is fine, or ROAS, whatever, if it's okay, then you leave it, right? So it's great. If it's more expensive, then you can decide whether to exclude the keyword altogether, or maybe if it converts at the higher cost per conversion, then you might separate into a different ad group with the lower CPA bidding. So it's up to you, right? If, for example, you have a lot of clicks for the keyword and there are no conversions, and the cost is already higher than your desired CPA, then most likely you would want to exclude that keyword to save that money and allocate that budget to different keywords. In the case where this keyword that hasn't had any conversions and the CPA or the cost is already high enough, higher than your desired CPA, but you look at the keyword and think, this is sort of my targeted keyword. Well, in this case, you have to look at the keyword and your landing page. When people search for the keyword, first of all, right? They click your ad, so it's fine. If the CTR is more or less average compared to other keywords, which means that people want what you have. Now, they land on a landing page and they don't convert. So this is where the landing page comes into play, and this is where you have to look at the landing page. You look at the keywords on the landing page and try to understand why people specifically from that keyword don't convert. Sometimes the reasons might be obvious. Sometimes you need to tweak the landing page. Now, what you have to do, or what you have to remember, is that you don't tweak the current landing page because it converts with other keywords. You create a copy of the landing page and create a new ad group. Put that keyword into ad group. If it has enough volume, obviously, if it is important to a business and so on and so forth, you create a different ad group, right? You can copy the same ad if it works, and then you put the new landing page with that keyword, see if it helps. Now, you only do that if you know why, or at least you have some theories of why the keyword doesn't convert with the current landing page. So you create a new one based on the assumptions, and that's how you test. Otherwise, if the keyword doesn't have conversions, you already spend a lot of money, you look at the keywords, it might be just the keyword. It might be that the people who search for the keywords are not interested in what you have. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, if you've done everything that you can, well, then it is what it is. Don't forget that you're here, or you're doing Google Ads to earn money. If the keywords don't convert, and if you did everything that you can to find out why and fix it, and if it didn't help, maybe you just pause the keyword, reduce the CPA, reduce the CPC, whatever, but don't continue wasting money if there's no really good reason. If you do find keywords that you want to exclude, it's simple. You just select them and then click add as negative keywords. Now, by default, it will suggest to add as an ad group, which I recommend initially, unless you know that these keywords, for example, if you found some keywords and you know that they're not good for the whole campaign, I would suggest just copy them into a spreadsheet or somewhere else, and then create a negative keyword list, which we talked about in previous videos. Create a negative keyword list and add the keywords there. It's just a lot easier. Otherwise, if you think that it's an ad group specific negative keyword, leave it here. It is an exact match by default as well, so you can change the match type just the same way you do with your target keywords. If you think that exact match is too narrow, then you can do this way. If you think, for example, that the keyword is too specific, for example, this, I don't want to have PDF in general, so I can again edit the keyword and just leave PDF, and it will add a broad match PDF into that ad group if I don't want to do that. At the same time, I can do that with Spanish keywords. So there's a bunch of ways you can do it. Initially, I would advise to have the list of main keywords and sort of always work with the list that is added to a campaign level. For the ad group level negative keywords, probably stick to exact match, unless you're absolutely sure that you want to exclude broad match or phrase match keywords. Stick to exact match, and you know specifically which phrases or which search queries are excluded. So it's easier to understand, at least at the beginning. If you do want to add the keywords, same. There's no match type. By default, it's a broad match, but you can obviously change the match type if you want. Again, the reason to add the keywords is if you're on manual CPC and you want to control the CPC, you add the keywords. If you are on CPA bidding, you'll have to create a different ad group if you want to control CPA bidding for those specific keywords, so you don't have to add them as a keywords. So again, you copy them to a spreadsheet, create an ad group, and then add those keywords there. So you have all the metrics to understand whether these search queries belong into this ad group, whether the CTR is good. So you can see your main keyword or your main theme of keywords has, let's say, an average CTR of 30%. And if there are keywords that have lower, like a lot lower, like for example, 10 or 5%, which means that the ad does not resonate with the keyword or with the search query, and then you'll have to probably move it to a different ad group, because you don't want to touch the current ad because it works well with the existing keywords. But if there are search terms that don't resonate with the current ad, then you have to create a new ad group, as we talked before. So this is what you do Well, depends on the traffic, daily, weekly, monthly. With really small accounts, don't have to come in daily. Maybe once in 2 weeks, once a month, depending on the traffic, because you need data, you need clicks and impressions to understand, or obviously conversions to understand whether that keyword belongs in your account in general, or you need to do something about it. So wait for the data before doing any changes. With high traffic volume keywords, you might come in maybe even twice a week, just not to miss out on any search queries that just drain your budget. It is a lot of manual work, but this is what you have to do. And if you go back, then you go with a different keyword, you click on another keyword, you go in search term reports, and this is what you do. Later on, after initial sort of combing through, you will see less and less irrelevant keywords, because as time goes by, you will exclude majority of the keywords that you don't want your ads to be shown with. So this is what you have to do, no matter on what bidding strategy you are, what goal you have, what keywords you have, what match types you have. This is what you do constantly. You visit search term reports to find the keywords you want to exclude and the keywords you want to optimize. So this is why the search term report is very important. And you have to make sure that you're not neglecting it, because it will definitely cost you a lot of money down the line. To make your life easier going through search terms, which might be a lot of them, you can use filters to make your job easier. I have a detailed post on this and I will leave the link below the video, but here are a couple of examples. First off, non-converting spenders. You can use the filter here and you can see that this is the filter is the costs above 100, which obviously you have to specify your own amount, and then the conversion is below 0.01. The reason for that is that if you use a data attribution model, you're better off using this rather than a 0. So in this case, I see all the keywords that have high cost, in my opinion, for this account and no conversion. So I can immediately exclude them or think what to do next. Then we have hidden budget wasters. There might be plenty of keywords that get just a few clicks with a low spend and a low CTR. Let's say 2-3 times below average. Those are hard to see due to low click volume, but if you have 100 of those, that could be a significant spend. You need to see what those keywords are, because low CTR might indicate that the ad does not resonate that well. It might be the ad, it might be just the keywords. But you create this filter and you see all the keywords, and you can see that some of the keywords have just a little bit of clicks, some cost, and I can exclude them and save that money. And the last one is high rollers. You can find search terms that have a CPI above your ad group average. I usually go about 2 times my average CPA and then lower it as I filter out those keywords. And these keywords convert, but they are way too expensive. So I can see that some of the keywords convert. The cost per conversion is too expensive for me, so I can decide whether to leave them, lower CPA, optimize landing page, and so on and so forth. These are a couple of examples. Check out more in the post below. Obviously, you have to adapt the filters to your account, because your metrics, your goals, your targets, your CPA might be different. Everything we talked about in the optimization part and all the videos can be used to optimize your budget. However, there are a few things I haven't mentioned. Before we go on, I want to remember one thing. That your goal is not to save money, it is to spend it efficiently. Otherwise, you might just close your account and you save 100% of your budget. So when you're making your budget decisions, always have that in mind. But first, let's look in more detail on how the daily budget works. Your daily budget is the amount you set for each campaign. It shows your daily comfort with the spending over the month. Google manages your campaign spending. This means that your spending on any particular day may vary, but according to Google, it will never exceed your daily spend limit 2 times your average daily budget for most campaigns on any particular day. And your monthly spending limit will be 30.4 times your average daily budget for most campaigns in any particular month. So this means that if you have your daily budget set to $10, then on some days you might spend up to $20. In any case, during the month, it will average out and it should not be more than $304, which is $10 times 30.4. This, of course, if you don't change the budget during the whole month. If you do, the whole thing resets. However, this is not the case if you choose to pay for conversions. Use, for example, TCPA bidding or CPA bidding. Then there is no daily spending limit, but the monthly average should be the same, 30.4 times your average daily budget. At some point, you might see a notification near each campaign that your campaign is limited by budget. And it happens a lot, and people start to panic. But first of all, it only means that you're not getting all the impressions that you can. And sometimes you don't need all the impressions. Your campaigns are still running, and if you are getting conversions, everything is fine. However, here's what you can do in this case. Focus only on high intent keywords, the most important keywords for your business. Switch to exact match types only. Divert budget to the best performing keywords or campaigns or ad groups, and meticulously go through search term report to find all the negative keywords you can. This will make sure your money is spent efficiently. What you can also do is spot trends and make a decision when you want to compete with others or you want to hold back. For example, here's a trend for the keyword laptops. As you can see, it spikes in November and December, which is most likely due to Black Friday and Cyber Monday and holidays in general. Now, the question is, do you want to compete with everyone during this time? I've seen some accounts actually pause campaigns or reduce spend significantly, and the ROI, because the ROI during those winter months just doesn't make sense for them. Then there's a spike in August, which is most likely due to back to school frenzy. If you're tight on a budget, you might want to hold off on competing during peak seasons, as you might spend more and your ROI might be lower. When you're on CPA bidding, you don't get to set your max CPC, which sometimes leads to very high CPCs, especially at the start of the campaign when Google algorithms learn. But there's a workaround called portfolio bidding strategies. When you create your portfolio bidding strategy, you can also set up your max CPC with your CPA target. I wrote a detailed post about portfolio bidding strategies, and I will leave the link below the video. But in general, if you are worried about Google bidding for keywords with $30 CPCs, then you should create a shared bidding strategy and apply it to your campaigns. You can choose one campaign or you can choose all of your campaigns and apply that specific bidding strategy. The results may vary, of course, because now you're limiting the bid, hence the impressions and traffic. But in this case, our goal is to try to control spending better. And we know that we don't want Google just blasting our budget on those top impressions that are usually quite expensive. Best practices are fine. However, with best practices, you're only halfway there. They help a lot at the start when you don't know what to do and want to make as few mistakes as possible. Later, you should focus on what's best for your business specifically. One of the best ways to find out what's working for you is to do an A/B test. Unless you have a very small account, you should be running at least one test a month. The general idea of the test or A/B test is to have two variations, usually original A and the test variation B, and have them run side by side to determine if there is any impact on the results. Since both variations run at the same time, fewer factors can skew the results, compared to if you do a before and after comparison. Why would you need to do or want to do an A/B test? First of all, A/B test eliminates guessing. There might be many opinions, many assumptions, but you never know which works until you actually test it. So you can guess, you can assume whatever you like, but you need to test it to actually answer that question. Now, it also allows a more accurate comparison between the changes. If you do a change and then compare the results before and after a change, a lot of things can happen between. So you're not really comparing apples to apples in that sense because no 2 weeks are exactly the same. So there's always a chance of making a decision on an incorrect data. And in general, companies, people use A/B testing to just find out what is working and what is not. And that's how they optimize their campaigns, their landing pages, their products, and so on and so forth. However, there are some challenges with A/B testing. The most important one is probably that you need a lot of data, and you need data for your results to be statistically significant. I'll explain what that means later on, but in general, you need data to confidently say that the change you made actually is not a random thing. Additionally, you need time to run an experiment. Now, you can't run an experiment for a few days and then call it a win or a loss. You have to run an experiment for several weeks. Now, the length usually depends on the volume of conversions or traffic. Now, if you have a lot of them, sometimes maybe 2 weeks is enough depending on the product, because usually you want to test it for about 4 weeks, like a full month. Then you get a more accurate results. And of course, you need to document your test because after a year or two, you'll have done a lot of them and you need to see which ones worked and which didn't, so you won't make that mistake again and can learn from failed experiments along with the successful ones. Now, why statistical significance matters in testing? Well, statistical significance ensures that you're not basing decisions on random fluctuations in data, but on genuine patterns. This is the likelihood that the results observed in the test are not due to random chance. The common confidence levels are 90%, 95, or 99, with 95 being sort of the most commonly used. A 95% confidence level means that there's a 95% chance that the results are reliable and only a 5% chance that they happened by luck. It gives you the confidence to implement the changes that are more likely to yield repeatable, reliable outcomes. As you can see in the slide here, this is a screenshot from the Google Ads experiment feature or tool. And you can see that it says conversion rate plus 45%. It's statistically significant at 95%. Even though the confidence interval still varies from 19% to 71%. So even if you implement that change, there's a chance that the conversion rate will not increase by 45%, but maybe by, let's say, 20% or even higher. So it depends, but I can surely say that it's probably not to random things or just luck, it's due to the change that I made. Hypothesis is the first step and probably the most crucial. You need to clearly identify what is being tested and what assumptions you want to test. A good hypothesis will not only help set and choose the right metrics, but even if the test fails, it will provide additional learnings. You can use this structure to formulate your hypothesis. If we make X change, then Y outcome will happen because of Z rationale. X is the change that you're actually testing. Y is the expected outcome or measurable outcome, and Z is the reasoning why. Let's use the formula in the example. If we use simplified benefit-focused ad copy, then the CTR on our ads will increase by at least 20% because users will more quickly understand the value of the product. So we have X, the change or variable you're testing, simplified benefit-driven ad copy. This is what we're testing. Y is the expected outcome, which is the CTR on our ads will increase by at least 20%. So this is a clear outcome. And the reasoning why is because users will more quickly understand the value of the product. So this is my hypothesis. This is what I'm trying to prove or disprove. So the structure also defines a success metrics. In this case, it's CTR because you're testing ads, because you're testing ad copy, you're changing it, that's what you want to see. If the test wins, then you know what exactly caused it, a benefit-driven ad copy. If it fails, you also learn that the benefit-driven copy doesn't impact results. So a clear hypothesis allows you to learn no matter if the test wins or not. And this is very important. And sometimes you might not reach your defined success metric. Right now, in the instance, it was 20%. In this case, if the results are statistically significant, but the CTR increased by 15%, it's up to you to decide if you want to use those new ads. Because the ad copy did have an impact, it was just not as big as you predicted. Again, learnings. Now you know that the ad copy increases CTR by only 15% and not 20%. Which is still pretty good. Each test should teach you something about your audience. If you don't see any learnings after any test, always go back to your hypothesis. Now, I'll mention you have to document all tests. Now, this is not only for you, although it helps a lot. You're less likely to do the same test after some time. Let's face it, we forget things. You don't have to complicate this part at all. Just use spreadsheet as I do. And just write down everything we discussed with the hypothesis and the test results after it's finished. Now, I made a simple spreadsheet template. I will leave the link below. You can copy and use it. It's nothing fancy. I mean, you can use any tools you want. They're probably out there. It's pretty straightforward. You have your hypothesis on top. Then, list the metrics on how they change or what I expect. You can add screenshots or text of what is being tested. So original and test variation. Then you can describe the results in more detail and, sort of leave a note for yourself. What did you notice? What did you learn? Additionally, in the first tab of this template, I have all the ideas I want to test. I also have some scoring of ideas depending on how the idea impacts the results and how much effort is needed to implement the test. If you have many ideas, you will want to decide which ones should be tested first. You can skip the scoring part for now, just list the ideas. My advice is not to skip this part, documenting stuff. It can also be a big advantage if you will be going after a certain job. You will have all the tests you've done and the results you achieved, and you can easily show it and prove your work and get ahead of the competition. I know that at the beginning it might be overwhelming in general to use the experiments feature in the accounts, then to think what to test exactly. So I'll just list a couple of the ideas that I usually test, and maybe it will help you get on the right path and sort of start slowly testing things until you get used to it and it sort of becomes your day-to-day or month-to-month task. Now, you can start with responsive search ads. You can have different headlines, for example, benefits versus features. This is a common one. A pinned versus unpinned headlines. This is a really cool one as well. With keyword insertion, we talked about it in the early videos, and without it. Descriptions as well, and the length of description. So you can have long descriptions, which is up to 90 symbols. But you can also have shorter ones, let's say 50 symbols. So you can see how that sort of affects the ads. And of course, the CTA, you can use direct CTA and indirect. You can go with buy versus get it or learn more and similar. Then you can go into ad assets. You can test images. Again, you can go with emotional images and then versus the product images. You can take site links. You can test the number of site links. So, for example, 4 site links versus 8 site links. The links in the site links, the text in the site links as well. Structured snippets. There are several categories you can choose from. There are brand, categories, features. So you can add all of them, remove all of them, add just one or the other, and sort of test and see which one works better. Callouts, similar to above, you can have benefits versus features. You can list other attributes that you might think that might help get the click and test to see if that actually works. With landing pages, there's a lot to test. So I would start with the headlines because this is the first thing users see. So make sure you actually nail it. Then, of course, the CTA, both color, contrast of the color, and text do matter a lot. Then you can go into sort of more advanced, like shorter pages, like the page where you don't have to scroll, everything is on one page, and then longer pages, images versus video. So you can have just images of your product or service or whatever, then you can add the video. Product heavy page or emotional, again, similar with the ads, you can focus heavily on the product, describing the product, and then you can switch and use the more emotional things, images and language on the landing page. And features versus benefits, and of course the hero images, either just the product or people or whatever, all of the things to matter. There's a lot of things to test. You can go with bidding strategies as well. During the whole course, I emphasize that any bigger changes need to be tested through the tool, especially things like bidding strategies. If you want to switch from manual to automated or from automated to ROS or whatever, you test it because you need to know how it impacts. It's not necessarily going to be good. Any change is not necessarily is for the better. You might read an article, you might see a video when someone recommends switching to ROS bidding or using CPA bidding or whatever any best practice or trend you think at the time, and you might find yourself tempted to just switch to that thing. Don't do that. Always test. Use the feature, test, and see if it actually impacts your business. Because even if it worked for them or for 100 businesses that they manage, that doesn't mean it will work for you. So that's why you need to test it. And best practices are fine, as I mentioned at the start of the video. They're great of eliminating some mistakes, but at the end of the day, after a while, you need to find things that work just for your business, just for your account. That's why you need to do A/B test and use experiments feature in the account to learn on your account, on your business. To launch experiments or A/B test in the account, you have to find the experiments in the menu right here, and you will be able to set up any experiment you want. Click here to start it, and then you have 6 selections. So first of all, you have the Performance Max experiments where you can test the Performance Max optimizations, then the uplift, and then test Performance Max campaigns versus shopping, search, or display. Then you have demand generation experiment, video, app experiments, custom, and optimized text ads. Now the optimized text ads, this is testing ads across multiple campaigns. So if you don't have a lot of traffic for one campaign, but maybe you have several campaigns that together have a lot of traffic and conversions and you can get significant results, you can use this feature because you will only be able to select all campaigns or specific and then just find or replace or update the text. So for example, you can update the text in specific headlines and you can write, I don't know, let's say free shipping. And this headline will be added to all the ads in all of your campaigns or in the selected campaigns if you haven't chosen all. And then you continue with the experiment. So this is great to test on scale. So you select headlines or descriptions, and you can do a bunch of other things, the path, the final URL, or all the URLs. It's up to you. Usually I do run it on the headlines or descriptions because it allows me to test an impact on all of the ads. but the limitation of this is that you cannot test two specific things. For example, you can test free shipping because it kind of applies to all your ads, to all your products in general. You can maybe test the money back policy or money back guarantee or things that basically apply to all campaigns, but you can test a headline that applies to one specific product across all ads, which obviously will not make any sense. For example, if you have any clothes or shoes and you want to test a headline that says made from real leather, you can only test it with ads that actually make sense, right? So you cannot run it on all the accounts, so you have to be mindful regarding this thing. It only allows you to scale on either several specific campaigns or on all of them, and I usually test the general things that apply to everything. But if you want to run a test on a specific campaign, usually you go with custom experiment. I go with search. You name the experiment, usually something that makes sense. For example, you want to test the CPA bidding versus manual bidding. So I can select a base campaign. It'll give me some of the campaigns and I can specify the different bidding strategies. So what it does is basically clones your original campaigns in an essence, and then you have to go in and make the changes in that campaign. So you see you are in the experiments. This is your CPA campaign. Now you go into settings, you change your whatever you want. It could be bidding, it could be anything else. Could be countries, and then you go from the, for example, in this case, this is CPA bidding, so I want to change to manual CPC. I click save, so now this campaign is on manual CPC and my original campaign is on CPA bidding. So as soon as I'm done with the changes, I go click here to schedule and I select two metrics. Now, ideally, you would select conversions and then increase, right? And then you can go with, let's say, cost per conversion and degrees. So these are the two metrics that are important to you. This is the split. Usually you go with 50-50 unless there's specific reasons, but these are more exceptions rather than a rule. And then you go with the duration, which Google does calculate based on your clicks and impressions and conversions. So it could be really high. I would ignore this, just do the start date and don't do the end date. And then enable sync, because if you do and make any changes in the original campaign, those changes should be reflected in the test campaign. But as a general rule of thumb, I would avoid making any changes while the test is running. And then you click on create experiment. So now the experiment will begin the next day because my start date was specified the next day. After a while, you can come into the test and see the distribution between your control and treatment. You'll have your original campaign and then you have your campaign with the name that you added. For now, instance, it was the CPA. I had here broad match, so I named it just BM. And you can see the clicks and the cost. You see the differences and of course the conversions and conversion value and the rest of the metrics. It will also say whether it's statistically significant or not. So this is how you judge the experiment. You will have this also like an overview window, how the whole thing impacts your main metrics that you selected. But in general, you can see, you can switch between different metrics here, but in general, you see if the metrics that you select as your main are statistically significant and if the results are satisfactory. Sometimes you may end the experiment earlier, only if the results are statistically significant. You don't have to check the experiment constantly because it will just run until it either reaches the days you specified or the end date. But as I said, usually you should keep it for about 4 weeks to get the data. The more data it gets, the more statistically significant the results are. So it's in your interest to keep the experiment running as long as you can. If the results are statistically significant, you can end the experiment if for some reason it still continues. But you'll see notifications, Google saying that there's a winner, there's a clear winner, and so on and so forth. So you can remove the experiment or you can end it. And when the experiment ends, Google will ask you to either apply the changes to existing campaigns or create a new campaign based on the test results. So choose apply to existing campaigns because you don't want a copy of the campaign. You just want the changes represent your campaign. Besides, you just tested the changes. They have shown a positive impact. So you are, or at least 95% sure that the changes will impact your campaign in a long run. So you're fine with making the changes to your current campaign. That's why we test, because in this case, any of your changes will be based on data and not just, best practices or guessing. You want to scale campaigns when you want to get more out of it. However, you might want to choose not to scale for many reasons. For example, you know that you can't handle more clients. Also, there might not be a way to scale as your target keywords are very niche. And that's okay. Not all campaigns should be or can be scaled. When we talked about optimizations, we were basically talking about how to get the most results out of your budget. Sure, some of the optimizations you do will result in more conversions, but that is due to budget allocation. But my advice is to not think about scaling campaigns if you haven't figured out your most important keywords and or have no conversions. Here's why you would want to scale. First, an obvious one, which is if your current campaigns are working, getting conversions, and you want to increase those conversions, whether it's leads or sales or revenue or whatever. If before you were not reaching high impression share numbers, you want to do that to capture more market as you already know that it works. You can also target new keywords or audiences. You can call keywords as audience because with new keywords you attract new people. Think about like a service or a new product category. This sort of is a new audience. Then you have seasonal opportunities. Sometimes it is best to avoid peak seasons as the competition is quite high, but when you're scaling, you want to be there during all the peak seasons to capture that additional demand. You can also test the waters and prepare for future growth. You might have just dipped your toes into some of the keywords, but there might be a lot more and you need to test it. And sometimes you know that you have the resources to outbid your competitors out of the first positions and grab all the search volume. Scaling with keywords. Here's how it might look when you scale with keywords. You can increase impression share, you can add more keywords, you change the match types, you're adding more broader keywords, or use different bidding strategies. Let's get back to impression share. If you're not hitting about 80%, there is room for improvement, especially if you're getting limited by budget notification near your campaigns, which means that you're not getting all the impressions that you could with your current keywords. And this is where I would focus first. It's always the question, can you increase the spend and get more conversions from your current keywords because your search impression is low? For example, here we see 14, 10%, 13%. We see conversions, we see cost per conversion. And the question is, can we increase the spend? Can we increase the cost per click or CPA to get that impression share, that additional impression share, which should result in just more clicks and hopefully more conversions? So this is the first thing I look into. Can I increase the impression share of my existing keywords? So we covered impression share, now changing match types. Now with match types, it's as easy as you would think it is. So when you start, especially with a limited budget, you probably went with either exact match, maybe phrase match. Now, if you're an exact match, so the obvious choice is to expand the keyword. So change to phrase match and see if that helps get more traffic. The traffic will be broader, of course. You'll spend more, but there might be more conversions as well. What you do is you don't change the match type of your existing keywords because you figured it out. You can add the broad match keywords into the same ad group as exact and see how that performs. It's okay to do that. Having exact or broad match in the same ad group, there's nothing wrong with it. Also, if you want to really separate it, you can create a new ad group with just the phrase match keywords, but be sure to exclude the exact match keyword that you have in the original ad group from your new ad group. So the ad groups are mutually exclusive. This way you can write maybe a different ad and control costs better. For example, if you're on CPA bidding, you can only change a CPA on the ad group level. So you can add it into the same ad group depending on your spend on your account and how you structure it, or you can just create a new ad group and sort of separate the phrase match in that ad group and see how that performs. If it does perform, then you can move on to a broad match, and then maybe you can think about using automated bidding strategies because broad match does use a lot more signals than the other match types, but for that to work, you would require automated bidding strategies. And for that, of course, if you remember, you require a lot of conversions. Or you can just add more keywords. When you started, you might have had 30 keywords, 20, 15, 10, doesn't matter. But the keywords were really specifically aligned with your business. These are the most specific keywords that you can think of. But maybe you had more keywords, or maybe you can add more keywords. This is the time to add additional keywords that you maybe thought of and decided not to add because of the budget or any other constraints. But this is the moment you can add those keywords, because once you made the first batch, let's call it the first batch of keywords, you can move on to adding more keywords around the same topic or a theme or a product or a service. With each keyword, you increase searches, and those searches can result in additional conversions. So if you added all the keywords initially, all the most specific long tail keywords that specifically match your product or service that are really narrow, if you added all the keywords that you had in your niche to represent specifically your product, the keywords are very narrow, very specific, directly relate to what you have to offer. They're not too broad, and you made it work. There might not be any additional keywords in this sort of similar level, so you kind of covered everything initially. If you did that, you can move on to a more broader keywords. And this is where we remember our pyramid. So you probably operate sort of at the top of the pyramid, adding quite specific keywords. You covered that. They do have higher intent, lower search volume, but you notice that you have more budget left. Great. Or maybe you decided to add even more budget because you made the keywords work, you're getting conversions, getting sales, and you think, okay, so how do I scale that? So you can go a level or two down. Maybe you were in the top, and now you can go a little broader, still use exact match type, but maybe test the keywords that are not as specific as in your first batch. So this is going down the level of each pyramid, down until the bottom. I'm sure that for most businesses, the bottom step or the bottom line is too broad because you'll get a lot of keywords. You'll get a lot of searches. Those searches most likely won't be that relevant, but you can test slowly going to the bottom of the pyramid and adding broader and broader keywords. The process is the same as with your initial keywords. You may have to create another campaign depending on how you structure. You may have to create just additional ad groups. You may add some keywords in the same ad group. However, since they're broader, I would recommend at least an ad group or maybe even a campaign, because if you have a campaign that's working with your initial keywords that spends a specific amount and generates a positive ROI, return on investment, so maybe with testing additional keywords, you would rather create a different campaign with its own budget. So this is where the daily budget comes in, and it's set on a campaign level. This way you will control the spend better. You will leave that performing campaign alone with its own dedicated budget, and this works great if you're not on automated bidding strategy. However, if you are on automated bidding strategy, you have to think whether to keep everything in one campaign or in fewer campaigns as possible, because the algorithm learns on a campaign level. So the more conversions are in the campaign, the better it learns. So this is a decision you have to make. If you know that you might be able to scale even further, then maybe thinking about automated strategies down the road will sort of dictate your decision to keep it in a smaller amount of campaigns, maybe one or two campaigns, because the learnings will be in those campaigns. However, if you know that your scale of keywords will end somewhere because, well, you can't cover all the products that are there, then you're fine with either having one campaign, two, or whatever, because most likely you will not use the automated bidding strategies due to the limited amount of keywords and most likely conversions. And the last one was bidding strategies. You can also combine, as I mentioned before, your broader keywords with automated strategies, because Google uses more signals to find more keywords, more searches, more people similar to people who already buy from you. You can use it on existing keywords as well, but I would definitely recommend using it through experiments. So not just change everything, just launch an experiment, change, for example, your existing exact match keywords. If they perform, if they have enough conversions, you create an experiment, you copy, well, it copies automatically your campaign, and then you change the match type to broad, and then change the bidding strategy to, target CPA or ROAS or whatever, and then see how it goes. If it goes well, then you can keep the campaign, and that's how you scale, because you went broader, but you use Google's algorithm to find your additional conversions. But you do have to remember that you need, well, Google says at least 30 conversions. I would say maybe 50 plus. It depends on the campaign, on the product, on the market, on a lot of factors, but just remember that it learns only on conversions. So the more data you have, the more conversions you have, the better the learnings are, and the faster it learns. So the faster it learns, the less you have to spend to sort of make it learn what converts for you. So that's beneficial for you to have more conversions at the start. Now, no matter what strategy you use, you still have to do basically the same as you did previously, so that this is the same thing. You have to review your search term report, because it is a search campaign. It doesn't become anything else. So even if you switch to broad, especially if you switch to broad and automated bidding strategies, the same things apply. You go into keywords, you check the search term reports, you use negative lists. And I would say that when you're on a phrase match or broad match keywords, you actually have to do that, well, almost daily, because the amount of volume Google provides you is insane, and you have to go through that list to exclude all the irrelevant keywords as soon as possible. If you do switch to target CPA, I would advise to start with higher CPA than your initial. So for example, if you have conversions of a cost of $20, then when you're switching to a new strategy, especially when you test, I would recommend using it through experiments, obviously. So when you set experiments, set a target CPA of 25 or maybe even 30. Of course, look at how much you can afford. And if you can afford a little bit more, increase it at least to $25. Let it run for a while and then optimize down. For target ROAS, the amount should be a little bit lower. So if you have, 300%, set 200% or 250 and see how it goes and take it from there. Since now, if you are using a different bidding strategy, so you start with manual or maybe even maximize clicks, it doesn't matter, which is automated strategy either way. But if you started with different strategy and now you're switching to target CPA or target ROAS or any automated strategies, remember that the change that you make needs time to adopt, which means it sometimes can take only a few days if you have a lot of conversions, say, a couple of hundred, and it might take 2 weeks. So what I see people do is that they changed the bidding strategy, even in the test. Well, if it's test running, then you can just forget it, which I don't recommend just switching the strategy on the running campaign because you can just ruin it. But for some reason, if you did, then at least don't go in making changes within the first few days because it needs time to learn. And this is where I go back to the number of conversions. The more the conversions you have before switching, the less time it needs to learn. And basically, well, this is where you win because you see the effect immediately without spending too much money. But this is how you scale with keywords. You either scale the existing keywords if you're not hitting your limits with impression share, for example. Then you add additional keywords that are on the same level. They're still pretty narrow, pretty specific to your business. They're long tail keywords because when you started, you had a limited budget. Now, since it's working, you can spend more by adding the keywords. You can go broader with the keywords. So there are two ways. You can either change the match types through experiments, see if the same keyword with the phrase match or broad match can bring you more conversions. And additionally, you can have more keywords that are just broader, right? So instead of going BMW winter tires, maybe you'll go to broader keywords, which is just winter tires. Of course, if you can satisfy that demand. Now, if you just have BMW winter tires and that's it, then obviously the keyword winter tires is too broad for you because, well, people will look for different models. So if you have more tires, then yeah, you can try winter tires and you can take the same approach as you did before. You start with exact match, you see the traffic, you try to understand if it converts, if it doesn't, add more keywords, and then if it does convert, then you can go with phrase match and so on and so forth. Or you can try different match types. If you have conversions, if you have figured it out, then you can test different bidding strategies and see if the Google algorithms that sometimes do perform really well can help you here as well to get more conversions from existing keywords or new keywords or everything combined. The other way to scale campaigns is with micro conversions. Now, we talked about what conversion is, and micro conversion, sort of the name hints on what it is. And a micro conversion is just a younger brother of your main conversion. And the main conversion is also often called a macro conversion. So you have macro and micro conversions. The macro conversion has a larger impact on your business, which is basically a sale, a something that people buy on a website. So micro conversions are less significant actions that users perform, but still quite important. Micro conversions also have to have some impact on the business, maybe indirect or small, but they contribute to the main goal. That's why clicks are not micro conversions. In general, micro conversions are less significant actions that users perform on the website. For example, an email sign up for an e-commerce site is a micro conversion because the macro is the sale. And for me or any other content producer, a blogger, an email sign up might be a macro conversion. Let's look at one of the examples, Starbucks website. Now for them, the gift cards could be a macro conversion because people buy it on a website. So we're talking about the website, not the actual Starbucks coffee, because obviously the macro conversion is someone buying coffee or anything else. But on the website, you can't buy coffee, but you can buy a gift card, which they might consider as a macro conversion because this is as I call money in a bank metric. So if someone buys something, you get the money, right? But there are a few actions. There is a find a store action and join now. Join now, you become a member. I'm not sure what exactly it entitles to, but in general, this is a micro conversion because this is not, as I said, money in the bank. This is a person making a specific action on the website that is a lot more valuable than just a page view. Same goes for find a store. People click to find a store because they want to know where the nearest store is, and then most likely they will go there to buy a coffee or have a meeting or whatever, right? So this action is a lot more valuable than just a click or just a page view, right? If you look at HubSpot, get started for free is their macro conversion, as you would have to sign sign up and add your credit card. Now, get the demo is more like a micro conversion, as there is no payment involved and the sale is somewhere down the funnel. So initial action is just a micro conversion, and the sale might not even happen, right? So just like you go through the demo and nothing happens. But this example is a bit trickier than it seems, and you can pause the video and try to guess why. Think for a minute and see if you can spot this. Okay, I assume you stopped the video. In HubSpot instance, the both conversions, get started for free and get a demo, can be reversed. The reason is that when users get the demo, they have a call with someone, and there's a chance they are sold on a more expensive version, and those users make up most of HubSpot's revenue. So they are the main revenue drivers. And users from get started for free, for example, drop off very quickly, maybe even without becoming a paid member. So this again depends on where the most revenue is coming from. So as you can see, it's really subjective. It does depend on a business, so you can't go wrong with assigning micro or macro conversions. But micro conversions are actions that are completed a lot more frequently. So now the question is whether it has to be primary or secondary conversions in your Google Ads account. I mentioned in other videos that the conversion can be primary or secondary, and you should have one primary in general and the rest of them should be secondary. And you have to remember that the primary conversion, or the conversion selected as primary, is used for campaign optimization and it is displayed in the conversions column. All the secondary conversions are for reporting. They are still in your account, and you can add the column all conversion and you'll see all the secondary conversions. However, you can also use a secondary conversion as a campaign specific goal. And what you do is that when you edit the campaign settings, you go into conversion goals and you select the drop down, and instead of selecting account goal, you select campaign specific and then choose a goal for which this campaign will be reporting conversions and optimizing if needed. You can do it both ways. You can either have a campaign specific conversion, which is a micro conversion. So for example, you can have your one campaign that's driving your main action, which might be leads to your services or sales to your products or whatever it is. This is like the main thing you want. You can just add a secondary conversion, which will be your micro conversion. Let's say, for example, it's an email sign up or, click on maps or something that is not your primary conversion, the primary action. It's an action that sort of is important for your business. For example, maybe you have a calculator that allows people to input some numbers and get a quote on your services. Maybe you're in construction and you can enter the square space of your house or apartment and then, select a bunch of other things, and then it will calculate the price. And this calculation, this action people calculating, could be your micro conversion. So you can have it as a secondary conversion. In this case, you can see it in the account, although campaigns are not optimized, but what you will see is that some campaigns and keywords will start driving these micro conversions. So what you do is you go into your keywords, campaigns, or whatever, and you see this segment icon or menu above the rows. So you have campaigns or ad groups or keywords, and if you click on segment, then you choose conversions and then conversion actions. It'll be conversion category, but actions are the most detailed. And what you'll get this. Now each campaign will have underneath, or campaign or keyword or whatever you're looking at, will have rows of all your conversions, including primary and secondary. And as you can see here, I have the macro conversion, which is the bottom one, but I also see some micro conversions which are low, right? So there's 917 and 41. So for this keyword, these are all the campaigns, but if it was the keyword, you would see the same distribution. And now you can know that this keyword, for example, drives X amount of my main conversions, my macro conversions, right? So I can see that and I can see the price of it. But then I can also see that it also drives additional conversions, which are still valuable. For example, I see that only, let's say, 10 people order my services, but I see 20 people use the calculator or anything else, or maybe download something, my brochure, my pricing list, or whatever. And this is also valuable because it's an action from that keyword. So sometimes what you might see is that the keyword brings a little bit more expensive conversions, but there's also additional conversions happening, additional micro conversions happening that might drive value in the longer run. And this is especially in the B2B area, in the service area, because people might just download your, as I said, pricing list, brochure, use the calculator, or anything else that you have right now, but they're not ready to buy yet. For example, they're just trying to understand what the price will be and they will commit in a couple of months. This gives you understanding of that keyword that drives not only conversions, but also these additional actions that might be valuable in the future. So this is quite important. It's really hard to measure the exact value of those, and it's really hard to know whether those people who did those micro conversions eventually will convert, but this is additional information before you pause the keyword. So imagine you have a keyword that drove one conversion and the cost is $100 per that conversion, but you can only pay 50, right? So it's way above your desired cost and you're thinking of pausing the keyword. So just looking at the macro conversion or main conversion, maybe that keyword sucks. But if you had your micro conversions or additional actions, you may change your opinion because it might show that that keyword drives a lot of email signups or form fills or registrations, or people are checking your location or downloading something, and maybe that keyword is not very good for closing the deal, right? So like having that main conversion, but it's really good at driving that initial traffic. So this helps you before deciding just to pause the keyword altogether. It helps you understand, okay, so maybe this keyword is still good in the long term, so I'll maybe just reduce the bid or CPA for that and maybe rewrite the ads or the landing pages, but I'll still keep it because I can see that people engaging coming from that search. So it's additional information that is really valuable to your account because you can scale based on those actions. So you can choose to scale specifically on those actions, whether it's downloads, registrations, because you know that after those actions are complete, people are more likely to buy from you. So some keywords will drive your main conversions and some keywords might drive your secondary conversions or micro conversions. Both are good and you can use that to scale your campaigns instead of focusing on the end goal. Maybe focus on a little bit different action, but there's a correlation. You know that people who sign up, for example, in 3 months they become a client. So this is important because it's an additional way to scale your campaigns using not the main conversion, especially if you don't have a lot of them, but using a secondary action. How to measure success? It really depends. It's really, really subjective, although there are actions that can be measured and calculated the average amount. So if we take, for example, an email, if you have an email sign up and if you have your e-commerce store, you can calculate how much value that one email on average brings. So obviously, if you do email marketing, you'll have your email list, and if you send out a bunch of emails, people buy from them and you know how much they buy. So you can just take that amount that is generated just from email and you can do month, you can do year, and just divide by the number of subscribers. So you'll get how much on average one email subscriber drives value. You can integrate your CRM, you can understand the long-term impact. So B2B is built on that. You get the leads and then they convert in 6 months, and then you more or less can understand how much on average one email submission or one email subscriber generates. This is pretty easy because most of the things are tracked anyway. Let's take a harder example, which is a Starbucks, and we'll take the find a store micro conversion. So here's what I would do. This is what how I would think. I don't know how they do it and whether they track it. So I would start with how many customers per day Starbucks has. So I Googled it, but remember that you don't have to be accurate on defining the value of micro conversion. You just have to have some value and you can be very conservative. So I Googled it and it's about 500. Cool. So assume that 70% of people who visit buy something, right? Why else would you go to Starbucks? Probably just to get a cup of coffee, maybe a snack or something, right? So let's assume it's 70%. Now, then we can find out how much on average people spend in Starbucks in a year. Again, I Googled it. It says from about $300 to $600. Let's be conservative. Let's take $300. So on average, in a year, a person spends about $300, which if we divide by 365 days, we get around 82 cents. This is value of one customer per day, right? So 82 cents per day. On average, one customer delivers value to Starbucks. But we need visits. So we said that 70% convert, which means that the visits are 30% less valuable than the customer. And then we multiply by 70%, we get 57 cents. So an average visit, so people walking into Starbucks on average contributes about 57 cents. Now you can round it up to 50 cents if you want. What I also do sometimes is just, if I get a number, I just divide it by half to be even more on the conservative side. So I'll get 25 cents. So in this case, I can round it up, let's say to 30 or to 60 and then divide by half, which would be 30 cents. So it's up to you how you can calculate. You maybe say that maybe not 70% of people who come into Starbucks buy something. Maybe it's just 50. So again, you multiply by 50, you get 41 cents. In any case, now you have the value of the visit. So we calculated the average visit value. Now, people who click will not necessarily go there, although it's hard to understand why they would click. But in any case, case, let's assume half the people who click find a store actually go to the store. So it's 57 divided by 2, you get 26, 25, and you could leave it at that. You can round it up to a specific amount. So each click on the find a store action brings value on average about 25 cents, right? So this could be a value of a micro conversion. And I know what you might be thinking, 25 cents or 50 cents in US, that's low even for a cost per click, not to mention the CPA. And that's true. But remember, this is not the main conversion that they're bidding on. If they're bidding on, these are just additional ones. It's additional value. So it's not like they will be bidding $1 to get 25 cents. They're just bidding to get the traffic and maybe to sell gift cards. The other things are just additional value. So you add it to the main value. So this is just to illustrate how you can approach calculation of the micro conversion. You can always get some estimated data to understand the value. And sometimes it will be just a guesstimates, right? Other times you will have integrations with a bunch of tools that will do everything for you, or the numbers will be there. You just have to divide. But if you are using a guesstimate, so like a really subjective, your own calculated value, always double check with the business if you're working for the business, and always see if there's change in the revenue. Because even though you're bidding on micro conversions, if you choose to bid on and scale campaigns on those actions, your efforts still need to contribute to the main goal. So because whatever you do in your account, you still have to make sure that at the end of the day, this has an impact on the business value. So there are more clients, there are more revenue, there are more leads or whatever. If you switch from macro conversions to micro conversion, and I'm saying that you decided, for example, you don't have a lot of conversions as your main conversion, you can't scale, it's really hard to see what keywords work, you can switch to micro conversions, those sort of less important actions, and it's fine to do so. And a lot of B2B businesses actually thrive on optimizing on micro conversions because the sale might happen in 6-12 months and it might happen offline. But in general, after running a campaign, for example, optimizing on the micro conversion action, then you need to sync with the business and see if anything has changed, whether more calls, more emails, more revenue, more sales, more clients. And if it were, look, you don't have to understand how much exactly, but if the business feels that there are more stuff happening, you can continue another month, a third month, because you know that the impact is there. You now have to understand what kind of impact it is. And it's fine not knowing exact numbers. And sometimes you can know it, but other times it's really hard to pinpoint with the micro conversions. For example, if someone downloaded your pricing, your template, or use your calculator on a website, it's really hard to understand if they converted. They didn't leave anything. Well, if you ask for email or contact details, of course you can check if that person became a client. But if they haven't, it's hard to understand the people completing those micro conversions actually convert down the line. But your job is to understand if it does. You have to measure the impact at some point, because you can't optimize campaigns for micro conversions without having some indication that the micro conversions are beneficial to the business. Click fraud is more common than you think, and it will exist as long as there are clicks and a way to make money out of them. I've seen some posts and threads about how Google Ads has a lot of click fraud, but to be honest, it's the same for any platform. No one can guarantee that the clicks you pay for are 100% genuine. So where is the click fraud coming from? Well, the first one is your competitors. You probably heard the stories of your competitors clicking on your ads. In general, this is taken care of by Google because they have some safeguards. We'll talk about that a bit later. On the other hand, some competitors in a fierce competition niches, they might employ a more advanced techniques of how to increase clicks on your ads. However, usually the issue is click farms, which is the second one. The click farms existed long before, and the goal is basically to generate a lot of clicks for the reasons unknown. Some benefit from it, some don't. To be honest, I'm not sure why they exist, but they exist, and the click fraud is real. The third thing is bots. The bots are the things or the crawlers that even Google uses, although they're not click on your ads. However, there are some bots that their job is to click something, maybe to click the ads, fill out the forms, gather emails. There's a bunch of things that are out there in the internet, and they might cause clicks on the ads as well. And the last one is sort of spammy, fraudulent publishers. It's basically the websites that your ads appear on, especially on display network. So this is where your ads appear on some sites, and that site engages in, well, not so legal practice of generating more clicks, meaning they earn more from Google through the AdSense program that they're on. Obviously, Google battles that, but it's pretty hard to do it in real time, and they may notice that in a month or two or a year, but in that time you paid for those clicks. Click fraud is more common on display networks such as YouTube, PMax, Demand Gen, and display in general, because a lot of ads through those campaigns are appearing on large amounts of various websites, as I mentioned before. Sure, YouTube ads are only on YouTube, but it's still a display ad. Now, how do you spot click fraud? Now, first of all, you might experience a high click volume in your Google Ads account or other account with no conversions. It might be due to the way you set up your campaigns. If you did any mistakes, you maybe targeted the wrong keywords or the wrong placements or ads. It might be just that. You receive clicks from irrelevant keywords, the traffic spikes, and there are no conversions. There will be technical things like your conversions doesn't work and so on and so forth. Now, imagine everything is working and you still see that. This might be a signal that you might getting fraudulent clicks. The other thing is spikes in traffic, and you can notice that just by looking at your average traffic daily or weekly or monthly, and then you see a sudden spike and then it goes down. Most likely this was the case of fake clicks or fraudulent clicks. Also, those sessions have low engagement metrics. You can check sessions, you can check whether the bounce rate is high, you can check time spent on page, average time on the sites, you can check engagement metrics to see if the traffic that came through that source is fraudulent. You can also compare that source to other sources, for example, direct traffic, organic, and see if that matches or is way off. If it is way off, the bounce rate is high, the engagement is low, then most likely it's bad traffic and people just don't spend any time. You'll see like an average engagement of like few seconds, or average time on page is like 1 second, which means that it's basically impossible for a human being to understand the page that quickly, and that means that it's either a bot or some kind of other fraudulent traffic. You can also notice sometimes a lot of clicks coming from the same IP. So this is another sign that it might be fraudulent traffic and you might choose to exclude that IP. Now you can do that in your Google Ads account as well. And you can always enable the additional column that says invalid clicks in Google Ads account to see if you actually have any invalid clicks coming from any of your campaigns. Yes, Google is also battling this problem. They have a sophisticated multi-layer approach to identify an invalid click, although they don't call it click fraud or fraudulent clicks, they just call it invalid clicks. But this is basically what they mean by that. What Google considers an invalid click. It's the manual clicks meant to increase your advertising costs or to increase profits for website owners hosting your ads. As I mentioned before, if you do a lot of display network, this could be the case. Clicks by automated clicking tools, robots, or other deceptive software is also considered invalid clicks, as well as the accidental clicks that provide no value to the advertiser, such as the second click of a double click, right? So it kind of prevents that double clicking on the ad so it doesn't cost you additional money. If the invalid traffic is detected before your invoice is generated, you will not be billed for those clicks. However, after the invoice was generated, Google issues invalid traffic credits where possible. They appear on subsequent invoices and in account transaction history reports. In fact, you can check if your account had any invalid clicks and if Google reimbursed you for it. Go to Tools, Settings and Transactions. You should see a list of various charges like the one you see here. You see small amounts, then you see large amounts. The amount in your account may vary. Although Google detection does not always work, it does sometimes. Now, it mostly geared toward large scale prevention rather than small scale. So this, if you're a small account, they might miss a click or two. Some refunds are automatic, as you've seen before, and you can check it in the billing. Larger amounts are time consuming to get because there's some documentation involved and so on and so forth, and it's not in real time. So meaning you still pay for bad clicks. As I mentioned before, it might be time until Google detects it, you still pay it, and then there's the whole thing of whether it was invalid or not. So it kind of is a small mess. But you can see how many of those clicks you had. You have to add additional columns in your campaign to view how many invalid clicks in total and which campaigns drive the most of them. Just click on columns, modify, and do a search for invalid. You see a bunch of selections, select invalid clicks. Once you add a column, you can also segment it and check all the campaigns. For example, in this campaign, I segmented by network type. You can see search network, search partners, and you see Google Display Network, which has the most amount of invalid clicks. And of course, as I mentioned, this is not a surprise because display network network is comprised of many websites. Some of them are good and some of them obviously are bad. But here I can see that my search campaigns only has like 77 bad clicks out of almost 14,000, which basically means I don't have a problem in my search campaigns and I most likely won't do anything about it. However, my display network campaigns definitely has a problem. Now, I can go in and go through the websites, go through all the placements and try to adjust it. I can also just, swallow the price and just incorporate the amount of clicks that are valid into the whole budget and just ignore it. Or I can do something about it and use maybe a third-party tool to catch that traffic. This brings me to the tools. Now, I haven't tested all of them. I worked with only a few and largely depends on your account and your country. So my only advice is that if you mostly operate in the United States, I'd probably advise to test first the United States-based company, and the same goes for Europe, right? So one of the tools I liked is the ClickGuard. It has a cool dashboard. It has everything you need, as you can see here. So it's pretty easy to see how many clicks that are fraudulent. Click Patrol also is a nice one. What I like about it that it sort of separates into traffic into like bots and proxy users, VPN users, and crawlers, which is great because you know where the traffic is coming from, whether it's proxy users, VPN users, which is not that bad because VPN users are not click fraud, they're just users who use VPN. And then you have bots and crawlers. Additional tools you can check is Check AI, Fraud Blocker, Lunio, Traffic Guard. There's plenty of them. It depends on what do you want from them, the pricing, the country they operate. But what I would recommend is just making sure that it shows the IP addresses of the traffic, so you can detect whether the traffic is coming from one IP address or several. That is useful because you can use that IP and block it in your Google Ads account. So this is useful, or you can use a list of IPs, right? It also shows bots, as I mentioned before, VPN users, proxy, crawlers, so you can have a sense of what kind of traffic it is. And sometimes it is not that bad. As I mentioned before, VPN users are not bad users in the sense. I use VPN sometimes to just browse around and see other countries or how the ads look in other countries. So this is not bad in general. However, it is nice to know how many of those users are using VPN, and that might, impact your strategy when it comes to Google Ads and might not. So make sure you check if you have, first of all, the invalid click problem with the additional column. If you suspect you have, try to calculate how much savings you would achieve by using the tool, because most of them are like from 50 to 150 and up. So, you have to save at least that amount. Otherwise, you're better off allowing invalid clicks to come to you rather than paying a third-party software to filter them out. Because if you're paying €100 or $100 a month for the software, you have to make sure that you're saving a lot more on the click front, right? I would tell you this, that if you use display network a lot, if you use PMax and basically any campaigns that show ads on other websites, 90% chance that you have some sort of click problem. So you can start there and check, how much you spent and whether it's worth to pursue a third-party tool at all. Hi, and welcome to my course on conversion tracking. The first, always know that I'm just a message away. I'm not here 24/7, but I'll try to reply as fast as I can. So if you have any questions, complaints, or just want to say hi, I'm here. Second, conversion tracking can be confusing and might involve some website code and scripts and tags and that kind of stuff. And there might be a point where you need a developer to help you out. However, most of the things I talk about can be done without one. And finally, I want to stress how important it is to set the goals first, or just basically understand what do you want to measure. I know it's tempting to track everything because you can, but at some point it will just become trash data that no one analyzes or looks at all. Decide what's important for your business and track that first. Later, if you want, you can add more things to track, more actions on the website. I hope you will enjoy the course and it will help you solve your tracking problems. And for now, good luck watching videos and see you in the questions area. Many businesses set vague goals like get more customers or increase sales. But without a clear strategy, these goals don't lead to real growth. So what does? Well, SMART goals. What are SMART goals? Well, first of all, they are specific. Clearly define what you want to achieve. Measurable. Make sure you can track the progress. Achievable. Set realistic but challenging goals. Relevant. Ensure it aligns with your overall business strategy. Time-bound. Set a deadline for achieving that specific goal. As an example, instead of saying I want more leads, here's how the SMART goal would look like. I want to generate 500 leads from Google Ads within the next 3 months while maintaining a cost per lead under $10 or under $20 or $30 or whatever. Now, why are SMART goals so critical for growth? The reason is that many goals are too vague. They are too broad, too vague. There isn't a structured approach, and these goals often lead to wasted ad spend or poor targeting and basically no clear way to measure success. Now, SMART goals provide clarity, focus, and accountability. When goals are vague, it's difficult to know what success looks like. They also help allocate budget and resource more efficiently. Without specific goals, ad budgets often get spread too thin across multiple channels without a clear ROI-driven strategy. A SMART goal helps determine where to invest the most of your money based on your past performance and business priorities. They also make performance measurement easier and help optimize campaigns. Tracking success is impossible if there's no clear goal or metric to measure. SMART goals define KPIs, with key performance indicators, that let you track progress and success rates. Let's dissect one of the examples. Let's say we have a SMART goal. Increase our Google Ads conversion rate from 3% to 5% in the next 60 days by optimizing ad copy and landing pages. First of all, it's specific. Clearly defined what we want to achieve. What are we improving? Google Ads conversion rate. By how much? From 3% currently to 5%. How will we achieve this? By optimizing ad copy and landing pages. The goal is also measurable. We are establishing how we will track our success. Current conversion rate is 3%. Our target conversion rate is 5%. How are we going to measure that? We're going to use Google Ads and Google Analytics conversion tracking. Of course, you can use any software you want. Achievable. We have to ensure whether the goal is realistic. Is a 2% increase in conversion rate reasonable? Well, yes, if changes like better ad creative, stronger CTAs, and conversion optimized landing pages are made, then yes, we can achieve that lift. And do we have tools and resources to do that? Yes, we have an A/B testing tool, we have analytics, we have a designer, and we have, let's say, an ad budget for adjustments. Relevant. Does it align with the broader business goals? And it does, because increasing conversion rates leads to more leads and sales without increasing ad spend. Now, why does this matter? Well, high conversion rates mean better ROI and lower customer acquisition costs. Time bound. We defined clearly what is the deadline. So how long are we going to work on this? 60 days. What happens if we don't hit the goal? We can always adjust strategies, analyze new data, evaluate things what we have done, and maybe continue optimizing, push the deadline, or maybe drop the thing altogether. Now, this can be used for any channel. Google Ads, your social media. For example, if you do social media, you can have a goal instead of get more Instagram followers. You have a SMART goal, grow your Instagram following by 5,000 new engaged followers in the next 90 days through consistent posting, influencer collaborations, and strategic ad campaigns. This goal is a lot better than the previous one because the first one, just get more Instagram followers, it's really broad, it's really vague, it's unclear what we track and how we track success and how long should we do that. It's a bad goal altogether, and I'm not surprised it won't be achieved. Some common mistakes to avoid when setting up SMART goals. First of all, it's setting unrealistic expectations. For example, 10x revenue in 30 days. I mean, it's good to have that, and it's good to have a 10x mindset, but you have to look at numbers, and your goal has to be realistic based on the data you have. So if in the previous times you were able to 10x anything, then maybe it's a realistic goal. Otherwise, I'm sure it's probably not. The second one is ignoring data altogether and or failing to measure progress in any way. Without measuring anything, you can't know where you are and you can't improve anything. Also, not setting deadlines, because this leads to procrastination, and you have to have strict deadlines for most parts, and just remember that they can be pushed back a little bit if there are objective reasons to do that. And focusing on vanity metrics instead of real business impact, and that is more common than you think. Instead of focusing on followers, you should be focusing on maybe engagement or adoption rates or purchases or leads or signups or something more than just followers. So SMART goals is just one of the frameworks you can use. There are many, but I find it quite easy to adopt. It's quite easy to understand as well, and it's quite easy to explain to someone, and it sort of falls into one sentence without being too complicated, as you've seen from the examples I gave you. So you can use any framework you want, but make sure to understand how important it is to correctly set the goals, because this can heavily impact your campaign performance and your overall long-term strategy. tracking can be a little bit confusing with a lot of options and possibilities out there. And it's quite easy to get lost in all of this. What's worse, it's easy to overlook something that can have a huge impact on your campaigns and your results. So let's talk about what I consider the fundamentals of tracking and what you need to track additionally to gain an advantage. If we look at the sort of a journey of your customer, it starts with a click and then ends up with your profit, right? So this is the goal for any paid campaign. You want to get clicks, but then you want those clicks to convert to revenue or profit, in general, a business value. So clicks don't mean a lot. Sure, there are metrics, clicks, CTR, impressions, impression share, and so on and so forth. These are good metrics to track, but the value to the business starts with the first conversion. And this is the bare minimum to have. You have to track a conversion. At least one conversion should be your main conversion, which is how you define value received from any paid campaign. If we go further, we see revenue. Of course, you want to understand how much revenue are you generating from your paid campaigns. And the next step is how much profit you generate from the paid campaigns, so you can understand your return on investment. So in this case, what I consider a must-have is the Google Ads conversion tracking with at least one conversion that directly connects conversion to some sort of value to your business. So that's one thing. The other is GA4, or Google Analytics 4 imports, to compare the data. Now, this is optional, but I assume most of you will have Google Analytics running anyway because you need to track other channels as well, not only Google Ads. So if you do have Google Analytics account, it just makes sense to import the conversions that you track in the account to Google Ads as a secondary conversion, just so you have the data and you can compare. And offline conversions, of course, are not applicable for all the businesses. Usually it's lead generation. It is also a must-have, because just a form submission or registration does not tell a lot. I mean, it's a good conversion to have, but at the end of the day, you need to understand if that conversion or that form submission or registration or sign up led to anything of value to the business. So offline conversions, in my mind, is a must-have as well. Now, some say server-side tagging should be also sort of a fundamental implementation, but I say that yes, in some cases, but in other cases, the business might be just too small to use server-side tagging. It's a paid solution anyway, so you have to calculate your return on investment, and not always it is possible to use server-side tagging. So there's a lot of things you should consider before doing that. But for many businesses, or for maybe most or half of the businesses, the server-side tagging is useful as it helps to get more precise data. So if you are spending a lot of money on ads or in general, server-side tagging is also a must-have. Otherwise, for small businesses, it is optional. So this is where you get more data or precise data as well. So one thing is, of course, server-side tagging. Then you have enhanced conversions. They work both for online conversions like purchases, and they work for offline conversions where you get first-party user data integrated with conversions, and that helps with enhancing the conversion itself. At the same time, it makes the measurement a lot more precise. Profit tracking. Of course, from conversion to revenue to profit, as we talked, this is an important step. And instead of tracking just revenue, you should start thinking about tracking just profit and sending that into Google Analytics account. Then you have additional purchase information that you can send, add to carts, checkouts, searches, and whatnot. A fuller picture, if you will, about the behavior of the user when they browse or when they start purchasing. So this gives you additional information about how your campaigns are performing. Then we have new customer data. Again, this is not applicable for all businesses, but if you have a lot of purchases and big budgets, then most likely you will have returning customers that also come through ads. Then I have new customers that are introduced through ads. So these are the two, I would say, one of the biggest and high-level segments, right? You have new customers and you have returning. And the reason why it's important, because you might have campaigns that you want to gear towards new users, and then you have some campaigns geared towards returning users. And the reason it's important because the CPA, the cost of acquisition of the customer, and so on and so forth, and even the budgets can be different for new and returning customers. I mean, that makes sense. So you might want to have the data and you want to segment campaigns using that data. So this becomes important to any campaign optimization context. And you have a bunch of other custom variables that you can send along with your purchase so that you have even more information in campaigns, and you can then, decide which direction to go, how to optimize, and in general have more data, which is always good. So you have to understand where you are right now, what are you missing, and close that gap. Of course, as I said, some of the things are optional. You don't have to implement everything just because you can or just because someone, including me, said so. It depends a lot of things on how much you spend on ads. If your budget is $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, you may not want to go into new customer data or a bunch of custom variables because it doesn't make any sense for you. You get additional information, but most likely you won't be using it. So going through the whole thing of implementing it, it can be just waste of money and time. Our server side, as I said, is a paid solution. Most solutions are paid, and you need to sort of calculate the whole investment before you go into that. And you might not get a lot of additional value from having server side tagging because there's other things that you better do. Maybe optimize landing pages or increase the speed of your websites or play with pricing and so on and so forth. So these are recommended and optional. And again, you'll probably hear some opinions of server side being the most crucial one, and it is important in terms that it's the first party data. It gives you more accuracy, but sometimes all you need first is to make sure the campaigns work with the current setup, and then if you need more precise data, then you can move on into sort of step up in the game. In this course, we'll talk a lot about server side, enhanced conversions, and profit tracking, and a bunch of other things. So it should cover most of your tracking needs, and with that, you will have definitely an advantage of an average Google Ads user. It's important to understand why consent really matters, especially when it comes to tools like Google Analytics and Google Ads. These platforms rely on cookies and tracking technologies that collect behavioral data, measure conversions, and personalize ads. Without user consent, particularly in regions covered by laws like GDPR, that data collection becomes illegal. So if a user doesn't actively give permission and you still send their data to Google Analytics or Google Ads, you're potentially violating privacy laws and risking major fines. On top of that, Google itself requires sites to obtain valid consent, in many cases to remain compliant with their own policies, which can even affect your ads account standing. So if we take GA4 or Google Analytics 4, for example, without a consent, you can't do these things. Track page views or events, track conversions like form submissions or purchases, track user behavior, use Google signals, use demographic or interest reports, remarketing audiences, attribution modeling with full data, linking GA4 data to Google Ads for optimization, and so on and so forth. With Google Ads, you can't use remarketing, so quite similar to GA4. You can track conversions via cookies, optimize campaigns using behavioral data, use enhanced conversions for web, and use customer match without explicit consent. So as you can see, there's a lot of things you can't do without having the user's consent. Let's look at the main regulations. And the first one, the most popular or the most well-known, is GDPR, or General Data Protection Regulation, which is specifically designed for EU users. So if you operate in EU or you work with EU, then you would need this consent. So in general, you can read more about it, but you need to have a cookie consent banner, which has to have an explicit user's consent, and you'll have to have a consent management platform, which we'll talk about later. And this is done with Google Tag Manager. So you have a consent management platform through which you launch or deploy the consent banner, where you can take permissions for the user to send some information, and that all things makes it legal for you to gather data, use cookies, and so on and so forth. Also, there is CCPA, or California Consumer Privacy Act, which was sort of expanded with CPRA. There's a lot of terms and a bunch of legal stuff which you don't have to memorize or understand. In general, it's a bit similar, just valid for California only, and it is more broad, which means that it's not as tightly regulated as GDPR. So for example, it doesn't require explicit consent for the user, and there's a bit more regulations when you actually sell the data, not just use your own data. If we compare the key differences between, as I mentioned, one is the EU one, GDPR requires explicit consent, whereas California one does not. You also have to have a mandatory cookie banner, consent banner for GDPR, which you don't for California unless you explicitly state that you sell the data. And of course, it applies for the first one, GDPR applies for you, and the second one applies only for California. And as you can see, for comparison, the California Act, or CCPA, is a lot less strict than GDPR. So what do you need to be compliant? Now, for the California one, as I said, you're fine with not having an explicit consent, so that's fine, although it is recommended. But for EU, you have to have the cookie banner where user can opt in. Then you have to have privacy and cookie policy on your website. And if you sell the data, you have to have do not sell the link for the California ones. And of course, you have to have the data request form where people can change their preferences, and the consent management tool, which kind of relates to cookie banner, because through the consent management tool, you kind of create the banner that collects the consent and sort of sends to Tag Manager and Google Analytics and Google Ads. And you have the terms of service are optional, although it's a smart thing to have because, well, it's general terms of service, and well, I do recommend to have it, especially you can generate a generic one using any AI tool. So now let's talk about how you can set up your consent management platform and choose one. Now, I chose Cookiebot by Usercentrics. Honestly, I didn't do a lot of research. I just Googled it. This one seemed like an easy one to implement. I also looked at what kind of templates the Google Tag Manager has for setting up. At the time, I think only Cookiebot had CMP, I think. Now they have like a bunch of consent management platforms. You can see there's a lot of them. There's, Cookiebot, there's Cookie Dialog, Consent, there's a lot of them. So they have a template, which makes it easier to implement, which makes them work great with Tag Manager. So at the time of selection, I think there were two that I've seen having templates. So that was the reason for me selecting Cookiebot, but I'm not promoting it. It's sort of in the mid price. I've seen more expensive ones. I've seen cheaper ones, although one of the cheap ones I tried seemed like a complicated implementation. So if you wish, you could try Cookiebot. If not, just go through all of them, see which one fits better, and select whichever you want. For me, the advice would be choose the one that has a template. It will make your life easier. So I chose Cookiebot for the same reason. And when you sign up for most of the consent management platforms, you'll add your domain, and then you'll be able to configure your pop-up or consent the pop-up. Then you can have different enabled buttons. You can have different enabled like cookie categories like marketing and and statistics, different design buttons. So there's a style. You can choose whether it's like a bar or a dialogue, position. You can upload your logo, and there's a bunch of compliances. For example, in this case, I only use like EU and EA only, but then there's a bunch of different ones. So they cover, I think, all of the consent or like legal things regarding to cookie and that kind of stuff. So you can also choose the buttons. You have to have basically allow or deny, that's for sure. And you can have like allow all or allow selection, which most people still click allow all. And then you can have the content, which for me, it's in English language. So it's kind of pre-filled, which I like as well. So you can change the name of the buttons. You can change the text if you wish, but for me, the text was okay, so I didn't change. And then you can also add a language, which you can control. So depending on the site language or detected language, it will display a different consent banner. You have like legislation presets for different countries in different like legal cases. So you can choose that. You can have the design of the consent change, which you have to have because user can change their consent at any moment. So you have to have that as well. And it will be on the site all the time, like the small icon where if you click, you see this pop-up. So you can design a little bit here. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Once you design this, it will give you an ID, which you just enter into your Google Tag Manager. As I said, there is a template which you can use. I use Cookiebot, so there was a template. All I needed to do is just basically, is basically enter the Cookiebot ID that was given to me once I configured my consent mode on Cookiebot. And then I selected enable Google Consent. This is an important part for them to work together. The rest of the settings are okay. And the trigger you use for this one is the consent initialization on all pages. So as soon as the person comes to your website, you'll see the cookie banner, the consent banner, and you can choose whether to accept the cookies or not. And depend on that, all your tags will be fired. You can click on this icon, will show like all the built-in consent, which for many Google tags are default ones. For some, you'll need to add additional consent if it is required. If you wish to see this icon or this button, just go to admin, click on container settings and select additional settings, enable consent overview, which is in beta at the moment. So you will see all the tags that have the built-in consent or not. For example, Facebook doesn't have one, so they have to select the additional consent for the tag, and it's done through the tag itself. As you can see here, you'll see advanced settings, then you can see consent settings, and then you can either say no additional consent required for this one, and the built-in consent checks are there, so you don't have to require additional ones, or if you do, then you specify which one. So you can edit each of your tag if you wish and hit publish. So if the template is there in Google Tag Manager, it makes it a lot easier to implement your cookie consent banner, which is, as I mentioned before in the video, required for running smoothly your Google Ads or Google Analytics account. Primary versus secondary conversions. When you create a conversion, you will have to specify if it's a primary conversion or a secondary conversion. Before you can do that, you have to understand the differences. The biggest difference is that primary conversion action is used for bidding optimization. When you select a conversion as primary, Google uses that data to optimize your campaigns towards this specific goal. And this is the default setting when you create your conversion. It is by default selected as primary. However, if you select it as a secondary, these conversions won't be used in your campaign. So Google will not use that data to optimize your bidding or performance or whatever. This is how it looks in your goals view. You can see which conversions are selected as primary and which as secondary. And you should only have one primary conversion. Your primary conversions are reported under conversions column. And you can see that under your campaigns, keywords, ad, and whatnot. And your secondary conversions are all under all conversion columns. You can add additional columns in your Google Ads account by going to columns, modify the columns and add all conversions columns to see your, all conversions. If you have many secondary conversions, they all will be lumped under all conversions columns. So it is hard to see which exact conversions are you seeing. If you want to see each conversion action, you will need to use segments as shown here. You click on segments and select conversion action. You can do that on any view. This is on a campaign view, and you can do it on keywords, ad groups, campaigns, ads, and so on and so forth. Here you can see a segmented campaign by conversion action. As you can see, there are no primary conversions because there's a conversions column, and then there's a all conversions column that contains 27 conversions, and then they are segmented by conversion action. Ideally, you use your macro conversions as primary and all of your micro conversions as secondary. We know that automated bidding strategies require conversion data, but what to do when you have no primary conversions? By that I mean there is no data. You have primary conversion set up, but there are no conversion coming in. Well, you can use sort of a small hack. If you can get enough conversions for smart bidding, use one of your micro conversions as primary. This is just temporarily because you will accumulate some of the data for micro conversions, and then you can switch once you start receiving your primary or your main conversion or your macro conversion. So you can start the campaign with your micro conversions. There are no purchases, for example, and start optimizing towards add to cart, for example. And then after you get initial conversions, initial purchases, you switch from your micro conversion to a macro conversion and then optimize your campaign. Just be careful not to leave that campaign for a while, because after a certain period, Google will lean towards add to cart conversions, for example, for your micro conversions, and that does not mean that your purchases will follow. So it is really important to see if the add to cart conversions, as an example, or your micro conversions that you chose are leading to your macro conversions, your main conversions. If they're not, which means that Google is optimizing towards wrong set of users. So you have to change that again. Sometimes it just helps you to sort of kickstart campaign and receive your main conversions and then switch. You don't need a lot of conversions just because you can create them in your account. Just stick to the main ones. Maybe you have one primary conversion and then a secondary conversion like a micro conversion, newsletter sign up or something. Most importantly, you have to carefully think about what is your primary conversion, towards which all the campaigns will be optimized. A smart goals, we talked before, will help you do that. Conversion window. It is important to understand what is a conversion window, as you will have to specify it when setting up your conversions. Basically, this is a window when conversion will be recorded and attributed to an ad interaction. For example, if I come to your site today but don't purchase anything, then a week later I come directly to a site, not through an ad, but just directly, and then buy something. That conversion will be attributed to the first ad click because my first visit was from the ad. This is Google saying that the ad was responsible for that conversion a week later. If you would reduce the conversion window to, for example, 3 days, then me coming after 7 days won't record a conversion and attribute it to that ad. It will be just a direct conversion. So it is important to specify the correct conversion window for all your conversions. In the settings when setting up conversion, you will have to select the click, engagement, and view through conversion window. And as you can see here, you can leave the default seconds, which is fine for most of the accounts. However, sometimes you will need to understand how long it actually takes for users to convert. You can view attribution report in your Google Ads account. Google Analytics 4 also has a report for days to transaction, so you can compare both. Here you can see attribution report in the Google Ads account. And as you can see, 95% of the conversions take 1 day or less, and then 5% 2 days or more. So if I have a setting of the 30-day conversion window, I cover all my conversions and I don't lose anything, and my campaigns report correctly. However, sometimes you might see a different distribution. For example, maybe 10% of people converting within 60 days. Then in this case, if your conversion window is smaller than 60 days, you're kind of losing the rest of the conversions. But before changing anything, you need to look at the reports. You can also use third-party tools if you have one. They are more sophisticated usually and also show you that data. And of course, you can also use common sense when looking at those numbers. Just ask yourself if what you can see in the data actually makes sense. For example, sometimes more expensive items takes a lot more time to decide. The more cheaper items usually are decided within a day. The conversion window in a way determines how much credit you want to give to your Google Ads campaigns. If you make it very long, say 90 days, there is a chance that your campaigns might take credit for conversions that were mostly due to other channels and had little to do anything with your Google Ads campaigns. One common example is email. You send newsletters, and sometimes the first purchase comes from ads, but the second one comes from email some days or months later. With a long conversion window, you risk attributing that conversion to ads as well, but maybe that was a result of an amazing email campaign. Now, on the other hand, you might argue that the initial source was Google Ads and it deserves all the credit. For engaged view conversion, leave it 3 days. This is sort of a weaker signal. A video is not a click. If you leave a longer period, your video campaigns might get too much credit and you will make a bad decision, investing more heavily into video campaigns and not end up getting more conversions. View through conversion is even weaker signal as it relates to someone seeing your banner and then converting. And as you can understand, it is hard to actually know if a person actually saw the banner. In most cases, it is just an impression, and 1 day is more than enough. Without getting into much complicated, use the default settings. If you don't have any data, if you're unsure on what is your conversion window or how many days it takes transaction, just leave a default 30-day conversion window. The longer the window you make, the more conversions will be attributed to your Google Ads campaigns. Now, sometimes it's good, but sometimes it depends because you want to give credit for other channels, especially, for example, if you do heavy email marketing. With a short window, let's say shorter than 7 days, you risk of devaluing your Google Ads campaigns or might even not get any conversions at all. If you want to change your conversion window, make sure you have additional data to back it up. Use Google Ads conversion attribution report, use GA4 reports, use third-party tools, use your common sense just to make sure that you actually understand how long it takes on average for users to convert, how many days before they convert, and not make any changes that just out of the blue and ruin your conversion tracking. Goal structure. When you create a goal, you will have to select a category for the goal. It does not affect the performance, but sort of groups the goals. So you have your category, which is sales, leads, etc. Then you have a goal, which is purchase and add to cart. These are defined by Google. And then you have your conversion action, which is defined by you. So basically, this is your conversion. So that's how you understand your conversion. The categories above is just for Google and sort of just for categorization purposes. This is what I'm talking about. So when you create conversion, you have this category, which is sales, leads, and then you have a goal, which is purchase, add to cart, begin checkout, and then once you select those, you can then name your conversion, which is your conversion action. None of this impacts performance as this is just categories and the naming. However, there might be some confusion, especially when it comes to account default goals and campaign specific goals. Now we have two options. If you leave your goal as account default goal, it will be used in all your newly created campaigns and your past campaigns as this is the default setting. If for some campaign you wish to use a different goal for performance optimization, you will need need to edit the settings and choose a specific goal. And that will be a campaign specific goal. And I will show you how to do that in a minute. When you are in your goal page where you create goals, you can see which are primary and which are secondary. You can also check if this particular category or goal purchase is your account default or not. As you can see here, I selected as do not use purchase as an account default goals. By default, each goal you create will be selected here as to use purchase as your account default goal, which means that it will be used on all your campaigns. So you have to check each goal and deselect that as to do not use the purchase and account default goal. Also, you can see that you can select some of the goals as primary or secondary, and I'll explain why in a second. Since you may have many goals, as you can see here is my conversion action, 3 conversion actions under purchase. There are some actions under add to cart and begin checkout, subscribe, and so on and so forth. If you have a lot of them, I would definitely recommend going and selecting this. Do not use as an account default goal. But if you would have it as a default, then all of these conversions will be used on your campaigns. But maybe I want to run a campaign with a specific goal. So you go into your campaign, click on settings, and you have to change that because by default, it says conversion goals account default. This is where you change it. So now it says account default, and I can see that it will optimize towards these 2 actions, add to cart and conversion leads. So these are the goals, not your conversion actions, which may be confusing a little bit. As you can see here, if you hover on it, it says add to cart goal, and there are 2 actions, add to cart and test. Well, this is the test account. And then if I hover on here, converted leads, it says become a client, converted lead, converted lead. So it's 3 actions. So now this campaign will optimize towards 5 actions in total, although it says add to cart and convert leads. But like under that goal, there are 5 actions. So you don't want to do that. You want to select campaign specific goal and then choose your goal. So this is important because you can only choose a goal, not your conversion actions. For example, if I choose purchase, click save, I can see it says purchases, which may look okay. But then if I hover on, it says 2 purchases. It's book purchase and course purchase, right? So these are 2 different ones. And for example, I want to maybe optimize campaigns towards course or book purchase, right? So I can't do that because it will use both of these conversions to optimize. So this is what you have to do. Go back to goals, and this is your purchase goal, right? It has 3 conversions. And the reason it showed 2 because 2 are the primary ones. So you can edit that and you can change this to secondary. Now only book purchase, my conversion action, is the only one primary. So I click save. I go to campaign settings again. I click campaign specific. Now if I choose purchase again and hover on it, it will just have 1 action because only 1 primary conversion action is in that goal or category, called whatever you want. That's why it is a bit confusing because you have this goal, but then you have conversion action. And that goal can have many conversion actions, and this is where people get confused and they select too many goals or too many conversion actions, all of them primary, and then campaign is just all over the place. So make sure that each goal has 1 primary action, the rest are secondary. And of course, you don't have to have many primary, you can have only 1, but in case you do have, just make sure that it's not account default if you do, and just make sure that it's only 1 primary, because if you select add to cart, it will optimize towards both events. So obviously in this case, I would have to do this, right? I have to secondary. And then if I select add to cart, it will just optimize for the real add to cart. So go through all the conversions and all your campaigns and check if there are campaigns that are optimizing to account default goals, which is just a combination of many conversion actions, and fix that. One of the small settings, but quite often overlooked or maybe misunderstood, is the conversion count. When you create conversion, you have to select how it is going to be counted. So you have an option to count every conversion that happens, or you can count only 1 conversion. So which one to select? Well, I use a simple approach. When it comes to every conversion, I try to look whether the money is involved, whether the transaction actually happens. So it's a service or a product, it doesn't matter as long as the user pays the money. In this case, it's fine for me to record many conversions because the same user not only can buy multiple times. For example, if we take an e-commerce site or online shopping, the same person can buy things many times, even during the same hour, the same day, right? They can go in and order shoes, and then they can come back later that day and buy some t-shirts. So you want to count those conversions because they directly impact your revenue. So when the transaction or the money is involved, it's fine to track every conversion. Usually, as stated right here as well, it's that's the purchase online. Now, the other method of tracking is just one conversion per user. These usually are registration and leads and signups because there is no value of tracking many conversions per one person, right? I mean, your value doesn't increase if the person becomes a lead twice, if the same person becomes a lead twice, even if they enter different emails, right? It's the same person. So your value doesn't grow because of that. Or the person signs up twice to your product or your newsletter. There is no additional value to you because that person already signed up. So in this instant, you select to track conversions only once. Of course, if they come through a different device, they use, for example, mobile to Google your product or whatever, and then they see you ad and they click and they sign up, of course, it will be counted as well because Google looks at, browsers and devices to define the user, right? So it's not a unique user per se. It's how Google defines it. In any case, if you use one conversion, it will be closer to reality compared to every conversion. So this is key differentiation because if you do select every conversion on a conversion action such as leads or registrations, you risk of double counting the conversions, which means that your conversion numbers are a lot higher than they actually are. And this means that you might be overpaying for a conversion, your cost per conversion is inaccurate, and you might be spending your money not in a correct way. So carefully think whether the money is involved in a transaction and the user actually can buy several times same or similar products. If there's no money involved, think if there's any value of the same person, again, the same person meaning the same device, the same browser, can have additional value if that action, that conversion is performed several times by the same person. If not, then you can use one. If there is value, you can use every conversion. So these are the main differences between the two. Enhanced conversions is a feature that can improve the accuracy of your conversion measurement and unlock more powerful bidding. It supplements your existing conversions by sending hashed first-party conversion data to Google in a privacy-safe way. So how does it work exactly? Well, if you have a form where a customer can fill in their data, when a person converts, you can receive an email, a phone number, any personal information. Now, this data can be captured in your conversion tracking tags and sent to Google in its hashed form, meaning hidden or private, and then used to enhance your conversion measurement. So it kind of matches your conversions with the private user data, and this way it enhances it. There are two types of enhanced conversions. Now, the first one is enhanced conversions for leads. So this refers to offline conversion. And offline meaning that if someone filled out the form online and then converted offline, meaning that they probably went to a store or maybe they received a contract after negotiations and they signed the contract and made a transfer. So this conversion did not happen on your website. It happened off your website. So the Google Ads originally will not know if that person converted unless you somehow tell Google Ads that this particular person who filled out the form, I don't know, a month ago or 6 months ago, actually converted already, and you can mark it as a conversion and actually send the value. So this refers to offline conversions. The other type is online conversions, or just enhanced conversion. This is where someone purchases online, you have the data, you have a purchaser's email or phone number, and you can enhance that conversion using that data. For online conversions, Google uses their own accounts, meaning that the user signed in into Google accounts while making the purchase or interacting with the ads, and then it matches that information to the data you will provide. There are 3 ways to implement enhanced conversions. The first one is through your ordinary Google Tag. The second one is through Google Tag Manager, which we're gonna talk about a lot more. And then you have Google Ads API, but this is not valid for leads, only for online conversions. And this is a far more advanced way. For most of you, it will be enough to use either Google Tag Manager or Google Tag. Now, I always recommend to use Google Tag Manager because it's just a lot easier. And I assume most of you will have that anyway. However, sometimes you either don't have Google Tag Manager accounts, you may not be able to use it for many different reasons, for security, for page speed, and whatever developers decided, they maybe have decided not to allow or not to use Google Tag Manager. So you will have to use Google Tag. Now this requires developers in any case because you will have to update your ordinary Google Tag with additional information. As you can see here, you will have to set 2 parameters, that is email and or phone number. As it shows here, you'll have to insert the email or phone number in this this specific place. And that is done by developers because they have that information upon the user sign up or purchase. They have that, they store that, and they can pass this information to the Google tag. So it is inserted into Google Ad, and that's how Google, gets that information. As I said, this is a more complicated way because it does require developers, and I would definitely encourage to use Google Tag Manager because there is a chance that your Google Tag Manager is already set up to see the first party provided data, and all I have to do is just basically update your Google Ads tracking tag. So in this course, we'll discuss how to do that through Google Tag Manager and not Google Tag. This information is enough for you to provide for developers to, update your Google Tag because it doesn't require a lot of explanations. It's just updating the tag with email and or phone number. Micro and macro conversions. Why it is important to have them and how it could benefit your tracking, your campaigns, and your business in general. If you look at any website, basically, we take e-commerce, for example, and the website generates leads, signups, registrations. For most part, in e-commerce, the conversion rate to purchase is around 3%, maybe 5%, but you see that most of the people do not convert. Most of the people do not buy on your website. Similar thing we have with leads. You may have a higher conversion rate because, well, it's free, right? User has to sign up. It might be 10%, 15, 20, maybe 30%, depending on the form. For example, if it's just an email that you have to provide to sign up to a newsletter or, download something, your conversion rate could be higher, maybe 30, maybe 50%. But even if that's high, another 50% does not convert. Are these all users bad in a way? Are these users are not your target audience? What do they do? And this is where conversions or micro conversions become important. Now, if we take the same e-commerce sites and we have more action we can track or micro conversions, we see a better view. So for example, we have the same purchase, which is about, let's say, 3%. Then we can track add to cart with, let's say it's 10%. The numbers are random. It doesn't matter at this point. Then we have email subscribers. 7% of people might subscribe to a newsletter on your e-commerce site to get a discount or some news or whatever. Then you have a chunk of people who used your search or maybe saved the search or saved some filters or expressed a more like a deeper behavior on the website, and you can track that as a micro conversion as well. And then let's say you have everything else. So now instead of 3% versus 97%, you have 40% of tracked actions that are micro conversions, but in the long run, they might add up and provide additional value. For example, email subscriber will receive your discounts and newsletters, and you can use that to sell more products. People that add products to carts have a lot higher chance of purchasing, so you can measure that. So basically, every action gives you additional information, and that could be measured as a micro conversion. Of course, these actions can vary from website to website and business to business and so on and so forth, but in general, you can decide which actions or which micro conversions you want to measure, and by measuring them, you get more insights into your campaign performance, meaning that now you can see that not only the campaigns and keywords and whatever that drives your purchases, but also the keywords that maybe drive email subscribers. Maybe not everyone purchases, but these keywords drive email subscribers and they convert later. Maybe, the specific campaign is driving a lot of people that add products to cart or perform a search, and maybe those people are not ready to commit and purchase, but it's still a strong signal to evaluate the campaign performance. So that's when and why the micro conversions come into play and help you optimize your campaigns, or in general understand if these campaigns can perform in the future as well. So micro conversion is basically a less significant action that user performance on a website. And as I mentioned, the example could be an email subscriber. Even a search is a less significant action. It does not necessarily end with a purchase. The users who perform a search or save the search filters or add products to carts, and that increases their chances of converting. So sometimes you need to understand which campaigns drive users that are a lot more engaged compared to the others. Let's look at the example. Let's take Starbucks, right? They have a website. I'm not sure if they advertise that website on paid, but it doesn't really matter. Let's pretend they do. So on the website, they might have several micro conversions and maybe one or two macro, right? So let's say I identified gift cards because you can purchase them online, and if you advertise, website on Google or Facebook or whatever, you may want to measure the sort of money in a bank action, which in this case is buying a gift card. And it's a good macro conversion to have because I assume people do buy gift cards for Starbucks. And then we can have micro conversions, which can be find a store or join now or sign in. And to find a store is especially interesting because I assume people do come to Starbucks. They may use Google Maps, but they also may come to Starbucks and click on find a store to find the nearest store to the location that they're in at the moment. So these can be, two micro conversions and one macro. In the case of HubSpot, it's quite similar. They can have macro conversions and they can have micro. Now it depends on the business which one is which, because you can have a micro conversion to get a demo, because that's what business consider a main conversion, or you can have a micro conversion that is a get started for free, which is when you sign up to a product. So that depends. But let's in this case imagine that the macro conversion is to get the user to sign up, to get started, to create an account and to sort of use the product, because when you use the product, there's also a subscription that you pay and so on and so forth. A demo can be just sort of a call that someone with you goes through the demo, and then you might convert, you might not. So this could be considered as a micro conversion. In any case, you can track also the login. Maybe you can track additional clicks or visits on a page as a micro conversions that indicate an engaged user. So these are conversions you can track on HubSpot. When you have Google Ads in the context of micro and macro conversions, you have to create them, obviously, but for the macro conversions, you have to make sure that they always are primary conversion, because these are the conversions you optimize for, and these are the conversions, well, they are the most important ones. A micro conversion should be marked as a secondary, just for reporting. There might be instances where you might use a specific campaign for a micro conversion. For example, maybe you want to get more leads. Your purchase is your main conversion. For instance, in a HubSpot example, you might optimize one campaign to get the user sign up for the product, and then you might want to optimize a different campaign for a micro conversion, which in our case was the get a demo. So those can be two different conversions for two different campaigns. Now in this case, use campaign specific goal, and then you can mark the micro conversion as primary, but just you have to make sure that you don't use that conversion, that micro conversion, as a account default goal. Remember when we talked about the goal structure and how to use account default goals and campaign specific goals. So in this case, a micro conversion can be a primary for a specific campaign. If you have a campaign that the primary conversion is your micro conversion, right? Let's say a purchase, and then you have several other conversions. So all you have to do is go to campaign or keywords or ads or ad groups and use the segment feature in Google Ads. You click on segment, you go in conversions and select conversion action, because this is your conversion. Conversion action is your conversion. And then you will see the campaign sort of segmented by all the conversions. And as you can see here, the macro conversions have 65,000 conversions. These are leads. And then I have some micro conversions which were driven by the same campaign. So now my picture is a lot better. So now I can see that not only it drove a lot of micro conversions, it also drove additional conversions that are not maybe directly impacted the business, but I know that at some point they might impact the business. So I see that it's almost 1,000 micro conversions of one type and then 41 of the other type. And this gives me additional information. This is of course on a campaign level, but I can go on a keyword level. I can check which keywords drive which micro conversions, and it gives me a better understanding of the user's behavior for specific keywords or for specific campaigns. So you might be surprised that some campaigns don't drive conversions, your micro conversions, your main primary conversions, but they do, for example, drive newsletter subscribers, or people who buy gift cards, or people who check the store location, or maybe download something, a brochure or something. So you might be surprised that the traffic that's coming to your website through paid channels do a lot more things on the website, and you need to know those things, because sometimes it's just for the data, just to understand that it's the much bigger value that our paid channel delivers. Other times you might think that maybe I should optimize specific campaigns for just those two micro or macro conversions. So this is why it's important to not only have your main conversion account, but all of the actions that even subjectively you deem as micro conversions, as actions or engagement actions that can signal you that some keywords or some campaigns are driving a particular set of users that maybe don't purchase, but they do something else. Later on, you can take the data and see if it is beneficial to your business in any case, right? But at the beginning, you have to track it first. You have to understand the whole impact of your paid campaigns. Not only does it drive purchases or not, only then you can have a better understanding which campaigns work and which campaigns don't work. This is additional insight into your users that you're getting. And this is why it's recommended to have them, because because you just get a fuller picture of your paid campaigns, and this is where you spend your money. If you use Google Analytics, you might have a bunch of events and key events in the account. It is recommended to import conversions from Google Analytics to Google Ads to have them for additional insights, but you can only import key events. So what are key events? Key events used to be just conversions, or they used to be called conversions in Google Analytics, and they changed the name to key events. Any event in GA4 can be a key event. A page view, a click, a scroll, or a video view. It doesn't really matter. You will have some default events and you will have sub events that you have created. But before you can import them as a conversion in Google Ads, you have to mark them as key events. And I'll show you how to do it. Log into your Google Analytics and go to Admin. Find all events. This is where you will see all the events that you are currently capturing. As I said, some of them can be default, some of them can be created before you, or maybe some of them were created by you. But here where you mark the event as key event, or to put it simple, as a conversion. So this is how you tell Google Analytics at least that this is an important event to you. So you can have as many key events as you want, to be honest, but obviously don't have too much because it would be just confusing. So for example, you can have an email subscriber as a key event, a book purchase can be as a key event. So once the events are there, marking them as key events is pretty easy. Once you have marked events as key events, they will be available to be imported into Google Ads. There's a different story when you don't have events at all, or at least you don't have events you would like to mark as key events. In this case, you'll have to create an event. If it's something simple, like for example, if you have a thank you page like here, you can have a simple event like this. You name the event, make sure you use underscores, don't use spaces, and also make sure the name of the event actually makes sense to you so you know what this event is. And then you have a parameter like page view that it contains, and at least in my case, it contains thank you for subscribing. I know that when the person goes into that page, the person became an email subscriber, so I can create that event. So I'll click save and the event is created, and once it is created, I can set it as key event. Now the other thing is when you don't have events at all. So for that, you'll need a Google Tag Manager. So you need to create a event. So let's click Google Analytics. You see here GA4 event. You'll have to enter your measurement ID. You'll find your measurement ID right here under data streams. This is your measurement ID. So you have to copy that and paste it right here. I have it already saved as a constant that I can just insert. And then I'll name the event. For example, click on a button. I think it's called send it. Let me check yes, there's a button. So this is the trigger, right? And I know there's a button that has a text on it that says send it. So I'll name the event like this. You can use another underscore if you want it. So I know there's a click, it's an event. I select Google Analytics 4. I have a trigger already, so you'll need to create a trigger. Obviously, we'll get into more Tag Manager in the later videos, but for now, just understand the broader picture of what needs to be done to create an event, and we'll get into that a bit later. But if you have a trigger, you just select the trigger. If you don't, you'll have to create a trigger based on whatever you want to track, right? It could be a click or a page view, as I said, anything, or a form submission. And once you create it, saved it, and published the tag, you'll have to go back to Google Analytics and you'll have to create an event, because if you did it in the tag manager, it doesn't really count. So you have to create it here and you have to name the event. Well, I usually use the same name as I did before. And then it says event name equals, and then you paste it the same value because this is the event you created. So this is important because the names have to match, because the tag manager will sort of send that event and analytics will have to listen for that event or see if that event matches the name that you have right here, and it will create. So if you click create event, it'll be created. You won't see it in the list. That's the tricky part of it. You won't see it in the list immediately because no one clicked it. And as soon as people start clicking it, you can actually click it yourself and ask people to click it, and it will appear right here. And once it appears right here, then you can mark it as a key event. So it might take a little bit of time for you to be able to import that specific event to Google Ads. And in the next video, I'll show you how to import those key events into Google Ads as conversion. There is another way to import conversions into your Google Ads account, and that's using Google Analytics. Of course, you have to have a conversion in Google Analytics before you can import it. And of course, your account has to be connected or linked. So your Google Ads account has to be linked to your Google Analytics account. Once you've done that, the conversion import is basically the same. You click on new conversion, then click here edit, because you most likely will have your Google tag selected as the main. Click edit, click scan, and then click right here, more ways to connect, and then switch to your Google Analytics property. Once you selected the property, click Done, and click Continue. Now, as before, you'll have to select a category. You can select any category that corresponds with your specific conversion. Once you selected your property, click Setup here, and you'll be given your events or key events from Google Analytics. Now remember, conversions in Google Analytics are called key events. So you can either go to Google Analytics, look at what key events you have. If you don't, you can assign a key event just going into events and then clicking right here to mark it as a key event. Or you just have to select any of the events and then, for example, this one, and then save it and set up as import as a conversion. So in this case, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to go to Tag Manager. All you have to do is basically click Finish, and your conversions are imported from your Google Analytics account to your Google Ads. So this is way easier if you have conversions or key events in your Google Analytics account. Otherwise, all you have to set them up as you did with Google Ads conversions in the previous videos. If you ever worked with Google Tag Manager or done any kind of website tracking, you've probably heard people mentioning a data layer like it's this complicated technical thing. Well, I mean, it does sound complicated, but here's the good news. It's actually super simple. The data layer is basically just a place where your website stores important information. Well, things like what page is someone on, or what product they viewed, or if they just made a purchase. And the cool part about it, once that information is in the data layer, all your tracking tools like Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, they can easily grab that information and send it wherever you want. Why it exists, or why it is better to have it. Without the data layer, tools like Google Tag Manager don't know what is happening on your website. Here how the data layer looks on your site. I know it looks like a bunch of codes, but if you bear with me, I will explain everything. Now, first of all, you see the name, window.datalayer. The name could be anything, but the data layer word itself usually is there to define the data layer. But the window part could be anything, right? So then you have an event that is called view item. So this information is populated here when a person views an item on your e-commerce website. And then you see the item, you see the ID, you see the name. For example, this is Nike Air Max. Then you see the price and then the category. This information can be different, although the naming usually is the same because Google Analytics or Google in general has certain requirements for the names being in a data layer. But if you want to track something custom, for example, a form submission where you send a name or maybe a last name, a phone number, an address, or anything like that, these values can be custom, can be whatever you want. In e-commerce tracking, usually you tend to adhere to Google documentation because it's easier to GA4 to understand it, for Google Ads to understand it, and for most of the marketers to understand it as well. But here you see this piece of code or piece of information that is on your website, and the information gets sent into it once a person makes a specific action. Once it's in the data layer, once you see that, once you see the ID, the name, price, or category, you can send that information to any platform that you want. And that's the beauty of the data layer. So you don't have to, it's not scattered on the website. You don't have to look for it. It's there in the data layer. If we look at Google Tag Manager, this is where you can find the data layer. But first, you have to select an event that you see on the left, right? In this case, it's view item. So when a product page has been visited and the view item event has been fired, there is a data layer push, as you can see right above below the API call. You see the view item event happened. In that event, there's a certain information that is contained. So you'll see the tags tab, and then you have to select the data layer tab, which is the third one. And below, when you see the code, you see the view item event, as we talked about. Then there's a bunch of information that most likely is not useful for you. But if you go down, you see the currency, then you see the name of the product, which is, well, in Lithuanian, but it doesn't really matter. Then you see an ID, you'll see the price, the tax, the categories, item categories. There might be several categories, and then there's a link. So basically, this information is recorded and sent to data layer once that event happens, and now it's on the website, and the tag manager can see it, which means you can extract that information from data layer and then send it to, well, anywhere you want. And that's the biggest upside or the biggest benefit of the tag manager with the data layer, because now once it's there, you don't need any developers. You just can use the data layer to create tags, to create variables, to create triggers, and set information. As I mentioned, the biggest benefit is that once it's set up, I mean, obviously if it's not by default there in your website, for example, some websites do come with a built-in data layer. For example, if you use WordPress with WooCommerce, they have a data layer. If you use other plugins, there might be a data layer inside. So as soon as you enable plugin, the data layer is created. Other times you have to create a data layer. But if you're not, below the video, you find a link to Google Docs where there is an email explaining to developer how to create data layer and what information can be added there and why it is needed. Once it's there, you don't need developers. So as I call it, sort of marketing freedom, because in my experience, developers don't usually like to marketing things on the websites. And once the data layer is there, you can use that information without the help of any developer. So you can set up tags, you can set up scripts and pixels and send that information to Facebook, to TikTok, Reddit, Google Ads, and so on and so forth. And of course, being the data layer, having all that information in one place, it just helps to keep everything clean for all the tools. So you don't have to scour the website looking for different elements and clicks and so on and so forth. Everything is in data layer. So it makes your tracking clean and flexible. And that is a huge upside because it saves a lot of time. It makes it easier to create a bunch of tags and in general your tracking. And as I mentioned before, you can do it on your own. We went through the e-commerce example, but the data layer can be used for anything, even for form submissions. And we're going to talk about it, but in general, it's just a piece of code that stores information. What kind of information? It's up to you. As I said, for e-commerce, there are set names for values and how do you structure the data layer. But for example, if you want to send additional information with the form submission, it's up to you. How do you structure the data layer is up to you. As I mentioned, below the video, you'll find an instruction and you can expand that instruction to developer and add whatever information you deem valuable or the information you want to use later for your tracking purposes. The data layer is, I would say, a foundation of tracking. So you have to make sure it's there. For WordPress, for Wix, for other websites, for Shopify sites, you might find an app or a plugin that actually does that. As I mentioned, WooCommerce plugin has a built-in data layer as soon as you enable it. Shopify probably has an app. Other content management systems or e-commerce websites might also have an app or some default functionality that puts information or pushes information into data layer. If nothing, you have to ask or find a developer that will just create a data layer and add all the necessary information. Trust me, having the data layer on a site is a big upside, and it will make your life as a marketer a lot easier. Although the data layer is optional, but it makes tracking so easy. For example, if you have a product, let's say a course or some kind of service where there's one price or just two products that it's easy to distinguish, then you can use a thank you page that I have here as well. For the course, I have a thank you page where people go after the purchase, and since I only have one course at the moment, it's easy for me to set up the conversion tracking based on the URL, for example, and use that as a conversion trigger. And I don't need a data layer because there's no dynamic values. It's just one product, there's one price. I don't need any extra details. So I could use, or you could use, a thank you page over the specific order if the quantity is quite limited, right? It's totally different thing when you have 100 products and you have to create 100 different thank you pages, and that's just nonsense, right? So you'll need a data layer to input those things dynamically. However, before we do that, we could use data layer even for just one product, which just makes the whole thing more structured. And since the data layer is there already, you can learn to take the variables or the data from the data layer and push them to Google Ads or Google Analytics or whatever, right? So imagine we do have one product, right? And I have the course, here's the landing page. What you can do is basically add the data layer yourself, right? So in this case, I'm using this editor. All I did is it added in a custom HTML into the page. You can use that with most of the builders, and I'll leave this below the post, but this is just really basic data layer stuff, right? So as you can see here, it's named data layer, so you don't touch this. There's an event purchase, right? So this is how we know that the purchase happened. So for example, someone purchased my course, even though they went to the thank you page, which I can use, as I mentioned before, I'll use the data layer. So I'm going to be sending event purchase, the e-commerce data layer, right? There's transaction ID. Let's say I'll use something else, just random numbers, value, currency, and items, right? So there's some kind of item, SKU, again, random product name, and then the price. So this is enough to put a data layer on your page. And you can add any other details if you want. Just look at the documentation, which I also will leave below the video. So you don't really experiment with the names of the events. You use as much as possible default ones as recognized by Google, which will make your life a lot easier. You save that, you save the page. Now we can go to Google Tag Manager. So in the preview mode, we see that the purchase event that has been sent by the data layer is there. And if we go from text to data layer, we also see that the data layer we created is there. There's transaction ID, value, currency, and our product name or item name in this case. And then you can see price and quantity and additional data if you want to add it, but this is enough. So we have the data layer on the page. We have an event purchase, which we can use to trigger the conversion and then send all of this data to Google Ads or Google Analytics. It just makes things a lot easier and faster. So you could do that for any conversion that you want to. You can use form submissions for registrations as long as there is a page where you can paste the data in or paste the data layer in like this. And then you can obviously keep this event, if it's a purchase, keep it named as a purchase. And then of course the transaction ID has to be written like this, not like this, or space or anything else. It's just exactly how you see it. Then you enter just an ID, which is a random number, value, currency, any bunch of information. You can add to data layer whatever you want, as long as it's in the correct code. As for form submissions or registration, again, you can add additional information. You can have email, name. For example, if you have email, then you can use that for enhanced conversions. If you had a phone number, you can extract that as well. Basically, any information like new client, returning client, any information that you found valuable, you can add into data layer, which will be static at this point, right? So it's not going to update dynamically. So this is the downside of adding the data layer yourself, because it will just display the values that you added right here. In order to make them dynamic, meaning that they actually update the item name, ID, and the value based on the product purchased or based on other things, this will require a developer, or maybe your plugin has a data layer built in, so you can use that, but we'll talk about that a bit later. So if you want, this is just a simple way to add a data layer, and I would recommend to do it because it will just give you time to practice. You will understand the data layer better. You will get used to the whole, code and HTML and everything like that. I'm not a developer as well, so it's somewhat unusual for me to see that, but at least I know how it looks, and I can update the values and so on and so forth. So it will give you more practice with the data layer itself. As I mentioned in the previous video, the data layer that we added is not a dynamic one, meaning that it will only contain the values that you actually wrote right in here. So for e-commerce, obviously this does not work because there are a lot of products, a lot of different prices, and so on and so forth. So setting up manually, it just doesn't make any sense, and it's probably impossible. So you need a data layer that inputs the data into the data layer dynamically. I mentioned that there might be plugins. I know that WooCommerce for WordPress has a data layer with like a built-in variables that you just have to enable, and you don't have to do anything. Most likely there are other plugins for PrestaShop or BigCommerce or Shopify that have the data layer built in, so you don't have to do anything. Most likely just maybe enable in the settings, but you can also add the data layer by yourself. Well, not maybe by yourself with the help of developer, but you can do that. Now, it's a bit more different, right? So because it's an e-commerce, there's a bunch of events, and I'll share the link. It's just a regular Google Analytics documentation, but it contains explanation on how to add data layer. For example, you can add a data layer on the different actions. For example, add to cart, checkout, begin checkout, end checkout, returns, and remove from cart, and of course, purchase. So these are the things you can add into the add to cart data layer, which will contain the currency, the value of all the items, for example, and then you have item ID, name, a bunch of stuff that you can add that you want to analyze or have information about. Same things goes for, as you can see, you have add payment info, and then you have purchase. So it all depends on how your e-commerce is structured. But in general, when you add a data layer, you make it populate automatically, and then the rest becomes the same as we talked in the previous video. You can use that information from the data layer in your tracking. Now, before on the course purchase, we had to look for an event, and in your e-commerce, it will be exactly the same. It might be named a bit differently. However, I have to stress that if possible, use the same names as in Google documentation. So don't use, for example, order confirmed or order confirmation instead of purchase. Use purchase. Same goes for, add payment info with underscores, not the other way around. So try to match Google documentation as much as possible. Have add shipping info, because it will just make things easier. And Google Analytics, for example, has a lot of default events, which it will capture automatically if they are correctly named and the data layer is correctly set up. So that's why I recommend having the exact names. For example, item brand, again, it's underscore brand and category. So all the things has to be, precisely as Google shows it here. So once you have a purchase event, you look at the Tag Manager, you run a test, you make a test purchase, you find a purchase event, you check the data layer, you see all this information. Well, probably more if it's if it's an e-commerce product, there's probably more information. Another important thing or a huge upside for data layer is that you can extract the data from it and send wherever you want. So this means we have to create variables in the Tag Manager. So you go here, you can create a bunch of custom variables. Now, when you have a data layer, you can create variables that extract some of the information from the data layer. So I've shown you here, you have this information. You have price, quantity, item name, ID, value, transaction ID, right? So this is all information about the conversion or a purchase or registration. You can extract that. So what you're going to do is go to variables, click on new, and then select the data layer variable. As a naming, most of us, including me, I use data layer variable, and then I'll name the item. For example, it's the price. Let's edit again. And this is where you specify where the value is, where that value is coming from. So this is back to data layer, and then we see price. So we do this. It's here. It's under e-commerce, as you can see, right? It's e-commerce, then transaction ID, value. So you have to take e-commerce, and then dot, and then price. So this way it knows what value to extract. It's pretty easy, just sort of go down one step. So the first is e-commerce, and then you go transaction ID, or e-commerce dot transaction ID, e-commerce dot value, and so on and so forth. So this is how you extract value. So I'll name price, and what you do is just create all those variables because it will get handy later on. I'll show you how. Again, TLV, and let's say do the transaction ID, for example. We do the same. We'll look at data layer, so it's e-commerce.transaction ID. Make sure you don't make any mistakes or mistypes. So this is transaction ID, right? So you go and create all of these variables based on whatever information you would need now or maybe later, because it will make it a lot easier to add that information to the tag that you're firing to Google Ads, to Google Analytics, or Facebook, or any other place. So you have those bunch of variables you will create. If you go into tag, for example, let's do the Google Ads conversion in a course purchase, right? So I have data layer. Now I can update my tag with additional information. So usually when you do URL, which is the case in this case, it's based on the URL on the thank you page. These are empty, right? So you can actually, since it's a course, right, I can enter a value, it's 99 or whatever the value is, but I can also do it automatically. So the conversion label is from the account, but I can do value since I created the data layer variable, which extracts the information right from here. So now I can send it. And what you do is just do this, and then you find the data layer variable that says price or value, however you named it. So now it will input here the value from the data layer. So in this case, this, or well, in my case, it's this. It's going to be this. It's going to be the price, but you can use value. And then for transaction ID, which is good for conversion to duplication, you can use DLV, and then you can use transaction ID. So now those two fields are populated automatically because the data is taken from here, from the data layer. So this is why it's really good to create as many variables as possible from the data layer. I know it sounds a bit confusing now with all the names, but just remember that once the information is in data layer, it's on the page, it just sits there. It's up to you to take that information and send to Google Ads, for example. So you have an event, and then you have all this information, and then you can send it to along with conversion tag, or maybe separately, or include with something. So it's up to you. But now it can be used. Everything else stays the same. So I can just save the tag, and now it will pull automatically the value from the data layer. Usually you will need some variables for e-commerce. For sure, it's the value, it's transaction ID, item name, and a bunch of other usually used. So you could then go in and add them to the tags and send that information. So that's why it's obviously not mandatory to create data layer variables, but since you have a data layer, then it makes sense to use that information in your marketing, in your tracking. So go ahead, add a data layer to a page, to a thank you page, or registration page, or form submission thank you page, and practice taking the information out of data layer. Obviously, check before if it's working correctly, and then go tag manager, create variables based on a data layer, and then sort of practice adding them to the conversion tags, and of course testing it and see if it works. Trust me, it will be hard at the beginning, but the more you use the data layer and the Google Tag Manager, it will become easier and easier, and it will make your tracking life a lot easier and more efficient. Google Tag Manager is my go-to tool when it comes to tracking. It allows to make a lot of changes and add scripts and pixels without developers, and that saves a lot of time. If you want to work with Google Ads or any paid platform, paid channel, you will have to understand the basics of working with Tag Manager. I will explain in the coming videos how you can set up tracking using Tag Manager, and we will cover clicks on any elements, how you can send that information to Google Analytics, Google Ads, or any other platform. It could be buttons, it could be links, images, basically whatever the user can click on. We'll also talk about form submissions, how to track most of the forms. We'll explore a couple of examples like Wix and Contact Form 7 for WordPress. And then we'll talk about e-commerce as well, how to set up tracking for e-commerce so you can track purchases in Google Analytics or Google Ads as well. And we'll start with tracking clicks, as this is probably the easiest way to send information from your website to the Google Ads or Google Analytics, or as I mentioned, any other platform. Most often than not, you need to track some of the things on the website. Now, you might track conversions, and they might have a purchase where you use e-commerce transaction. They might have a thank you page where you use your URL, but sometimes you need to track clicks on certain parts of the website, on some buttons or some links or whatever. Basically, you need to track clicks on important elements on your website. Why you need it? Or first of all, you can have micro conversions, so you can track these actions on specific elements as micro conversions to understand behavior of users coming from ads or from anywhere else a lot better. So for this thing, we will use Google Tag Manager because it knows, it kind of listens to the things happening on your website, and we can use that to pass those events or that information to Google Ads or Google Analytics. But first, you always need to preview your website and see what you can see or what Tag Manager sees, right? So let's use my blog. There's not a lot of elements on it, but we'll find something to track. Okay, so let's do the basic. Let's see if we can track a click on this button. I can track a form submission. I can track a thank you page as well, because after sign up it redirects it. But I want to track a click on a button, right? So I see this button and I just clicked on it, and I can see here that it saw a click, right? So there's 2 clicks actually. Let's see what Tag Manager sees, what information about that click is visible. So you have to click on variables and you'll see, okay, so there's the click. This is a default event that tracks all the clicks. If you don't see that, if you don't even see a lot of information like this, go back to your Tag Manager, go to variables and click configure, and you might want to select more of the default sort of built-in variables, right? You might select errors. So for example, here I selected all the click element, classes, ID, target, URL. I select all the forms. I don't think you need anything else. Sometimes you want to track like error messages. In this case, you'll need to select some of these. You might want to select some of these as well. So it depends on the things that you want to track. But in our case, clicks and forms usually is enough. So if you don't see the information, just go over here, click all of it, select it, and then publish the container and go back to preview and look again, because then you'll see a lot more information. So I can see that the click ID is empty. There's nothing there. Sometimes there is. It depends on your content management system and your website. Click target, there's nothing. Click text, there's try it. Yep, there's a try. There's just a name on the button. I can use that. The downside of it, if I have more buttons on the website that also are named try it, then I won't be able to know which buttons were pressed exactly, because they're the same, right? The text is the same. So if you do have like unique buttons, or if you have a buttons with unique name, then you can use click text as your trigger to, send that information, record that click. Otherwise, if all of your buttons are named the same, then it's a problem. You need to find a different variable, a different sort of trigger, a unique one to that specific button. Now, sometimes you'll see click ID and it'll be like a bunch of numbers, and you can use that as well because it'll be unique to each specific button. Other than that, I don't see on my website. This could be a problem. Usually there's not a lot of ways around it, because you'll need to ask either developer to add a specific click ID. Otherwise, you might rename the button to a more unique name. That's what you can do without anyone else involved. You can have click URL sometimes, but not always. Like in my case, there's no link on the button, right? It just says try it and then sort of subscribes you. So it might be that sometimes you don't see anything except the name, so you'll have to get around it by renaming it, as I mentioned. If you have a developer, you can ask them, hey, can you assign a specific and unique ID to that button? And they can do that. So I'll use that. I'll use the text because I know it's unique. I don't use any buttons that says try it, so it's fine for me. As soon as someone clicks that button, I know know that it's just this specific button. So before you created a conversion in Google Ads, because you need conversion label and conversion ID, if you have that, then you can use it. If you don't, just go back to Google Ads, create a conversion first. For that, click on a button and then come back here. So we have Google Ads conversion tracking. There's the conversion ID. I have the label. I don't need anything else, right? So obviously I'll name it conversion Google Ads, where it's going or what it is, and then, click on subscribe or try it. I mean, it doesn't really matter how you name it as long as you understand yourself. So we have this, and now we have to create a trigger, which is a click or click text, right? So we select all elements, then we select some clicks, and then we find click text, and that click text contains try it. Here we go. We name it's a click, we can say button text, try it. We have that, so we know that once the button is clicked that has a text try it, it will sort of send the event or record that conversion. So we'll save. Now we have it here, and we can just submit to preview. Right, so it's published live. Of course, we need to retest it. So let's refresh this. Right, so it's connected, everything works, great. Now we need to click on a button. Right, it was recorded, and then once we go into tags, we see that the tags fired, and we see that the conversion. Now, of course, we're not sure. Again, I pressed the button. Obviously, it wasn't a subscription because it didn't enter email, but it did record a conversion, and that's the downside of it, because you're not tracking a submission, right? You're not tracking someone entering email. You're tracking a click on an element that is important to you. I just use an example as for this, email subscription form. So obviously, I would track something else if I can. Maybe there's a thank you page. Maybe there's a form submission that I can use that instead of a click. But sometimes you don't have those, or sometimes maybe there's a button without anything else. Maybe it's like reveal the price or reveal the phone number, like anything. I'm just explaining how to track some of the elements that you have on your website. So in this case, there is a click on an element that is just a button and has a try it on it. So obviously it works because we see that the conversion or the tag fired and the conversion is recorded. And now if someone comes from Google Ads, they click on a button, the conversion will be recorded, and that will be attributed to a specific campaign or keyword. In the same way, you can track more things, obviously. So the search, doesn't work, but in general, I can see if, there's I clicked several times and all the clicks are here. So I can check variables, what I can see, and I see that in this case, now there's click classes that is called search button. So using that, I can track how many times or who or from where clicked on the search icon on my blog that reveals or at least it should reveal the search field, and people be able to search. Now, I don't know why it's not working, but it's besides the point. But I see that click classes, now in this case, previously we used click text. Now we have click classes that actually it's search button or BTN, right? I can see that form classes as well also triggers a variable that is the same name. And then I don't think there's anything else, but it's fine to use search button as a click classes. So if I would like to create an event that captured that, I would use the same thing instead of, a conversion or whatever, or I might create a G4 event. In this case, as a trigger, I would use some clicks, right? And I will use click classes that will contain, let's try it, let's copy this, that will contain search button. And as soon as this will be clicked, the conversion will be recorded if you create it. Well, I don't need to create it right now. Same thing goes for other clicks somewhere. Well, this is a different page, but let's say there's a different form. If I click send, let's see if I see that. Oh, there's a click. Variables, it says, in this case, it says click classes element or button element size SM, which is small. I can see click text as well, which is send. I can use that, or I can use this thing, which on my website, I don't think I use the form, or at least Elementor form, anywhere else on the website. So I know that this button will be unique. I can use click classes or I can use click text, because I also don't think I use send anywhere else on the button. So this is how you track any clicks on any element, because the tag manager, is listening for all the things that is happening, views and clicks and whatnot. So you can use any event that you can see here. You have to click on it, you check variables, which you can see. Sometimes you have to check data layer. Maybe there's something in data layer which is tracked a little bit differently, and we'll talk about in later videos. But for now, just remember that if you enable all of these built-in variables right here, you will be able to see them on your website once you start navigating, clicking around all the information will be visible here. If it's visible here, doesn't mean that it's tracked. It's just sort of there, but you need to create a tag with the trigger of that specific, action or event, and only then it will be, passed to Google Analytics or passed to Google Ads or to Facebook or whatever. So that's how you track all the elements, or most important elements on a website. You don't need to track all the elements, obviously, but if you have some elements that are important and there's nothing else you can track, but you need to understand a little bit deeper of what people are doing besides viewing a page or spending some time, maybe they're clicking on a form button or maybe some link. Usually people highlight the phone number as well that can be used. I see here that there's a book a call with me and it has a link to Stripe. So I can, if I click it, you see outbound links or outbound clicks, and I can see that first of all it has a click text, which I can also use. It also has a click URL that can also be used as an event trigger. So I can send information when someone clicked that specific link. So there's a bunch of things you can use on your website to create either Google Ads conversion or primary conversion or secondary conversion or micro or macro conversion, depending on what you need to track, and then use that information in your campaigns to optimize them towards these actions, or just in general understand the behavior of users coming from paid ads. Let's talk about how to set up enhanced conversions with Google Tag Manager. Before we go into Tag Manager, go to your Google Ads account and go to Goals and Conversions and then Settings. And then you have to accept the terms for like the data terms and a bunch of other stuff. And if you want to enable Google Enhanced Conversions for leads, because you can enable them for e-commerce as well. So these are two different things, but I have it for leads. So I have to do is just select the checkbox, select Tag Manager, because this is where we're gonna implement the enhanced conversions, click Save, and that's it as far as it goes for Google Ads account. Now let's go to Tag Manager. In order to set up enhanced conversions, we need the personal provided data, email or phone number, while filling out the form. So let's use the preview in GTM to see what is being tracked. So we'll use my contact page. It's a simple form. We'll do the preview. Let's do the test, even though it says some kind of error happened, which I will look into it later. But in general, we need to see if something was sent, and I can see that there is an event that's called form submit, and you might see something like this. I have no tags, but if I go to variables, scroll down, and I have to see, okay, so there is an email for here, but I use a specific JavaScript which extracts the email. So in your case, you might see an email in your data layer, which I don't. For example, there's no email here, so you might see in the data layer, depending on the form you use. So you might see the email here, but usually be the data layer. I would always advise, if you have a developer on hand, I will always advise to use either the form that already has a built-in data layer and sort of pass that information to the data layer, and you can just use that. If not, just implement a data layer, because it will just make your life easier. However, if you don't, or don't know how to do it, or don't have a developer, you can use the script I used. You can use the script. I will provide this below the page. Maybe it'll work on your page as well, because this is based on my case, on my specific page. So you might need to change the script. So again, I would try to use ChatGPT at the beginning, and if it doesn't work, then maybe ask developers. So what you do is then you go into variables, you click new variable. I'll just use the one I created. So you click new variable, it's just a custom JavaScript, and then you paste the script, which is sort of looks for the email and extracts the email. Right. So you do that, you save the script, that is done. Now you need to create another variable. So in this case, we use user provided data. I'll just show it. It's this one. This variable type, you select this one, and then you select manual configuration, and then you select this email extractor or whatever you named it that we saved before. So before we used the JavaScript variable where we pasted in the script, and now, so it kind of outputs the email, or in this case, and then here we select the same variable we created before. So the name can be different in your case, but I named it email extractor. So we select this. There's no need to fill out anything else right here. You saved it, and now I have two variables, right? So the first one was custom JavaScript, which extracts the email, and then the user provided data that extracted email goes into. So all you have to do is just create, well, most likely if you already have the tag, the conversion tag, for example, Google Ads conversion tag that captures the forms. So you don't have to create a new tag, right? So you just update the tag. For example, we'll have email subscriber here, but we'll use that. So if you do have a tag that captures the form submissions, all you have to do is just go into the tag, edit it, and then you'll see this checkbox that says include user provided data from your website. All you have to do is just select it, and then you'll be able to select the variable that you previously created. So not the custom JavaScript, but the user provided provided data, it will be here once you create the variable as we talked before. So you'll be able to select it. Well, now what it means is just basically the email will be extracted from your website. It will be put in the variable, in the user provided data variable. And this conversion, when available, will use that email to sort of enhance conversion. So you can use phone or email or both. It's up to you. I decided to use email because I don't have phone numbers. And that's it. So you select the checkbox, you select the variable, and you save the tag. And that's it. So if you have other tags that you want to use enhanced conversions for, you do the same thing, right? So the first thing is to get the email from the website. As I said, I use the custom JavaScript. Then you create the variable and then select that variable in your existing conversion or maybe new conversion if you didn't create the conversion before. Now, when you're testing again, so for example, you fill out the form, you go into Tag Assist and it's like, okay, form submit. Now you'll see the email extractor, which happens first, right? It extracts my email. So you can see there's a form submit event that happened. It got my email. And then when it says email enhanced conversions, user provided data, you should see this. So there's an email, and that means that that variable has a personal information, which Google used to enhance the conversions. That's how you know that it's working. After testing, if you see this, user provided data, then it means that your conversion tag that you added the variable collects that information, user provided information, and uses it to enhance conversions. So as you can see, the setup is pretty simple. The biggest problem that I see is that there is no email or phone number while the form was filled in or submitted. Ideally, you would use data layer. If you don't have data layer, you ask developer to create the data layer or hire a freelance developer to do that. That'll be just easier because you can add even more information to the data layer and sort of use that as well. The worst case scenario, use the script I provided. Maybe it will work. There's a chance it won't because it was designed for my own website, but you can always paste the JavaScript I will give you, and then ask the ChatGPT, give you a link, give you a form, describe, for example, the plugin for the form you use. For example, if it was WordPress, then there might be some kind of name plugin. So provide more information and say, hey, can you make this JavaScript work for my specific case? It should give you a JavaScript, then you can just come in and paste it in the same place, test it, and see if it does work. And if it works, you just continue with the steps we discussed. And of course, always don't forget to submit the changes to publish them live, and your enhanced conversions are set up. Before we go into creating a tag, we need to see what Google Tag Manager sees when you actually submit the form, because you'll need that information for your trigger. So I have a website here. There's a contact form. Let's preview. So we're connecting to the website. There we go. Everything is working. We see a couple of tags. Great. Now let's test the form. My name, email, none, and test. So now we'll see what Google Tag Manager listens to when we actually submit the form. Okay, so see, nothing happened. So there's no page view, there's nothing. It was just a notification that it was submitted, but we need to see what actually was seen by Tag Manager. As we can see here, there's a form start, form submit, and there's a lead. There are actually two events, lead and generate lead. I'm not sure why Wix is sending two of them, but let's use this one as it seems like a last step. So to me, it seems like this is the one that actually generated. So we'll see that there's an event, which helps a lot in our case because we would then need to create a custom thing, but we see there's a custom event named generate lead, which is awesome because now we know that when this event happens, we know that the form was submitted. Great. So now we head back to the tag manager and we create a new tag. And based on that information, you can create your Google Analytics event in order to track things in your Google Analytics account. You can use it for conversion Google Ads, or you can just have your Meta pixel here and record conversions and send it to Meta. For me, it's easy to create Google Ads conversion because I have the information ready. I'll just use random ID and random label. Now, you would get that information when you create a conversion in your Google Ads account, but for now, let's not focus on this. Let's focus on how to create a tag using the custom event. Obviously, we name the tag, it's conversion and form submit. And now we need a trigger. Now we need to send the conversion to Google Ads when this conversion actually happens, which means that when the person submitted the form. So we need to create a trigger. So in this case, we've seen that this is a custom event. So this is what we'll need. So select custom event and we need a name, which we saw here. It's generate lead. We can leave all custom events because this event fires only when the form is submitted. So it's fine unless you have several forms and want to somehow have different events, then you have to include more information. If it's just the one form, it's enough to leave it all custom events. Let's name it form submit event. That's done. Now we know that when this event happens, this conversion will be submitted to Google Ads, and that's how we know that our ads drove the form submission. So we save it here. Great. We see conversion form submit. Now we need to test it. We just publish the updates, and now let's test it. So we'll get back to preview. Now we see it's working. Awesome. Nothing is fired. Let's fill out the form again. Hit that send button. Thanks. Let's go back to the tag manager preview, and we already see that the tags fired here. We see GA, we see cookie boot, and we see the conversion submit form or form submit. It was fired because it's one only event. We can go into the specific event where we set up to conversion fire. It's generate lead, and we can also see that there are 2 events fired. Now this is the event that is sent to GA that has been created earlier, but this is the tag that we have created right now. So it is working, and since it's published, it's already live. So whenever the user submits the form, it will be pushed to Google Ads, and you can push it anywhere you want because now you have the trigger, which you don't have to create each time. All you have to do is create new tag, select a different platform or custom pixel or HTML, and just select the trigger which you have created, and that's it. The information will push to any platform you want. Just don't forget to name your triggers and tags so you know what they actually do. And of course, don't forget to publish everything live so everything is up and running on your website. Now let's look at how to track Contact Form 7 plugin with WordPress. This is one of the most popular contact forms or forms in general, a plugin for forms in general. So let's see what Google Tag Manager sees when we submit the form, and let's see how we can track the forms on your website. So I have a simple form. Obviously I didn't design it. This is how it comes out of the box, just added a shortcut, but that is enough to see how the form behaves and what kind of information Google Tag Manager sees. So first we have the link, and then we need to preview. We have to make sure that Tag Manager is working on that link. A bunch of things can happen, so we have to always make sure that it's working. Okay, so we can see that it is working. I see a bunch of tags. Let's see what kind of information the Tag Manager records. I'll just test, and we'll click Submit. Great. So you can see there's a message, but there's no thank you page. So it's not something that your Google Analytics or any other tracking platform will see by default. You'll have to use Tag Manager to track it. So see, okay, so we see an event that is called Form Submit, quite similar to Wix. And for most part, many plugins, or good plugins, if I may say so, will use some kind of event, and that event will probably be called Form Submit. Let's see what information we can see here. We see click classes, sure, but the form event is more than enough. We see that enhanced conversions, we see the email. That is something we'll talk about later, how to set up enhanced conversions, but I see the event, which is more than enough for me to track the actual form submission. I know that this happens only after I press the button and submit the form, so it's okay for me, right? So I have this Form Submit event. Great. Now I can set up a tag. So when you create a tag, obviously you want to decide whether you want to send that information to Google Analytics or Google Ads. Let's assume that you want to do the Google Ads conversion tracking. Obviously you have to set up the conversion first in your Google Ads account. Then you get a conversion ID and conversion label. So we're not going to do that because you know that it's in the account. So first you create conversion in Google Ads, and then you come here. But the most important part is the trigger, and you have to create it based on what we saw. And that was a custom event. Custom event because you see it here. It has a name. It's an event. And we see here, again, event, custom event to here, and then it's called Form Submit. Usually you can leave it on all custom events because most likely all your forms will use either the same event, and you don't have to use, some events and then sort of define which exactly Form Submit event it is. So it's enough to do that. We'll call it, it is an event, right? And form submission. We can say it's, contact form 7 if you want to be more precise. And that's it. So we have the trigger. As soon as this event happens, obviously we'll name it conversion, Google Ads form submission. I'll just enter random information to this, because obviously this is not true, so it will not send the information to my Google Ads account, but it should be enough to save the tag. So I have our trigger, that is a custom event. We'll save the tag. We'll just publish it. Then we'll go to contact page, the same page we have the form. We refresh it, we see that it's working, and we'll try to fill out the form again. Just a bunch of stuff, and then we click send. We should have success message. There we go, it has been sent. We go back to tag assistance, just double check the form, submit event happened. We'll go back to tags, and we see that the tag fired, although it says the Google Ads conversion tracking failed, obviously because we didn't use the accurate conversion label and ID, and of course that didn't come from Google Ads, but the tag itself fired, which means that once you have the correct setup, it will work on your account, and we can just close everything and just since we already have this version live, we can just leave it and your conversion tracking is set up. Since you have the variable that is a form submission, you can use it to track the same way the Google Analytics event, which is basically, again, you'll need measurement ID, which I'm not going to enter, but you'll have to name the event because you're creating a new event. It can be form submit. And now you have a trigger, contact form 7 right here, so you don't have to create it again. You can reuse it for any platform. You could do the same for Facebook, for Reddit, for TikTok, whatever. And then for Google Analytics, all you have to do is name the event. Of course, name the tag, you submit and save and launch the version live. And now the event is fired to Google Analytics as well. Although you do have to create event in Google Analytics as well, because the names have to match. So you have to do that as well. And I talk about it in the key events section. So go back to that video and watch it. But once you create event in Google Analytics 4, you have event here. The Google Analytics will see those form submissions as well. So you will be able to track traffic not only from Google Ads and conversions, but also from other channels. And this is how you measure all the stuff that happens on your website, or in this case, you measure the form submissions. So what you do in a tag manager, you can set up a purchase, right? So I can send that event. Before I can do that, I have to create a trigger. Now we know how the event is named, right? The event is named purchase. And what you have to do is just basically go to triggers, select custom event, and all of these events that you can see here, right here, all the names, there will be add to cart, and we'll see later on, and in this case, it's purchase. Here's, for example, named order confirmation, and that's what I tell you to avoid, not order confirmation for purchase, but it's fine. So you have to select the custom event, and then you enter the event name exactly how it appears right here. So it's event purchase, it says here, same thing, and it's purchase, right? So as I said, in this instance, it's order confirmation, but in your case, well, hopefully it will be purchase, and that's it. You name the event, it's event purchase, and now you have the trigger for each purchase. So now you go into your, for example, GA tags. I have it set it up. It's a fairly new website. So there's a GA event. Obviously, you select the GA event. And then you have the measurement ID, which I have as a variable as well, which you can do that. Enter your measurement ID from GA. And then you name the event, which in this case, now, even if your data layer right here contains, as in my case, order confirmation, right? When you set up a GA event and you have to enter event name, enter it as purchase. So only in this case, you have to use a different name. So because you're naming the event that will appear in the Google Analytics. But as a trigger, you use your own created event. So you have an event name that will be sent to GA4, which is purchase, which is a default event name and will be recognized by GA4. And what you have to do, just for example, ignore this at the moment, you have to go to more settings, e-commerce, send e-commerce data, and use data layer. Now, what will it do? It will just use the data layer that you created, like this here. It's not on the website, but it will use the data layer you had on your website and push that information to GA4 along with the purchase event. So all your default reports in GA4 will display, the amount, the item name, and so on and so forth. So all you have to do, see how data layer is great. All you have to do is just click on a checkbox to send the e-commerce data and select the source, which is not a custom object, but the data layer. And now it will send the data. You can ignore anything else. Just ignore this. This is done for me. All you have to do is just create an event, name it purchase, go to more settings, e-commerce, send e-commerce data, select data layer, trigger on the purchase event that we created earlier, and then save. That's it. Now, when the purchase is made, all the information will be sent to GA4 along with the additional information, not only the purchase itself, but additional information from the data layer. And since we can push more information like add to cart and view cart and stuff like that, so we can do that right now. For example, add to cart, I can send some information on the same event. So I know that let's use the website. Let's do a preview because I know that data layer is there and I can test it. So it's connected. Great. Let's just go to random. It's in Spanish. So I don't understand. Okay, so we have it here. Let's check it out. Okay, great. Let's click on the ring. We see view item. See the event data layer, view item, and I can go in and see all the information. Right, you have the name, ID, price excluding tax, and a bunch of stuff that I can use in the tag manager. So I can go into variables and I can create things, right? Item price, I already have done item price, items, order ID, product name, purchase. So this information will be taken from the data layer, put it in the variable, and then I can use it however I want it, right? So I can use it in tags as well. So in this case, I need the add to cart event. Let's go back to the website. I think this is add to cart. Yep, let's check it out. There we go, add to cart event. So this is the data layer. Of course, it contains more products. So that's good. But I see add to cart event. There we go. The event G4 add to cart. So I name the event again as Google requires, add to cart. And then all I have to do is just go to settings, e-commerce, send data layer. And now with add to cart events, it will be sent to GA4 as well. So you see how easy it is with the data layer. Same goes for view item or check begin checkout or remove or add to cart. Depends on how many events in the data layer you have, because at this point it triggers on add to cart. We've seen view item, and purchase and that kind of stuff. But in your case, it could trigger on all of these. Additionally, a data layer can pick up removed item from cart or added additional cart, add them to cart, and so on and so forth. There could be a bunch of events, and you can check the event summary and click on it and go to the data layer and check what information it contains. However, in this case, the add to cart event will be triggered on a different trigger, right? So you have to, the first one was on purchase. So this one is triggered on the add to cart, and we have to use the name. We'll check that's add to cart. Let's see if the add to cart event, see, this is written differently. There's no space. So we'll go with that. But I use add to cart event. So I created here a trigger, custom events, because everything that you see right here named add to cart, review item are custom events, right? These, what you have here, you can see event, but it's a custom event. So it's add to cart because that's how it's named on the website. So that's what triggers the tag. But the event name that I'm sending, it's written correctly now, add underscore to cart, and so on and so forth. So this is the two sort of difference to watch out. But in your case, the event, the custom event on the website could be, well, named correctly, so you don't have to do anything. Just use the same name. But just make sure that this is according to Google documentation. So when you click save, when you publish, you test it, and the information will flow into your GA4 account or send the data anywhere you want. Data layer makes it easy to retrieve that information from your website and send it to GA4, Google Ads, and use it in that account. So get some practice with the data layer, sending events, creating variables, and eventually you'll become the data layer master. When you edit columns, you might have noticed additional ones. And when you go into all columns and then conversions, right? So you might have seen these, you have conversion, cost per conversion, all conversions. But then you have additional columns, right? You have orders, revenue, average cart size, and so on and so forth. These are additional columns that you can enable via data layer as well. Of course, there's a lot of custom fields that are not applicable for all the businesses, but you can enable additional ones just by using the data layer. So when you have your purchase Google Ads conversion tracking, right? I mean, it's empty here right now, but you have your conversion label, conversion ID, and stuff like that. You can enable product level sales data. And when you click here, you'll have to choose data layer. It will map the fields from data layer and send that information to Google Ads as well, making some of the columns available. So we have a purchase event. So we have all the information here, but additionally, we can add, profit margin, and gross profit, all the information, and that can be taken and sent to your Google Ads account for, a deeper analysis and for just additional information for you to have. So you can have that information unlocked when you send additional data. I'm just showing this as an example, but if you want more columns, then you would have to send additionally with the regular variables, like transaction ID, value, currency, you have to send cost of goods sold, and discounts, and then Google can calculate some of the fields, and some of these fields will be unlocked. So then you can measure, which ads or campaign drives more gross profit, and be able to maybe use that in the bidding, or just to analyze campaigns better, or maybe optimize campaigns better, and so on and so forth. So the data layer is a powerful tool, and it will depend on how much information you are going to send to it. So once you have that information, you can use it however you want it, including the provide product sales data for Google Ads conversion tracking. If you provide new or returning customer, you can use that as well. You can also include user provided data. For example, if you have an email in a data layer, you can include that, create a new variable, as we talked before, that extracts the email or a phone number, and then use that in a conversion as well. Once the data layer is there, there's so many possibilities how you can use it to track additional information or to send additional information to your Google Ads to enrich campaign data in the account, which is quite important for optimizing and scaling campaigns. So this is where it gets a bit more trickier. We'll use Zapier to put all this information from your web form submits into Google Sheets. So this simple sheet, this is what we need to do. Form ID, date, name, and email, right? So, if you have phone number, you can enter phone number. I don't have, so I'm not using that. So either of these are fine. You can have both or just one of those. So these are the fields. I'll share the document under the video so you can use that as well. And then we'll use Zapier as the third-party tool that actually sends the data from the form to the Google Sheets. What you need is the webhooks trigger. You'll need to upgrade to Pro because this is available only on paid plans. And what will you need to do is you'll have the webhook URL that will be provided to you. You'll just copy it and you will have to enter it in your form. Now on my page, I use Elementor. This is a drag and drop builder, so it has a form and I use that to sort of pass the information. As I said before, there might be different plugins and different forms, and they might have ability to use webhooks or not. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. You'll have to ask the developer to implement it, give that the webhook link, or maybe find a form that has. But I can use the webhooks. I added here, and then I can just click here and enter that, copy paste that URL I was given by Zapier right here. So once I do that, if I test, I'll get the records or requests, and I can select basically which information I can pass to Google Sheets. As you can see here, I have the Google Sheet connected to this form submissions. Pretty easy to do. You just specify the link, you'll select the drive, the name, and then you can specify the fields by just clicking on a plus and then selecting from the information the webhook actually got from your form. So it has a time, it has the IP, you have form ID. So I selected only what I need based on this. So I have form ID, date, name, and email. So this is what I actually select, right? You have form ID, date, name, and email. That's it. That's all I need to do. I press continue. As you can see here, this is the test that was done, and I just hit publish, and the Zap, as it call it, works, right? So now it will look at the form submit events and push all the form submissions into this file. And why do we need this? As I mentioned before, you will have form submissions and people will submit forms, but how do you know if they converted? Well, someone will have to go in and actually select or fill out these. So we have to, input the value, because since conversion is not happening on the website, Google Ads doesn't know this, and someone has to actually fill out this sheet. It's manual work, but it's one of the, easiest way to do it. If you don't have hundreds of conversions, it won't take a lot of time. Besides, you don't have to do it every day. You can do it once or twice a week. So, but then you have, as soon as someone converted, you check the email in your CRM and you come to this sheet and fill out the value, you fill out the conversion time in this specified format exactly as it is, right? So it's month, day, and a year. And then you click on this checkbox. That means a person has converted, right? So what it does, I have a script that actually checks if this was clicked. As if we scroll down, we see this new test that I've just did it, February 8th, right? So we have this, and then someone has to fill the rest of it. You'll need that information because once this is filled out, you'll need to copy it to another sheet, which you will upload to Google Ads. Now, you can't upload this one because the sheet that you will upload to Google Ads has to be formatted in specific format. Also, the emails have to be hashed. So these are the two requirements. Also, there's additional column that is the conversion name that you would create, conversion time, and again, a specified format, conversion value, and conversion currency. So this is not obviously formatted in the same way as this because this is just the data, but this sheet has to be formatted specifically with the parameters time zone specified as well. So you have to change the time zone to according to whatever you reside. So this has to be specified exactly how it is. Again, you can copy the sheet I use, so you don't have to create one. What I have here as well is the script, which also you can copy, that actually looks if the person filled out the date and if someone selected converted. So it actually just listens if this checkbox was selected. So let's say we have two clients. I'll click on converted and I copy some values. Let's say it's this. I'm gonna change the value to 500, let's say, right? And I select convert, right? So if I go to this, it appeared, right? It appeared right here. So you don't have to copy manual, or someone just selects it. You don't have to do that. And it immediately was hashed. Again, it uses the app script that hashes automatically. It will be included when you copy. You won't have to do anything else. It will be included in the sheet. So it just hashes the email. Basically, you don't have to do anything. This information comes from your web form. This is filled out by, sales team or maybe you when someone has converted. And as soon as this checkbox is checked, it actually automatically is moved to this sheet and automatically hashed. And hash is just to protect the privacy, and otherwise Google will not accept that conversion. So this is what you have, the two sheets. Now you have to go back to your account and you have to create a goal. So the first goal was your form submit, right, which you may have before, and it measures how many people submitted the form. Now we have the people who actually converted out of those submissions. So what you have to do is to create a new conversion that will use an import. So you click on create conversion. Now you select import, CRMs, files, and whatnot, and track conversions from clicks. Skip for now. We'll come back to this later, right? So this is the conversion category. I guess it could be convert lead, for example, I have, and the conversion name is converted, let's say become client, right? So it's done, save and continue, click done. Right, so now you have a conversion that is named become a client. So what you have to do is to rename this column. That's quite important because it will look if the conversion name matches whatever you have created here. So what I have to do is rename, and it will be the same basically all the time. So you just copy paste, and it is you have to make sure that this name matches whatever you have created right here. So now the file is ready to be imported. So we'll go to upload under your goals, and then you have to select new upload, select the source. You'll have Google Sheets. You'll have to add this user or this email to your Google Sheets to allow permissions, right? Because it probably is, closed without permissions. You can access it, but you have to allow it to access the sheet. So I have done it already. I select my Google Sheets, click apply, and it's actually importing. When you have your form submissions, you will see all the form submissions, not only those who came from Google Ads, but also people that came from other sources. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is just, as soon as you collect all form submissions right here, someone actually inputs the conversion value and conversion date, and you select converted. They will go to this file as well. You don't have to differentiate who is who. You just upload all the emails, all the submissions, or in this case, all the people who became a client or bought something. You just put them here and you upload it without worrying whether they came from Google Ads or not. What will happen is you will see something like this. You might see some errors. Don't worry about it. Just click on them. And if you see something like this email address or phone number for this event can be matched, this means that this specific email did not came from Google Ads. If the email will come from Google Ads, you will see successful. So convert leads, we'll see row 9, we see this information, and it's fine. So if you see only this error, this is fine. If you see any other errors, just read it and correct. It might be the time zone, it might be your time format or something else, but don't worry about if there are errors, especially if the ones that say that email cannot be matched, which just basically means that this form submission did not came from Google Ads. Once you've done this, you will see, if you scroll down to your converted lead, new conversion action, and see that it is working and you see value. So you can add it as a primary column, you can add it as a secondary column, it's up to you. But now you see people who actually converted from the ones who submitted your form. And this is very valuable information because now you can judge the keywords and campaigns differently than you did before, and you can assign a better value, and you can see a more precise ROI from your campaigns. Call tracking is not used by a lot of businesses, but there are many SMBs and maybe even large corporate websites that have a phone number instead of anything else. My prediction is probably it will be less and less important, considering that a lot of businesses use forms, they capture leads, or they sell something. And then now we see a lot of websites sort of switching to AI agents that use a chat pop-up, so they kind of take over the conversations. And I think in the coming years, we'll see a lot better agents that are lifelike, I would say, and maybe the need to call someone will disappear, or maybe the whole calling function or feature will be integrated with the AI bot as well. So it's hard to predict. However, today we still have websites, we still have services, we still have B2B and B2C websites that have phone numbers on their site, which means that people can call. And if you run ads and people call, the normal conversion or default website conversion doesn't work. So you might need call tracking, of course, if you have phone number. Well, not only phone number on the website, but you actually get calls from your ads, or in general, any source for that matter. So you can track clicks, and that is sort of the basics of call tracking, if you will. You make the phone number clickable, and you can track that via Google Tag Manager. And we've covered that, how to create events using any information on a website. So you can use click I think it's click text, and you can use click text trigger that has your phone number, and that's how if someone clicks, you know that the conversion happened. However, click on a phone number, even though it's on a mobile phone as well, right? You click and, a small pop-up to call appears, and it's quite easy. It doesn't mean that, well, first of all, the call happened, right? So someone can click a phone number and not call anyway. People can click, start calling, and then, end the call, or the line might be busy. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why the clicks are not ideal. It's a good signal, but not ideal, because you don't know a lot about what happened afterwards. So basically, you would use a call tracking software, which is a lot more accurate. Now, Google has native tracking. It does have some limitations. So it has limited call insights. It doesn't offer recordings or like detailed information about it. It also doesn't qualify leads based on the calls. So for larger businesses, larger enterprise, we need to qualify each call and sort of put in like different columns in different sections when to how to reach and when to call, and whether it's a hot or cold lead, and so on and so forth. It doesn't have that, and it does not retain data for a longer period of time. So it has its limitations. However, it could be a sort of a beginning solution for any smaller businesses. Now, how it works for advanced tracking solutions, you can use third-party tools, of course, which are well paid, and they have call recording and transcriptions, which is great to analyzing the call and the quality of the call. They do lead scoring, or some of them does. They have integrations with like different CRM platforms, which again helps the sales team. And some of the platforms have like enhanced attributions for you to gain a lot more insights into different campaigns, different channels, and so on and so forth. Now, how Google works, it's basically when you set up conversion or we set up call tracking via Google, it uses Google forwarding numbers. So it records call duration, start end time, caller area, and obviously it tracks the campaign and the source which drove the call. The setup of a conversion is quite similar, only you choose phone calls to track as a conversion, as a type, and then most of it is the same in the settings, except this part where you have to specify your phone numbers and how it is displayed. So it might be displayed the same way as your phone number, but some people or some websites choose to display it a little different. So it's important to specify the number, the exact number, and then how it is exactly displayed on the website, because Google will match that number in a website and will use sort of dynamic phone number to replace it. And that's how it knows that, people came from a specific ad or keywords or campaign and click on number and actually call. So that's how it's attributes. And then the other part is the call length, which will be considered as a conversion. It depends on many things, but you can set up 30 seconds, for example, if you think that a minute is way too long. And as soon as someone reaches 30 seconds, Google counts it as a conversion. If they don't reach 30 seconds, it's not counted as a conversion. So the time, it's subjective. It depends on the business. So it's for you to set. I mean, maybe you can try with the shorter period of time and, see how it goes. And of course, you'll see more conversions because there are a lot more calls that are shorter, or you can increase the quality if you think that the length of the call correlates with the quality of the lead. Then you can set 60 seconds or 90 seconds and so on and so forth. When choosing a third-party software, which you might require because, as I said, Google native tracking is quite limited, you need to understand several things. The most important ones include, your target region or country, because that depends on, availability and your, telephone infrastructure and how many numbers are provided, and if they actually work in a specific region, because they might not have any phone numbers there, so users won't be able to call you. Of course, there's, privacy related things, GDPR compliance. There's, CRM integration if you need one, call recordings, dynamic number insertion, DNI, and of course, your budgets and the scale in general, whether you need global coverage or just a few countries. I have a small table here. You can see some of them, obviously not all of the companies right here, just some of them maybe more known, but we have Infinity, that is more for like global brands. It covers a lot of countries. You have CallRail, which covers most of the English-speaking countries, some EU countries as well. It's quite good for agencies and sort of SMBs. Then Invoca, Nimbada, Delacon, and depending on your area and what you need. And so you can explore a table. I won't get into this too detail. And of course, you can take this and start with ads, or you can Google more additional companies based on these. For example, just Google Infinity competitors or CallRail competitors, and you'll get a more detailed list. If we look at use case, if you are SMB or like an agency, US and Canada, CallRail might be the tool I would start with at least. I mean, you can explore more tools, obviously. if you have like a lot of locations and business in UK, maybe Infinity, Enterprise, we have Salesforce, Invoca, Delacon, and sort of like GDPR heavy needs like Germany, for example, right? You can maybe try Nimbata or Mattel. So it depends on, again, on your business and where you want to set up the whole tracking and your audience and your budget and all the usual things, basically. But these are at least some of them you can start with, either trying to set it up, using free trial, or just having a call with them to understand whether your business and their solution is a great fit. But in general, tracking phone calls, if it is important to your business, if it's a part of the sales process that generates substantial amount of revenue, or it's the only way of tracking conversions, it's definitely recommended. Clicks on the phone numbers on websites is just the basics, which does not really show you the full impacts of the call. So you'll be always in the dark if you use clicks on the phone calls or on the phone numbers on the website as a conversion, and you'll optimize campaigns towards that conversion. If you need to understand the true value of a phone call, I would suggest using one of the more advanced software. At least use the Google native tracking if your account supports your country or your business case. The more data you have, or the more robust data you have, the better decisions you will make in terms of your campaigns. We know that users don't just come from one channel and convert. They might visit one, but they also might visit 4 channels. They might see your Facebook ad and then Google your business name and then click on the result. Who gets the credit if that person converts? Is it the Facebook ad that put your business in front of the user? Or is it the organic search because that person Googled your name and clicked the result? And this is where attribution comes into play. What is marketing attribution? It's the process of identifying which marketing touchpoints, ads, emails, social posts, blog, organic traffic, paid traffic, and so on, contribute to a conversion, like a sale or sign up or a lead. In other words, it's about answering the question, which part of our marketing actually made this person convert? In your attribution reports, which we're going to talk later, you might see something like this, and you need to figure out what does it mean and how you can use it to improve your marketing. And this is one of the reasons why attribution is important, and you need to understand it. As you can see, we have many channels that people visit on the screenshot. You have direct, you have paid search, you have paid search times 20, which means that 20 people visited paid search several times. Then you have cross network, which is most likely is performance max. Then you have paid search again, paid search, paid search. So users visit a lot of paid search, or they might Google a lot, and then they click on the ads, and then they Google, and then they click on the ads again, and so on and so forth. So this is attribution. So this is how you disperse the credit along different channels. Now, why attribution is important? Well, first of all, it helps you understand what's working. Without attribution, you're kind of flying blind. As an example, if someone sees a Facebook ad, reads a blog, clicks a Google ad, and then buys, attribution tells you how much credit each step deserves. Second, it maximizes ROI. By knowing which channels and campaigns drive results, you can allocate budget a lot smarter. Cut the stuff that doesn't work, scale the stuff that does. Third, it improves decision making. Clear attribution helps marketing, sales, and leadership stay aligned on what's effective. You can back your strategy with real data, not gut feelings. And it enables optimization. You can tweak your customer journey more effectively when you know which touchpoints influence decisions the most. These are the common attribution models you might see on different platforms, including Google Analytics and Google Ads. So it's first touchpoint, last touchpoint, linear attribution, time decay, U-shaped, or position-based, and data-driven. I have to say that in Google Ads, you might see only last touchpoint and data-driven. In Analytics, is the same, although they used to have more models. But there are third-party tools that will support more attribution models, and you just need to understand what each model sort of means and maybe the downsides it might have. First touch attribution. Well, this is where the credit goes to the first channel that user came from. Well, in this case, we see that 100% of credit goes to social because it was the first channel, then it followed by a search, then on an email, and then the conversion happened. So since the first contact was from a social channel, let's say a Facebook, then the 100% of credit for that conversion goes to that channel. Now, it's a great attribution if you do a lot of top of the funnel marketing, a lot of branding, because this is how you spread the message, and then you can attribute the credit to the first channel that people came to your website. However, it ignores all the channels that went afterwards. And this might be a bad thing because you devalue, for example, email. When email, as we know it, it's a pretty good converting channel. And of course, there was some copy in the email that may have contributed a lot to a purchase. There may be something else. It also, there was a search, there may be a paid ad as well somewhere in there. So you kind of ignore all of it and you say the first channel is responsible for that conversion. Last touch point attribution is the sort of default one, or at least it used to be default one for the GA4 in many platforms, because it's kind of easy to understand. The last channel before the conversion gets all the credit. So for example, this is email. So if person clicked a link from an email to a website and made a purchase, so the whole credit, the whole thing will be assigned to an email. Same goes for pay channel or Facebook or whatever, right? So this is the last known channel before the conversion, and it gets all the credit. Now, it's easy to understand why it was the common one, because it was easy to understand what channel or which channel closed the deal. So that's why it became quite important. That's why many platforms, many analytics platforms kind of chose the last touch point as a default attribution model. However, it does ignore what happens before. And we know that, or maybe 20 years ago, it was fewer channels that people use. Now there are a lot of channels people might use. Of course, it depends on the business and the product. There might be just one channel. If your product, for example, is very cheap, you do only Facebook ads, and it might be enough just one channel, meaning Facebook ads, to convert. But in general, people use many channels, which means that there were some actions before the last channel, last touch point. So this model, this attribution model, ignores everything that happened before. And what happened before, it could be a series of emails, for example, that person received, but then for some reason he Googled and clicked on organic search and converted. So the whole credit, the whole 100% credit goes to organic channel and ignores emails that the person received. It could be newsletters, for example. He could have received newsletters every week for a month and then went directly to a website and converted, did not click on an email. So all of the conversion credit will go to direct because the person came directly to the website, and will ignore all the 4 new newsletters that the person received during the month. So you see how it creates a problem, because it kind of ignores the build up to a conversion and only focuses on the channel that closed the deal. Linear attribution, well, some say it's kind of a fear because it distributes credit evenly for all the channels, and it might sound like a good thing to distribute evenly, because if there were 5 channels, a person visited all of them, who's to say which channel is more important? On the other hand, it does ignore the influence and the timing of the channel. So it might have been that a person visited the website 3 weeks ago, saw an ad randomly or something, and then clicked on it and forgot about it, and then Google the business again of the product and then converted. So now both channels receive equal credit. However, the first one might just be a random click. Maybe user even forgot about that click and just sort of did the research again. So the first and the last channel was just organic search, for example, but the credit is divided equally. So it kind of ignores that timing, ignores, how many days before the person actually visited from one or the other channel, and ignores, or not ignores, but sort of treats equally all the channels, although it's not necessarily true. A little bit similar time decay attribution. It takes a time into consideration. So the closest the channel to a conversion, the more credit it receives. So for example, let's say someone visited from the social media your website, as I said before, 3 or 4 weeks ago, then about a week ago did a search, and then yesterday received an email, clicked on it and converted. So the email will receive most of the credits as being closed or conversion. Then the search will be somewhere closer, but still not, not the day before, not the same day. And then the social received the least amount of credit because it was, 4 or 5 weeks ago. So this kind of similar to the linear model, but sort of takes time into consideration as well. And in general, when GA had all these models and you can choose, the time decay was kind of a fear, because it kind of makes sense. You can't distribute credit evenly without knowing the timing, and this exactly influences the timing. Although it does devalue a little bit the early interactions, but at the same time, if those
those interactions happened a while ago, who's to say they deserve an equal amount of credit or credit at all? So this was, in my opinion, was sort of the most closer to user behavior, because that's how it goes. You may Google something, then after a couple of weeks, you may Google again, maybe you subscribe to a newsletter, then you click an email and you convert. And who's to say that the email is not the most important one in this case, because it contains something that actually pushed you to a conversion. So it does deserve a little bit more credit than, let's say, your initial search on organic or a visit from paid ad 2 weeks ago. So this was closer to the real situation, if I may. But GA4 disabled those models. They don't have it anymore. So they have only a few models, include data-driven and last touch point. So you can compare, but some of the other third-party tools might have time decay. So you can check against last or data-driven or first touch points and compare and see which channels maybe are closer to conversion time-wise, and double down on that. Now, U-shaped or position-based gives 40% to the first channel and 40% to the last channel, and then whatever is in the middle sort of distributes the remaining 20%. So in this case, there's only one channel, search, but if there were two channels, let's say search and Facebook ads, then both of them will get 10% each, but still the first channel will get 40% of credit and the last channel will get 40% as well. So this is sort of focuses on the first and the last touch point and sort of not ignores, but like a little bit devalues like the mid touch points. So it kind of focuses on, okay, so what channel was the initial touch point, because it's important to me, and which channel closed the deal. So it's like the two things are the most important to me, and then I'll give a little credit to the channels that were sort of in the middle. Although it's similar to the previous models, I think time decay is a little more accurate in that because it takes time into consideration. And the last model is a data-driven model, which is used in Google Analytics and is used in Google Ads as well, or you can switch to data-driven conversion attribution. What this means is just basically AI or machine learning distributes credit amongst the channels. So you might get 20% the first channel, then 48% of search, second channel, and the third channel or the last channel might get 32%. So the credit is distributed by machine learning. So this attribution, some argue that is the most accurate, and I suppose I tend to agree. Machine learning or AI came a long way from where it started and where it is now. We use a lot of bidding strategies that are based on machine learning as well, and they perform quite good in most cases. So the data-driven attribution model is good to understand the whole impact, so you don't have to choose whether it's the first or last. It kind of distributes the credit based on the impact on the conversion. So this is when you choose the data-driven attribution model in your Google Ads, you might see something like not a full conversion, like one conversion, but 0.5 or 0.2 or 1.5, which means that this keyword or campaign didn't drove the full conversion. It might have drove a full conversion and then a half. So it contributed to more than one conversion. That for some people, it might be confusing to see these kind of numbers like half a conversion, but it sort of distributes credit for all the keywords, and it helps you understand what might have impacted that conversion at the end of the day. But this model, since it does work on data, requires, data. It requires a lot of conversions, a lot of traffic to model correctly the attribution and sort of distribute the credits along different channels. So if you have few conversions, most likely you won't see either no difference comparing the attribution models, or you might see just weird numbers. So if you do have a lot of data, then you can model and see how it gets distributed to change to the data-driven attribution model. Or if you use other tools, you might just compare and see if the data-driven shows significant differences compared to, for example, the last touch points or time decay or even first touch point. So it depends a lot on what do you do with your marketing. And this is where it becomes a lot trickier. As I said before, you might have product that you heavily invest on Facebook ads or Google ads and not anything else. So there might not be a lot of different channels. You might just have like paid search and then direct, and then they will sort of battle for the credits. But for most part, if the product is not expensive and people don't need a lot of time to think, you might see that the last touch point is Google ads and people convert, and they convert on the same day. So there's not a lot of attribution happening. So you need to check what the data shows for your specific business. And this brings me to the last few final thoughts. Well, it might be confusing. As I said, you don't have to know it by heart. You don't have to understand each model down to the core of it. Just know that these different models exist, and the definition of most of it, what it means and how they distribute credit, that is more than enough enough because there is no perfect model. You can't select a model that is perfect for everyone. Obviously, it depends on the business, but what you can do is not about selecting a perfect model. It is about understanding direction. So it doesn't mean that if you select one model and it will be like this forever. It means that in a specific scenario for a business or even a specific period of time, this attribution was better because maybe you invest heavily on branding campaigns or top of the funnel campaigns. So the first touch point becomes important because you need to understand which channel introduce your business to the customer and what happened later. The other times, if you focus on the bottom of the funnel, on the specific keywords, high intent keywords, the last touch point might show different results. So it heavily depends on that. But what you have to do or have to understand about attribution is you have to take either built-in attribution in Google Ads, which we will talk about later, and GA4 as well, and third-party tools, is to compare the attribution and see if there's something that sort of catches your eye. Because if, for example, you rely on last touch points and then you compare models and then you see that, oh, the data-driven shows a lot more data and it shows campaigns that contribute more to the conversions that I thought they do. I thought that, for example, I don't know, Performance Max or YouTube or whatever does not convert for the last touch point, but it actually does when you switch to the data-driven model or first touch point. So it gives you additional insights of what might be working that you might have missed before. So now you have this information and you need to test it because the attribution is still modeled on your conversions and doesn't mean that the conversions will follow. It just means that, the data, the Google, the platform, whatever platform you use, things that YouTube campaigns, for example, contribute a lot to your conversions, but that does not necessarily mean it's true. So what you do is you test it. You invest in heavily again in those campaigns because I assume you pause them because you haven't seen any conversions as a last attribution. So you pause the campaigns and now you can renew the campaigns, spend a little bit more or longer and see if that impacts your bottom line. And by bottom line, I mean your revenue that you see on a backend system or in your accounts where you actually track the revenue. So if you do invest more heavily in the channel that has been shown by a different attribution model that actually contributes to conversion, then you need to see that as well. If you spend additional $5,000 in YouTube campaigns when data attribution model showed that YouTube campaigns have an impact, then you should see the result in your revenue. You should see increase in the revenue afterwards. So this is how you test the direction. As I said, it gives you a direction that, okay, it might work and contributes, or at least the data shows. So what you have to do is test that. And if it does, then you say, okay, so people do find us through YouTube campaigns, but they need, maybe search or additional touch points to convert. But YouTube is a key channel or campaign type that drives initial users, finds new users. So it does contribute to revenue. So that's how you need to approach the attribution and the whole modeling. It's not set and forget. It's not that you will select one model and that's it. You always test. You don't do it every month, obviously, but every year you should go back and check whether this or that model shows different data, and maybe it gives you ideas to test and find channels or campaign types that were undervalued or maybe overvalued with your current attribution model. Not many know, but Google Ads account has attribution models as well. Although they have two, it's just the last click and data driven. However, it is not as easy to find where to look at those reports, look at the attribution report. It's quite hidden. I'm not sure why it's done so, because it definitely requires you knowing exactly where to find it. So you have to go to tools, and then when you click on tools, you end up in the conversions immediately. So below you'll see measurement and you'll see attribution. If you click it, you'll go into attribution reports. The first interesting thing is to look at interactions and days. So this is, in a way, helps you understand whether you have some sort of attribution problem or maybe you don't. For example, if most of the purchases happen on the same day or like within 2 days and most of the interactions are one channel, then there isn't any attribution. For most part, you're just using one channel that drives all your sales. So there aren't any other channels involved for the Google to distribute the credits for other channels. However, there might be some things like people Googling or seeing ads on, let's say, Performance Max campaigns and then Googling your brand name. So there are two interactions on your ads because someone might have come in from Performance Max campaign, browsed the website and then left. And then, for example, remember the next day and then Googled your brand name and then, came to the website and then made a purchase. So there'll be two interactions on your ads. Two different campaigns had an impact, let's say, and then one campaign, the brand campaign, closed the deal and the Performance Max was the one that actually brought the customer. So there might be some attribution there, but it's mostly within the campaigns days rather than channel-wise. The first graph that we have is path analysis, right? So you have the interactions. And for example, here we see that one interaction is 50% of all the transactions, and the 2+ interactions is another 50%. So what it means is just basically half of the purchases or half the sales are one interaction. So people look for something, they Google probably, they click on the ad and they convert. And the other have more interactions. You might see something different on your brand. So this also, as I mentioned, an indication whether like how people behave in general when purchasing your products. There's another report that just a tab, but I included as an image on the right, which is days. And this is days to transaction. So this shows how many days people need to, well, make a decision to purchase something. So here we see 1 day or less, it's 62%, and then 2 days or more, it's 38%. So majority takes a day or less to decide. So it kind of reflects to the interaction as well, because half of the people come in and buy from like the first click, let's say, and it doesn't take them a lot to purchase something. And then there are half of users that have more visits, more interactions, and then it takes 2 or more days. That's 38%. In this case, there might be some attribution, both channel-wise and account-wise, or campaign-wise, and you can look further into the metrics, and we will do that to understand like how the users behave before making a purchase. If you go into and click just above where it's overview conversion path into path metrics, you'll see the interactions and the days transaction in sort of more detailed report. And you can see here, less than a day, it's 88 conversions, most of the conversions, and then you see like 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and then sometimes you might see a little uptick in like a week or more. So it means that some customers take a little while to transact. Now, you can choose the conversions that you're looking at. If you see the drop down that says conversion actions, at this point there are 3 selected, but you can select whichever one you want, especially if you have many conversions. Obviously start with sales, and then you can also select a look back window, like how many days back Google takes the data to sort of analyze the whole thing. The more the data, or the longer the look back period, the more data and the more you understand the behavior. But also have in mind that 90 days, for example, might be just too much depending on your product. Here we see a last click conversions, last click conversion value, and assisted conversions, right? So click and view assisted conversions. And here you see campaigns. I had to hide the campaign names, but you'll see your campaigns and then how many conversions that campaign drove as a last click and then as an assist, a view or click assist. Basically, this means that if the campaign is driving more of a last click conversions, it's basically a deal maker. So the users coming from those campaigns usually convert as soon as it was the last channel or the last campaign before they converted. If it is really an assisting one, for example, the third campaign, which had last click conversion 20, but assisting click and view assist 52. So this campaign is more of a like maybe middle of the funnel or maybe top of the funnel. So it kind of assists the conversion more than actually closes the conversion. So you have to keep in mind that most likely, if you look at the last click conversions, you might say, oh, it does not perform, but at the same time, it assists a lot more conversions than it closes. So by pausing it, you might hurt other campaigns. So you might just close that door that sort of invites people into your website. So you have to have that in mind. And this is why in general, the attribution exists to understand if there are campaigns that are not closing. Because if you look at the last click conversions, you'll see it's 20 and there's a cost associated with them. And you might say, hey, this is too expensive because it just costs too much and it's only 20 conversions looking at the last click. But then you look here and you see, oh, there's 52 assisted conversions, click or view. Although the value of those are not the same as the sort of closed ones. It doesn't mean that the 52 conversions happen because of that campaign. It's because other campaigns were involved as well. But in general, it contributed to these additional 32 conversions, and that sort of says something. So you have to credit that campaign somehow. And how you credit it actually depends on you, because it's really hard to measure like what was the exact impact, but it shows that it was an impact. So it impacted. So you can guess on a campaign time. For example, if it's a YouTube campaign, obviously it was the campaign that introduced the brand or the product for users. So if you remove that, you might end up getting lower conversions down the line because there are no new purchases are coming in. So that's how it impacts your bottom of the funnel campaigns, because it sort of drives new customers, fills the water in the bucket, and then it kind of flows down. So this is important to understand. And once you know that the campaigns are more of assisting ones, then you can adjust the budget, maybe increase the budget to see if it can get more assist conversions, and then the other campaigns close those conversions. So this is how you look at it. If you see that there's no click assist and the last click sucks, then the campaign doesn't do anything other than not close many deals and does not not provide any new additional customers. You can also look at conversion paths to understand how they behave. Remember, we looked at interactions. So a lot of interactions means people interacted with the campaign. So for example, here I have the keyword dimension, I have conversions, I have the look back window, which is default 30 days. And you see here there are keywords. So there's one keyword, but then there are keywords that's been searched. Third from the bottom, you see that there are two keywords. A person searched one keyword and then they searched again using a different keyword. So that's how you know behavior a bit differently. So they might search for one keyword, for example, then you might see a lot of brand keywords. So that shows how they behave in your instance, right? So they discover your brand through one keyword and then they still need another search for your brand to convert. The first campaign, which you see the most of the conversions, is probably not a keyword campaign. So it could be PMAX, could be YouTube. That's why there's nothing there. But if you change to dimension to campaign, you'll see those interactions as well. So you might see that, first a person seen a video or clicked from a YouTube campaign, and then, they Googled it and you see your brand campaign interacting as well, or maybe other campaigns as well, maybe like search campaign or shopping campaign. So this shows how they interact with your campaigns. Again, looking at the previous slide where we had like last click conversions and existing conversions. So these are quite similar because it shows like which campaigns were in the path. And again, you can use that insight to adjust the budgets, to pause the campaigns if they're not in there, or maybe to increase the budget and the exposure of some campaigns because they drive those new people that otherwise wouldn't find your brand. So all this information that you have in the account can help you understand which campaigns are driving assisted conversions, how many days it takes to user to convert, how many interaction does it take, and how people interact within the campaigns to understand which campaigns drive like the top of the funnel users that sort of find your brand, and which campaigns close the sale, close the deal. So you know how to distribute the budget. And that's the key of understanding how different campaigns or different channels in general, when we talk about distribution, are impacting sales. So we know that it takes a couple of interactions. We know that it takes maybe a couple of channels. And this is where in the Google Ads account, you can find the campaigns and the keywords that drive users at a specific stage. So you can reduce the budget or increase the budget for some campaigns, maybe pause some campaigns. So now you have a better understanding where the sale is coming from, because if you just look at the last click, what you have in the account, or data driven, you might miss some of the information. That will help you to make a better decision and optimize your campaigns. You can also find attribution in your Google Analytics 4 account. It's a lot easier to find than in Google Ads. All you have to do is click the last icon on your left menu and select, attribution paths or attribution models and check out the report. So let's start with attribution paths. So what you see initially is a little more detailed report than we have in Google Ads, because Google Ads is mostly for, Google Ads. So this involves more channels because Google Analytics measures all traffic that's coming into your website from many different channels. So here you have early touch points, mid touch points, and late touch points. You can select which conversions to measure. You can select all conversions, but obviously start with the most important ones. I assume purchase. Select that only in the drop down above the reports, and then you'll go into analyzing all different touch points and what channels bring what. So on the early touch points, you see paid search, cross network, organic shopping, and there's not a lot of sort of volume, right? And then it increases a little bit to mid touch points and the late touch points. This is where the most action happens. As you can see, the graphs are way bigger. And then you can see the channels, which paid search is in all touch points, which again is an important insight, because it's not only, bringing new customers at the beginning, like top of the funnel, or closing the deals. It involves sort of the full funnel throughout all of the journey of the user, right? From the beginning to the end. You can see it increases towards the end, which is quite common to see. Of course, depending on the products, you might see a lot of traffic or sales coming in from paid search, and then maybe different channels closing it. For example, email, depending on how you operate in the business. For example, if you collect a lot of leads and then you sell via email, so you might see different distribution. But here, paid search has some impact on early touch points. You can have your, YouTube, PMAX, or demand gen campaigns that sort of attract those new unaware users. Then it also is in the mid touch point. And then of course, a lot of them is the late touch point where people just convert. It also depends on like how many interactions and how many days to transaction is needed for people to convert. You see additional channels popping up. So in the mid touch points, you see email coming up, and and then email is growing a little bigger to the latest touch points. And you can see organic search sort of growing in impact as well. It's going from basically nothing to a fourth channel. And then you can also see the cross network, which is, in this case, I think I'm not mistaken, this is performance max campaigns. It can be, other sort of display, demand gen and stuff campaigns. So you can select a different view. You can just look at the campaigns, but here are channels or default channel grouping, as you can see from the small drop down just above the tabs where it says early touch points and mid touch points. So you can select how you see the report. But now I see that, most of the campaigns, most of the paid campaigns sort of have the biggest impact on the later touch points, which is, as you can see, 72%. And then they have some in the mid and early touch points. Then if you scroll down, you see how exactly people interact. And you can see the channel, and then you'll see like X20 or X2 or whatever. So for example, you have direct, and then you see, key events in this case. And in GA, it's key events, not conversions, but, key events are conversions basically. So you can see, 106 conversions, and you see paid search contributed just like one channel, contributed 68 conversions. And then you see something like paid search times 20, which means there were 20 interactions like within that channel, and it drove 45. Then you see cross network, again, paid search times 2, times 3, times 6. So there are different interactions and different interactions within the paid channel, and different number of interactions that users took, and then how many key events or conversions it ended up driving. As you can see, there's a drop down that says primary channel. So this displays, attribution paths by primary channel, but you can select by campaign, by keywords, and a bunch of different stuff that is in there. So you can check each of them and see if it gives additional insights, and maybe like drill down into campaigns or keywords and try to understand how people interact within those channels, or how many channels in total there are. GA4 also has, well, basically two models. It used to have more models, but it has last click and then data driven, quite similar to Google Ads, although they work a bit differently. Obviously, Google Ads is more biased towards Google Ads, and GA4 is, well, sort of biased to GA4. But here you can see as well, you can change what your rows display. So again, we have a primary channel group, and we can choose campaigns and other data. So we see that paid search compared to last click and data driven, we don't see a lot of differences. We see a little bit less conversions for the data driven one. We see the same for direct, which is usually the case. Then we see cross network, which, as I mentioned, it's most likely PMAX. And we see that it's a little bit better with data driven. And since the PMAX is sort of based on AI and the whole algorithm, it kind of makes sense that the data driven model shows a little bit more conversions. But this is something that you should take with a grain of salt, because again, first of all, GA4 and Google Ads and PMAX are products of the same company, and the PMAX is again operated by AI for most part and all the machine learning. So it might make sense to Google to say that the data-driven model shows better results for you to be in a data-driven model and use that campaign. So you have to sort of always filter out that information that you see in any platform, not necessarily for Google Analytics. But if the differences are really big, and in this case it's almost the same, right? But if the differences are really big for paid campaigns or PMAX or other channels, you have to dig in deeper to understand what makes it that different. Then we see organic search, which is pretty much the same, and email, it's sort of a data-driven one, because the email, as we've seen, it has some of the value or credit, get some credit in the early touch points, mid touch points, it increases a bit higher, and the later touch points as well. So since there are more touch points involved, so the data-driven model might give more credit to email because of where it is in the user's journey, and email still is quite, well, probably the best converting channel either way. So it might give more credit, although it seems it's 7 conversions. But if you compare percentage, that's, well, 30% more. So, if the numbers were higher, 30% is quite a lot, right? So if you look at last click and email, and then you look at the data driven, you'll see that the email is maybe undervalued when looking at the last click, and it could be overvalued looking at the data driven, but you have to double check. And then you have paid shopping, which again is maybe undervalued a little bit with the last click attribution, because it could drive people that are in the mid touch points. So this gives you information of like which channels might be undervalued or overvalued. So this does not mean that, for example, if you go to data driven and you look at email and you'll get additional 30% or additional 7 conversions as a fact, right? As 100%. It just shows that email is worth a little bit more or gets more credit with that model. So it shows that it might be overvalued if you just look at last click, right? So it plays a role in the user's journey more than it just last click. So people get an email, they click, they buy. So this gives you a better understanding of like how people behave. And if you see a big discrepancy between the last click and the data-driven attribution models, or any models in general, and we'll talk about the third party as well, if you see a big discrepancy, then you can adjust and test. Now, the key here is not to rely on a model specifically, is to notice the insights and act upon it, which means that if you notice that some of the channels are undervalued, then you can see data-driven models says, okay, so the email is undervalued as a last click, which means that it brings more value to my company than I thought it does. So now let's push the email. Maybe let's send more emails, or let's write better emails. Let's test emails. Let's collect emails. Like, let's do these actions because it could drive additional conversion, because that's what data-driven model shows. Once you do that, you get back and you check again. Now, first of all, you have to fill in your bank account. As I always say, that the reports and attribution and everything is great, but do you feel it in your bank account? And that's the important metric. Sometimes with big businesses, it's really hard to feel that because there are other factors as well. For smaller ones, it's a bit easier because, for example, if we take that email again, you're sending email, let's say once a week, or you don't collect your emails on a website, for example, you don't offer any like gifts or whatever, or any other incentives. And then you see that, oh, you know what? If I would involve the email more, maybe I'd get more conversions, because that's what one of the models says. So let's do that. And you do that, you update the email text, you're sending more emails, you collect more emails on the website, and so on and so forth. And then after a month or two, or however long it takes, you feel that there are more sales coming in. Like, literally, you feel it. You package more goods, you send more goods. Their bank account sees that as well, so there's more revenue coming in. And then you can actually compare as well if that impacted, because you not necessarily might see it on like an email line, so you might not see last click conversions, but the other channels might feel that. So the email will contribute to other channels. So that's how you look at the attribution model. You find the insight to find big differences where you might be undervaluing a campaign, for example, or a channel, right? And then you think, oh, you know what? It's not bringing any money. But actually, it does impact other channels. It is on the user's journey somewhere, and it has a big impact. And that's what different attribution models show you. Like, where in a touch point, a specific channel or a specific campaign impacts the user so much that the later channels just get their job done easier because of that. And that's how the attribution works. And once you find it, you have to test. It's not like, oh, it works and just leave it. Sure, sometimes you just unpause a campaign. You pause because last click didn't show anything, and then you look at the J4 or Google reports or third-party reports, and then you see, oh, actually, help drive conversions. So you unpause it, and that might be enough. But even then, you kind of test it, right? So no matter what you use as attribution, there will be an insight, and then it has to be an action plan or an action in general. Something you do after that. Otherwise, it just becomes a simple report that you just look for fun. So take everything with a grain of salt. Make sure you have the insights. That's important. And make sure that afterwards there is an action that you do, and then you test and then come back and see if that actually helped your bank account. Let's talk about a few tools that you might want to use for your attribution needs. All of them are paid, and they are, fairly expensive. So only use if you think you might be missing some data and you overvalue or undervalue some of your campaigns or channels. One of the signs can be a big mismatch of conversions in your Google Ads account and your system, your backend system where you see your actual conversions. Then it might be a sign that other channels have a big impact on conversions, and you need to figure out which channels. Okay, let's go. Northbeam is an e-commerce analytics platform offering pixel-based measurement and attribution. So it uses machine learning to ingest data and then stitch together customer journeys, allowing you to see both single and multi-touch attribution models. Some pros, they have different attribution models, including clicks only and clicks and views. So it's different from the rest of them, and they provide, additional insights. They also use machine learning that enhances the accuracy of the customer journey mapping. You can also exclude direct, organic search, paid brand search, and or email, SMS touchpoints for better understanding what actually impacts your conversions. It's more of an expensive site, so it's suitable for businesses that do a lot of advertising, basically. And it does offer detailed dashboards and performance analysis. Some of the cons, as I mentioned, it's quite expensive, so the price starts at $400 a month. And for many small businesses, it might be way too expensive. Also, some users report a big learning curve due to how the platform is complex. It has limited offline conversion tracking, and it also may require significant volume of data for optimal performance. So that's why it's suitable for big companies doing a lot of online advertising. There's also integration with other platforms. Next one is Triple Whale. Triple Whale is a comprehensive analytics and attribution platform as well, but it is tailored more to Shopify stores. It offers a user-friendly dashboards, first-party pixel tracking, and again, AI-powered insights to help e-commerce businesses optimize their marketing efforts. Now, this all sounds pretty good. Some of the pros, as I mentioned, it's mostly for Shopify, so it integrates seamlessly with that platform. It does provide clear and actionable insights, as many of them have an AI-featured assistant. It also offers some tools for creative analysis, and what it's cool, it supports cohort analysis to understand customer behavior over time. Because it's mostly for Shopify users, it is also limited in that sense. Some users report inconsistencies with the data attribution. Advanced features may require higher paid plans, and it might not be that effective with the businesses with complex sales funnels. Customer support response time varies, so have that in mind. Cometly or Cometly. Cometly is a marketing attribution software that provides real-time tracking of marketing sources, analytics, and your conversion syncing. It allows marketers to track every touch point with 100% accuracy, at least that's what they claim, and offers various attribution models, including talk about first click, last click, the classic ones, linear, and time decay. Real-time data tracking, it's pretty cool. Also, no-code simplifies implementation. It integrates with the very popular tools like Salesforce and HubSpot. It also offers, multiple attribution models for better analysis, and the user interface is quite friendly. Some of the cons, they do have limited customization options for reports. They also might lack some features needed for non-SaaS businesses. You might not find all the pricing details on the website. These segmentation capabilities are, basic, or at least for some users, and they also lack a little bit of integration with some of the platforms that can be improved. Another tool, maybe less known, is Wicked Reports. It's also multi-touch marketing attribution software for agencies, both B2B or e-commerce brands. It uses clicks. It uses also CRM data and sales data to stitch customer journeys from your first click to a conversion and apply the whole multi-touch attribution. So the pros, it tracks multi-channel clicks and reports them against identified leads and sales. This is cool. Attributes customer lifetime value back to the top of the funnel lead conversion. So this is important for some of the B2B customers where the lead is coming from. It automatically detects subscription recurring revenue and attributes back to deserving cross-channel clicks, which is also pretty cool in terms of SaaS business. Provides tools to optimize marketing campaigns based on performance data, and also offers cohort analysis and spend optimization features. Cons, although cheaper than the Northbeam, it's still quite expensive. It starts about $300 a month. Some features might not be as useful as they seem to be. It also has limited offline conversion tracking capabilities, which is a big one for me, for example. There is certain complexity integrated with certain CRMs, and the customer support response time can vary as well. Moving on to Segment Stream. Segment Stream, as they claim, offers a beyond cookie attribution tool that takes a detailed look at your marketing data using machine learning to offer precise attribution. It analyzes hundreds of data points from impressions, clicks, and also your important CRM details to user behavior on your websites. And the goal is to basically understand the real data and understand what channel or what campaign influences your revenue. Cool one, it does provide beyond cookie attribution using machine learning, so that's definitely a good one. It also analyzes a wide range of data points for even more comprehensive insights. It does have pretty detailed dashboards for performance analysis. It is suitable for businesses seeking advanced attribution modeling, and it helps in understanding the real influence of each channel and campaign on revenue. Cons, it may require significant data volume for optimal performance as attribution goes. Pricing can be confusing on the website. There might be a learning curve due to how the platform is complex. You might not see all the integration with certain ad platforms, so this can be a downside for you. And it also does have a limited offline conversion tracking. The last one is high-ROI, which is pretty well known, I suppose. It's also an advanced AI-driven ad tracking and attribution platform, and it does require substantial ad spend, so you need a lot of traffic. It does offer multiple attribution touchpoints, real-time tracking, and customizable reporting and dashboards to optimize your performance. Pros, it provides detailed insights into customer journeys, enhancing decision-making, reduces wasted ad spend by identifying identifying high-performing campaigns, supports server-side tracking, which improves data accuracy, and it integrates with a lot of ad platforms and marketing tools, and it's quite customizable to fit different business models. The downsides are somewhat similar to other platforms as well. The pricing might be a little high for small businesses. Setup can be complex. There might be a steep learning curve for those that are unfamiliar with advanced analytics. Now, as you can see, all platforms are different, and remember that all platforms do evolve. So by the time you watch this, some of the cons or some of the pros might disappear. So always do your own research. Also, it does depend a lot on the business and the business model, but there are a few things you can consider. So first of all, always check which platforms they integrate with. This is quite important for you as well because it will just make things easier. How complex is the setup itself? Does it require a developer or additional resources? How much time do you need to do that? And so on and so forth. What attribution models do they have? If you have a particular interest in attribution models, make sure they actually have it. And if they don't have it, again, be aware that they don't have a specific attribution model. How the pricing scales, although for most part, sometimes the price is confusing, sometimes it scales with your spend, but make sure you understand if the price goes up with revenue or traffic or adding additional features. Also, quite important is to know if you can push the data back from the attribution platform to your ads platform. Let's say Google Ads, maybe Google Analytics or Meta or whatever. So make sure you know that. And I would advise to talk to 2-3 different platforms. You can talk to all of them if you have time, but they're different at the same time. They are quite similar. The tech might be different, how they track, how they stitch conversions, how the pixel works, and what kind of reports they have or the reports they don't have, the attribution models. In general, it's really specific to each business. So to pick one or two, the best ones, is really hard. I would suppose the budget is quite an important one to understand how much it will cost you. And of course, to understand in general if you need the attribution platform, if you have that problem. But talk to as many as you can. Make sure you understand what are you getting for your money. Make sure you understand what actually is in the platform, whether the results are accurate, who uses the platform, and whether they have customers from your specific business niche. I'm sure you'll think of more questions that I have right here. But in my opinion, these are, general ones, or at least in my opinion, it's quite important ones. Now let's take a look at one of the platforms I used. It's called high-ROI. This is what you can see. It's the sort of initial dashboard, and I can create a bunch of reports. And you can see here there is, last click and first click, scientific, which is sort of AI driven, and then you have linear fractional and depreciation and so on and so forth. So different models can have different names. Just try to understand what they actually do before using them and actually then applying the learnings to your campaigns. So they have a bunch of stuff that might be helpful for you or might be useless depending on the business you have. But this is how it more or less looks. So you see the total revenue, you see cost, you see leads and sales. So you can click around to understand how the data is tracked. Of course, make sure to compare to your backend system and see if that matches, if all the sales are tracked, and if not, then you have to write to them or call them and ask what can be done to sort of increase the data accuracy. So here you see the dashboard of all the sources. We see organic source. I had to hide the campaign names, but you see the cost here, you see total revenue, and then you see profit and net profit and all of the metrics. So it's quite clear which campaigns or sources are making money and which are not. So this is the last click report. You can switch to first click report and sort of compare if the numbers are different, and that's how you understand whether there's an attribution problem. The most interesting columns are these. You can see the reported revenue and then reported versus revenue. Now, a positive value means that the ad platform is underreporting, and high-ROI attribution, or high-ROI in general, managed to capture additional sales. A negative value means that the ad platform might be over-reporting and tracking additional sales that belong to a different ad or a different ad platform or different source altogether. So this is a great way to see what is happening and how your campaigns are performing and where you should put your focus on, which campaigns are more important and which channels may be driving revenue, maybe underreporting, maybe over-reporting, and where high-ROI managed to record additional sales. This is one of the first things I check when I look at the high-ROI account. What also is really cool, and that's what I talked about, how platforms integrate into ad channels as well. I think high-ROI has also a Chrome extension, but what I like is that it can also integrate and push data back to your Google Ads account, and you can enable or create additional column that shows only purchases from high-ROI, and then you can enable that column, and then you can see how your campaigns perform in terms of specific high-ROI purchase or using their pixel and sort of their model. So here we have the conversions from Google Ads native pixel, and then we have high-ROI here. As you can see here, this campaign is sort of undervalued in Google Ads because high-ROI shows more conversions. Then we also see that this campaign is overvalued because at this point there are 3 conversions reported by Google and only sort of 2 conversions reported by high-ROI. And again here, so the numbers might be different. It's not a long period, maybe it's a couple of weeks, but the more data you get, the more accurate it becomes. And at some point, you might just not look at the conversions, but look at high-ROI conversions, or use that in the bidding to make better decisions or train your smart bidding on different data. So not on the Google Ads conversion pixel, but on high-ROI purchase. This makes campaigns more precise. If, of course, your high-ROI attribution or high-ROI purchases show an increase in revenue after you look at it, right? So for example, if I see here that this campaign is undervalued, then I can increase the budget. I can, add more keywords or whatever the campaign is. And if that results in more revenue down the line, which means that the high-ROI reporting was more accurate than Google, and vice versa, if I see that this is overvalued, so I can say that, okay, so this is a shopping campaign, after a while, of course, it's just 2-3 purchases, but after a while, I can go in and say that if still high-ROI reports lower conversion numbers than the Google Ads campaign shows, I can reduce the budget, maybe sort of push back and see whether that impacts the revenue at the end of the day, right? So because I can reduce the budget, so my spend goes down, and if the revenue is the same, which means that the high-ROI reporting was more accurate and I was overspending, and when the budget is reduced, my ROI gets better, and I can allocate that additional budget which I spend by reducing it for this campaign to move it to the top one, the search campaign, or maybe Performance Max, because it shows that it's also a little bit undervalued looking at Google Ads conversion pixel. So this is why it's important that you see the data together. You see how your default pixels perform, whether it's Google Ads, Facebook, or GA4, and then you can compare it to your attribution platform's performance and then see where the mismatch is and then sort of take actions when needed. So it might be in the platform itself where you compare, it might be through extension, or it might be, as in high-ROI case, it's in conversion that was created and imported, and a custom column that was created to report just this conversion. And I can clearly see which campaigns perform better or worse, or at least that's a hypothesis, and I can test it by taking actions, reducing budget or changing something in campaign and so on and so forth. So this is how you act upon insights from your attribution platform, and hopefully that drives better results. So you either save money on the campaigns that are overvalued by default reporting, or you increase or double down on the campaigns that were undervalued and actually do drive revenue, drive conversion. So both ways work, and both ways help you scale better and specifically scale more profitably because you act on more data. Why you would need a server-side tagging? I have to admit that this is not for all. If your account is small or the business is small, you're just starting out, I don't think you should care about server-side tagging, although it can improve things. But at the end of the day, you might just spend too much time and pay for, with Priders monthly, that you will get a lot less from the server-side tagging than you would do without it. With that in mind, let's see why it matters in general. Well, first of all, it sort of bypasses the blockers, right? It tracks users even when the browser extensions or ad blockers block G4 and other ad scripts. That's why it improves accuracy. So it usually recovers about 10 to 30% of conversions that would have been lost with the client-side tracking. It also reduces the inflated number of new users because the server-side tagging or first-page data allows to set the cookies a year and even longer, because for some of the browsers, the expiration date is 7 days, and it also varies. So if the user is coming to a site again after the period when the cookie expired, it is tracked as a new user, in which case the number is inflated. Well, this is important if you do some of the top-of-the-funnel campaigns, and you need to understand if the users were on the site before, and if these are just new users who have never interacted with your brand. So the number can be inflated and your decision can be wrong. Due to how it tracks and recovers lost traffic and lost conversions, it also boosts Google Ads performance as well. More conversions is a lot better for smart bidding because, as we know, smart bidding learns on conversions and improves your campaigns. And as mentioned before, it has a longer cookie lifespan, so that's why recover some traffic. For example, you have a 7-day cap in Safari. So it's a really short period, 7 days to have a cookie. It's really short, and that's why you see more new users than there actually are. It does enhance privacy control. You decide what data to send, basically, and it improves page speeds in most cases because there's less JavaScript on the websites and faster load times and higher conversion rates. If you look at numbers, although it may vary depending on your business and the country and everything else, but in general, people tend to see an uplift in conversions or tracked conversions from 8 to 35%. If we talk about just Google Ads, people see from 12 to 33% more conversions. If you're using enhanced conversions as well. And on Google enhanced conversions alone, people see from 5 to 17% uplift. If you look at the Pixum case study, they've seen 11% total increase in tracked orders, with Safari alone showing 35% uplift. Cost per lead is down, of course, because you track more conversions. The numbers are higher and the spend is the same. So the conversions rates are up and the cost per conversion is usually down. And in general, we have about 15 to 35% of traffic or conversions that are typically missed by client-side tracking and are sort of recovered by server-side tracking. So these are the numbers in general from the internet, from case studies, from clients, and so on and so forth. Again, your numbers can be different, but this is somewhat what you could expect. So if you don't have conversions at all, so the first thing you do, just run campaigns and get the conversions, because having the server-side tracking from day one might not help a lot. You need to get conversions to understand if the campaigns are working and then sort of move on to the next step if you want to track more conversions with the server-side tracking. Now let's review some of the server-side tracking vendors or providers. First up is Stape.io. It's a simple tool. I've used it. It looks quite easy to understand. So definitely one of the few that I would recommend to use, along with Taggers, which we'll talk about later. They have a free plan, which is cool, and you can just sign up and test it. It includes about 10,000 requests per month, which is more than enough for most small businesses. They have paid plans, or all of them do have paid plans, and they start about $20 a month for 500,000 requests, which is a lot, right? So it should cover most of the companies will accept the really large ones. So the pros, well, as I mentioned, the setup process is pretty easy. You'd have affordable pricing with a free plan, so this is really good for small businesses, and they do have quite good customer support. The only con, I would say, is the advanced features. For example, like multi-domain support require higher tier plans, which is normal because you get a free plan with a significant amount of requests, and then if you want advanced features, of course, you have to pay. Then we have Taggers, which is quite similar to Stape.io. So Taggers has also a free plan, again up to 10,000 requests, and they also have a paid plans which start about 22 euros a month for 750,000 requests, a little bit more than the Stape.io, so it's a little bit more affordable, again mostly for small businesses, small to medium maybe. The pros are similar to Stape. They're quite easy to integrate with the various platforms. We have built-in integrations, and we're gonna be doing server-side tracking with Taggers actually later in the next video. And they have documentation, they have great support, they offer GDPR and HIPAA compliance, so they're pretty good. However, they do lack some of the advanced features that you may find in more expensive platforms. But if you have a more robust tracking setup, big companies, corporate companies, you might find this tool way too simple. Now, I'm including Conversios, which is a Shopify app, so obviously it is dedicated to Shopify users and will not work anywhere else. It offers a free plan with 20,000 requests per month, and the paid plan starts about $50 per month for 400,000 requests. So the pricing is similar to with most of the tools. Some of them more expensive, some of them a little bit cheaper. Of course, the pros are tailored for Shopify users. So if you operate with the Shopify store, this app might be for you. It does simplify setup, especially GA4. Cons, obviously, if you don't have a Shopify store, this is not for you, and they do have limited customization options. And sort of more powerful and more expensive is Gentis. It's quite advanced, so obviously you not only need a bigger wallet because it doesn't have a free plan and it starts from 500 per month. You also need implementation team, some developers, so it's a bit more complicated platform, obviously designed for larger clients. They do have advanced data governance and compliance features, which is natural, and they are suitable for businesses with a lot more complex data needs. Of course, the biggest con is the pricing. As you've seen, is almost 10 times more expensive than the previous solution. So obviously this is not for small businesses. This is for like corporate big businesses that, again, have complex data implementations, complex tracking, and they need, well, complex solution to handle that. And additionally, you need the team and expertise to maintain and implement that, the whole system. Now, these tools, of course, you can find more tools, and these are just the ones I found. I'm sort of heard about them. I'm familiar with them. We'll be using taggers as an example how to set up tracking. In general, you can Google, you can compare. I would advise, of course, if you're on your own, if you're small businesses and you're implementing it, of course, I would advise to stay with the solutions that are tailored for small businesses, because they will have integrations, they will be cheap, they will have free plans, so there's a lot of testing, and you can just test it for free and see how it goes. If you have a team that does implementation, maybe, and of course the budget, maybe you can move on to more sort of corporate tools. But in general, if you're the one implementing, that I would look out for easy integration with other platforms like Google Ads, G4, Facebook, PrestaShop, Shopify, or whatever. I would also check if they have compliance like GDPR. It's easy setup, easy switch, easy on and off. And of course, I would look like how, since most of them have free plans, so just sign up and check how the whole thing looks, and if it's easy to set up, manage, maintain. That would be the 3 points that I would look in the tool if I want to get it. This is I'm looking for my own perspective, because I'm doing the implementation, so I need the ease of use, integrations, free plan to check them out and test them. If you have a team of developers that are ready to go and have the knowledge of how to implement, some of the tools might be too simple. On the other hand, sometimes all you need is just a server-side tracking without the complicated implementation. So go ahead, try the free tools, choose the one you like the most. They all provide similar results, because you will be tracking your conversions through your own first-party data. Now we have to set up your clients in your Tag Manager server account. This is needed to process the data that being sent to your server. And then you can send that data to J4, to Google Ads, or basically wherever you want. So the first thing you have to do is make sure that J4 is already there. And when you create the server GTM, it will already be there. So just check whether it's there, just click on it, and we'll just input your details. So you can leave this untouched. You have to enable this, or at least I enable it. The only exception is the enable region-specific settings. Now this can be changed, but you have to adjust some settings in the taggers account. So if you go into taggers and click on enrich, you'll see the data enricher. And if you click and activate here, you'll be able to use, although not straight away, but you'll be able to use additional information that will be sent here. There are documentation how you can set it up by taggers themselves. So if you just enable those, it will not work, but this is where the things can be done. So enable specific type of regional settings, but you don't have to do it right now. And then here we have to add our measurement ID. So we go to analytics and find our measurement ID, which is here. Go back to GTM and add it here. You can create a constant variable, so you don't have to copy and paste all the time. Let's just do that. We need to select constant, just input and call ID. That's it. So now we have this. And well, we don't need this anymore. So I can reuse that at any time in different tags, so it's quite convenient. So once you enter your measurement ID, you don't need to do anything else. Just click save. The second client is the Google Tag Manager. So it's your tag manager you had before. So the web tag manager, just called GTM. All you need is to provide a container. You can also create a constant. Let me just copy here. So this is your container ID. Let's go back to manager. Let's create a constant for this as well. Constant variable GTM ID. Save. We don't need to do that here as well. Click save. So this GTM tag is needed to sort of work with your web container or respond to requests. And what that basically means is that now the request will be sent from your server. Well, not from your, but you set it up through taggers, but from your domain, right? From your domain and not Google's domain. So that's what makes the difference. Basically, these two are needed to, well, make the things work. So GA4 and GTM as clients are the minimum that are needed, and you just have to set it up and it will work. So now we have everything that we need in the GTM, but there is one thing we skipped, and that is placing a new sort of GTM code. So in your Taggers account, go back to Optimize and click on Enhanced Tracking Script. You have to take your web container from your sort of old or web container. So this is the tag, paste it here. Now I'll give you the head code and body code. So copy that. Depending on what platform you use, I use WordPress. So you can go to Parents, Theme Editor, and find your header and just place above the body. And as you can see, now it doesn't use Google link or Google JavaScript. It uses my subdomain, the one we created before. And that is how it sort of bypasses some of the blockers. And let's paste the body one. So this was just under the head tag, and this will go under body. And we'll place the second one here. Now we'll update the file. Of course, don't forget to publish the container itself. So now we have the GTM, the new GTM script added where it has your domain or subdomain instead of Google's. We need to go back to the previous tag manager. Here it is, and then sort of update the tags that it uses your server instead of Google. But let's find all pages. There we go. It's conversion linker. We have Google tag. There we go. So we need to update it to update a little bit configuration settings so it uses the new created subdomain. And what you need to add is just server container URL. This is what we need to add here. And the value is your new domain name, which you will find right here. Let me just go to settings. This is what we have to add. So again, we use the variable, the constant variable that we can create. It's constant, and we'll use the whole thing here. Let's say subdomain, server subdomain. You can name it whatever you want. Let's click save. So now that's it. That's all you have to do. Just name the parameter of the server container URL and then add your subdomain. Click save, publish the updates. You'll have to do that for all the tags that you want to work there. Let me see domain, server subdomain. To your main tags that, main GA4 or Google tag in general, depending on which one you use. So you will need to update all the events that you send to GA4 or through GA4. So in each event that you send, you need to go here. You first create new variable because we can reuse that. This is GTM event settings. We'll add the same server container URL and again create variable. I think I have the variable right here somewhere, created server subdomain right here. We have the settings. We can save this one and we can reuse later. So just save the tags. Save the tags, submit again to push live. And once you do that for a couple of the events, like I did here, you updated the main tag, then, a couple of the events, you can just go in here and submit or go in here and click the preview. Once you submitted everything live, you click the preview and you should be able to see things in action. So now you need to browse here. This is my homepage and I just refreshed it and see if everything works. There you go. We see a page view. Now you see this weird collection of symbols. Basically, it doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest, but this is the request. This is like how it looks. So it means it works. You see this page view and you see that it's client is G4 that we created before, the whole ID, and it's basically it collects the data right now. You see some variables, right? Event name, page view, GA4 measurement ID, GTM ID, and so on and so forth. And of course you see some of the event data. So it looks a bit different than your regular GTM container, but it just means that it's working because it's sending requests. So don't forget to go through all of your GA4 tags and update the settings as I showed you before. After you do that, you hit publish and you can see, test, you visit your website and you'll see some requests. However, they are being sent to the server GTM, but not sent to your GA4. And for this reason, we need to create a tag. So before we go into creating a tag, let's create a trigger first. Click new and then select custom, click some events and then find client name. If you don't see here client name, choose a built-in variable and you'll see here client name and then select equals GA4. Name the tag, click save. So now we have the trigger and then we create a tag. Click new, Google Analytics events, select your measurement ID. I have it as a constant variable, which is here, and then let's name it events, And then let's move to trigger, which we just created, client G4. So it will basically, what it means is basically it will sort of clone the events that are happening in your web container right here for G4, and will copy the whole, event parameters and use the event parameter names and sort of copy and trigger on the same events and send that data to G4. Let's click save. So once you have created a tag, don't forget to submit the changes, G4 events. I know I have an event here, email subscriber as well, that is triggering an event. So I visited your URL right here, and you can see here that there is an event email subscriber that it's sending. And I can see the variables, I can see the event name, so it is working now. The events are being sent to G4. Since I don't have a lot of GA4 events, just email subscriber purchase, I've tested email subscriber. I know it's working. We can check the event data. We see the event name. We see the request coming in, client ID, all the information that you need. So it is working. It is sending data to GA4. So if you have more tags, make sure to check, make sure to debug, which means that basically going to enabling preview mode and then just basically going on your website, clicking on a buttons and see if that information appears right here and that is being captured by your server GTM, right? After you do that, then which means that it's working, you can check the GA4 as well after a while, or just use live preview, or use the debug in GA4 as well. Now, if you have a lot of Google Ads conversion events, like I'm here, I have Google Ads, email subscriber the same way I have in GA4. This is done basically exactly like you do in your old GTM setup. So let's look at this. I think this is Google Ads, right? So what you'll need to do. So you'll need conversion ID and conversion label, right? So you can get that from your Google Ads account. But you'll need to create that in this tag manager as well. So let's click new. It's Google Ads. See the same thing, conversion tracking. You have, conversion ID that I just copied. You can create it as a constant variable. Then we have a label. Let's use conversion, Google Ads. And I think this one is email subscriber. And we'll need to create a trigger. And the trigger for us is a custom event. Event name, email subscriber. It's email subscriber. That is our trigger. Let's click save and submit. Subscriber. Let's hit publish. I have the URL here. Let's just refresh it and let's see if that, okay, and give email subscriber. This is the event. Okay, here we go. Same end tag. There we go. The two tags are fired. Of course, the GA4 events and our conversion, Google Ads conversion, basically. Don't forget to create conversion linker as well. As you can see, they have it here too. And just you can trigger on all page views, on all pages or client. It's up to you. Conversion linker. Let's hit save. And you just publish. So if you have more conversions, more Google Ads conversions in your regular web container, you have to move them to your server container. Of course, you have to create the trigger the same way I did it for my email subscriber, because it is a custom event and it is a trigger for my existing tag right here. Because I have to create a new tag, I have to create a trigger as well. Other than that, they look similar. Of course, you can push value if you need to. This is just a simple email subscriber, provide additional data, and of course recheck your GA4 events if there are any additional or like separate conversions, like GA4 purchase or just a different event that you're sending, like a form submit. You need to create that as well. So this is your basic setup. You can use that to create more tags, and then of course after created the tags in the old container or web container, you have to move them here as well. After creating everything, just don't forget to submit and don't forget to debug, to click preview mode and browse your website. I mean, don't have to do it. It works a bit differently, as you notice that you don't enter URL. So all you have to do is just go to your website and it will show the page. So don't forget to test it. And once you test it, don't forget to come tomorrow to the GA4 and check if their events were recorded, your test events, or just use the GA4 debugger. So that's that. You have everything you need to set up your server side tracking. Each business is different, and whatever you measure, it kind of depends on you, on your business, on your business goals, on basically how you calculate your value coming from Google Ads or from any other paid channel. So this is the key. In the beginning, we talked about what is the sort of bare minimum, in what direction you should go, right? Sort of measurement maturity, if you will. So we had a click on one side, and then we have a bare minimum of a conversion. So any action that you deem important to your business, or an action which is basically beyond just a click or a page visit, because, well, those two don't really matter that much. And then we have revenue, which is a stronger signal because it indicates that someone actually purchased something or paid money to you, which is great. And then we have profit, right? This is something that you already earned, removing all the taxes and salaries and cost of goods and whatnot, right? Everything that costs you basically, and what you left is profit. So measuring profit from any channel, including Google Ads, is really important, because basically that's how you know if the money you spend actually return to you in the form of profit. So when we have ROAS bidding in Google Ads, it is great. However, it does not account to some of the important things, right? Cost of goods, shipping, packaging, handling, transaction fees, or any other costs you might incur while selling something. You also can include salaries if you want, or office rent, or storage space rent. It doesn't matter. But the revenue, or ROAS in this case, when we use revenue for bidding, does not account for additional costs that might change how your campaigns are performing, or might change how you look at the channel, because you might get a decent ROAS, but if you look at profits, it might be a different picture. So for example, if you have a television, a brand new TV that costs $1,500, your margins are usually low on these kind of products. So let's say it's 10%, so you get $150 in profit when you sell one. And if you spend $150 to sell that TV on ads, well, your ROAS is 10. However, profit is 0. You don't make any sales. Now, if you include packaging and maybe shipping prices, which could be, $10, for example, packaging is a couple of dollars, and maybe taxes, maybe anything else, you're actually losing money on each sale if that sale, or your CPA, is 150. So ROAS seems to be good, right? It's 10. You will probably set at 10 in your ads, or in this case, you would have to set at higher than 10. You probably have to set 12, 13, maybe 15x on your ROAS, or 1500%. So this is where ROAS becomes a bit more complicated as a bidding strategy, or as a metric to use in a bidding strategy. That is because it doesn't account to costs. And if you know this and you're fine with this, then it's okay, because maybe all your products have the same margin, and you calculated that and you included that in your ROAS. So in this case, it could be fine. However, there might be a better solution. Now, if your margin for all the products is similar, then as I said, it could be fine. You just set ROAS according to that profit margin. So you're not including just the revenue, but you're including the profit. You're calculating how much you earn as profit from each sale, and then you include that in ROAS. So your ROAS basically becomes bigger, but that also influences the algorithm, because the higher the ROAS, the more restriction it places on the Google algorithm. So it could struggle to find traffic that converts at such a high ROAS. Sometimes you might end up seeing a huge traffic drop, and of course, if the traffic drops, the sales drop. The other solution is to send only profit to your Google Ads account. And of course, you can use third-party tools that, well, do it for you. One of the examples are profit metrics that are, well, I would say widely used. And you can, set up the account and use that to basically send all your data there, define your costs, and the tool will show you, your revenue, your ad spend, your, well, basically true profit, and you can send that information to Google Ads and look at them as a separate columns. Now, if we look at leads, this is e-commerce. If we look at leads, it's sort of the same, because in the old way, you might have calculated your target CPA, or how much you can pay for a lead, for a conversion, based on revenue. So you took, you looked at the last 6 months, you seen that on average you get 100 leads per month from a specific channel, maybe, or overall, and you say, okay, so in our revenue, or business revenue from all 100 leads is, 10,000. So each lead on average generates $100 in revenue. However, in a new way, you can use profit instead of revenue. So basically it's the same. All you have to do is calculate the average profit per client and use that for CPA. So now your target CPA does not reflect revenue, but it actually reflects profit. There's a downside to that, because once you do that, you're, well, depending on your profit margin and all the costs involved, but it can be lower. And with lower CPA, again, you might have less conversions because you're limiting Google algorithm to sort of bid more aggressively. However, you don't have to rely necessarily on your newly created target CPA based on profit. You can use the old one, but you have to calculate profit-based CPA just for you to know. You can keep it in your mind if it's not a big account and there's not a lot of categories or products or services or whatever. It doesn't matter as long as you know what kind of profit on average comes from your lead. So you can use that in your CPA target or setting the CPA target for your campaigns, or you can use that in your reports just to sort of understand if the leads that you're getting are actually profitable or not. All the things and all the metrics and all the ways of tracking and measuring, the success and SMART goals and other goals and so you might be confused with the amount of metrics and amount of things you can track. First of all, try not to chase the best practices or how other businesses do. Try to define what helps you grow or what helps you get revenue or profit. It depends what you want. Sometimes the revenue is the goal of the business. If they're willing to sacrifice profitability in the short term to grow in the long term, they might just use revenue and they set their goals according to revenue. However, you still need to decide what helps you either grow, make profit, revenue, and just use that. You don't have to use all the things we hear about. Ideally, your effort, whether it's paid ads or SEO or influencers, they all have to generate profit. So just make sure you know where the profit is coming. That's the key thing. That's the basics, right? You have to understand where the profit is coming because at some point, no matter whether you're in a growth stage right now and you're fine with maybe being not so profitable, but at some point you'll have to be profitable and you'll have to do the same things again. You'll have to define which channels drive the biggest profits or profits in general. And of course you can build your own solution or you can use third parties that are more robust. They look a lot nicer, I would say. Integrate with not only Google Ads in this case, but with Facebook, Meta Ads and other platforms. So even though they might cost you, they offer a broader range of different solutions. My advice usually is keep it as simple as possible. If you have big businesses or you run ads for big businesses, maybe you can push for third-party tools and it's kind of a set and forget thing, right? You implement the tool once and then use it for a long period of time. Just make sure that you understand where the main value is coming to your business. We talked a lot about server-side tracking, enhanced conversions and everything like that, and how you can set up with Google Tag Manager, do your custom solution and custom integrations. However, there are tools for that as well. So one of the tools is Profit Metrics, which allows you to track the profit and send it to Google Ads. And now let's review how easy it is to set it up and why you should do it. Once you log in, you'll see a pretty cool dashboard that shows your revenue, gross profit, and cost of goods, net profit, and a bunch of other metrics. It's a pretty nice dashboard that's quite useful. However, it is empty here and it will be empty unless you connect your store or upload your product. If you use an e-commerce store, for example, Shopify, Magento, or PrestaShop, or any others mentioned here, and there's a bigger list, obviously, you can connect the two and most of the data will be imported. For example, for Shopify, you don't need to do anything, just connect and a lot of things, cost of goods and orders and revenue and everything will be tracked and sent from Shopify to Profit Metrics. With other integrations, they vary. Sometimes you get the full integration, sometimes you need to do things manually. Usually you would send things like order ID and total revenue, cost of goods, shipping costs, payment fees, and other various transactional fees that you want to include in your costs. And all information sort of powers all the metrics inside Profit Metrics, and that's why you see the sort of complete picture of what is happening with your orders, revenue, profit, and so on and so forth. Now, there might be integrations or platforms that do not support cost of goods. You need to import that manually. For that, you use this product option and you need to import your costs. So it's a simple template, simple CSV file where you list down all your product IDs, all your products, and then the costs of those products, because this information is needed for Profit Metrics to calculate, profit metrics, right? And then you can use that information, the profit, revenue, the cost of goods and everything, and either analyze it within Profit Metrics dashboard or send it to other platforms. Additionally, you'll have to define your expenses or costs. So you can upload the products, which is cost of goods and how much you pay for the products if you have such data. And you also need to define shipping costs, transaction fees, and a bunch of other metrics that you want to include in the calculation. As you can see here, it's quite easy. You have the weight and the cost price and the country, so you can set up several costs depending on how the shipping works and whether you charge a flat fee or it differs by country or by weight and so on and so forth. The same do with your payment cards. You can add different cards and you can add different percentages or cost per transaction, and you will have a more complete picture of what is happening with your revenue, and you'll see all the metrics within Profit Metrics report. Additionally, now this information is good to have and to see if you don't have the dashboards that you made on your own. It helps you easily analyze all the things associated with revenue, profit, and the rest of the metrics. However, the cool part about it is that you can send that information to any platform that Profit Metrics integrates with. And one of those, of course, is Google Ads or Google Analytics, Meta, Pinterest. You can send that information there and use it for insights or for bidding. And this is where the tool comes in handy because it kind of does everything automatically. You have metrics, you have the account set up in Profit Metrics, all the data is flowing, you see your revenue, your costs, your bids. You can send that information to Google Ads account and you can use it for bidding. Use it for bidding, as I mentioned, or you can use it just for insight. The previous value that you used as revenue in general, you can use profit this time. And your target ROAS becomes your, target POS, which is profit on ad spend. Bid on profit rather than on revenue, which makes your data and of Google learn on the profit metrics and find the users who generate the most profit, not the most revenue, which are two different things. Tip for Google Ads is to create two separate conversions always, no matter the tool you use and no matter how you integrate. It's not to update your regular purchase conversion that you had with revenue with alone and then create a new conversion that fires under the same conditions on purchase event. Now it has profit as value. In this case, you have two different conversions and you can use the one for bidding because there might be cases that you want to switch. For some campaigns, you want to use the old one, the revenue-based one. For some campaigns, you want to use the profit bidding. The integrations are easy to do. It's out of the box, and I would definitely recommend to try it out. Additionally, Profit Metrics have this tool or feature, however you call it. It's Conversion Booster that is designed to help you integrate all the metrics and all the data with Google Ads. Conversions in general are not accurate, and you probably know that because, first of all, you bought the course, and from your experience, most likely you see that the conversions do not match with what you see in a backend system. And that could be due to many reasons, conversions lost due to, browser stuff, your cookies and all the privacy stuff. It could be people leaving the thank you page without waiting it to load, and there some tracking is not loading or whatever. It could be also wrong conversion setup in general in your Google Ads account or Meta or anywhere else. It could be just wrong count, wrong settings, and so on and so forth. It could also be just errors and mistakes in GTM, in GA4, in purchase event, in everywhere. So as soon as you start doing things yourself, there's always a chance that there will be some kind of mistakes or errors done, and sometimes you know and fix it, sometimes it's hard. So in either case, there are things you can do about it and there are things you can't. But in general, you won't see an accurate conversion picture no matter what setup you use. With this solution with Conversion Booster, it kind of combines all the best things. So you don't need to worry about advanced setups, server-side tracking, tag manager accounts, and all the containers and connecting and updating. It requires, of course, knowledge, requires time. You need to test it. There might also be mistakes. So this solution kind of combines everything into one. You have your client-side and server-side setup, tracking. You have your offline conversions that works as a backend. So if something fails, they can send click conversions and match the data. They also use enhanced conversions, and of course, everything allows you to track revenue and profit, which means that it's less likely to lose conversions. So you see more conversions. In general, it could be from 5 to 20%. It depends on the account and the business. But in general, people see uplift in conversions, the lost conversions that you otherwise wouldn't see if you wouldn't use the conversion booster. It also works as a one solution. So there's less things to get wrong or go wrong, no matter who does the setup. So you don't need to worry whether someone or you just made a mistake setting up a tag or copying pixel or setting up conversions in Google Ads. Now the integration is quite easy, just a few clicks, as you can see. All you have to do is just connect to Google Ads account. It will create your conversions for you and it will import the data, and you can choose what to use and what to import. So the difference is that you don't have to create conversions within the Google Ads account. Once you connect, once you integrate, it will create new conversions for you. So as I mentioned before, you can use the old conversions, the new conversions, and you can see how the value difference and how the number of conversions difference, and you can compare how many conversions you captured additionally because of using this feature. Both Profit Metrics and this additional feature, Conversion Booster, offers a quite easy setup, especially if you use platforms like Shopify, which doesn't even require to import cost of goods. It's all done automatically. Maybe you specify some transaction fees or shipping fees, but in general, most of the things are done automatically. In any case, even if you do it manually, it's quite easy to set up. It may require some uploads and product feeds and so on and so forth, which is not too technical either way. But what I love about it is basically if you integrate everything, you connect it to Google Ads, you're ready the next day. You can start seeing the data coming in the next day into Google Ads account. And if you have a lot of conversion data, you may be able to start bidding within a week. You gather all the data on your new purchase conversion that is coming from Conversion Booster. You see a lot of data, and then you can try to switch the bidding strategy and use profit instead of revenue. So I definitely recommend trying out. Just sign up for an account. If you see it is working, you can always create things in-house if you have the resources. If you want to keep, some data in-house, you don't want to share with profit metrics, and there could be a bunch of reasons why you want to do it in-house, but at least here you can set it up quickly, test it, and if it works, if you see additional value from the tool, you can either continue using the tool if everything is okay. If not, you can just do the things in-house. But at least now you know that the server-side tagging, profit bidding, and everything works for your business. You get value, so it's a lot easier to get commitment to do things in-house, to do things the way you want it, or customize the way you want it.